B. King, a professional boxing contender, was at the peak of his fame. But due to his reckless youth and a personality as hot as fire, he ended up injured and forced to quit, becoming a gangster. And for some reason, he is now in the crosshairs of this guy. In his last moments, Kang Tae only wishes for one thing: a chance to return to his boxing passion. And then the scene shifts to another place. Hey, Callie. Wake up. Is this guy dead or what? That Wakun guy. Even if he is dead, I do not care. Let us get out of here. The chatter jolted Kang Tae awake, and he realized he was lying in a pool of blood. What the hell is this? Didn't I get stabbed? Callie. Who is that? A few days later, at the training camp, whoever loses has to go to the mines. But if you win, you get to stay at the August boxing training school. If you do not want to end up in the mines, then train like your life depends on it. Because it does. Now I am pairing you up, Tors and Maros, and Dad and Bizon, Kizo and Demian, Johnny and Seza. Nicha. Coach. Looking at Callie, Soleil, and Kali. These pairs will face off in a week. Oh man. It is obvious who is going to win. Tors chuckled. The guys who were just called out looked big and muscular, and they laughed along with him. On the other side, the smaller guys could not even manage a smile. One of them could not hold back and asked, Captain, are you telling us to go die? Right. Now it is Kali's turn. And hearing that does not make him any happier. He pairs the weak against the strong. I get his game. Working in the mines is a death trap from accidents or lung cancer in the 21st century. The working conditions there are brutal. No way can I let myself get sent there. Just as Kali was lost in thought, Nicha called him for a private chat. As they walked away, some people showed their dissatisfaction. This little brat gets special treatment again. He is just the bottom of the barrel. Back to the main character. Nicha took Kali to a nearby forest by the training camp. At this point, he said, I have talked to the boss to let you go. Kali calmly asked, well, you are not a fighter. With a weak body like that, going to the mines is no different. You are done for. No doubt about it. Nicha explained. Kali silently agreed. That is right. With this body, I would probably last just a year. I suggested to the boss to sell you off to someone else. No way. I am still fighting next week. Kali refused. Nicha was shocked. Really? Kali, normally, you would just be crying and whining. Captain, I am definitely going to become a boxing champion. Looking into Kali's determined eyes, Nicha smiled and said, if that is the case, I won't say anything more. If you change your mind, just come find me. On the way back, thoughts swirled in Kali's head. Am I really Kali? Of course not. Not long ago, I was Kang Tae, the underworld king on earth. And now I have a different life trapped in this kid Kali's body. This is a chance to box again. But this body is frail and weak, still not fully ground, and throwing weak punches. Not to mention, this kid could easily get bullied too. It is all because of this weak body of mine that my second chance turned out like this. Just when Kali is feeling down, he is ambushed by Soleil and his crew, who are strong enough to win. As a result, Kali gets pounded once again. I have never liked that punk. And the captain even treats you like some special case. Still daring to brag about being the champion. You are just a weakling. Taurus stands aside, watching Kali take hits from Soleil, thinking to himself, man, this is pathetic. This kid is really in a sorry state. Moments later, seeing Kali shaking but still trying to get up, Soleil smirks mockingly. Normally you would be crying and begging by now. Now I am only going to see your face for one more week. Kali smiles back. Yeah. Because you are about to get knocked out. Naturally, Soleil's blood boils at this, ready to settle things with his fists. That enormous punch of his. With a body like that, how could I? As Kali is psyching himself up. Suddenly, he sees the punch coming in slow motion. Slow enough to track its movement and dodge easily. Tors witnesses this and can't help but feel amazed. Just moments ago, this kid, Soleil, seeing his first punch fail, gets furious and throws another one. This time, Kali can definitely confirm that it was not an illusion. He can clearly see the trajectory of the punch. He dodges Soleil's attacks repeatedly, closing the gap and hitting Soleil's weak spot, his belly, leaving everyone in shock. But with a brute like Soleil, Kali's punch is like a tickle, and in the end, he gets knocked down by Soleil's counter punch. You pathetic nobody. Do not get cocky. Soleil leaves with a parting shot, taking his friends with him. Tors pauses, glances back at Kali with a knowing look, then walks away with the others. And there is Kali, lying on the ground, covered in injuries, feeling battered and bruised. Yet he is laughing heartily. It is only now that I realize what is really important in boxing, like weight classes, hand-eye coordination, and most importantly, reflexes, the ability to observe every falling drop and track its movement. And the reflex to dodge too. I still have the upper hand in this fight. That is right. I am not going to that mine. I am going to win. I am going to survive. 20 years ago was the golden age of armored fighters. a time when even a regular soldier was hard to handle. The whole kingdom could not suppress the uprising, and soon after, acknowledgement was achieved, and so, fighters were born. Their battles to take down opponents, with just their fists, thrilling the audience. That is what I know about fighters in this world. Since that day, Kali threw himself into training. He has to do everything to survive in this world. Without strength, you are destined to fail. After a stamina run, Kali stands there gasping, cursing to himself. Damn it. I used to run better while smoking and drinking. Nixa stands there staring at Kali. That kid always lagging behind. Now finishing in the middle of the pack. If he had been like this before, I would not have had to let him go. What is up with him? Nixa was deep in thought when he overheard two students chatting. That guy Kali got totally wrecked in a fight, did not he? Guess he took a nasty hit somewhere. He is acting really weird today. What is up with Kali's head getting banged? Nixa asked, startling the two students. And just like that, the tale of Kali and Solai was about to unfold. Kali got ganged up on. Nixa asked with a serious face. Yeah. I think he got beaten up worse than usual. I thought he was a goner with blood all over his head and nose. Is this close call changing him? Let us keep an eye on him to find out. Nixa thought to himself and made the two boys run another 50 laps. By the afternoon training session, Kali glanced at the other students grinding it out and felt even more motivated. Everyone was pushing hard to avoid getting sent to the mines. I have got to train harder. But this style is not cutting it. How can I throw a punch with this body? The jaw. That is where I need to aim. The jaw is key because a hit there messes with the brain. What I need is a knockout punch that puts my opponent down for good. Precision strikes to the jaw are a must. While Kali was practicing on the dummy, another trainer walked up and asked, Kali, what are you doing? Kali replied, I am training out here. I see. But why are not you training like the others in the camp? Kali shot back. Is training differently from the camp not allowed? We were fighters long before you even showed up. How dare you ignore the lessons from veterans? Kali understood why he was saying that. In this place, boxing was all about survival, just like the heavyweight championships back in your world. You used to train that way. But with this body, it is impossible to do it like that. Lift your chin up and keep moving, the trainer said. Wait, what is that? You learned that from your dad, did not you? Nudge. Nudge. And Kali nodded in agreement. Then just train like that in the camp. That is the champion's style. Definitely worth learning from. Keep it up. Kali bowed his head in thanks and continued training. Kavarin was a champion. But he was not a boxer. Did he teach Kali any training methods? Regardless, Nudge was pleased to see Kali's decisive movements. The kid had changed. There was a noticeable difference in him now. When the training session ended, it was late afternoon. Exhausted, Kali sat against a big tree to rest. Just when his stomach was growling, he spotted ripe apples overhead. So he climbed up to grab one and devoured it. Alive again, Kali burst into a big laugh. Right at that moment, a sweet female voice called out. Hey you. What are you doing? Kali looked at the girl with vibrant red hair and her outfit, feeling a bit anxious. A noble girl. Just as Kali was confused about what to do, the girl continued speaking, unsure of how to explain. Now, when you come down, make sure to grab one for me too. I want to eat. Kali picked another apple and quickly climbed down, handing it to the girl. Here you go. That is great. But you are a slave in the training camp. Right. Don't tell me you do not know this is the noble family's garden. Getting caught would be a real hassle. I can't let my body take any more damage. Kali thought to herself. I really do not know. The girl laughed at the worried expression on Kali's face. Clearly, you have no idea who I am either. My name is Azalea August, and my father is Namtekadov August. Your master. So what is your name? Slave, Kali. Good. I will pretend I did not see anything today, because you picked this apple for me. If you get caught again, I will personally deal with your group. Now go before someone else sees you. Azalea waved her hand dismissively. Thank you, miss. Kali bowed his head and ran off. Feeling relieved. If I stayed any longer, I would be in trouble. He was too small. How could he even become a top slave fighter? Azalea watched the thin figure of the boy with golden hair disappear. The name Kali etched deep in her memory. In the following days, Kali threw himself into training. His efforts made his opponents wary. Kali had changed. He was catching everyone's attention with his incredible determination. That day he could punch himself. If this kept up, everything would come to an end. With that thought, Soleil, annoyed, threw the log off his shoulder and turned to the curly-haired guy, saying, Should not the trainer be here by now? Well, the master called for them, and they left. It would not hurt to check on your opponent beforehand. Right. Soleil grinned wickedly. I need to show them who is really in charge around here, starting with that annoying face. I will make it eat dirt. Soleil quietly approached his target, Kali, and aimed a punch at his head. But just as the fifth punch was about to hit, Kali ducked to avoid it. then spun around to throw a hook. When the fifth punch was inches from Solei's jaw, Kali suddenly stopped, looking surprised and said, "Oh man. I was so focused I did not notice you were right there. Did I hit you?" Solei was still in shock, answering mechanically, "That is lucky. You should not be getting hurt before the match." Right. Akali shot a sharp look at Solei for a moment, then chuckled. "Then I will continue my training," he thought to himself. "That punk. Back when I was in the organization, I saw tons of guys like you, those who try to act tough by making others look weak and pathetic. I will crush them all." Tors. Training not far away. Witnessed the whole thing. It was not a coincidence. Tors thought as he approached and lightly punched Solei on the shoulder. "You look a bit pale there. Solei. Are you worried?" "Worried? What are you talking about?" Feeling called out, Solei tried to act calm in response. "I am just lucky to have that weakling Kali as my opponent. Nothing could be better than this. It is true that Kali has changed. Normally, he would just whine and annoy us, and then we would take him down. But recently," remembering the determined look in Kali's eyes, Tors kindly reminded him, "You better not slack off and let your guard down." That comment made Solei a bit scared, and even Tors had to pay attention to Kali. Seeing Solei's pale face, Tors burst out laughing and said, "Come on, do not worry. Just send him to the mines." Solei pretended to respond confidently, "Of course, that is exactly what we need to do." Meanwhile, at Gardolf's mansion, it seems the preparations for the tournament are going smoothly. Gardolf said. Nixa replied, "Yep. They have even started living at the training facility. There is a kid on the list named Tors. Is he the one you mentioned with potential? What is he like?" "He balances strength and speed pretty well. Plus, he is quite aggressive and disciplined. He also has sharp eyes and can overcome his own weaknesses. He might even have a shot at the championship," Gardolf said with satisfaction. "I am really looking forward to it." Nixa, there is something I would like to ask you. As you can see, our training center's reputation is declining. We are facing financial issues, and we had to send half of our slaves to the mines due to shortages. I want to invite some common folks to watch as spectators and earn a bit of money. I am sure they would love to see the fighters in action again. They will definitely find it interesting. You can show them a match worth watching." "Right." Nixa agreed with a cheerful front but secretly despised the Baron. "He is my master, but he is so incompetent. The reason our training center's reputation has plummeted is due to the greed of Baron Gardolf August. Baron Gardolf August has run the training center for 15 years. In the first 5 years, he managed to sustain it by inheriting fighters from his ancestors. But in the next 10 years, he exploited them too much, and their numbers dwindled to almost nothing. The August territory is dry and has very little arable land. So he kept the family legacy afloat with the center's income. But that is not enough anymore. If only he had not sent the young fighters to the national boxing tournament 2 years ago, the center could have had a chance to recover." Just as the meeting was about to wrap up, Azala chimed in, "Dad, I want to see that match too. Can you get me a seat?" Gadov chuckled. "What is this? Didn't you say you hated it because it is barbaric?" "Sometimes, I find barbaric things are not so bad," Azalea replied. Nick added, "It might be a bit too intense for you, miss." "Intense means fun. Right. You seem really eager to watch it." Azalea laughed it off, secretly thinking, "I am usually not that interested in fights like this, but I want to see how he fights for myself." Finally, the day of the match arrived. The audience in the stands was buzzing, cheering for Tors' victory. In the ring, Tors calmly said, "This is a piece of cake." Then he raised his fist high. In the stands, Gadov expressed his satisfaction. "What a fantastic match, Tors. You trained him well and turned him into a champion in just a year." Nick slightly bowed his head and replied, "Yep. My lord, right now," the announcer shouted loudly. "And next, the final match will be between Solei and Kali." Hearing their names called, both stepped up to the ring. Coming into view of everyone present in the stands, Azalea suddenly asked, "Everyone here is tall and muscular. But what about that kid named Kali? Does he really think he can become a fighter with that tiny body?" Nick replied, "For a fighter, physique is one of the most crucial factors. It directly relates to strength. But there is still another way." While he was speaking, Kali and Solei on the ring had already assumed their fighting stances. Facing each other, Solei spoke up, "Hey, Kali, why do not you just give up already? If you try to fight me until the end, you won't be walking away with a healthy body." Kali shot back, "If your fighting skills were as good as your trash talk, you might actually be a champion by now." Solei, in his mind, he calculated, "I knew this would happen. I can find a weakness in him. There won't be any damage if I hit his body with just these 5 punches. I need to hit him through his jaw. To do that, I need two things. Just then, Soleil lunged at Kali and threw a punch. Kali tilted his head to the side to dodge. First, I need to make his upper body bend down like it is now. Thinking to himself, his small frame was like a fish, continuously slipping past Soleil's next punches. The audience on the stands were getting annoyed. Stop running around. You little punk, what are you doing? You scaredy cat. In the ring, after a flurry of attacks that yielded no results, Soleil was starting to tire. He panted heavily, cursing himself for being provoked by those guys and nearly running out of energy. But how come this kid still looks fine? What is going on? Unable to figure it out, Soleil, frustrated, launched another attack at Kali and shouted, "You little bastard." The reason was simple. Kali just needed to keep making Soleil attack him. That is why he was losing nearly all his stamina faster than Kali, who was just dodging. And second, when he let his guard down, I would hit him in the jaw. Just then, Kali seized the moment, dodging Soleil's punch and quickly aimed his fist at his jaw. However, just as he thought he would succeed, Soleil unexpectedly grabbed his shoulder with one hand. Not letting him escape with his other hand, he delivered a powerful punch to Kali's ribs. Kali fell to the ground in pain, and he could hear the sound of his ribs cracking from the hit. This is cheating. Is anyone even aware he is cheating? Kali thought to himself, turning to look at the stands. But all he saw were cheers and excitement from the crowd. That is right. Crush him. Kali could only hang his head in self-blame. He had held on with all his fingers, not even using gloves. I did not see this coming. At that moment, the referee raised his hand towards him, beginning the countdown. 9, 8, 7. Kali thought anxiously. What should I do now? The countdown continued. 5. Get up. Have my ribs really broken? 1 or 2 of them. But now is not the time to think about that. With determination in his heart, Kali gritted his teeth, struggling to lift his body bit by bit. 4, 3. Finally, he managed to stand tall just before the countdown ended. The referee moved closer and asked, "Are you still in this fight, Kali?" Kali responded without words, raising his fists to show his fighting stance. The referee signaled for the match to continue. "You are going to regret standing back up," he warned. As Soleil finished speaking, he charged at Kali with a fist. Kali stared at his opponent, his mind racing. "My ribs are shattered. I can't move freely anymore. This is bad now that I am in this situation. I will do whatever it takes." With that thought, Kali waited until Soleil's punch was just inches from his head, then suddenly shouted loudly, startling him into retracting his fist. Taking advantage of his shock, "I have to strike." Quietly, Kali lowered his body, mimicking an attack stance. Seeing this, Soleil angrily shouted, "You coward." Then, he swung his fist towards Kali. "I need to dodge it." Calm on the outside, Kali swiftly sidestepped Soleil's punch, exposing his chin without any defense. "Now's my chance," Kali yelled in his mind, not hesitating for a moment as he launched a powerful punch to Soleil's jaw. Soleil suddenly laughed, baring his teeth. "You think just one punch is enough to take me down?" As he spoke, Soleil's eyes rolled back, and he fell backward. The referee began counting down from 10 to 1, then declared the winner, Kali. The audience gasped in shock. "What? How is that possible? This is insane. What the heck just happened? That scrawny guy is the winner." In the ring, a slight smirk crept onto Kali's lips. He raised his fist in triumph, thinking, "I am still alive. I won't let this second chance slip away." A week later, slave traders arrived, taking half of the trainees away. The only one left among the trainees was Kali. Now, only a little over 10 people remained in the training camp, and the atmosphere was more tense than ever. At the August mansion, Nixa walked ahead, saying, "The chains will be removed once you return to the training camp." Following behind with his hands shackled, Kali looked around, thinking, "So this is the August mansion, my first time here?" Nixa asked, "How's your body?" Kali replied, "Excuse me, trainer, but why did that lady call for me?" Nixa turned to him and said, "Seems she took an interest in you after your last fight." Soon, Nixa led Kali to Azalia's room. Azalea sat on a chair, holding a teacup, smiling at Kali as she spoke. "Hello, slave. We meet again." Kali bowed slightly, thinking, "Again, I do not want to raise any suspicions." Azalea looked at Nixa and said, "Please step outside for a moment." Nixa looked a bit puzzled but replied, "Understood." After Nixa left, Azalea pointed to a chair and told Kali, "Please have a seat." Kali stood her ground and said, "That is it. I won't say it twice." Kali asked, "I heard you called for me, miss." Azalea tossed an apple to Kali. "You are a bit short on manners. Are not you? Eat some fruit. Then we can talk." Kali caught the apple and took a bite. Azalea smiled at that. Then she asked, "I called you because I have something to ask. You know that slaves do not have the right to resist, right?" Kali thought to herself, "She is really hard to read." On the surface, He politely replied.
Yep.
Azalea pointed to Kali's arm. You performed brilliantly in the last fight. You did great with that scrawny arm, and took him down with just one blow. My dad said it was just luck. But it surely was not. Right. Hearing that, Kali thought to herself. She is really sharp and quick-witted. The punch to Soleil was indeed a fluke. But, he honestly replied. I caused a concussion. Azalea asked in disbelief. A concussion?
Yep.
If you hit the jaw accurately with a punch, the opponent will get concussed and they will temporarily lose control of their body. Of course. This only happens if the impact is strong enough. Azalea raised her chin in thought and asked. You aimed for it and attacked. Right. Azalea suddenly smiled and said. Well done, Kali. I really look forward to your progress in the future. Just keep winning and become a professional fighter. If you win the championship, you might just earn your freedom. A while later, Kali and Nixa left the estate. And the chains on his hands were removed, rubbing his wrists. Kali mused quietly, a free person, as time passed. During the afternoon training at the camp, Torres was carrying a heavy load on his shoulder, pushing himself to train. Freedom. My goal. I will definitely achieve freedom. He recalled Nix's words from when he was 14. You will become strong enough, Torres. If not, I would have let you be a farmer. You have a natural physique and an intense fighting spirit. So just keep pushing. Become a champion and be free. Throwing the heavy load down, Torres sat on it to rest, thinking to himself, I hate guys like Kali, just doing pathetic things without any goal. But suddenly everything changed. Defeating Solaire and surviving. Indeed, you can never predict what will happen in this world. Suddenly, a few people approached him and said, lately, Kali seems to be getting a bit cocky. Does not he? We should teach him a lesson. Because that cowardly kid, Solaire, got taken down. Torres, how about we go teach Kali a lesson? Hearing the voice, Torres immediately recognized it was Kijo, the blue-haired troublemaker. He turned around and replied, I am done here. I do not care anymore. Kijo exclaimed. Really? That is boring. Thinking of Kali, Torres thought to himself, if he wants to change, I won't interfere. I am just annoyed by his complaints from before. Not far away, Kali was happily doing some basic warm-up exercises. Thinking to himself, my injuries have completely healed. I have been training during my recovery, and my muscles are feeling firmer. Just then, Kijo walks up and says, Hey Kali. You finally made it to the training area after such a long time. Kali glances at Kijo and mutters. I was wondering when you would finally show up. Kijo cracks his knuckles and asks. You are pretty happy about that easy win, are not you? The two guys following behind can't help but smirk at that. Kali waves his hand and sighs. It will be a real hassle if someone gets hurt. Kijo grins, trying to act tough. Don't worry, Kali. I will go easy on you. Kali opens his mouth to correct him. It will be a hassle if you get hurt. Hearing that, Kijo angrily swings a punch at Kali. Kali nimbly dodges back just in time. Kijo lunges at him, throwing a punch with his other hand. Kali ducks low to evade the attack and immediately counters with a solid hit to Kijo's jaw. Inside, he thinks. You probably think I won just because of luck. You guys are getting way too cocky, with his tall, lean build and reach advantage. Fighting them feels like going barehanded against someone wielding a weapon. Those long-range punches practically keep me at bay. That reach is definitely an advantage, but Kijo moves too wide when he swings, making it hard for him to capitalize on that reach. To me, he is just a big punching bag. I keep moving and throwing punches, not giving him a moment to catch his breath. I think to myself, I need to keep overwhelming him. Suddenly, I hear a loud shout from behind. You are going too far. I glance back and see the two guys with Kijo rushing in to attack me. I have no choice but to abandon my attack on Kijo to dodge. All three of them are coming at me. What a bunch of losers. Cursing under my breath, I widen the gap, keeping a wary eye on the three of them. Kijo wipes his bloody nose, glaring at me. Don't get cocky just because of your lucky punch. Kali retorts. Damn. You guys think you can make up for quality with numbers? Kijo yells back. Shut up, and charges at me with a punch. I manage to block it with my hand, but Kijo's buddy sneaks in a knee to my back, sending me crashing to the ground in pain. They then turn back, laughing as they stomp on me. I can only curl up, trying to protect my vital spots while taking the hits. I think to myself, they ignore everyone else just to pick on me, all because of their stupid pride. But looking back, I was not any different before. Just then, Tor stands up and says, I can just sit here and watch anymore. If you are gonna jump me, you might as well have done it from the start. What is with this one-on-one nonsense? The three of them stop and turn to face Tors. Kijo asks, Tors, why are you siding with Kali? Tors replies, I am not siding with anyone. I just can't stand seeing a jerk like you getting beat by Kali, and then calling for backup. Kijo angrily shouts, I did not lose. I just got caught off guard. Torres suggests. How about we do a one-on-one again? I will be the referee. Fine. Bring it on. Callie. As he spoke, Kijo turned to look at Callie and locked eyes with him. That gaze sent chills down his spine, making him think, what the hell is this? Is that really the punk Callie? Letting out a loud shout to snap back to reality, Kijo charged at Callie to attack. Callie leaned back to dodge and said, what kind of slow punch is that? If you can't dodge, that is just ridiculous. Then, he unleashed a flurry of punches to Kijo's stomach and head. Bingo. Kijo let out a roar, holding back the pain, and threw 2 relentless punches at Callie, but he skillfully evaded them all. Too many unnecessary moves, just exposing his weaknesses. As he spoke, Callie closed the distance with Kijo. Once he was within striking range, he immediately threw a full force punch, taking Kijo down for the count. Kijo cursed under his breath. Damn it. After that, his body collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Watching the whole thing unfold, Torres thought to himself, he looks like a professional boxer. After all, his dad is a champion, so he must have some talent too. At that moment, Callie spoke. Torres asked. Just so we are clear, we have nothing to do with each other. Callie stared intently at Torres and asked, do not you hate me? Why are you helping me? Torres smiled as he turned to leave and said, do I really need to explain myself to someone like you? Beat it. After this incident, no one dared to pick a fight with Callie anymore. They all silently acknowledged that Callie was one of the rising boxing stars. Living room. August's mansion. Don't worry. Just let the fight continue as usual. Hearing the announcer say that, Nixa worriedly thought, boss, do not tell me. He rushed to Gadolf's room, shouting, boss, I advised you to pull out of the fight. We only have rookie boxers on our side. Gadolf slammed his hand down hard on the table. How can we possibly endure this? After all, Doraemon does not have many professional boxers, so we can win if we try hard enough. Realizing he could not convince Gadolf to change his mind, Nixa sighed and said, there are 2 options. Either we prepare our best fighters for the match, or we throw out a sacrificial lamb. Accept defeat, and get ready for the next round. Gadolf shouted. Listen up. Find the 3 best fighters and bring them to me. I want to see Baron Doraemon crash and burn. Hearing this, a vein popped on Nix's forehead as he angrily thought, how much damage do you have to cause to the training center before you wake up? If a star player like Torres becomes useless, then the training center is as good as finished. But soon, the anger turned into helplessness. Nixa clenched his fists and told himself, just 3 more days. I need to train the star players and get them ready. After returning to the training camp from the mansion, Nixa called Kao, Torres, and Callie to a corner for a chat. He looked at the 3 of them. Torres. Callie. I have decided to train you 3 to compete against the Doraemon training camp in 3 days. I chose you guys because, in my eyes and the eyes of other trainers, you are the top students. Torres skeptically asked. Coach, you think this lineup can actually beat her? Remembering Gaten's attitude when he ordered him around, Nixa sighed and turned away, saying the chances of you winning are incredibly slim. Hearing that, Kaya went pale and asked, if we lose, do we lose our lives? Nixa turned to him and replied, the boss won't let anyone die, since you are all his assets. But the opponents might break your bones if they are malicious. Callie chimed in. You called us here because you believe we can win. Right. Just then, 3 trainers approached. Nixa pointed at them and said to Torres, all right, Torres. You will spar continuously with the other trainers to gain as much experience as possible over the next 3 days. Then, he turned to Kaio and instructed. You need to find a way to control your fear. You have to work on your willpower. Finally, Nixa looked at Callie and said. And lastly, Callie, if you need help, you can talk to me. I picked you because your recent performance has been impressive. So for now, I have not prepared anything for you. Callie stroked his chin and thought for a few seconds and said, then, I need someone to help me train. A little later, Torres got punched in the face. The trainer who was sparring with him said, don't hesitate. Your opponents are experienced warriors. But they are still human, no matter how strong they are. If they get hit, they will fall. Even if their legs are heavy and their bodies are worn out. You still have to act like you are the one in control. You have to make your opponent feel like you are an invincible god. Now take a break. We will continue in a bit. Hearing that, Torres immediately relaxed his body. Just as he was about to find a spot to sit and rest, he noticed Kali's strange training from a distance. Raising an eyebrow and thought, what is Kali doing on the training ground? That is where Kali is practicing. Bankiran, holding a large rock, looked at Kali and asked, have you lost your mind? You want me to throw this? Kali impatiently urged. Just stop wasting time. All right. Here goes. But I am not responsible for anything. Vankuran replied. then threw the large rock toward Kali with all his might. Kali focused and dodged the flying rocks. This was one of the key training methods in modern boxing. No matter how much Kali trains over these 3 days, he won't develop any muscle. Footwork. Agility. That is why he will be practicing reflexes. Tomorrow's reflex training is also a method used by boxers. Right now. This is the most powerful weapon you have. After a while, Kali caught a flying rock with his hand and said, "Good. That is enough for today." A little later, when Kali returned to his place, he heard a commotion inside. Damn it. I am going to take care of all of them. Hey, hold Vanki back. You are not the only one who is mad. You let me. Kali just pushed the door open and saw Vanki, furious, holding a dagger and shouting, "Doraemon, I am not letting you off the hook." He turned to Kijo beside him and asked, "Kijo, what the heck is going on?" Kijo hesitated and replied, "I do not know either." Seeing this, Kali's expression turned serious as he pressed, "Are you kidding me? Just spill it. The situation is tense." Kijo gritted his teeth and recounted, "Some fighters from the Doraemon training camp just showed up here. They beat us mercilessly because they were annoyed about the match, but luckily, there were no serious injuries, just some bruises, so the coaches could not intervene." After that, he hung his head low and muttered, "We are doomed." Meanwhile, Vanki was still screaming, "Doraemon, you bastards. I will make you pay." Just then, Nixa barged in and shouted, "What are you doing? Have you lost your mind?" Then, he slapped Vanki and lectured him, "If you lose, you get treated like this. Did you forget that you just lost to them? So from now on, you better get stronger than they are." Thanks to Nix's intervention, things started to calm down. But from that moment on, Kali realized that after training and living together for a while, a bond had formed among everyone. From now on, this battle was no longer just a show for the spectators, but a matter of honor for the August family. This was a battle between two training camps. 3 days later, on the day of the match, the stands of the August arena were packed to the brim. About half of the people from the August estate had come to witness this showdown. In the waiting area, Nixa handed each of Torres, Kijo, and Kali a cup of herbal tea and said, "This will give you strength and help you relax. If you think you can't win, raise 2 fingers. Giving up is more shameful than being injured. The order to go out will be Kijo, Torres, Kali, so get ready. Kijo." Hearing this, Kijo was startled and spat out a mouthful of tea, shouting, "Wait, Nixa pushed him out of his seat and said, "Do your best and come back." Kali suddenly called out, "Kijo." Kijo turned back to him and asked, What is it? What are you planning?" Kali said, "Do not let the opponent get close to you." "Got it," Kijo snapped back. "You idiot. What are you talking about? I have to get close to hit them." Kali reluctantly thought, "Just listen to me." "You dork." Moments later, the referee shouted, "Over here is the fighter from the August training camp." The stands erupted with cheers. "Win it, Kijo." His height. He is an elite fighter. August. Kijo felt a bit overwhelmed by the enthusiasm. "Oh. How annoying." Shaking his head, Kijo nervously walked up to the arena. The referee shouted again. And a warrior with 14 victories from the Doraemon training camp. Fighter Beth. Beth stepped onto the arena, glanced at Kijo, grinned and said, "Hey, kid. Having long arms and legs does not mean you are strong." Hearing that, Kijo's heart raced, fear gripping him as he looked at Beth. In the waiting area, Taurus spat out some water, muttering, "Great, this bug is frozen in place now." Kali also felt a bit worried and softly said, "Kijo." In the VIP section, Baron Joseph Doraemon wore a smug smile as he turned to Gardolf, saying, "That guy is tall. But in the end, he is just a kid, is not Baron Gardolf August." Gardolf replied irritably, "The match has not even started yet." Baron Doraemon. Inside, he silently cursed. "Damn it. Just put someone up there who can actually win." In the ring, the referee shouted, "Let the match begin." Beth immediately rushed in, throwing a flurry of punches at Kijo. Kijo was anxiously dodging these strikes. The audience was not pleased and shouted, "Are you even a man? Did we come here just to watch this? Pathetic." Kijo muttered under his breath, "Damn it. Why do not you try fighting yourself? Anyone can talk big." "How long are you planning to run?" Beth asked with a laugh, raising his fist to aim at Kijo to the head. Kijo thought, crossing his arms to protect his face. But this was just a feint from Beth. His real target was the other fist, aimed to deliver a heavy punch to Kijo's stomach. Caught in such a basic trap. What a loser. Silently chuckling, Beth seized the opportunity to land a punch on Kijo's face, sending him crashing to the mat. "Kijo!" Kali shouted from the sidelines. While the other two did not say a word, but their faces showed clear concern. In the stands, the audience was in disbelief. Is this really boxing? "Get up now." In the ring, The referee began the countdown, lying on the ground. Kijo thought to himself, this is not good. How can I possibly win if I give up now? Then he caught a glimpse of Gardolf's furious face in the VIP section. The thought of surrender was immediately squashed. Kijo got back on his feet. Just before the referee finished counting, he thought to himself, if I lose without even throwing a punch, I will definitely be kicked out of training. Opposite him, Beth laughed and asked, you still have some fight left in you? Kijo yelled back angrily. Shut up. I am a fighter too. He tried to remind himself to stay calm and recalled what Nixa had said in their previous conversation. Back then, Nixa had asked, I heard you lost to Kali. Is that true? Kijo replied, yeah, that is right. Nixa then asked, have you ever thought about why you lost? Kijo lowered his head and admitted, well, I have not thought about it. Nixa pointed at Kijo and said, even though I did not see it, I am sure it was not a match you were meant to lose. You have an advantage in being a fighter. You are really tall. Plus you have long arms and legs. It seems like you did not utilize what you had. You must have lost your cool and gotten flustered. That is why Kali was able to close in on you. If you keep this up, in the next match, you will definitely lose. Always stay calm. Do not be scared. Do not let him close in. And stop your opponent's attack. Back to the present. As Kijo saw Beth charging at him again, he took a deep breath, adjusting his mindset, waiting for his opponent to get close. Kijo struck like a praying mantis, delivering a quick and precise punch to Beth's face. On the sidelines, Kali and the other two smiled happily at the sight. In the ring, Kijo was stunned, thinking, I just punched him, but it quickly turned into a silent cheer of joy. I really punched them. I punched them good. After the initial victory, Kijo relentlessly attacked his opponent. Kali saw this and could not help but admire him. After relieving the pressure on his muscles, he became quicker and more agile, making his attacks much stronger than before. Nice. That stance really resembles a praying mantis. Back in the ring, Beth found herself on the defensive. I was ready to strike, but he is so tall, and the angle for me to attack is way too high. Even just defending feels like a struggle. If I can hit harder than you, your life is over. Making a decision. Beth seized the moment when Kijo let his guard down and threw a powerful uppercut, but that was just the trap Kijo set. And as soon as Beth missed, he countered with a punch that knocked her out cold. Kijo instinctively turned to Nixa, who nodded back with a satisfied smile. I won. Tears streamed down Kijo's cheeks as he raised one hand to the sky, celebrating his victory amidst the cheers of the crowd. Baron Gardolf was grinning from ear to ear, saying, what is this? Our rookie actually won, emphasizing the rookie part. Baron Doraemon. Joseph Doraemon squeezed his glass tightly, gritting his teeth, but there are still 2 more matches. Baron August. Hearing this, Gardolf waved his hand at Vankarim behind him, sending a message to Nixa. I won't let the loser off easy. Anyone who loses will be sent to the mining island. After hearing the order, Nixa turned to Torres and Kali. You two. Listen up. Even though he said he would send the loser to the mining island, I think that is just him blowing smoke. I will convince him later. So if things get rough, just surrender for me. No way. I am going to win, Torres replied, standing up and stepping into the ring. His determination was boiling. But that guy named Manga. Kali looked worriedly at Torres's opponent. I think he is on a whole different level compared to Beth. As soon as he stepped into the ring, Muga threatened, I am not like Beth. Surrender now if you do not want to end up crippled. Torres did not back down, responding, cut the crap, let us fight. Ready. As the referee's signal ended, both sides rushed in, trading punches as the audience roared with excitement. How many times have you hit me already? Torres boosted, snorting from his nose as he spoke, remembering his coach's advice. No matter how close you are to falling, always show the spirit of a champion. Sure enough, Munge was thrown off by Torres' confident face. Seems you have faced many professional fighters, but you still can't beat me. With that, he started playing dirty, using his elbows to attack instead of his fists, catching Torres off guard and landing a solid hit to his face. I thought you would have learned some of these tricks by now, so you want to play like this? With this thought, Torres shot a sharp look at Moanga and replied, Bye by me. The two continued to exchange blows, causing Moanga to start questioning life. 18 people. 18 fighters have fallen beneath my hands. Even though I failed to become a rank fighter, I still take pride in being a veteran fighter, while this guy is just a rookie. So why has not he fallen yet? He is no different from a wild bear. Punch him. That is, the audience is buzzing with excitement for the showdown between the two fighters. But Kali feels differently. He may be brutal, but he is truly strong, levels above the rest. As reality unfolds, Kali's worries prove to be unfounded because just a few minutes later, the newbie can't handle the passion of youth and gets knocked out by Torres. Great job, Torres. That last match was amazing, living up to the audience's expectations. Nick Chavu praises Taurus. Taurus does not respond. Even breathing has become difficult for him as his body is exhausted. You did great, Kali says as he starts warming up to hit the ring. Suddenly, Taurus chimes in. Kali, our victory now depends on you. All right, I will be back after this. The final fighter from the Doraemon training camp. The champ with 11 wins. Boruto. And the fighter from August. Kali. Looking at Kali's skinny frame, the audience sneers. How is that guy supposed to win? My kids are bigger than that dude. Of course. There are exceptions. Van Kyren pipes up, cheering. Do your best, Kali. Right after he says that, he realizes he spoke a bit too loud and quickly claps a hand over his mouth. But Azalea still catches it and asks, Van Kyren, do you know Kali?
Yeah.
I have been helping him train these past few days. He asked me to spar with him so he could work on his dodging, so that is why. Azalea ponders, only to hear Joseph's faint chuckle. What is with this guy? Our fighters were just a bit too careless. But it looks like this match is going to be a walk in the park. Gadoon, Batipsy, laughs and replies, of course, if he does not win, it will be embarrassing. Ha. Azalea glances at Kali standing in the ring, smiling to herself. I can't wait to see you in action. Kali, the battle is finally about to begin. Sorry, but I can lose to you. With that, Boruto lunges at Kali with incredible speed, catching him off guard. He is faster than I thought. This is dangerous. He is limiting my movements. If I get cornered, I am toast. I have to break free at all costs. Thinking to himself, Kali starts throwing feints. Attacking Boruto. Weak punch. Boruto scoffs, seeing Boruto just standing there on defense. The audience starts to get annoyed. Simon. Fight properly. Your opponent is just a kid. Are you really a fighter with 11 wins? Use your fists. Hearing the crowd, Boruto starts to get rattled. You are not planning to let me win. Are you? Then prove it with your fists. Kali taunts, playing the crowd. I do not know what your game is, but I am going to take you down. Making a decision, Boruto charges forward, swinging wildly in response to the crowd and Kali's challenge. That is all Kali was waiting for. He continuously dodges Boruto's attacks while keeping an eye on his movements. The audience erupts as they see Kali avoid blow after blow. As for Boruto, he is stunned by Kali's performance. Is he really just a rookie? His instincts are sharp. Baron Doraemon, watching from above, slams his hand down on the seat in frustration. This useless Boruto, how can he not land a single punch? He is just a scrawny rookie. Azalea could not help but feel a thrill at the sight of his angry expression. He was no ordinary rookie fighter. Show them how you are different from fighters like Naughty and Kali. Boruto clenched his fists and charged forward, while Kali raised an eyebrow. Fully focused, he noticed Boruto's arm and thought, he always throws that right punch. Dodging it is a piece of cake. It felt like he could read Boruto's next moves and evade them. Left hook. Uppercut. Kali recalled a moment fighting Van Kyren, who asked him, but why are you dodging? Kali gasped, responding, you want me to just take hits? Look at me. If they hit me, I will be a bloody mess. Van Kyren replied, that is not what I meant, but in the end, if you do not hit back, how can you win? Right. Kali answered, dodging to wait for the perfect moment. Van Kyren scratched his head, puzzled. What is a perfect moment? Kali replied, observing his opponent's movements and analyzing their strikes. Back to the present, he was watching and dodging Boruto's attacks. He looked at Boruto's legs and thought, his foot is about to step forward, he predicted. Or maybe he shifts his upper body before throwing a punch, along with his shoulders and chest. Kali guessed. Then he will be ready to strike. He braced himself, focusing his strength. Thinking, I wonder if this weak body can take that hit. Kali recalled when he was Puck Kang Tuver. But his experience and instinct could guide him to victory. Kali used his experience to dodge the punch. He immediately countered, landing a straight punch right to Boruto's face. Boruto's nose started to bleed. Kali threw another punch. Everyone gasped. He just knocked Jim out. Nick's up next. For the second time, Van Kyren thought to himself, analyzing the fighting style. He watched Kali standing in the arena, thinking, he is really doing this. Boruto took 2 consecutive hits, and Hong thought, how could this happen? Kali clenched his right fist, and Kang thought straight, do not get up. I can't use my right hand anymore. Just surrender and move on. Boruto slammed his fist down and shouted. He wiped the blood from his nose and cursed. That little punk. Kali saw he was still on his feet, instantly getting into stance and thinking, damn it. Boruto narrowed his eyes, saying, you are just a cowardly rat. I will smash you to bits. He clenched sand tightly in his hand. Boruto executed a dirty tactic, charging at Kali, throwing sand straight into his eyes. Thinking, no matter how fast he is, Kali squinted his eyes shut, And Burrito thought, if he can't see, it is game over. Azalea sat in the stands, thinking, now that is cheating. Joseph Dorman said, it is because he is reckless. Getting knocked down in a pile of sand is only natural. Callie rubbed his eyes, thinking, I really can't get used to boxing here. He slowly opened his eyes. Damn. It hurts so much. Burrito seized the opportunity and punched Callie in the face, sending him flying backward. However, Callie managed to throw sand at Burrito, who instinctively covered his eyes and thought, "Oop. That dirty little trick." Callie closed his eyes, focusing his mind. I have to stay calm. He envisioned Burrito charging at him. Having analyzed it all, he always starts with that right punch. Callie landed a straight punch to Burrito's head, knocking him down, blood from his nose splattering everywhere. Then he lay unconscious, and Callie raised his hands in victory. Azalea thought, I came all the way here. She looked at Callie's joyful face and thought how wonderful it felt. Nixa ruffled Callie's hair. This kid, he praised. I never expected to win. Right after the match, having embarrassed Doraemon, we quickly left the arena. Gadoon, overjoyed, treated us to 3 pigs. 2 months later, harvest season arrived, and the scene shifted to the fields of golden rice. Someone dropped a crate of potatoes on the ground, accompanied by a string of curses. Hiro angrily exclaimed, Damn it. Are these guys farmers or fighters? Callie set the potato crate down and replied, Why are you complaining like that? Callie placed his hands on the potato crate and said, Just think of this as physical training. Callie continued to stack the crates. Hiro brought some back, and Callie responded, Thanks. Everyone, the farmer asked, By the way, are you guys going to the Wesley Harvest Festival? Hiro, munching as he spoke, said, We are still just apprentices, so we have to wait another year to go. The farmer sighed. Really? That is too bad. I wanted to see you guys fight again. Callie asked her, What do we do at the Harvest Festival? Hiro exclaimed, Are you clueless? He explained, The highlight of the Harvest Festival is boxing. My master is one of the patrons of the festival. Do not you know Doraemon and August are fighting under his sponsorship? Now, Doraemon is on the rise. Callie pretended to be knowledgeable. Oh really? Hiro teased. Did you get hit in the head last time? Callie gazed towards the castle and murmured, It has been a year. The scene shifted to August's mansion. In the living room, Nixa, with a worried expression, said, Master, please give us another year. Gardolf August firmly rejected. The last match was not prepared well, but I got lucky. Gardolf August interjected. The festival has sent a letter. His face revealed clear worry. They must have heard I won the last match. I want to give you more time, but the Wesley Festival wants to see all 3 apprentices. Gardolf August placed the letter down and said, If I... Nixa thought to himself, The Wesley Festival is one of the 5 festivals in this kingdom. I can refuse. He replied, I understand. Gardolf August ordered. I will be heading to the festival with a convoy the day after tomorrow. Get ready. From now on, those 3 will be official fighters. He instructed. Make sure to stamp them. Before long, the seal of official fighter was stamped on Callie's hand, and he exclaimed, It still hurts. Callie looked at the mark and thought to himself, But as long as I get to fight. The convoy began to move. Azalea's voice rang out. Congratulations. You have officially become a fighter. Right. Callie looked up. Azalea, resting her chin on her hand, said, Thanks to you, I get to walk alongside the nobles. Callie pointed to himself and asked, Are you talking about me? Azalea replied, Yeah. Callie responded, Thank you. Azalea stared intently at Callie, exclaiming, You have changed so much. Remember to show off your training results at the Harvest Festival. Kijo whispered to Callie. That girl is something. Red hair and full lips. You can tell from afar that she is a beauty. Callie thought to himself. She really is beautiful. Tors reminded. If you do not want to die at the hands of the master, watch your mouth. Kijo responded with a huff. He said casually, Come on. What are you worried about, Callie? Listen closely. That guy actually really likes you. Callie yelled. Get it, get it. Someone is too loud. Shut that slave up. Silence now. The night has fallen. And a voice calls out. Stop. Let us take a breather before we hit the road. Kijo scratches himself and asks, Why are we on this mountain path anyway? These bugs keep sticking to me. Callie grumbles. Who knew the bridge would collapse after that storm? Kijo continues. Remember those bandits we encountered? Gardolf August gazes out the window, then turns to Azalea and says, The sun sets quickly in the mountains. Azalea, you should get some sleep. Gardolf August steps outside to speak with the soldier on horseback. We will leave early tomorrow. He says. The soldier warns. It is harvest season, so the bandits are not too active right now. My lord, Gardolf August responds. Isn't that why I'm paying you guys? Suddenly, Kali senses something off. He is shocked. Is that a rustling sound? A group of figures emerges from the bushes. Kali exclaims. Something's moving in the bushes. We need to go. Now. Gardolf August shouts. What is it? He asks. Where are you going? You scoundrel. Just as the words leave his mouth, an arrow flies straight into the soldier standing beside him. Then, a flurry of arrows rains down, and the soldiers shout. Ambush. Protect the Baron. Gardolf August yells. Nixa finds a hiding spot. Over here. Kali turns back and says. The arrows are pouring down again. A fierce group of bandits appears. And Kali thinks to himself. Bandits. There is too many of them, tells Nixa. I do not have enough soldiers. If you unlock the chains, I will fight with you. Cairo and Tors chime in. Us too. Nixa holds the key and unlocks the chains for the three of them, saying, focus on taking down the ones charging at us. Protecting the Baron and the lady is our top priority. A bandit swings his sword and shouts. There they are. Kali blocks the sword with his hand, punches the bandit, and turns to the others. Don't just stand there. Let us move. Tors wraps chains around his arm and says. This crazy bastard has no idea what he is in for. Cairo adds. He is definitely not a regular guy, as Kali runs. He thinks. I need to find Gardolf and Azalea. Meanwhile, soldiers are dragging Gardolf August away. We need to hurry. Gardolf struggles. You let me. Kali glances over and sees Gardolf is safe. Gardolf August shouts. Azalea is still in the carriage. Kali rushes to the carriage. And a bandit is running toward it too. He thinks. Damn it. One is charging in. Kali yells. Stop right there. The bandit turns and swings his sword at him. Kali gets thrown back. This guy is strong. The bandit opens the carriage door. And Azalea's scream echoes. Kali recognizes that scream. Azalea. The bandit has grabbed her. It seems Azalea has been knocked out. Kali shouts. Azalea. The bandit takes Azalea and flees. Gardolf August sees this and immediately orders. What are you doing? Hurry. Save her. Kali chases after the bandit. Shouting. I will be right back. Kali is hot on the bandit's heels. Yelling. Stop. The bandit halts, and Kali declares. You have nowhere to run. The bandit throws Azalea to the ground and says she looks like a slave. He raises his sword, grinning wickedly, suggesting, why not join us? Kali warms up and replies. Are you kidding me? You think I would just follow you? And if I did, I would not be doing anything but robbery. The bandit, hearing this, swings his sword back and says, then we are done here. Kali notices the bandit's movements and thinks to himself, that is a trained move. No way. He exclaims. A fighter. The bandit wipes his sword and says, that is right. I am a fighter with 42 wins. Kali thinks. I can T-face him head on. I need to fight back. He watches the bandit's sword and wonders. Interesting. Kali immediately backs off, contemplating whether to let this go. The bandit is somewhat surprised. Kali seizes the opportunity and takes Azalea, saying, sorry about this. He jumps into the abyss with Azalea and shouts, I do not intend to fight. The bandit, caught off guard, can only stand on the edge and watch as the two jump into the river. Moments later, Kali's voice rings out. Hang in there, miss. Thank goodness she is still breathing. Azalea slowly opens her eyes, looking dazed, and Kali happily asks, are you okay? They are currently hiding in a cave, and Kali explains the situation to Azalea, saying, that is how it went down. Azalea replies, I clearly remember that one-eyed jerk who hit me. Kali snorts to himself. Never thought I would get to use military camouflage techniques here. Azalea, curled up in a corner, says, well, at least start a fire. Kali responds, no way. The trees here are damp. And worse, we might get spotted. Azalea shivers from the cold and exclaims, oh. Useless. Kali looks at Azalea shivering and thinks to himself, it is probably because her clothes are wet that she feels cold. He says, if you keep wearing that, you will catch a cold. It would be better to take it off. Azalea blushes and retorts, are you telling me to take my clothes off? You jerk. Kali explains, please do not misunderstand. I mean it is better than freezing to death. I will turn around. He turns away from Azalea, and she remarks, you have gotten bolder. Kali replies, because right now, I have to protect you. If anything happens to you, the boss will kill me. Azalea threatens, do not look back. If you turn around, I will kill you. Kali closes his eyes and replies, all right. All right, I am a bit dizzy. My head is spinning. A little while later, Azalea has changed clothes, and her and Kali's clothes are drying on a rock in the cave. Kali asks, do you feel any warmer now? Azalea trembled, murmuring. Kali shivered just as much, her whole body shaking. I could see her pale lips and her body quaking from the cold. You spoke up, saying there are 2 ways to warm up. Either we huddle together or... Azalea quickly interjected. Really? Azalea watched Kali struggle to do push-ups, confusedly calling out, Kali. You stopped, stood up, and said, Forgive me. Kali sat close to Azalea, and she suddenly exclaimed, What are you doing, Kali? Feeling shy, turned away and explained, I told you, we need to huddle together. They say that is how soldiers survive the cold in winter battles. You continued, even if my lady does not like it. If something happens to you, I will have to die. Azalea blushed and fell silent, and the 2 of them just sat next to each other as night faded away into dawn. Kali and Azalea got dressed and left the cave. You asked Azalea, It seems safe now. Can you walk? Azalea replied, What is the matter? If I can't... Are you planning to carry me? Kali's stomach grumbled. Still trying to act tough, Azalea shyly said, I am not trying to be dramatic. I have not eaten anything since last night. Kali noticed something and said, Well then. He looked at the river before them and asked, My lady, you are going to eat? Right. After catching some fish, Kali prepared it with vegetables. He took a bite and offered it to Azalea, who looked skeptical. But when Azalea tried it, it seemed delicious. They walked along the riverbank, and Kali said, If we go upstream, we might find them. Azalea asked, What if we run into bandits first? Kali replied, Let us leave it to luck. And Azalea grumbled, So irresponsible. Kali responded, I am doing my best. Anyway, good luck to you. Azalea thought to herself, He does not seem like a slave or a kid. More like a blind man who has not learned anything from others. She looked at Kali and felt oddly safe around him. Azalea was a bit curious. The more she learned, the more mysterious he became. Kali asked, Did you just say something? Azalea said, Just walking and looking straight ahead. Someone was sitting on a pile of soldier corpses. His voice booming, I am just trying to collect my due. That little punk, that was the bandit. His face fierce as he said, I will kill you the next time we meet. The bandit noticed something, and Kali's voice rang out. They will meet soldiers soon. I am sure of it. The bandit hid behind the bushes, and as Kali and Azalea walked and talked, You said, That is the 3rd time I have heard that, Kali. The bandit was gleeful. This is a golden opportunity. He spoke up. They say even a tiger will come if you invite it, and both Kali and Azalea froze. The bandit revealed himself, grinning wickedly. It is great to see you again. Kali instantly stood in front of Azalea. The bandit sneered. You think you can fight me without even a weapon? That smile is just pathetic. He continued, I will kill you and take that special reward. The bandit looked at Azalea and said, Before betraying her, why do not we have a little chat? Azalea's face turned pale. Kali clenched his fists and said, You are dreaming if you think I will let you take her. He thought to himself, The chain is gone since I fell into the river. Defense is impossible now. The thug brandished his sharp blade, sneering, You little punk. I will start with you first. He lunged forward, and Kali dodged to the right, then swiftly to the left. The thug gave a slight compliment. You are quick, but I wonder how long you can keep this up. He relentlessly attacked, while Kali put all his effort into dodging. The thug spun around and kicked Kali, sending him crashing to the ground. Azalea gasped in worry. Be careful, Kali. The tip of the sharp blade was about to hit his eye. Kali reacted just in time to dodge the deadly strike. He sprang back up and retreated, thinking, That sword packs a serious punch and has a long reach. But I have learned the rules of this deadly game. Kali recalled his fight with Kijo, a guy with long arms, and then turned to the thug, Gunzan. Kali charged straight at him, if he wanted to win bare-handed. There was no other way but to push forward. The thug shouted, So you are looking to throw your life away? Azalea seemed to sense Kali's intention. You are wrong. The thug swung down, and Kali quickly maneuvered behind him. He punched the thug right in the ribs. The thug grimaced in pain. Baring his teeth, he howled. Damn it. It is time to end this little chase. He swung his sword at Kali, who thought to himself, This is exactly what I need right now. The sword barely grazed Kali's nose. He felt the rush of bravery standing before the blade. Kali charged straight at the thug, determined to press on without stopping. The thug quickly countered, but Kali circled around behind him. He realized Kali was targeting his blind spot. Kali tightened his fist and landed a solid punch to the thug's chin. The thug spat blood, and Kali immediately grabbed his arm. He smashed the thug's face, then knocked him down with a brutal blow. After a struggle, Kali gasped, I can't move anymore. He slumped against a nearby tree, while the thug lay sprawled out. He tried to move his hand, grinding his teeth, thinking, That bastard. I will definitely kill you. Azalea approached the thug, grabbing his sword. He reached out to take it back. Azalea raised the sword and declared, "You tried to humiliate me." Before plunging it into the thug, Azalea, with a face full of hatred, said, "Even if I killed 100 times, it still would not be enough." Callie gaped in surprise. He said, "This lady is not like the others. I think I need to rest a bit." After facing the boss, we were rescued and returned safely. The soldiers found both Callie and Azalea. Nixa applied ointment to Callie's wounds, grumbling, "You are lucky. If that cut was just a bit higher, you would be blind." Callie replied, "Well, I have still got my manly charm and look good. Right." Gad of August approached Callie and called out, "Callie." He sincerely thanked him. "Thank you for saving my daughter." Callie was a bit surprised, thanking a slave, but quickly replied, "It is just my duty, sir." Gad of August shook his head as he saw Callie stand, saying, "Sit down and rest. That is an order. You deserve it." He looked at those useless soldiers and smirked. And honestly, he had every right to. Those pathetic fools did not even know something that even a slave would. Gad of August wondered, "Aside from that, it is impressive that you fought and defeated a swordsman. What is your secret?" Callie replied, "Looking weak can be an advantage. They always underestimate me. We successfully rescued Azalea from the bandits and earned their trust." On the carriage, Kiro skeptically asked Callie, "You are lying. How could you possibly beat a swordsman?" We were riding in the carriage, the sunset slowly falling, and we finally arrived at the territory of Count Wesley. Count Wesley warmly welcomed the group. "It has been a while, has not it, Lord Gad of August?" He approached Gad of August and said, "You have traveled quite a distance." Gad of August replied, "Thank you, my lord." Count Wesley praised Azalea. "Azalea has grown into a lady just like her mother." Azalea smiled and responded, "I am honored you still remember me, my lord." Callie recalled earlier when Azalea handed him a new outfit. He wondered, "This, miss, what is this?" Azalea explained, "One of the servants is sick, so you will have to take his place." She added, "You are the most suited for it. The others have ugly faces and bulky bodies. They do not represent a servant well at all." Callie thought to himself, "I guess I need to get used to this." The scene shifted to a lavish dining table, where everyone was seated. Count Wesley asked August Gadov, "Is it true that your side won all 3 matches in the boxing tournament?" "I heard they were just trainees." August Gadov replied without hesitation, "It is embarrassing. Those trainees are now real fighters." Count Wesley praised, "Your training is certainly paying off, August." The conversation buzzed, while Azalea sighed in frustration and whispered to her father. Then she gestured for Callie. "Callie, come with me." Callie responded, "Yep." A moment later, Azalea and Callie left the Count's mansion and strolled down the street. She complained, "I thought I was going to suffocate and die in there." Azalea said irritably, "I did not want to come here in the first place. Let them talk among themselves." Callie chimed in, "Miss, you do not seem happy." Azalea sighed, "My father is obsessed with finding me a husband. Is not it terrible to be tied down like this when you are still young?" Callie replied, "I do not think I can be of any help in discussions like this." Azalea sighed again. Really? She suddenly spotted a candy shop. In an instant, Azalea had 2 pieces of candy in her hands and introduced, "This is candy." Azalea handed the candy to Callie and asked, "You have never tried it, right?" Callie thought to himself. Actually, he had not had anything sweet with fruit since arriving in this world. He ate the candy and savored it. It was delicious. Azalea smiled and said, "Isn't it good?" Callie blushed and thought, "She really is stunning." He glanced around. If not, why would she attract so much attention? But then there was that old lady. Callie felt uneasy. Why does she keep staring at me? The witch approached Azalea. "My dear lady, may I read your fortune?" Azalea asked. "Read my fortune." Callie immediately became alert. "Miss." Azalea hesitated. "Wait a minute. That sounds so fun. I have never had my fortune read before. Let us go check it out." The witch leads the 2 to her tent, cackling as she walks. "I will give you a discount, my lady." Azalea looks inside the tent and excitedly exclaims, "So this is the mischievous tent I have heard about." Callie watches the witch chanting over a crystal ball, wondering, what is this old hag up to? The witch closes her eyes and says, "Your life is not easy at all. There will be many ups and downs." Azalea's eyes sparkle with interest as she replies, "Good. It would be so boring if my life were just like everyone else's. Let us see my destiny in love and marriage." Callie thinks helplessly. "Whether here or on Earth, fortune-telling always makes people freak out." The witch continues, "Your soulmate seems to be quite close. But you won't have the kind of love everyone dreams of." Azalea blushes, and Callie looks at her in confusion. The witch points at Callie and adds, "As part of the service, I will read this boy's fate too." Hearing this, he quickly declines. "Now, I am." Azalea chimes in, Come on, Callie. Do not be like that. It is. You won't lose anything. The crystal ball on the table glows brightly. And the witch exclaims, let us do it, she says. You come from a faraway place. From a place the people here can't even imagine. Callie asks, where am I from? The witch replies, I do not know. I only say what I see. Azalea asks, what do you see? The witch describes images of planes, cars, and TVs that appear in the crystal ball, saying, a metal thing flying in the sky, a vehicle that does not use horses, a person in a box. Callie is taken aback, slamming the table. What in the world is she talking about? Callie thinks in surprise. Did she just catch a glimpse of my past? The witch stares into the ball and says, there is a strange energy surrounding you. Warrior. It seems you have an angel by your side. Azalea joyfully exclaims, you have a destiny to become a fighter. Maybe that is why you always win. Callie immediately retorts, that is just superstition. If you believe it, you are a fool. Azalea pouts, irritated as she walks away. I know, but do not stray too far. You are just a slave. Callie rushes after Azalea, saying, Miss, I am very sorry. The witch looks on, surprised. He is a slave. She thinks to herself, a person with such energy can just be a slave. In the next 3 days, I need to make Azalea stop being angry. And finally, I return to the slaves' quarters, thinking I can start training as soon as I arrive. 2 tall soldiers block Callie and my mice way, saying, you look skinny. Are you really a fighter? If so, my dog could be a fighter too. Callie thinks in annoyance, why do these guys keep picking on me? He furrows his brow and says, excuse me, can I? The soldiers continue to hassle Callie. All right, if you kiss my feet, maybe. Callie replies, annoyed, have you ever been beaten by a fighter? Don't mess with me. That soldier, hearing this, got furious and brandished his spear. Thinking, how dare this slave? A voice rang out, stop. What is going on here? The 2 soldiers suddenly exclaimed, excuse me, sir. One soldier defended himself. But sir, this slave has the audacity to step into the people's area. Sir Wesley replied, this boy belongs to my guest, August. He boomed, who wants to tarnish my reputation? The 2 soldiers quickly backed off. Sir Wesley looked at Callie and said, at first glance, I did not believe you were a fighter. He asked, you are one of the fighters who defeated Doraemon's champion, right? Sir Wesley scrutinized Callie, who hesitated and replied. Yep. Sir Wesley raised his hand and said, indeed, your shoulders are quite strong. But I still can't believe you were one of the fighters who beat them. He raised an eyebrow, implying, what are you hiding? Callie's expression shifted. Sir Wesley smiled. Then he patted Callie on the shoulder and said, I apologize. I am just a bit too excited to meet one of the fighters. I will stop before I get misunderstood. He turned to leave, not forgetting to say, see you in the match. Callie thought, what the heck was that? The scene shifted to the slaves and fighters' dormitory. Callie pushed himself up with one hand, sweat pouring down. Thinking, it is true I have too much on my mind. Callie thought to himself, practicing is the best. He did one-handed push-ups, body straight up, when a voice called out. It was Tor's, asking, enjoying living in the castle for 3 days. Callie stopped his push-ups and replied, I am on the verge of dying here. Nixa looked around and assessed, this place is huge. Bigger than our last match. He looked at the strong fighters around and said, not only are there Doraemon slave fighters training here, but also fighters from outside. If we are lucky, I won't have to join. I will be skipped because the tournament is full already. Tors asked, so coach, are we among the lucky ones? Nixa replied, for now. Yep. You still need another 100 years before you can take on those fighters over there. Tors heard this and exclaimed, so you are saying I should just stay in training? I am ready to crush them all. Nixa frowned, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath. Then kicked Tors straight in the stomach. Nixa angrily said, how funny. You might even die before you can step into the arena. Stop dreaming. You fool. Nixa recounted the truth that fighters have won countless matches in a row, while many others have been buried beneath. He angrily stated, if it were not for the match, I would have killed you myself. Tors bowed apologetically. I will remember that. So sorry, coach. Nixa stroked his chin and said, no matter how strong a fighter is, there are always moments of distraction during a match. You are just too hyped up. Nixa turned to Kiro. That is why I am worried about you. Kiro. Kiro immediately replied, I will be fine. A giant chain was being dragged across the ground, and people murmured, there is Trantin. Trantin from Doraemon has arrived. Nixa turned to look and exclaimed, Trantin, a towering giant standing out in the crowd. Nixa exclaimed, Doraemon is really going all out. I can't believe he brought that guy Trantin along. Kiro's face went pale as he asked, "What is that? Is it a human?" Nixa said, "Everyone compares him to being as strong as a monster." Kali looked on in disbelief and wondered, "Is that really a superior human?" He squinted, thinking, "Is not that guy basically a Trantin from some fantasy world?" Nixa explained, "The Trantin from Doraemon. A brutal fighter who won 76 times in just 1 year." Kiro gasped, 76 victories in 1 year. Kali calculated. That means he must be fought 3 to 4 times a day. Nixa mentioned, "It is rumored that he can tear a human apart with his bare hands. So it is no surprise he is called Trantin." Kiro nervously asked, "Are we going to be in danger? I wonder what the boss can do if we end up facing Trantin." Nixa pondered and replied, "Actually, the Baron said it is still too early for you all to fight him. So there is a good chance you won't have to." Tors assessed. "Interesting. He has got the nickname Trantin. And that title does not exaggerate a thing." He added, "It is like we and he are 2 completely different species." Which made Kiro's face go white with fear. He asked Kali, "Haha, Kali, you do not want to fight that guy, right? If it were me, I would never step into the ring with him." Kali was mumbling his strategy. "If my punches can reach his jaw, I need to make him bend down. But how? I might run out of stamina first. But hitting other areas won't deal any significant damage. The gap in strength is just too massive. Honestly, I can think of a way to beat him at all." Maybe that is true. Kiro was growing more terrified, thinking, "Are you nuts? You actually want to fight that monster?" Kiro was sweating bullets, thinking, "Sometimes Kali is a bit strange. He has a pretty savage personality. I do not think he is a normal human at all." Everyone gathered around the announcement board to check. Someone announced, "Here's the schedule for the upcoming matches. Please verify if it is accurate." Someone chimed in, "This is going to be tricky to recognize. Turns out it is Joseph Doraemon." He said, "We meet again." Joseph Doraemon taunted Gardolf August. "After all, everyone will surrender when facing Trantin." Gardolf August scoffed, "Haha. Let us just wait for the match to happen." "Doraemon," Nixa quietly said to Gardolf August, "you are doing great. If he provokes you, you will just lose another fighter." Gardolf August replied, "I know that." "Nixa, what do you think I am?" He glanced at the crowd. "Who would be crazy enough to fight that monster?" Gardolf August thought, "Now I understand why Doraemon's Trantin has such a reputation." Joseph Doraemon confidently said, "I am just trying to show respect for the 3 fighters from last time. Let us just wait and see." Nixa asked in confusion, "What does he mean? Does he want the 3 of them dead?" Gardolf August replied, "I heard he made 3 fighters face Trantin. He seems to be serious about it." Nixa pondered, "That really is a death sentence for them." Gardolf August pointed at the announcement board and asked, "But Nixa, are not we here to check the schedule for the rounds?" Nixa recalled. "Oh right," Nixa explained. "Tors will fight on the first day. Kali and Kijo are on the second day. That guy Trantin will also fight on the first day. But he won't be fighting me." Gardolf August heard this and said, "It is a pity for that fighter from the other teams who has to face him." Nixa replied, "Yeah, it is really unfortunate." On the first day of the tournament, the arena was packed with spectators. The fighter's face was pale. His opponent was Oxer, who had a powerful stance. Firmly planted on the ground, the frightened fighter said, "Do not come near me." He had backed up to the edge of the ring. Oxer displayed an intimidating aura. Eyes fixated on his opponent. He threw a punch. Oxer punched the pillars in the arena. The stones cracked, and Oxer's opponent was terrified. Joseph Doraemon in the stands exclaimed, "That bastard Trantin. I told him not to wreck the pillars. He was trying to show off. I am sorry, my lord. I will make sure to fix it." But inside, Joseph Doraemon was secretly pleased. "Good job, Trantin. Show them just how strong you are." Watching the scene unfold, Kali understood. Now I get why he is called Trantin. A hint of worry crossed his face. I can't sense any humanity in him at all. The audience around shouted, "Kill him. Get up and fight." Oxer's opponent could not even stand. The crowd chanted in unison, "Kill him. Trantin. You bastard. Kill him." Oxer's opponent showed clear signs of fear, quickly saying, "I surrender. I will let you win." Oxer replied, "The audience wants me to." Oxer clenched his fist and shouted, "I will kill you." Oxer's opponent stared wide-eyed in terror as blood splattered. And the audience was thrilled. Kali's hands trembled. He thought, I have seen many people die in the arena before, but I have never seen a death so brutal. He gasped in fear. It is like a human fighting a monster. Oxer's opponent was taking hit after hit. Kali pondered. Luckily Trantin does not know any professional techniques. If he did, How could a human Kali's thoughts were interrupted by a voice? He was asking Kali. Are you still thinking about how to beat him? Kali awkwardly replied. Oh no. Thinking to himself. Either way, I probably won't get a chance to fight Tran 10. Kijo advised Kali. Stop daydreaming. If you face someone like that Tran 10, you have no chance of winning. Tors chimed in. Right. And now he not only wants to defeat his opponents, he wants to kill them too. Just as he finished speaking, down in the arena, Oxer had grabbed his opponent by the head and yelled, August the Wild. Tors. He never gives up. He took down his opponent after pouring every ounce of strength into the final match of the opening day. Tors was panting. His face showed clear excitement, while Kali contemplated. Tomorrow, his face turned serious. I will fight on it. Azala's question pulled Kali back to reality. Kali, do you like boys? Kali answered. Of course not. Miss. Is that all you called me for? Azalea continued. Usually. Other guys can't even speak when they face me. That is why I asked. Since you seem so calm. She looked at Kali and asked. Do not you feel nervous at all? Azalea walked and talked, saying, I have heard that many fighters died on the opening day. I might not see you again after tomorrow. Kali replied, I am not some fancy lady like you. I have nothing to lose. Azalea laughed and said, You have got a sharp tongue. Wait. Is it because you are a fighter that you can talk like that? She handed Kali an apple and said, If you win tomorrow, she turned to Kali and said, I will spend a lot of time with you as your victory prize. Kali took a bite of the apple and replied, Do not worry. I will. The second match bell rang. Kali wrapped his hands and said, Finally. It is day 2 of Kali's match. Nixa observed Kali's body. He had changed so much. He noticed the difference. Kali's back and shoulder muscles were significantly bulkier than before. The scene shifted to the arena, where the announcer introduced a veteran with 21 wins from the Vataman training camp, the Steel Wall, Seza. Even though Seza's opponent looked like a little dwarf, he had just defeated a seasoned fighter, Kali, the next fighter from the Ogusi training camp. The audience grumbled. Are we really watching this lame match after coming all this way? Is that guy even getting enough food? He looks like he just crawled out of a dump. Kali overheard those whispers in the stands. Azalea thought hopefully, Kali will win. Someone's voice rang out. The result is pretty clear. Willem Joseph struck up a conversation with Azalea. That fighter Seza is getting a lot of attention lately. Maybe he will be a champion in the future. Azalea felt annoyed, thinking, there is nothing here that interests me, which is why I ended up in this place. She forced a smile back at Willem Joseph. Still, I believe the guy on our side will win. Willem Joseph boasted. Physique is the absolute criterion in boxing. I am not sure if I have mentioned that to you yet, but I have fought in the past too. Azalea thought to herself. What is this pathetic guy bragging about? She said. Why do not we bet on this? I am betting on that guy. She set the condition. If he loses, I will spend time with you tomorrow. Willem Joseph's face lit up with excitement. He asked. Great, but what if I lose? What do you want me to do? Azalea replied. I saw a ruby necklace at the craft shop I visited yesterday. Upon hearing this, Willem Joseph immediately said, Deal. This is a fun bet. Miss Azalea. He thought to himself. Is it really that simple? Do you think I am interested in you? Willem Joseph confidently asserted. You are betting on a match where you will definitely lose. Under the arena, says Kali. Looks like I am going to have an easy win. If you want, blame the master for throwing you into this match. Kali sighed and said irritably. Everyone's the same, he angrily said. You guys fight like amateurs. Kali's fierce expression challenged. Come on then, Seza scoffed. Little brat taunt. He charged at Kali, who quickly dodged. Just as I thought. He analyzed his opponent. He had muscles like they were made of metal. With his thick skin, he won't go down easily even if I land a punch on his jaw. Here it comes. The opponent just launched an attack, and Kali seizes the moment, ducking down and quickly stepping back, creating a slight gap. You are pretty good at dodging those hits, he smugly thinks. Well then, I will make sure you can T-dodge anymore. He takes a deep breath. Kali is taken aback as he unleashes a flurry of punches. Willem Joseph in the stand sighs, confidently declaring, that is it. It ends here. Azalea Grim Reaper. Our round is over. Before he can finish, the person next to him exclaims. What? Everyone is stunned. What? Are you kidding? He is throwing rapid-fire punches. But Kali is not backing down. Dodging one after another. Willem Joseph can't believe his eyes. What the hell? He grinds his teeth in disbelief. No way. The crowd buzzed with chatter. Hold up. Is that the fighter? Is that the one who took down Dorman's champion? I heard he won with his eyes closed. Is that really true? Willem Joseph was astonished by the murmurs. Wait, is that for real? Azalea rested her chin on her hand. sporting a victorious smile. The audience was in awe. Callie pondered. Can I take him out in one hit? As he fought, thoughts raced through his mind. Should I unleash a barrage to break his guard? Seza threw a hook, and Callie ducked to avoid it, questioning his own stamina. Do I have enough in me? Callie hesitated, eyeing Seza's shoulder. 2 parts courage. Seza panted. You little punk. Callie thought. I can't let this chance slip away. He immediately lunged forward, landing a punch right in Seza's gut. Seza's ribs shattered, and Callie felt exhilarated. Yep. That is how you do it, the commentator analyzed. He delivered a punch with a burst of speed, perfectly shifting his weight. Callie reminisced about his grueling training and thought, looks like I am finally reaping the rewards of all that hard work. Something I never dared to dream with my fragile body before. It was not just a punch based on the opponent's movement and weight, Callie observed Seza, bloodied and battered. Thinking, this punch holds the pure power of Callie. Seza doubled over, clutching his stomach, while Callie continued to strike his jaw. Feeling proud. You have grown up, Callie. The crowd erupted. Goat. Kid. Knock him out. Not bad for a little guy. Willem Joseph's eyes went wide in shock. Callie's fist is tightening. That must hurt. Seza's body was crumbling. The massive armor he wore. Callie watched. It is all falling apart. As Seza gritted his teeth. He roared, summoning every ounce of strength for a punch. Callie quickly circled behind, attacking his side. Seza fought. This is not just a punch. Something pierced through him. Seza hit the wall. It felt like a spear, piercing through everything. The spear flew towards the wall, and then smashed through the massive stone barrier. A sharp spear. And that spear was Callie's punches. Callie concentrated. Here. He threw a straight punch at Seza's face. Azalea in the stands was on the edge of her seat. Determined. I will do it again. Nixa watched the match. Tense. Callie clenched his fist, pouring all his strength into this blow. This is my life. He unleashed the decisive blow. Seza's face was a mess of blood. He lost consciousness and collapsed, while Callie gasped, raising his hand in victory. Gwylent Joseph stood up, stunned. No way. Azalea smirked. Oh wow. I actually won. She emphasized. I am looking forward to that trophy. Gwylent Joseph left in disgrace, fuming. Damn it. If only he had fought more seriously. It would not be this humiliating. Gad of August bragged. That boy is my champion. I have trained him well. Damn it. Callie looked toward Gad of August, placing a hand on his chest to show loyalty, then raised his hand high to signify victory. Gad of August was extremely pleased. He was looking at me. That guy knows how to show his gratitude. Callie was thrilled. Did it? He was overjoyed. I have gotten stronger. Nix's voice echoed. What an amazing match. He handed Callie a towel and said. The crowd, along with the nobles, must have been impressed by your performance. Callie replied. Thanks, man. Suddenly, his hand throbbed with pain. Nixa unwrapped Callie's bandage. His hand was severely injured, bruised to the point of turning black. Nixa said, soak it in water. Callie soaked his hand in water, and Nixa sighed. As expected, you have still got a long way to go. Callie looked at his reflection in the water and thought, I did not even notice the pain. If I pushed myself a bit harder, my tendons might have been damaged. Tors praised him. Your fragile body is still the same. But you did well. I thought you only knew how to use your brain. Kijo trembled so much he stuttered. Callie. You won. I am sure I will win too, Tors reminded Kijo. Stop shaking. You are even using my chair for support. Nixa reassured Kijo. Take a deep breath. Are you going out there unable to throw a punch? Kijo anxiously said. The crowd's noise keeps echoing in my ears. Kijo struggled to breathe. I feel suffocated. I might go crazy. Seriously, Callie thought to himself. Looks like he is panicking. Not surprising since his spirit is pretty weak. Callie spoke. Chill out. Do not overthink it. Just step back and use your long arms like you did last time. Kijo worriedly said. Forget everything else. Is that even possible? A little while later, Kijo returned covered in injuries, his face bruised. He bragged. I won. I won. Hell yeah. Kijo raised his hands in victory. The glow of triumph seemed to light him up. Tors rolled his eyes. That annoying guy. Callie just chuckled at the sight. Haha. Kijo grabbed Callie's hand and said. Thanks. I followed your advice and won. Callie replied. Yeah. That is how it should be. Kijo gained more confidence. I am strong. I am the best. Callie thought. That is a desperate measure. But maybe this guy does have some talent. The next day, Azalea would not stop talking. You should have seen that guy's face. It was pale and his hands were shaking. Callie stood outside Azalea's room and asked, What will you do if I lose? Miss. The servant was helping Azalea put on her dress, and she replied, Did not you say you would win? Thanks to that. You have got the title of my protector, Kali responded. That is true. But it is also thanks to Miss Azalea's kind heart. Azalea called out. I will take that as a compliment. Once Azalea finished changing, she looked at Kali and said, Kali. Just then, Get Off August rushed over and said, Azalea, there you are. He was panting and said, a guest has come to see you. Azalea wondered. Who is this guest that has you all worked up? Get Off August replied. It is the second son of Earl Joseph. Azalea felt an ominous premonition. Could it be? Outside the mansion, the voice of Will and Joseph echoed. She is one of the potential fiancés chosen by the August estate for me. He smiled and said, I found a beautiful girl with stunning red hair and quickly realized something. Will and Joseph? The second son of Duke Joseph. Introduced himself. Let me introduce myself. I am Will and Joseph, the second son of Duke Joseph. Azalea thought to herself. He knows I am a girl from a lesser-known family and is getting all cocky. She pondered that the Joseph family was influential in central politics, and her father must be thrilled to find a potential husband for her. Watching her father's behavior, Azalea felt annoyed, thinking, my dad is acting like a greedy jerk. For crying out loud, Will and Joseph presented a necklace. This is the ruby necklace I promised you, as you said. It is handcrafted beautifully, and it matches your hair color. Azalea looked at the necklace in her hands, thinking, I am totally embarrassed right now. Azalea, though annoyed, still had to pay her respects. Thank you. You are quite a respectable person who keeps your word. Now, if you will excuse me, Will and Joseph continued. Even though I lost the bet, would you honor me with your company? Azalea felt like she would have been stabbed in the heart. She wanted to leave before he even said that. Gardolf August noticed the discomfort on Azalea's face. He took his daughter's hand and said, Haha. It seems you are too embarrassed to speak. We will be ready shortly, Will and Joseph replied. Yep. Please take your time. Azalea stormed into the house, shouting, What the hell are you talking about? I have no intention of spending time with that jerk, Gardolf August quickly replied. Azalea, wait a minute, he pleaded. Could you spare just a little bit of time for this old man? You might find some good qualities in him, Gardolf August added. And I want you to have a better life than this August territory. Azalea felt a bit swayed. She sighed. Just this once. I want to see him again if he comes back, Gardolf August ordered the servant. While Kali, standing off to the side, thought to herself, what a pathetic gentleman, he reflected. He runs a training camp without knowing anything about boxing, and only thinks about short-term profits. He has sold off the trainees, the assets of the August estate, yet somehow has not gone bankrupt. Will and Joseph's voice rang out. The little fighter comes from here. He looked at Kali with disdain, saying, no wonder she is so confident. Kali, confused, exclaimed. What? Will and Joseph's face showed disgust as he said, this disgusting feeling. You two set me up, did not you? Filthy slave with that horrible face. He slapped Kali and added, you better count your blessings this time, he warned. You will fall in the arena soon enough. Will and Joseph quickly changed his tone and said to Azalea, shall we go? Miss Azalea. Kali scowled. Blood boiling. Look at this punk. Under the bright sunlight, the lake shimmered, reflecting the sky. Nearby, male and female servants lined up in front of a couple sitting on a carpet by the lake. Kali is lying on the grass, her head resting on her arms, eyes focused intently in one direction. She is thinking to herself, wondering if it is wise to leave her alone with that chaotic kid. But those scary thoughts do not last long as her gaze is fixed on a couple sitting in the crowd, one guy and one girl, lounging on a red carpet with a basket of food. Kali's eyes shift upward to the sky, where rays of sunlight break through the clouds, and she quietly thinks, what a beautiful day. Her eyes narrow as she slowly drifts back into old memories. A long time ago, a scream pierced the air as Kangti sat down, a fist flying straight toward him. Kangti tilted to the side, thinking, this is too loud. He countered the blow, landing a solid punch right in the face of his opponent. Wearing those bright red boxing gloves, Kangti thought, just keep hitting and punching. The guy he struck went down, blood streaming from his nose and eyes wide in shock, with a smug grin on his face. He thought to himself, after taking a hit from me, there is no way that guy's getting back up. That is when Kangti thought he was in for a surprise. Feeling a stick crash right into the back of his head, he whispered to himself. That stick slammed straight into his temple. Blood dripped down his arm, and he was in agony. He lived for violence, hoping that his broken fist would find some kind of justice. Each punch landing hard on the man. Blood splattering everywhere. Blood flowed into his eyes, his fists covered in cuts. Kangti struggled to sit up, thoughts swirling in his mind. Wishing he could turn back time, he vowed he would never be that bloodied man again. The scene around him seemed to blur, with only a knife glinting coldly, stabbing into that weak heart. Kali jolted awake, eyes wide and startled, gasping for breath, hands clutching his chest. Still shaken. He thought maybe it was all just a dream. Kali sank deep into thought, realizing he had a second chance, but staring blankly into space. He pondered. If he could go back to the past, he would not live so recklessly and dangerously. A handmaiden rushed towards him, calling out, "Kali, it is not good." The sound of rustling grass filled the air. A bottle of wine spilled on the lawn, and Azalea shouted, "What are you doing?" Willen snapped back, "You spoiled brat. Do you even know how much that ruby necklace is worth?" He tightened his grip. "If you take this, you will have to pay with your body." His hand clenching tightly around her wrist. Face flushed with anger. Azalea, eyes blazing with anger, shot back, "Don't be ridiculous. That is our bet, is not," as she scolded. The bastard. She kicked him right between the legs, and Willen's face turned pale instantly, his face like a spoiled fruit. Eyes bloodshot, mouth snarling. Willen slapped her across the face in retaliation, and from afar, Kali felt a surge of anger, wiping his brow. That bastard. But in front of him appeared 4 male servants. One of them said, "I can't let you near the young master. You rookie fighter." Kali's face darkened, his hands clenched. "You let me, and I will spare you. What do you say?" The tall servant scoffed. "A half-baked martial artist like you won't be of any use in a real fight." The guy next to him chuckled. "Come on, man." Before he could finish, a punch landed squarely on his face. He screamed, "My eye! My eye!" Facing him were his own fingers being twisted and Kali's fierce gaze. His shout sent the 3 other servants white with fear. The tall servant ran off, leaving behind a warning in the wind. "I will go get the guards. Hold him down." The other 2 did not have time to react, only able to shout, "Hey!" Kali's eyes glared at them as the guy he punched right at his feet with a fierce tone. Kali said, "Come on." The 2 male servants stared back, terrified. Over on this side, the chaos of insults erupted. Azalea yelled, "You let me. Don't you feel ashamed doing this?" Willen growled, "You dare to defy me, on top of the grass." He pinned Azalea down, gripping her wrist tightly as he shouted, "Stay still." Azalea struggled against him. "You let me." He sneered. "Don't resist, you filthy brat." Kali dashed towards them, delivering a powerful kick to Willen's face. He flew back a distance, hand clutching his face. And Willen roared in anger. "What the hell?" Grinding his teeth, Kali spat out each word. "You bastard," pointing at him, his eyes sharp. He yelled, "Do you even know what you are doing?" Willen retorted, his eyes narrowing. "Of course. I am just trying to get compensation for the Zubi necklace." The mocking glint in Kali's eyes flashed red as he repeated, "Compensation." A moment flashed in his mind, blood streaming from his knuckles, not stopping as it dripped down. Willen laughed scornfully. "What is wrong with you, you filthy slave?" Before he could finish, a fist was already flying towards his face. A punch packed with power left Willen's face bruised and bloodied, while Kali tightly clutched his hair, repeating, "You will pay for this." Losing his mind, he pressed Willen's head down into the water. In a panic, he exclaimed, "A life is at stake." Grabbing Willen's hair, he asked, "Are you even conscious?" Continuing to drown him, Kali shouted, "Do you think you are royalty? That everything in this world belongs to you? You just do whatever you want?" Azalea, horrified, cried, "Kali, stop it." With barely a breath left, Willen mumbled, "Please spare me. Forgive me, I was wrong." Kali replied, "I hope you learn your lesson by the end of this." Kali turned to Azalea and asked, "Miss, are you okay?" Azalea, in shock, said, "Do you even realize what you just did?" Tears streamed down her face as she sobbed. "He is the son of that powerful noble family. You need to run. Get as far away as you can." The tall figure of Duke Nam arrived with a group of soldiers, turning to Kali and saying, "You better stop there. You have crossed the line." Kali calmly replied, "It seems too late for that." Azalea looked at him in fear. Willen crawled up, drenched, his eyes filled with rage as he shouted, "You are not getting away." He pointed at Kali and yelled, "Kill him." The news spread like wildfire among the nobles about the second son of the Joseph family being attacked by a lowlife. This quickly circulated among the nobles during the harvest festival. Willen walked heavily, his heart boiling with anger. Determined not to let his family become a laughingstock, he thought, "I have to kill that damn lowlife." A brutal thought flooded his mind as he quickened his pace, his eyes glinting with malice. Willen smirked wickedly, thinking, from now on, the Agest family will never step foot in politics again. Gardolf slammed his hand on the table, cursing. "Damn it," he angrily exclaimed. "How could this happen? I thought everything was going smoothly. But the Joseph family," Gardolf shouted. "That Willen Joseph? How dare he touch my daughter?" Nixa, anxious beside him, said. Kali is locked up in prison and labeled as a traitor. We can get him out. She insisted. Gardolf stammered, his face filled with fear. What are you talking about? Get him out. Just treat him like he is already dead. He justified. I am grateful he saved my daughter. But if we bring him back, this family will collapse. Nixa lowered her head and replied. Yep. Silently thinking, a slave's life. The door to the room swung open. Azalea walked in, a bruise still visible on her cheek. Panting as she called out, Dad. Gardolf, astonished, said. Azalea. Then he added, what is wrong? You should rest a little longer. Azalea shook her head, her eyes resolute. Please save Kali. She continued, he saved me twice. And even if he is a slave, he deserves to be treated fairly. Azalea pressed on. Even a monster gets treated well when it saves its master. But Kali. Gardolf sighed. I will handle this, Nixa. Azalea struggled against Nixa's grip, saying, I know what you are going to do. You are going to abandon Kali. Nixa explained. There is no other choice for him now. Azalea blamed herself, her thick fingers trembling as she thought. Kali. Meanwhile, at the western prison, surrounded by sturdy iron bars, the damp ground added to the grim atmosphere. A cheerful prisoner across from Kali's cell said, Hey bro. You really took down a noble. Ah. Han excitedly replied. That is awesome. You are our hero. Kali sat quietly in the dark corner, listening to Han. Suddenly, Kali asked, What got you in here? The prisoner just laughed and said, I am a pickpocket. Kali chuckled softly, his eyes flashing with mock disdain. Pathetic, Han retorted. I might lose a hand. And you might lose that head of yours. Kali fell into deep thought upon hearing this. A guard slammed the bars of the prisoner's cell and shouted, Hey. Shut it. The prisoner just smiled brightly. Kali reflected. I missed my chance to box again. But then a faint smile crossed his face as he thought, if I had not saved Azalea back then, I would regret it for life. In court, surrounded by countless nobles, Kali stood in the middle of the room with two guards beside him. The judge asked sternly, Slave of the Aegist family, Kali, do you admit to assaulting Joseph? He turned to look at Willen and the four male witnesses. Continuing. The victim, Willen Joseph, and four other witnesses have testified against you. Kali boldly replied. I admit. The crowd began to stir, with nobles shouting, Chop off his head and hang it at the city gates. Tear him apart and make him pay for his crimes. Some nobles hurled insults at Kali, yelling, You worthless slave. Kali thought irritably. What a bunch of pathetic losers. He remembered when Azalea was caught by Willen, desperately trying to break free. He thought, Willen gets away with hurting Azalea. Ah. The judge declared. This court sentences Kali to death. He continued. If anyone has an objection, now's the time to speak up. A hand shot up, and Wesley said, Wait a minute. Before you pass judgment, can I say a few words? Wesley stood up and said, This slave has committed a heinous crime. But right now it is harvest festival season. He added, This is a time for us to show mercy, even to beggars. The nobles exchanged glances upon hearing this. Wesley continued, I am not claiming he is innocent, but let him die as a slave. He looked at Lord Doraemon, saying, Lord Doraemon has a slave named Oxer. Wesley added, I heard that this Oxer has been executed several times already. Doraemon chuckled and replied, That is right. Wesley said, Let us arrange a match between him and Oxer for entertainment. Picture the crowd cheering and singing. Wesley continued, A fight between a fighter timer and Oxer. That is practically a death sentence, is not? Doraemon laughed heartily and replied, Exactly. Wesley went on, For a slave who is also a fighter, dying in battle would be a mercy. On the final day, I want to organize a match between slave Kali and Oxer. Kali was stunned, thinking, a match with Oxer, looking towards the Joseph family. Wesley said, Of course. This is only if Lord Joseph agrees. A middle-aged man with silver hair and a neat silver beard, his serious eyes exuding authority, glanced at Wesley. That was Lord Joseph. Lord Joseph nodded and said, Do as you wish. Wesley sighed, thinking, both he and Lord Joseph wanted to satisfy their grievances against each other. Surely, this was the most mutually agreeable compromise. Wesley recalls Kali's previous performance. The fighter's movements were so graceful. If it were not for this situation, I would have already picked him up. The judge made a decision. So on the last day of the Harvest Festival, I will replace the lion match with a showdown between Doraemon's Oxford and Kali. Then slam the judge's gavel down to end the session. The nobleman then left, leaving only Kali standing there. Willen showed up, saying tomorrow is a sure death for you. You slave. Kali just shot him a glance. Seeing this, Willen spat at his face and laughed out loud. Kali wiped the spit off his face, thinking to himself, If there is a God who brought me here, They must want to see me pushed to the edge of a cliff, forced to climb forever. Kali chuckled softly, thinking, then I will just give it my all. He pulled the chain taut in his hands and grinned, his face set with determination. I will survive until the end and reach the top with these 2 fists. On the wall hung iron chains. And the guard said, this is the waiting room for people. As they reached the door, the guard continued, I heard you were trying to protect your lady. Pretty loyal. I will cheer for you. Sitting in the dark with his hands shackled, Kali pondered. Outside, he heard the noise and the guard's voice. No visiting allowed. Then came Kaio's voice. Just a moment. Kali looked surprised towards the door. He called out each name. Tours. And all the coaches. Kai piped up. That idiot is him. Kali leaned in and asked, are you crying? Upon hearing this, Kai burst into tears, thanking him for pulling him back before. Damn. He deserved it. Why you? Tours chimed in. Initially, I really hated you because you always complained. He continued with a tense face. But you are a good person. Kali, do not die on me. Nixa brought a bowl of porridge to Kali, saying, Andy, you need strength to fight. He added, as you can see, the power of the foot spirit is beyond our imagination. The only downside is he does not have any skills. After saying that, Nixa turned to leave, wishing him luck, alongside Kaio's bewildered face and Tor's shocked expression moving towards the door. The door slowly closed, and Kali smiled happily, thinking to himself, there are still people who care about my death. That is more than enough for me. A pair of pink high heels appeared at the door. Kali was stunned to see that person here. Kali said, Miss Azalea, why are you here? Azalea smiled sadly and replied, I am not the kind of person to abandon my benefactor. Kali just laughed and said, you should worry about yourself first. You were caught by a gang and being stalked by a creep, Azalea said slowly. If you are that worried, then she continued, why not keep protecting me yourself? After saying that, Azalea hugged Kali's neck. She leaned in close to him. In that cold cell, Azalea gently pressed her lips to Kali's, leaving him stunned. After breaking apart, Kali stared at her and asked, Miss, what just happened? Azalea shouted, I do not know. I do not know. Tears streamed down heavily onto the ground. Her voice choked as she said, promise me, just like last time. Azalea cried, promising me you will win. Kali chuckled softly, saying, how could I dare to die like this? He continued, I promise to protect you until you grow up a little more. Azalea gently nodded, smiling sweetly in response. As it was time to step into the arena, Doraemon said, it is time to hit the field. A Trun Tin. Facing him was a muscular man who turned away, ignoring him, with a wicked grin. Doraemon declared, this is a death match, so no binding ropes. Feel free to beat him to a pulp. And remember to take him out in the most brutal way possible. Got it. Dropping the piece of meat he was eating onto the ground, Oxer stood up and looked ahead. Stepping outside, a voice boomed. It is the spotlight of this festival. The executioner is Tron Tin from Viola Mung. The voice continued. Oxer appeared, his muscular frame radiating lethal energy. The voice went on, and there he was, the condemned man, the slave warrior Kali, emerging with a gate in hand, but his gaze was fiercely determined. The crowd erupted with cheers. Tear him apart. Show that criminal the law of this land. Execute him. Kill him. Oxer gritted his teeth, followed by a massive roar. Kali, with his iron book removed, calmly remarked, this guy's pretty solid. He continued, the death skill has leveled up too. Facing Oxer, whose shirt was torn apart, Kali wrapped fabric tightly around his arms, thinking, with that physique, he does not need any technique. He assumed a fighting stance, his right foot positioned behind him. The man charged forward. Kali's first punch landed on Oxer's ribs, who dodged him. Then came Oxer's counterpunch, but Kali quickly dodged, thinking to himself, that attack was totally ineffective. Oxer's punch sliced through the air, but its terrifying force sent dust flying everywhere. The two fighters gritted their teeth, glaring at each other. Kali silently cursed, damn. What kind of muscle can throw a punch that stirs up a cloud of dust? Oxer snarled, you are lucky to be alive. Kali confidently replied, at least the heavens are fair. I have got the death skill, while you are just a lump. He muttered to himself, he is too strong, and thought further. But a person can use their intellect to overcome weaknesses and create opportunities. Kali's eyes seemed to spark with electric determination. He thought, they are a species that has fought against enemies much stronger than themselves. With each determined step, Kali approached Oxer. The crowd gasped. Is he out of his mind? He is actually going in. Only Kiro and Tors watched in silence, while Doraemon rested his chin on his hand, grinning smugly. Is he actually giving up? Planning to die with honor? Kali smirked, staring back at Oxer, who returned the look with equal intensity. Following that, He unleashed a surprise strike towards Callie, but he skillfully dodged. Callie told himself, I can't stop dodging. If I get hit, it is because I am too slow. He thought, I will get hit if I move even a fraction of a second late. That speed combined with his size is truly monstrous. Oxer attacked wildly towards Callie, and witnessing the fight, Wesley remarked, what a shame for him. Wesley continued, with that kind of bravery and skill, he is not just an ordinary guy. Thinking to himself, this might bring about a new era of boxing. He threw a punch at Callie. Wesley speculated. Instead of trying to land a single knockout blow, he focused on accumulating damage bit by bit. Wesley pondered the punches Callie delivered. Sometimes he got hit back, and Oxer growled, you coward. Callie thought, all right, go crazy and get pumped up. Callie raised his fist, thinking that his opponent's moves would become more predictable. With that, he evaded while striking at Oxer's hip, leaving the spectators gasping in surprise. Wesley marveled. Realizing this was a whole new level of boxing, he grinned excitedly, watching the match unfold. While Oxer, furious, shouted for him to get lost. Spotting the perfect opportunity in the red mark on Oxer's body, Callie's eyes sharpened as he thought, now's my chance. The two strikes seemed to collide, and Callie delivered a powerful punch right into that red spot, leaving Oxer gaping in pain. Callie mused to himself about the bacon technique, noting that while it is not a boxing move, it packs a tremendous punch. The downside, it makes predicting the trajectory of the hit easy. Oxer, cradling the spot he had just been attacked, staggered backward. Callie chuckled to himself, thinking, I am doing this because my opponent is a total rookie. Meanwhile, Doraemon gasped, slamming his hand against the armrest, exclaiming, this is impossible. There is no way anyone can defeat my defenses. Both Kiro and Tors were astonished witnessing the fight. Tors thought, this is just how he is, continuously messing with everyone's hopes. A guy who throws in variables like it is a buffet, all while wearing a proud smile. Then Tors sighed lightly, and Kiro, grinning, said, cheer up, buddy. At this rate, Callie might actually win. Kiro joined in the laughter. Callie's strategy was not about landing a jaw-rattling punch like usual, but about accumulating damage and fatigue. Callie was panting hard, but his eyes were filled with confidence and determination. The bigger his body, the quicker the effects and accumulation happened in his muscles. The oxygen debt in his blood was a common sign of this effect. Oxer was pushed back from the blow. However, veins bulged on his body. His face twisted in anger. Oxer retaliated with a powerful punch aimed at Callie, and Callie realized he had underestimated him. Callie thought in disbelief, this crazy monster can still move. He stepped back, thinking his goal was to wear him out. But now it seemed he would be the one exhausted first as Oxer charged at him. Next, Oxer unleashed a fierce blow, and Callie gasped, thinking, this is bad. He bent to dodge the punch, panting, realizing he could barely breathe anymore. Watching the punch come straight at him, Callie cursed under his breath. Damn it. He was sent flying, landing far away, covered in dust and shaken, his arms trembling. Remembering Oxer's previous attack, Callie cradled one arm, thinking, if I had not jumped back before taking that hit, my arm would have been shattered. Oxer seemed to still have plenty of strength left. Exhaling heavily, suddenly, Oxer staggered. His vision blurred as if there were multiple Callies looking back at him, mumbling incoherent sounds. Oxer focused on his right hand, holding his head, while Callie watched him warily. Oxer reflected, this is the first time something like this has happened. The reason I can fight so many rounds in a day is that I have never moved this aggressively before. I always finish things in one strike. He recalled how his opponents fell. Callie smirked, thinking, looks like the rookie's in trouble too. After all, we are all just human. Oxer cradled his head, breathing heavily, and Callie thought, Dratron 10's time is running out. This might be my last chance. He charged swiftly towards Oxer. He throws a punch at Callie, while Tran Ting is running on fumes. Callie thinks to himself, this is it, he is going all in. He lands a heavy punch to Oxer's chest, and Oxer's eyes bulge in shock, his face turning a shade of purple. Callie grimaces as he sees his trembling hand, realizing his wrist is likely sprained. Seeing Oxer clutching his injury, face distorted in pain, Callie does not hesitate. This is the moment. With a fierce determination in his eyes, he charges forward, ready to unleash his next blow. He slams his fist into Oxer's face, sending him tilting to the side. But just like that, Oxer retaliates, charging straight at Callie. Callie does not hold back. He keeps attacking, aiming for Oxer's neck. Just as he lands a punch, he feels a crack in his own wrist and lets out a grunt of pain. But he is determined. One last powerful strike to Oxer's back sends him reeling, frothing at the mouth, eyes glazed over. A loud thud echoes as Oxer collapses, motionless on the ground. The arena falls silent. Then whispers begin to ripple through the crowd. How is this possible? The spectators, including Trantin, stare in disbelief. Oxer is out cold. Only Kijo and Tors are cheering wildly. Shouting, Callie did. He won. Clutching his broken hand. Callie thinks, if Oxer had boxed properly, there is no way I could have beaten him. Looking at Oxer on the ground, Callie mooses. You would think that loser would have learned to manage his stamina. Just then, Oxer's hand twitches, rising from the ground, and Tors gasps. Wait, what? Callie stares at Oxer, muttering, what a monster. Oxer, cradling his shoulder, lets out a low growl before charging at Callie once more. Callie curses. Damn it, as a brutal punch lands squarely in his chest, making him cough up blood. He is sent flying, crashing hard onto the ground. Spitting out more blood, the crowd yells, that is dirty. But hey, is not this a life or death fight? Callie thinks, damn. This hurts like hell. As Oxer charges at him, Callie thinks in fury. Damn it. He can believe that Oxer is still moving then. A heavy kick slams into his chest. Callie doubles over, stumbling back. But just then, another attack comes at his arm. He can't dodge in time and is sent flying again. While Oxer laughs maniacally, moving toward Callie, Oxer stomps down hard on his foot. Then, with a fierce glare, Callie shouts out. Oxer's laughter grows more deranged as he grips Callie's throat with one hand. Callie's face turns pale, desperately trying to pry Oxer's hand off, but it is no use. With trembling legs, Callie thinks in rage, this is ridiculous. He clenches his jaw tight to stop the blood from pouring out of his throat, his eyes burning with fury as he thinks, is this boxing? Oxer, in a frenzy, lifts Callie by the throat with one hand, and Callie screams in pain. Then Oxer wraps his arms around Callie, tightening his grip. All that can be heard now is Callie's anguished screams as if his bones are cracking, his face flushed with anger. He bellows, you bastard. I am not going down without a fight. Suddenly, Callie taps into a surge of strength, yanking Oxer's head back. In that moment, he lunges forward and bites down hard on Oxer's hand. Oxer, in agony, is forced to release Callie and lets out a loud, pained roar. Meanwhile, Callie, unexpectedly freed, crashes hard onto the arena floor. You cough up a mouthful of blood and struggle to get back on your feet. The audience is left in shock, whispers spreading like wildfire. Did he just bite off that Trontin's hand? That is brutal. On the arena floor, Callie slowly stands up and sneers. So your blood is not green like those Trontin. Ah. His bloodthirsty gaze locks onto Oxer, wiping the blood from his mouth with a cold smile. Still the bright red of humanity. Oxer seems completely enraged by those words, clutching his ear where it was bitten off, his eyes blazing with fury as he stares down Callie. He lunges forward, shouting with conviction, I am gonna kill you. In that moment, Callie suddenly scoops up a handful of sand and instantly flings it right into Oxer's eyes. Dust clouds erupt, and Oxer instinctively shuts his eyes tight. Roaring in frustration, Callie stares at him, silently admitting, I won't deny that you are strong. But in the next moment, Callie swiftly delivers a sharp punch straight into Oxer's back. The heavy impact causes Oxer to collapse, but the warrior defiantly raises his hand to strike back. Callie instinctively blocks, the pain seeping through every fiber of his being. He thinks to himself, even though his body is drenched in sweat and his stomach is churning, he grits his teeth so hard that blood seeps from the corners of his mouth. Yet, his gaze remains unwavering. A determined voice echoes in his head, I do not feel any pain at all. Right after, Callie rushes and grabs Oxer's head, immobilizing him and preparing to unleash a knee strike. He leaps up and delivers a brutal knee to Oxer's face. Oxer's teeth are shattered. Blood sprays everywhere, and the sound of his agony reverberates throughout the arena. Up in the stands, Wesley gasps in fear. This is not a battle between a monster and a human. This is a showdown between a monster and the strongest human. Just then, a powerful voice rings out. Victory is yours, Callie. The rallying cry ignites like wildfire, and suddenly the entire audience roars his name in unison. The cheers resonate endlessly, drowning out everything else in support of Callie. This electrifying encouragement fuels him, giving him the strength to land a massive punch right on Oxer's nose. Blood flying everywhere. With crazed eyes locked onto Oxer, he charges forward. Oxer barely has time to think. Warrior. The fighter takes a punch to the jaw, bitter thoughts racing through his mind. How could I lose? Finally, Callie decides to pour all his strength into a direct hit to Oxer's face. The punch lands like a wrecking ball, sending Oxer reeling backward, and he struggles to open his mouth, his voice cracking. You win. Just as he finishes his sentence, Oxer's eyes roll back, his massive body collapses onto the arena floor. Lying there motionless, Callie stands there, breathless, his heart racing in sync with his rapid breaths. He raises his fist high, despite his arm feeling numb with pain. This victory truly belongs to Callie, and the stands erupt in an explosion of excitement. In stark contrast to their joy, Joseph Doraemon looks utterly defeated. My Trontin, Next, BTD Joseph's face is no better, his furious gaze locked onto Kali. Meanwhile, Kaijo and Tors are ecstatic, shouting, Kali. At that moment, Kali's body was exhausted to the point of collapse, his steps unsteady and unsure. Suddenly, he heard hurried footsteps approaching, and he glanced up. A group of soldiers appeared out of nowhere, barking orders. Don't move. You slave. The soldiers quickly surrounded Kali, their voices rising as they prepared to execute him. Kali stole a glance at their badges and thought to himself, the soldiers of Duke Joseph. A bitter smile crept onto his face. So this was his fate. Just then, a stone flew through the air, striking one of the soldiers right on the head, making him shout in surprise. Then, like a torrential rain, countless stones were hurled down, and the soldiers turned in confusion, hearing angry shouts from the stands. What the hell are you doing? The audience grew more furious by the second. Cries of leave him alone. Show some humanity. You brutes. Echoed throughout the arena. Everyone shouted in unison. Let Kali live. The soldiers were helpless against the barrage of stones, trembling as they replied, we want that too. Duke Joseph, watching from above, clenched his teeth in anger, demanding, what the hell is going on? Amidst the chaos, Count Wesley calmly spoke up. Let Kali live. Count Wesley coldly raised his sharp eyes to Duke Joseph and said, the Harvest Festival is meant to win the people's hearts. The crowd is showing sympathy for Kali. If you execute him, this festival will be meaningless. He spoke with a straight face yet full of menace, saying, Duke Joseph, I hope you understand my decision. Duke Joseph gritted his teeth, realizing he could not afford a political conflict with Count Wesley. Slowly, he stood up, struggling to suppress his rage as he called out, get up, Willen, we are leaving. Secretly vowing that he would not let the August family get away with humiliating his own. He would crush them to the point where they would never rise again. Meanwhile, Will and Joseph wore a furious expression, his eyes burning with anger as he shouted Kali's name on the arena floor, stained with blood and the marks of a fierce battle. Kali had emerged victorious against Tran Tin. When Kali was brought into the infirmary, the doctor looked at his body, covered in wounds, and could not help but exclaim in astonishment, it is a miracle he is still alive. Looking at the dying figure before him, he marveled. You have fought with this body, with that indomitable will. Nixa stood beside Tran, frowning at the doctor. He has to survive. The doctor shot back. You will have to pay more for the treatment. Hearing about the medical bills, Nixa grumbled under his breath. Damn it. That jerk got on flaw. Even if he is scared of Duke Joseph, he should not refuse to pay for treatment. Tran's voice rang out. Nixa, pay with this? As Master Azalea August removed her earrings, she hesitated for a moment and called out, Miss. She did not respond but casually pulled out one of her earrings to hand to the doctor, asking, is this enough? The doctor was quickly captivated by the sparkling earring, smiling as he replied, of course. That is more than enough. I will do my best, he said, greed clearly etched on his face, which made Nixa fume, cursing under his breath, damn those doctors. Just then, Kali on the hospital bed suddenly coughed violently, blood splattering everywhere. The cramping pain made it hard for Kali to turn and ask Azalea August, what is it? She gently wiped the blood from his mouth and replied, the death sentence has been overturned. The people do not want you dead. Azalea August's eyes welled up, and with a proud voice, she said to Kali, that victory was all yours. I am so glad you are still alive. Hearing this, Kali let out a soft sigh and lay back down, as if all his burdens had finally been lifted. He quietly repeated those words. At least he was still alive. Fast forward a few weeks later. The sky was crystal clear with gentle breezes, and Kali was comfortably napping on an old cart in the field. Suddenly, Hero popped up with a teasing grin. Look who it is. The hero of this year's Harvest Festival. The one who took down the mighty Tron Tin. Right. Kali immediately opened his eyes and shot back. The one who took down Tron Tin. Who came up with such a lame name, and chuckled and replied, everybody's calling you that. Just then, Tors walked over and chimed in with a playful jab. Lucky you. Getting paraded around like this. Kali grimaced and rubbed his temples, his voice filled with exhaustion. Shut it. I am about to die here. He then turned his gaze toward the sunset, thinking to himself that they said his bones would go cold soon. As night fell, Kali sat listlessly on the cart, deep in thought. Shocked that even the moon had its troubles, he looked sadly at his leg, now in a wooden brace, and silently mused. It is my shin that is the real problem. That big brute Tron Tin crushed it. Kali observed Gardolf with a serious expression and whispered, Nixa and Azalea convinced them not to kick me out. His intense stare caught Gardolf's attention, who quickly turned away. Clearly annoyed, seeing that reaction, Kali affirmed quietly, but you want to get proper treatment. The road to Wesley was rough. However, they had finally arrived at the August territory to rest. 3 months had flown by, and winter had come. In one room, Gardolf August suddenly punched the wall, his eyes blazing with fury. He roared in outrage. I have waited 3 months. 3 whole months. Gardolf August angrily yelled at Nixa. Say something. But all he got in response was a heavy silence. That only fueled his anger further, and he snapped, Why are you just standing there? Just then, someone heavy stepped forward. Callie walked in calmly, his expression almost unbelievable in its composure. Gardolf August ignored him and lost control, shouting, Will that leg ever heal? I heard the bones are misaligned. Nix's gaze fell slightly as he recalled Callie's leg injury and murmured. The bone broke right when he was in a growth spurt, and it shattered. He is going to end up a cripple. Gardolf clenched his fist, his cold stare fixed on Callie as he demanded, You tell me, is it true? Callie looked directly into his eyes and replied honestly, Yep. My leg will never fully heal. Hearing Callie's confession, Gardolf August cried out in agony. It is really over. What is the point of being famous as the one who defeated Trantine, if you can't even make use of that fame? He lamented about the dire situation around them, saying it is winter, and all they see is snow, with no firewood or food left. Gardolf August raised his voice in anger. This is all your fault, Callie. You provoked the Joseph family and brought this upon us. You should have died at the hands of Trantine. Hearing those venomous words, Callie's face fell, and sensing the situation spiraling out of control, Nixa gasped, muttering, I have to stop him. He can't kill or drive Callie away. Immediately, he spoke up to reassure them. Becoming a fighter is tough, but with Callie's skills, he could become a coach. Suddenly, Callie interjected, I won't become a coach. That statement plunged the room into silence. After saying it, Callie turned and headed to the training room. Kiro, surprised, looked at him and asked, Are you crazy? You are actually going to turn down the coaching position. But Callie firmly replied, Shut up. That is my choice, Kiro. Feeling lucky, retorted, Dude, the best position a retired fighter can have is as a coach. You think Nixa nominated you for that spot for no reason? He saw himself in you and gave you that chance. Hearing this, Callie's expression turned somber. Kiro's words reminded him of Nix's reproach. You think you will recover by summer? We are counting on you. The image of an old man walking with a cane echoed in his mind, his voice filled with helplessness. I do not know how to heal a broken leg. If I would not have retired so early. Those thoughts swirled in Callie's mind, plunging him into an uncertain silence. Seeing him suddenly quiet, Kiro joked. Did you hit your head too hard while fighting that guy? Losing must have messed with your brain. Callie replied with a serious tone. Stop talking nonsense. Take care of yourself first. Kiro immediately showed off his boxing skills, saying, What are you talking about? I have won 7 times already. Tors, finishing his workout, sat down next to them and asked, Did you really hit your head like Mattis said? You made the boss mad, did not you? Callie replied irritably. No matter what I do, I am still hated. What is the point of pretending to be polite? Continuing, he said seriously. They were the ones who abandoned me first. Tors laughed and said, You have got some guts. Callie did not respond but just narrowed his eyes, watching the two of them discuss training, a thought flickering in his mind while he was lying in bed for 3 months. Kijo and Tors had gone out to fight several times and made a name for themselves. Callie clenched his fist tightly and muttered, Of course, becoming a coach is a stable job, but his face showed deep dissatisfaction. If I do not fight for myself, then what is the point? In the days that followed, Callie took the initiative to help everyone gather firewood, and they smiled as they thanked her, saying, Thanks, Callie. The bald guy looked at the pile of wood in front of him and chuckled. Thanks to you. I won't have to freeze my butt off anymore. Callie shrugged it off, replying, No biggie. I just wanted to help. Suddenly, that guy stared at Callie intently and blurted out, You seem taller now, and your body looks bigger too. He exhaled a puff of white smoke into the cold air and casually asked, Really? Must be from all the firewood I am chopping. This moment, the brown-haired guy beside him spoke up with a hint of regret. If only your leg had not been injured. But before he could finish, the bald guy interrupted, scolding him, Hey, you idiot. When he saw Callie's gloomy face, he realized he had messed up. Yet, Callie calmly replied, It will get cold again soon. Callie left the rusty old vehicle behind and turned to walk away, as a voice from the group quietly suggested, It is freezing. Let us go inside. But as soon as he stepped into the house, the anger inside Callie exploded, making him punch the door hard to vent. He thought to himself, Get a grip. You have way more experience and knowledge than those fighters. The more he thought, the angrier he became. He knew the medical care here could not heal his leg. But still, suddenly, Azalea August appeared at the door, asking, You startled me. Why are you punching the door like that? Kali gently opened his room door to invite her in and curiously asked, "What brings you to my room, Miss?" Azalea casually sat down on a nearby chair and smiled teasingly. "You make it sound like I am intruding on something I should not." Kali's mind flashed back to the moment Azalea kissed him, making him blush as he thought, "Damn it. After everything that happened, I can't even look her in the eye anymore." Suddenly, Azalea broke into a deep smile, looking at Kali with gentle eyes as she said, "I came here to say goodbye." Hearing that, Kali's eyes widened in shock. He hurriedly asked, "Are you going far, Miss?" Azalea sighed and replied, "Our territory is in dire straits. And it is not just a little trouble." She explained that trade had halted due to pressure from the Joseph family, and the merchants who used to support them were hardly around anymore. Azalea then recalled the scene of the desolate streets outside and said, "It is getting colder every day, and the prices of goods in our territory are skyrocketing, not just luxury items. Even the daily essentials are running low. If this keeps up, we won't survive the winter." After grasping the dire situation of the territory, Kali fell silent, softly murmuring, "I heard things were tough out there." But he never expected it to be this bad. A few seconds later, he blurted out, "What are you planning to do?" Azalea opened her determined eyes and seriously declared, "If we can't get the supplies we need, we have to produce them ourselves." "I will take the lead," Kali nervously asked. "Is Namvector going with you, Miss?" She shook her head and replied, "I am barely alive as it is. He is scared of that jerk Joseph, so he locked himself in his room." At this, Azalea looked at him and said, "It is humiliating being targeted by these people. I have come to realize that without power, fairness and everything else is just meaningless." Hearing this, Kali felt a pang of sadness as he looked at her and thought, "She is grown up." Azalea stared down at the ground, her voice filled with helplessness. "If something happens to my family, if only I had power." Her gaze suddenly dropped to Kali's legs, and she gasped, "Kali." "Your legs," Kali replied quietly. "That is my choice. I have already prepared for it." Azalea gently stood up and said, "I have heard of people skilled in medicine who can bring someone back from the dead. If I lead the upper class, I could hear more rumors and have more connections." She confidently states, "I will definitely heal that leg." Kali is shocked and quickly tries to dissuade her. "It is, Miss. You do not need to help a slave like me." But Azalea August steps forward and gently places her hand on his shoulder, saying, "You have saved me twice." She looks up at him with determined eyes, saying, "That is more than enough." Her words seem to deeply move Kali. Moments later, he quietly watches Azalea August walk away. He gazes at her strong figure and thinks to himself, "A girl who is not even 20 is moving forward, so I should not hesitate either." Finally, he gathers his resolve and clenches his fists. A few days later, in a snowy forest, a voice asks Kali, "You said you are a fighter, right?" Kali, axe slung over his shoulder, replies, "I came here to join recovery training." The captain hesitates, saying, "Having more workers would not hurt." But then Kali cuts him off, "Will this mining help me recover?" After receiving the answer, Kali quickly gets to work, a thought sliding through his mind. Clearly, boxing with his leg in this condition is impossible since he can't use his legs. Kali grits his teeth and decides to lift the axe, telling himself, "But I have to do it. Otherwise, all my effort in coming here will be pointless." But when he swings the axe down, it does not even chop into the tree. The captain next to him bursts out laughing, saying, "You can use an axe like that. Let me show you." He steps over, grabs the axe, and demonstrates for him. The blade of the axe powerfully strikes the massive tree, creating a deep cut. Kali watches in awe, unable to help but gasp in surprise. He hands the axe back to him and says, "Strength is not the key here. It is only effective for a moment." Those words make Kali ponder deeply. Using strength for just a moment, as the sun begins to set, Kali's pile of firewood is neatly stacked to the side. Yet he continues to chop without stopping. The fatigue washes over him, making Kali quietly complain, "This work is really tough on my back and waist." Suddenly, someone rushes over, panicked, saying, "Wait, we should head back." The captain looks confused and asks, "What are you talking about? It is not time to go yet." The silver-haired man with a beard leads him to a spot with enormous footprints, saying, "These are bear tracks. It must have come here looking for prey." The captain leans down slightly, observing quietly, looking at the size of the footprints. It seems like it is a small bear that got separated from its mother, but still, we have to be careful. Let us finish up what we are doing and head home." Suddenly, the silver-haired man with a beard glanced at Kali and curiously asked, "Who is that injured guy over there?" "This is the first time I have seen him." The captain stood up and replied, "He is a fighter slave from the training center." He looked at Kali and asked, "You have heard about Kali, right? The one who fought with Trantine at the Harvest Festival." Hearing this, the silver-haired man's eyes lit up as he said, "The one who defeated Trantine." My son went to watch that match too. He pointed at you and laughed. He is the one who took down Tran Tin. He could probably catch a bear. I suggested we head home. But, upon hearing this, Captain Hong exclaimed, if we encounter a bear, the first thing you should do is run. Meanwhile, Callie was still blushing, thinking about that weird nickname. Please do not call me that strange nickname again. That night, in Callie's room, a tiny candle flickered dimly, illuminating the small corners of the room. When he saw Torres walk in, he glanced at him and asked, want me to show you a few moves? I mean, how did the infamous wild boar of August end up like this? Torres, with a bruised face, walked in and replied, I regret to admit your skills are impressive. Do not rest just yet. He reached for a glass of water on the table. Suddenly, his whole body lost balance, and he fell down. The glass of water in his hand dropped and shattered. And Kali quickly called out, Torres. He quickly got back up and said, sometimes this body just does not listen to me. It is like my eyesight suddenly went blurry. Suddenly, Kali threw a stone at Torres and shouted, catch this. He reflexively reached out his hand, but Torres could not catch the stone. Seeing this, Kali was shocked and thought, detached retina, concussion, or is it just that he has been hit too hard? Torres is the type to take punches but still gets hit often. Kali looked sternly at Torres and said, if you keep getting hit like this, you will end up seriously hurt. Torres looked back at him and replied, that is why I came to find you. Teach me some of your moves. Kali immediately switched to a fighting stance, and Torres asked, what is that pose? Kali raised his hands to block his chest and said, this is a defensive stance. You can enhance your defense by keeping your arms close to your body. Since your spatial awareness is poor right now, it is more effective than trying to dodge. Torres complied, but while holding that position, he felt something was off and said, but this will make it hard to counterattack, because of the limited view. Kali pointed out that a direct strike is easier to counter, but for side attacks, you need to move your head closer to your body. He looked at him seriously and said, when the opponent attacks, you should lean forward to gain momentum. The most important thing is not just to hit back, but to block, and then strike. As he spoke, his eyes momentarily glazed over and his voice trailed off into silence. After a moment, Kali asked, is your brain or your eyes malfunctioning? Why do not you take a break? Torres immediately shot back, clearly annoyed. Do not joke around. Do you have any idea how packed my schedule is? He frowned, especially with those guys trying to stir up trouble for us. Do you want us to fail just because I get sick? Kali, confused, covered his face and asked, wait, what does Coach Nixa want to do? Isn't he trying to keep the master from going insane? Why is he scheduling everything so tightly? Torres sighed and replied, did not you hear what the coach said? You are the only one still awake. But it seems like you are about to lose it too. Exhausted, Kali spoke with a heavy tone. If that is the case, not only will this training camp go to waste, but the whole temple will crumble. The next morning. Right now, managing the temple is the worst in the wooded area where Kali trains. Always a cold breeze blowing through. The silver-haired man with a beard grumbled as he hugged his body tightly. It is so cold this winter. I heard that last night. The couple from the Ren family ran away. The brown-haired guy nearby replied, they are engineers, so they can go wherever they want. We are just stuck here, waiting to die. Back then, Gadov's reputation was not all that great, making the townsfolk even more disgruntled. The silver-haired man glanced over at Kali and asked, hey, what happened to the kid with the injured leg? The brown-haired guy responded, Kali finished his work early. So he's been training nearby, he asked in surprise. He met his quota already, even faster than me. He probably did not go far, so when he is done, let us check in on him. At this moment, deep in the woods, in front of a gigantic tree standing tall against the snowy backdrop, Kali let out a long sigh. Then, he clenched his fist and delivered a powerful punch to the tree, followed by a flurry of punches. Fierce and without hesitation, each punch landed like he was unleashing all the anger inside him. Thud. The sound echoed through the quiet forest. After a while, his hands were bloodied. But Kali gritted his teeth and kept training, muttering to himself, this method is foolish but effective. He is using the wolf law to train. The wolf law states that when you exert pressure on bones, it increases calcium levels and bone density. In other words, if you exert enough pressure for the bones to recover and train them to their maximum potential, they will become stronger and your skeleton will turn into a weapon. That is the result he is aiming for, with each punch growing stronger. The tree trunk had been dented in, and Kali muttered, I guess I am stronger now from training my back and waist. He was determined, saying, I have to get stronger. But meanwhile, Kali was oblivious to the footsteps getting closer and closer. After a grueling training session, as Kali reached up to grab his jacket, a panicked voice called out, Kali. He nodded in response. Okay, I will be right there. But just then, a sudden scream erupted from the area of the forest where everyone was working. Seeing the silver-haired man collapse, the captain quickly asked, what is wrong? The brown-haired guy, terrified, pointed into the woods and said, "Over there." A massive dead wolf lay in the snow. Next to it were 4 or 5 weak little pups that had just been born, and the guy in red exclaimed in fear, "The wolf is dead." The silver-haired man with a beard stood up, feeling uneasy, and asked, "What the heck is going on?" The captain, curious, stepped closer to take a look and sighed in regret. "What a shame. It seems like it was attacked by a wild bear," and glanced at the wolf pups and said, "It looks like, before it died, it tried to protect its young." The person next to him replied, "Lucky for them. Poor things. The weather is brutal, and even humans struggle to find food." Just then, one of the wolf pups howled, startling Callie, who looked down. It approached him with sad eyes and gently nudged his leg. The villagers, noticing this, asked, "Do you want to keep it? It seems to like you. Take it home before it changes its mind." Callie sensed its sadness and softly replied, "Yeah, I guess you are in a tough spot too." In the end, he decided to bring it home and give it a shot. Once back in the room, Kijo was excitedly playing with the little wolf, saying, "Isn't he adorable?" But the coach knew this could lead to trouble. Callie frowned at Kijo and said, "I am going to share my food with it. I am not wasting it." Just then, Nixa suddenly opened the door and walked in. Seeing Nixa's furious, dark face, the two fell silent. Nixa approached Callie and asked, "Callie, you are eating too well. Why are you keeping a wolf? Have you moved up in the world?" Callie hugged the little wolf close and whispered, "I." But when faced with the cute face and sparkling eyes of the pup, Nixa's heart melted. "I will," he started to say, but then he hesitated. Nixa softened and said, "Fine. I will take care of it myself." At that, Callie and Kijo exchanged sly glances. Callie immediately stepped forward to grab the pup from Nixa's hands and said, "Let me take care of it." Nixa quickly stopped him, saying, "Hold on," shyly. Nixa turned away and added, "I think keeping one is okay. It seems well behaved." Kijo nudged Callie playfully and retorted, "But it is a wolf, man." Nixa blushed and replied, "Whatever. Just train it not to bite people." A moment later, Nixa said, "Get some sleep. You have got to help build the mansion tomorrow." Callie, surprised, asked, "Wait, are you saying you plan on demolishing the mansion?" "That is Nixa scratched his head, sighed, and said, "Whenever you decide on something, you go all in. But the problem is, you always take the wrong path." Suddenly, he recalled the gloomy scene in Gardolf August's room, where the man was sobbing uncontrollably. His face twisted with rage. He smiled maniacally and said, "If I succeed." Nixa remembered Gardolf August, who was always drunk, and recounted, "One day, this perpetually inebriated guy came up with a brilliant idea. He thought about inviting the nobility and merchants to watch a boxing match that was gaining popularity after the festival. To build relationships, he proudly said, he had a few fighters lined up, including the rising star Taurus. And the reputation of the academy was at stake with the upcoming punishment of Trantin. Who would not want to see a free match?" At that time, Nixa proposed to Gardolf August, "I want to invite the Catalan gang to fight. But if we are still planning to build the mansion, the costs will be steep." Yet, Gardolf August simply sighed and countered, "Why not go around the neighboring houses to raise emergency funds or some silver?" Nixa replied, flustered, "The villagers will protest." Suddenly, he became so furious that he slammed the cup he was holding down and shouted, "That is my business with the soldiers. Focus on preparing for the match." Gardolf August angrily waved Nixa away, stating that to save this kingdom, sacrifices must be made. Nixa held the paper in her hand, read a few lines, then let out a soft sigh as she stepped out. Just a few days later, a line of luxurious carriages lined up in front of the mansion, with nobles and merchants arriving for the banquet hosted by Baron Gardolf August, an unprecedented gathering of strangers at August's estate. Looking at the excited faces of everyone around, Callie spoke, "A free boxing match. Rarely does anyone turn down a fight featuring all-star champions." Below them, a fierce boxing match was raging on. August's fighters seemed to be taking hits left and right. Callie observed quietly and thought to himself, "The Catalans are truly talented fighters." He quietly watched the match from the sidelines, pondering how professional fighters do not live as slaves. Just then, Torres beside him exclaimed, "Catalan has won." At that moment, someone approached and asked, "Hey, are you that famous Callie?" Callie casually glanced over and replied, "I'm not famous. But yeah, you must be the new slave." The guy confidently introduced himself, "I am Shram from the south. I am a sailor." But Callie bluntly shot back, "You do not really look like a sailor." Hearing this, Shram laughed and said, "Well, it's my ship, so I got captured by a slave trader. I am gonna earn some cash to buy my freedom and go home. We always talk about the strongest guy here. And your name comes up." He smiled at Callie and said, "I guess the rumors about you are just hot air, compared to Torres. You look weak and pathetic. Like you are just broken. But Kali's response was completely indifferent as he replied, if you are an apprentice, you should start training harder. Shram thought in disbelief, not caring. He stepped in front of Kali and extended his hand, saying, nice to meet you. Let us shake. In his mind, he thought derisively. A cripple like you thinks you can compare to the ace Taurus. Shram confidently thought to himself. He would guide you like a dog and win back his freedom. As Kali slowly reached out to shake his hand, suddenly, he gripped Kali's hand tightly and thought, this hand has pulled taut the ropes before. This handshake is not as weak as you think. But Kali had no problem grabbing his arm and swinging it up and down a few times. Shram winced in pain, wanting to pull his hand away but could not. It felt like his bones were about to snap. At that moment, Kali loosened his grip and asked, what is wrong? Shram, you do not look happy. Seeing Shram cradling his hurt hand, Taurus frowned and said, that new recruit is trying to act tough. He shot a glance at him and said, if you saw Kali fight, I guarantee you would never dare say that again. After experiencing Kali's strength, Shram could only grit his teeth and endure the mocking words. Suddenly, Kali spoke, if you want to earn money to buy your freedom, then watch the fights. He looked up at the fighting arena and said, you have to defeat those guys, now. Finally, it was Kiro's turn to fight. Before the match began, he boldly declared, I am number one. I am the strongest. Kiro's eyes suddenly sharpened. His aura exploded as he stared fiercely at his opponent. In an instant, he unleashed a flurry of punches, leaving his opponent writhing in pain on the ground. With disbelief he gasped, is this even real? Below the fighting arena, Taurus laughed and said, I have a feeling he is not losing. No matter what, he is completely different now. Just as Taurus had said, Kiro struck fiercely, determined not to give his opponent a chance to counter. The opponent screamed loudly, charging at him and shouting, I can't take it anymore. But just as he lunged forward, he got hit right in the face. Kali quietly observed the fight and muttered, you really have to enter the den to catch a tiger. But that guy just rushed in without any skill. He softly thought, better to take a hit and wait for Kiro to tire out. Right now, Kiro's opponent is completely knocked out, and Kiro joyfully raises his fists in victory. Just as Kiro steps down, Taurus approaches him for a fist bump and praises him, saying well done. Keep calm. Kiro replies, you are strong too. As soon as Taurus steps onto the ring, the crowd erupts with cheers. Taurus, take down August. He throws a powerful punch that sends his opponent flying. Suddenly, Taurus' vision blurs, and he mutters in frustration, not again. Taurus quickly refocuses, thinking that if this keeps up, his boxing career could be over. He recalls Kali's teachings but doubts whether he can apply Kali's techniques in an actual fight. Taurus charges forward, determined to take the initiative and win like he always does. His opponent raises his hands to block, a creepy smile spreading across his face as he prepares to strike. The opponent retaliates, but Taurus dodges with ease, leaving his opponent stunned. He is still pushing forward even after being hit. He thinks, secretly respecting Taurus truly living up to the name of August. Taurus flashes a wicked smile and thinks, but today, I am going to catch you. His opponent's ability to effortlessly dodge Taurus' powerful attacks leaves him completely amazed. Both Taurus and Kali quickly realize the issue here. The opponent leaps to deliver a punch to Taurus, catching him off guard, and Taurus collapses in pain. The excited brown-haired guy in the stands exclaims, that Wesley style is so in right now. The black-haired guy next to him takes out a magnifying glass to get a better look and replies, I have never seen it up close. Meanwhile, Kali silently worries for Taurus. Thinking about this style, Kali suddenly recalls the dodging techniques of Taurus' opponent and whispers, that upper body evasion. A thought flashes through his mind, making his eyes widen as he confirms, that has to be the technique I used. Kali is shocked and whispers, he has been observing and mimicking your techniques. That technique is commonly known as the Wesley style, created and taught by Wesley to his fighters after the Harvest Festival. Fighters now are not just showcasing strength but also technique. Most people believe the techniques Kali used during the Harvest Festival were created by Wesley himself. As regular boxing fans know, this is a technique invented by Kali. In the ring, Taurus quickly gets back up, wipes the blood from his mouth, and mutters under his breath, damn it. He quickly wipes himself off and goes in for another attack. But his opponent's strike makes him rethink his strategy. Everyone watching feels the tension. The opponent dodges effortlessly and mocks, have you never heard of the Wesley technique? Suddenly, he halts his assault, and Taurus' eyes sharpen. The opponent, seeing this, freezes in confusion, not knowing what is happening. Immediately, Taurus applies Kali's defensive techniques into the fight and responds, this should be interesting. He recalls a few moves Kali taught him and thinks, let us try this out. This time, the opponent can't land a hit on him. Instead, Taurus strikes back directly. No matter how many punches he throws, Taurus continues to dodge with ease. His evasive move drove his opponent insane. He let out a loud roar and lunged to attack. However, all he got in return were the strong arms of Tors blocking him. He could not advance any further, forced to hold back with his foot. The guy muttered under his breath. It was the first time he would seen this technique, and no matter how hard he punched, Tors remained unfazed. He noticed a gap at Tors' side and quietly calculated. Only his hips and stomach were exposed. He thought to himself. But if he got too close before he could finish his thought, Tors suddenly charged in. He quickly stepped back just in time to dodge Tors' powerful hook. He barely made it. The punch seemed oddly slow, but when he looked at Tors' face, he saw those fairy red eyes blazing like a raging inferno. Tors subtly shifted his foot, then launched a punch straight at his opponent. The opponent panicked, not having time to think, and just threw his hands up to block. Was he going all out? He had to stop him, but Tors skillfully countered his defensive move. Then, with his other hand, he threw a punch, leaving his opponent confused. Was it just a trick? The opponent was thrown off by Tors' feint, and the unexpected punch ended the match. He crumpled to the ground in pain. The crowd erupted and cheers. Tors won, and he continued his dominating streak. The opponent was so defeated he lay flat on the floor, unable to get up. Callie observed quietly, saying to himself, Wesley's style. It looks so familiar it is almost shocking. He reminisced about the earlier match and thought. However, Senzo and his crew still did not know how to utilize footwork in battle. His feet hardly moved at all. Callie watched Tors in the ring, pondering. On the other hand, Tors had already adapted his strength effectively. Even though I just taught him about the defensive stance, he really has a great sense of timing. And after that victorious match, Gardolf beamed like it was a festival, leaning back and laughing heartily, while his wife shot him a look, thinking, you think you can beat me? He was so excited because all the nobles in the upper seats had flipped to support Gardolf. After watching the match, the nobles approached Gardolf August one by one, saying how much fun the fight was and hoping he would participate next time. What a great match. Baron August. He laughed, saying, of course, my territory will come alive like the good old days. However, there was still no sign of those guests who had left that day, and Gardolf August angrily questioned his servant. They did not even feel remorse. Really? Only then did Gardolf realize that their compliments back then were mere lip service. They had no real intention of helping August at all. When he found out, he was crushed and screamed in agony. Gardolf August angrily shouted, those bastards. They came just to watch a free match. I even renovated the mansion for them. He smashed a wine bottle and yelled, damn it, bring me more wine. You idiots. A few weeks later, in a small house nestled in a snowy, desolate forest, the captain sat on the porch, lost in thought, pondering where this territory was headed. He recalled the harsh words of Gardolf August, who commanded the soldiers to cut down all the trees in the forest, and muttered that the master of this land was not just a tyrant but also clueless about managing a territory. Unbelievable that he ordered the night brigade to do household chores like repairing the mansion. They say he even failed to build relationships with other nobles. Just then, someone opened the door and called out, Captain. Kali walked in with a wolf pup slung over his shoulder, accent, saying, I am off to train. The captain curiously asked, it is a holiday today. Why are not you taking a break? Kali replied, I just do it because it feels exciting. The captain, noticing the little wolf, approached with a smile and asked, is this the wolf from that day? What is its name again? Kali responded, you can call it Rovo. It looks more like a chubby dog than a wolf. After a brief chat, the captain advised, once you are done training, come back here, and we will head home together. Kali took Rovo and replied, got it. The two of them continued deeper into the chilly forest. Within the dense canopy, a massive shadow lurked, with cold eyes, watched through the branches. Stalking Kali, a biting eastern wind swept through the leaves, and the white snow blanketed the forest. A tree in the forest shook from Kali's rapid punches as he trained, his mind wandering. Both Taurus and Kaijo were getting stronger, and the fighters here were also making swift progress. With determination burning in his eyes, Kali kept pummeling the tree, thinking, can I really get back into boxing? Should I accept that offer to be a coach? The tree dented under his strikes, and as he paused, he noticed something. He glanced at little Rovo, who was barking and scanning the surroundings. Kali saw Rovo barking in a certain direction, still oblivious to the danger, so he snapped, quiet down, Rovo. I know there is someone there. Kali stared intently into the bushes, his guard up. After slowly exhaling and sensing no immediate danger, he relaxed. Kali resumed training, delivering a powerful kick, his mind spinning with thoughts. Even though it felt a bit off, he was getting used to putting pressure on one leg. The tree shuddered fiercely from the force of Kali's determined punches. A deep indent formed on the trunk, and the air around it heated up from the impact. Kali stopped punching, frowning as he tightened his grip on his right wrist while Rovo perked up. Sensing something, Callie crouched against the tree, unable to ignore the violent tremors in his right leg even when trying not to pressure himself. Things were getting tougher. Beside him, Rovo barked as if trying to remind him of something. Callie's vigilance heightened, and he looked around, saying, "I know, Rovo, something feels off." He gazed toward the dark spot where two bushes were rustling. Even though there was no wind, the vegetation was moving, and he just caught a glimpse of a shadow. A terrifying pressure weighed down on Callie as he saw something dreadful. A lazy black bear stumbles out, its gaze as sharp as a knife. Callie stands frozen in shock, unable to believe what he is seeing. He studies the bear's muscular build. It is strong, but not fully ground, and definitely not weak. In fact, it is surprisingly agile. You glare at it with a frown, sweat dripping down your face as you calculate in your mind that with these legs, there is no way you can escape. Suddenly, Rovo barks fiercely, breaking the silence. Callie stares intensely, thinking, "You are even better than I am." Regretting internally, "Damn it. I should be brought an axe." The bear, agitated, lets out a fearsome roar. Callie's face shows determination and excitement at the sound of its roar. Dream on. He gets into a fighting stance, eyes locked on the brown bear. If he can't trust his own punches, what is he supposed to trust? Its sharp claws raised, the bear lunges forward. Callie crouches low to dodge the claws that swipe towards the bear's den. A punch from his left hand lands squarely on its face. The bear's face takes the hit, and it stumbles back, blood spilling from its mouth. Little Wolf Rovo barks fiercely from the side. Another punch lands, leaving the bear no time to retaliate as it staggers back. Taking hit after hit makes it extremely furious, its eyes turning blood red. It howls and swipes at Callie, its four sharp claws raking across him. Callie's expression changes, his jaw clenched from the painful scratch, blood starting to trickle down. Both sides charge at each other, knowing one will definitely fall. Time drags. Inside the wooden house, someone is sleeping. The captain is jolted awake by the noise outside, being cautious by nature, and grabs an axe and calls out, "Callie, is that you?" The noise continues, but there is no answer. Hans' gaze is intense as he immediately opens the door and shouts, "Who is out there?" The captain's face turns pale upon seeing his opponent. Spotting Callie, battered and bruised, clothes torn, with blood dripping from his left hand, and can he believe his eyes? Callie steps closer, complaining, "Why did it take you so long to open the door? You had me worried." Panicking, asks, "What happened?" "That wound." Callie smirks, showing off his pearly whites. "Dinner tonight is bear stew." The captain, hearing this, looks horrified. "No way." He anxiously glances at the wound on Callie's left hand, before looking at the dead bear on the ground, covered in bruises. The brown bear lies sprawled on the cold white snow, and news of Callie's bear catch spreads quickly. Objectively speaking, this bear is not fully grown, but is far from skinny or weak. Catching a bear barehanded is nothing short of a miracle. Some think it is just a rumor or an exaggeration, but the local hunters believe it entirely. Having seen trees felled by human fists at the end of winter, she pulls up, creating a commotion. "The lady is here. Quickly open the city gates." Horse-drawn carts loaded with goods slowly make their way in. The villagers' eyes sparkle like stars as they gaze at the bags of materials being unloaded. "Look, it is that smell. And there is more." Azalea dismounts and asks a soldier, "Where's my father?" He replies, "He is probably in the main hall." Milady. She adjusted her collar and complained, "I have been back for a while now, and Dad has not come to pick me up at all." Azalea saw the mother and son duo with golden hair beaming at her. The boy with the golden hair smiled brightly. He had a striking resemblance to Callie. Azalea chuckled softly. The wind picked up, rustling through the leaves and her beautiful red hair. She tucked her hair behind her ear and whispered, hoping he was doing well. At that moment, Callie was back in top shape, feeding Rovo and heard the news, asking if the lady had returned. A dark-haired soldier kneeled and replied, "Yep, she is amazing. She even secured the top spot herself." Callie praised, "That is awesome." He braced his hands on his knees, preparing to stand up, while Rovo wagged his tail excitedly at the scent of delicious food, signaling that a feast was about to happen at the estate. "We have known each other for a while now, so this will be our first meal with something other than bear meat." "Right." Callie waved him off, making Rovo deflate. "You can't come with me, buddy. You can't go to the estate." "But I will bring something back for you." As the evening approached, the dining area of the estate was filled with a table overflowing with food, and Callie was digging in, looking quite pleased. A soldier appeared behind him, calling out, "Callie, the lady requests your presence." He walked inside at the call and found Azalea and her father enjoying their meal. Gardolf August noticed him and spoke up, "You are here. Callie. Azalea smiled warmly at him. It has been a while, Callie. She looked down with concern and asked, "How's your leg doing?" Callie avoided her gaze, hands cuffed behind his back as he replied, "It is the same. But I have been staying active, so it is not bothering me as much anymore." Azalea squinted her eyes, thinking, there is no way it is not bothering you. The conversation continued. Azalea shared how she secured her top position, and how Lady Dust was meddling to make things difficult. Gardolph August's face turned furious as he gripped his knife and fork, grinding his teeth. That filthy bastard. He is living too dirty. Azalea looked at her father and said, "That is why I came to Kingdall. This way, Lady Dust's pressure won't hold any weight, and I will be able to procure supplies." Gardolph praised. "Well done, my daughter." Callie rested his chin on his hand, realizing he had heard about the land with a strong military presence. The language and customs there were similar to the kingdom, since they shared the same roots. Azalea clasped her hands together and said, "I heard an interesting story from there." She looked over at Callie. "I am sure you would be interested in what I am about to share. That is why I called you here." Azalea began to recount. There is a famous physician there, a royal physician known as the Miracle Doctor, because he has the ability to amputate and reattach limbs. Gardolph stammered in surprise. Amputate limbs? With skills like that, he is a royal physician. He looked at her with a puzzled expression. A royal physician would treat a noble from a kingdom like ours. Azalea confidently replied, "If I request it, it is possible. I have connections with the royal family." Then she turned to Callie and said, "With a royal family that loves to fight, any fighters injured in battle are welcomed. I am thinking of bringing Callie along after he is rested up here." Gardolph suddenly praised her like a proud father. "Azalea, you truly are a blessing." This made her shyly exclaim, "Dad." Callie hears shocking news and wonders. "Will my legs really be healed?" He points to himself and asks again, "Really? My legs will truly be healed?" Azalea coughs to break the awkwardness, then smiles brightly and replies, "Of course. I am sure I will find a way to make it happen." Azalea clenches her fists with determination. "Meeting the prince feels impossible for a lowly noble like me. I hope Callie does not find out what is really going on." The next morning, sunlight beams down on the group jogging. Callie is still in shock, thinking, "Will my legs really be healed?" A voice calls out, startling him. "Are you thinking about someone? Can that kid over there fight?" Coach Nixa reminds him, "Tomorrow is the rookie fighter test." Callie points in one direction and replies, "Yep. I am thinking about that kid over there. I will choose Takayan or Shram. The two being called are training hard for endurance." And Nixa comments, "Takayan is incredibly agile like a cheetah, while Shram has muscles. He carries a burning spirit driven by the desire to return home." Callie laments, "If only I could move like that." Nixa looks at him, puzzled. "Callie, does not this kid think about anything else? You are getting your legs treated. So why do you look so down?" Outside Callie's room, flickering candlelight seeps into the hallway. He knows it is a long shot for someone to heal his legs. The medical care here is nowhere near modern standards. So after fighting with Oxford, he did not get any treatment. No painkillers or antibiotics during surgery. Relying entirely on luck, Callie sits on a chair, hands on the table, worried. What if this is just a fleeting dream? And if I can get healed? What should I do? He slams his ears against the table. Damn it. I need to push harder. Azalea is counting on me. Kido, hugging Rovo beside him, calls out, "Hey, why are you banging the table like that?" Rovo is startled. Callie glares at him. "Dude, is this your room? Why do not you go train?" Kido explains, "I have a rookie fighter test tomorrow, so I am taking a break today." Callie calls out, "Matisse?" He asks, "What?" Callie looks at him seriously. "Why did you become a fighter?" Kido, confused, replies, "What do you mean?" Callie says, "You must have a reason or want something." Right. Kido does not care, rubbing his cheek against Rovo, who looks disgusted. He says, "Reason? I am just doing this because I have nothing else to do. And Rovo is just too cute." Callie is speechless, feeling like he is talking to a brick wall. Suddenly, Kido stares at Callie and asks, "What about you? Do you want something?" Callie stays silent and does not answer. The next day, at the training ground, a boxing ring is set up, and the rookie fighter test begins. Rookie fighters will become official if their skills are rated highly by the coach. At August, the rookie fighter test is just a game of win or lose. With Kido, Callie, and Torres sitting together at the pit. This is the position where the top rookie fighter can become an official fighter. Nobody knows that. Across from them is a group of slaves. And the rookie fighters in the pit are no less fierce. Rookie fighters will choose their opponents by drawing lots. And someone is holding a cup with the names inside. Calling out, "Kido, it is your turn." Kido punches with both hands and laughs. His legs are moving like crazy. Kido fights with those incredible legs of his, easily creating distance from his opponent to dodge attacks and counter with punches. Kali watches from the sidelines and comments. Given his body type, using boxing techniques to stretch the distance is unavoidable. I have done it too. And Kido always uses that technique. Kali clenches his fists, thinking, both Kido and Torres are strong, even after training in the mountains. I can't measure up to them. I have not even used the skills I honed up there. Can I still use my legs properly? His eyes light up with intense determination, fueled by the raging fire within him. I want to get even stronger. Kido steps aside, and someone calls out next. It is. But a person brushes past him, leaving him stunned. SRAM approaches Kali, provoking him. Wait. You are not avoiding the fight just because of that leg, right? His gaze is challenging, looking at Kali, daring him to fight. An angry coach points at SRAM. So that is your chosen opponent. Ah. Just then, Nixa waves him off. He looks at both of them, thinking, even if this might get him disqualified, I still want to see how Kali handles that leg. He can't just talk his way out of this. Kali pushes his chair back, ready to stand and ask, why did you pick me, SRAM? Frustrated, replies, last time, you embarrassed me, so I want you to see how strong I really am. Kali rubs his right wrist, looking coldly at him. If you want to fight, I won't back down. Give me the leather wraps. The match is set, and the two step into the ring. SRAM stares intently at Kali, eyeing his right hand with curiosity, wondering why it is wrapped up. The two have their feet planted, ready to fight, when suddenly Kali calls out his name, SRAM. He slightly bends forward, raising both hands in a defensive stance, his voice sharp as a knife. You have trained your upper body a lot, have not you? SRAM lazily assesses Kali, thinking, they say he is different from his nickname, the Oxer Slayer. He is not just strong physically but smart too. But right now, because of that broken leg, SRAM stomps a foot hard on the ground. Feeling smug, he is only half as strong. His right ankle turns outward, and Kali keenly notices he is about to throw a left punch from his angle. Instantly, he raises his hand to block the incoming strike. SRAM is shocked to see Kali catch his attack. Immediately after, a punch like lightning strikes SRAM's right side. That hit makes him bite his tongue, and his side starts swelling up right away. The two rookie fighters gasp in surprise. He is not defending at all. Torres, sitting with his arms crossed, is equally stunned. When did his punches get this strong? Kali stops his hand, and SRAM leans to the left, collapsing instantly from the pain. The referee asks him, SRAM, are you okay? SRAM leans tightly to stifle a cry, feeling like his ribs are about to break. He wipes his mouth and responds to the referee. This is just the beginning. I can still fight. Kali carefully calculates, thinking, I wrap my hands with cloth, and I must have hit the right spot. He sees SRAM getting back up and taunts. You are using willpower to stay conscious. Ah. Not bad, SRAM. He is ready to keep attacking. You seriously could take down a bear. Those rumors are true. He is fuming like he just got humiliated, damn it. How can I lose to a guy with a lame leg? His right leg is sending shocks of pain up his nerves. I took a hit to the ribs, and my leg is feeling it too. Kali looks down on him. Now who is the one with the lame leg? SRAM is seething but keeps his mouth shut. Damn. This is not how the rumors went. From the stands, the trainees are yelling at SRAM. Hey loser. Why are not you moving? What is the point of having legs? SRAM curses. Screw you. Right after, he shifts from opposite to Kali's right. I am not like him. I can still move just fine. Kali frowns, feeling a sharp pain in his right leg. He sees a full force punch coming his way but can't dodge because of his lame leg. He knows he will have to take it. With a loud smack, Kali takes that punch square in the face. SRAM feels a surge of pride, thinking, I'm gonna keep taunting you like this. But Kali is tough as nails, his eyes cold as ice as he stares him down. SRAM barely manages to say one word before getting hit back. A punch coming straight at him like a freight train. The punch sends him crashing to the ground, sprawled out, with blood pouring from his mouth and his cheek all swollen. The match ends, and after some time, SRAM is getting his face bandaged while Jin Jiang is listening closely to the referee. He screams at Nixa, they tricked me. No one said he was this strong. The referee pats him on the shoulder. I get you are mad, but no one lied to you. Last year, Kali was just using techniques. Nixa agrees. I have never seen him punch that hard before. SRAM is starting to realize. So why is he so terrifying now? He looks at Kali, standing there. He is like Oxford. No wait, more like a monster. Kali glances toward where the voice came from. I did not see this coming. Torres raises an eyebrow at him. I can't believe you changed your fighting style. He crosses his arms and steps closer. You ditched the techniques and focused on pure strength. Kali corrects him. I just changed my strategy. It is not about dodging and attacking anymore. It is about hitting hard. Torres stares at Kali, chuckling softly. With a leg like that, you are still putting on a show. You must be crazy. I really want to fight you right now to see who is stronger, he says, looking at him as he limps on that bad leg. You are not lying when you say you will come back. Even with a leg like that, but there are still some who do not believe it. Callie shrugs it off. I will make them think again. He flops onto a chair to rest. It is harder than I thought. Fighting with a bum leg is definitely a challenge. Callie's face darkens with worry. I am using my knee and thigh to take pressure off my injured leg, and it is really taxing. Callie looks at his fist and decides, I need to redistribute my strength. After the trial exams wrap up, spring arrives. After resting, the merchants who came with letters have left the territory, and the starry night sky unfolds before me. Callie stands among the merchants, catching his breath as the torches light up brightly. Someone shouts, let us take a break here today. Callie notices someone approaching him as he hears Rovo barking excitedly. A girl with short hair tied in braids is assessing him. She must really like him. You are Callie, right? You are pretty handsome. Callie looked at her with a smirk, thinking that no matter how she looked, it did not matter. I am just a slave after all. The girl stretched her arms out in agreement, saying, true, it is a shame, but I am just here to enjoy your face. Nothing wrong with that. Then the girl pointed to the jar and introduced herself. I am Sullivan from the Sullivan Trade Guild. I am the commander of these folks. They are not bad guys. They shook hands to get acquainted. Callie introduced himself, and Sullivan asked, I have heard the rumors about you. Did you really fight a bear? After that, they chatted for a while, mostly Sullivan starting the conversation while Callie remained silent, which made her curious. He seemed so down. Why am I here alone? He thought. One of Sullivan's crew called out to her. Commander, stop chatting and come help us start a fire. She frowned in annoyance and replied, got it. I will be right there. Callie offered to help, saying, I will give you a hand. But Sullivan waved him off. No need. I know your leg is not great. After that, everyone got busy with their tasks, leaving only Callie and Rovo standing idle. Callie's face darkened as he felt useless, cursing under his breath. Damn it. This is awkward. Azalea approached from behind and voiced his thoughts. Callie, you are worried about not having anything to do, right? She reassured him. They are just concerned about your leg. It is hard for you to help them. Hearing this, Callie sighed. Even you, miss? Think so? Azalea turned away and said, but I can't just stand by. Follow me, and be prepared for what is coming. Callie asked. Well, Azalea tilted her head and said, you are about to have dinner with me. Callie followed her, glancing back over his shoulder. He saw the young guys gathered around the fire, chatting. Callie spoke. Those mercenaries are still so young. Most of them are barely past their teens, around 20 at most. Azalea closed her eyes and expressed her opinion. No mercenary team would follow a young girl like me. I have heard that girls who become commanders are usually unlucky. Callie immediately shot back. That is not true. Azalea did not listen to him and continued. I can prevent that nonsense. The only way is to form a mercenary group like myself. No one pays attention to them just because they are young. As the hut was being set up, someone said, let me bring dinner. Azalea added, I will bring you a portion too. Callie was surprised. Azalea ordered him. Eat here. Callie wanted to refuse, but Azalea patted the table, saying, sit down and eat already. The soup looked really delicious and refreshing. Callie took a bite, and sitting across from her made him nervous. He thought, this is even more awkward. Azalea opened her mouth and asked, Callie, why did you choose boxing? She looked at him coldly. To regain your freedom. Callie slurped the soup and replied, just like any other slave. Azalea disagreed, saying, you are not like them. You know that. You could run away or find better conditions. Callie was sipping and did not respond. Azalea stopped eating, crossed her arms, and asked, but why do you still want to be a fighter? You could live without boxing. Callie set the bowl down and asked, why are you bringing this up all of a sudden? Azalea looked at him coldly. If you had to choose between having healthy legs and freedom, which would you pick? Callie shot her a steely gaze, saying, I do not like the word if. Azalea leaned in closer to him, placing her hands on his shoulders and Callie's. She said, then I have a proposal for you. Unable to see Callie's expression clearly, he replied, Miss, you are not wrong. But I do not need freedom. Azalea smirked at Callie's next words. I just want to prove that I am the strongest through each battle. The defeated fighters piled up in Callie's words, and seeing those who fell before him, the victory felt like gold. Silver, a treasure to me. Callie, serious and filled with determination, said, so I choose to heal my legs. Azalea released Callie's hands, and they both stepped back as she said, I am tired now. I will head out first. Then she entered her tent, climbed into bed, and covered her legs, Preparing to sleep, Azalea hugged herself, feeling a pang of sadness. Thinking, you fool. Whatever. In the future when you meet the one you love, you will realize the value of life, but by then, it would be too late. You have wasted your whole life fighting. And at the crucial moment, you won't have the strength to fight anymore. The next morning, the merchant caravan began to move, and Kali wore a disgruntled expression. Sullivan asked with concern, "Why are you frowning?" At that moment, Kali's face relaxed a bit as he awkwardly replied, "It is nothing. Just," Sullivan casually asked without wanting an answer. "Guessing. Are your legs bothering you?" "Just wait a moment. We are almost at Free City, Korean," Kali questioned back. "Free City?" Sullivan explained. "I mean a city without a hereditary lord, chosen as a special trading zone, where their lord is elected by vote. Wealthy merchants pay a hefty fee to run for election, and things like buying off, cornering, or even assassinating members of other families are quite common." Kali could not believe it, but the scenery here is so beautiful. Sullivan shrugged. "It is just a shiny facade, a picturesque landscape with tranquil waters. The air here is so fresh and peaceful." Sullivan added, looking at it, "This place seems livelier than others." The group arrived at the gates of Free City, and Azalea rode up, saying to the guard, "Miss Azalea from the Agassiz family." The guard took the paper and said, "Let me check. You are allowed in the city for 7 days. You can apply for an extension at City Hall." Suddenly, he shouted when he saw Rovo. "Hey, is that a wolf? Wild animals are not allowed in the city," Kali calmly pointed out. "That is a dog. It is just a wolf mix." Then he urged Rovo, who was acting weak. "Go on, Rovo. Bark." Seeing Rovo curled up in fear, the guard accepted. "It is not smart at all. It can teeve and bark properly. Let it through." The entire group entered the city, and Sullivan laughed until he cried at the scene. "A dog? You called it a dog? How could you lie like that?" The guard from before quietly notified someone. "The Agasta family has arrived. Alert the guards." The bustling port was filled with ships coming and going, and many white birds soared in the sky. On the streets, diverse merchants from all over showcased different styles of clothing. Azalea's merchant group arrived here, and she was checking the goods with the soldiers. Sullivan raised his arms to the sky and took a deep breath, savoring the scent of the sea. "This place is amazing." Kali sat curled up beside her, feeling nostalgic. "I miss eating sashimi and drinking soju." A flyer dropped and hit his forehead. Kali picked it up and examined it, wondering, "What is this about?" Sullivan turned to you and said, "Check it out. It is the Kojin wrestling tournament. It is that time of year again." Kali was surprised to hear this name for the first time and echoed, "Wrestling tournament." Sullivan raised a finger and explained, "Usually, fighters get paid for their matches. Right. However, you have to pay an entrance fee for the events, so if you win, you can snag a nice prize." Kali nodded. "Got it." Sullivan rubbed his nose and suggested, "I know it is a bit awkward, but I really enjoy watching wrestling, so I am going with you." Suddenly, a loud voice cut through her words, grabbing Kali's attention. "What are you doing here?" The group of merchants led by Azalea was surrounded by a squad of soldiers, and everyone pulled out their weapons to defend themselves. Leading the soldiers was an old man with a grizzled beard. He spoke up, "Nice to meet you, Miss Azalea. I'm Lita, commander of the Kojin Guard." He explained the tension. "Someone accused you of smuggling weapons. I would appreciate it if you could come with me for a bit." Azalea retorted firmly, "We are innocent. This is slander. The gate guards checked us and let us pass without any issues." Both Azalea and Sullivan were furious but felt powerless, swallowing their anger as they followed him. In the guards' reception room, Azalea and Leonid faced each other, and Leonid bluntly stated, "Actually, that accusation is false. It seems you have crossed paths with the Joseph family." He recounted, "I received a letter instructing me to find any reason to detain the ageist merchants. While it is not mandatory, it is certainly intriguing." Azalea calmly crossed her arms, sitting cross-legged as she looked at him and said coldly, "Then why did you arrange to meet with me alone?" She eyed him warily. "What do you want?" Leonid smirked, flashing a toothy grin. "You are quite perceptive." After a moment of silence, Azalea's guards shouted in unison, 10,000 rons. Leonid ignored their reaction, even breaking into a cheerful demeanor, brushing aside their complaints. "You think it is easy for us to come up with 10,000 rons?" Two of the guards huddled with Azalea. "Even if we sold everything, we could not scrape together 10,000 rons. Besides, our travel schedule around the kingdom is packed." Azalea understood these issues and replied, "I know that." She felt a wave of stress wash over her, calculating in her mind. Even if she combined all the cash she had with potential earnings, it would only total 5,000 rons. She still needed 5,000 more. Kali, standing beside her, was just as tense. "Wyron Joseph really wants to throw a wrench in our plans. That jerk's father, the Joseph family, is targeting this merchant group too. Sullivan crossed his arms, leaning against the wall, muttering, "Is this the end for the merchant group? Guess I will have to find another boss." Callie called out to her. Sullivan. She jumped slightly at the sound of her name. "Did you hear that? Sorry, but my sword skills can't solve this problem." Callie shot her a glance. "I am not asking you about that. I want to know about the wrestling tournament you mentioned." Sullivan was taken aback when he heard him bring up the Kojin wrestling tournament. "Are there any special requirements to participate?" Sullivan coolly responded, "Just 100 gills. And you need to pass the fighter's test." He glanced at her and asked the most crucial question. "What is the prize?" Sullivan looked back at him and replied, 8,000 gills. But before the plan was even set in stone, it was already thrown into hot water when Azila interrupted, saying, "No way." Everyone froze in shock when they heard her say that. The two bodyguards tried to persuade her. "Miss, if Kali wins, we just need to earn an extra 2,000 gil. And besides, Kali beat Oxer before." Azala could not take it anymore and shouted, "Are you guys crazy? You want me to send a rookie into the arena?" Sullivan instantly realized, this is going to be good. She cleared her throat, thinking, a noble lady and her subordinate is not a romance novel. But one of the bodyguards kept trying to convince her, "Miss, this is the only way. If we stay locked up like this, the Joseph clan will come for us." Kali stepped forward and slammed his fist down on the table, splitting it in half. Azala shot him a cold look as Kali said, "I promised the lady I would return. I am determined to prove myself in this tournament." "Miss Azalea." Azala no longer looked confident. She lowered her hands. Silent, after a deep sigh. She rubbed her left arm. Finally, she relented a bit, pointed at him, and said, "Fine. Since I am allowing this, you better win the tournament." "You promised." "Okay." Kali was furious but held it back. It was not like Kali cared what anyone said. But he could not just let it slide. "I have received your application. You can go now." He thought to himself, I have dealt with some weirdos before. But why does this guy want to join the tournament? The two approached the arena, and Sullivan pointed in one direction, saying, "Kali, do you see that bald guy over there? He is the judge." In the arena, a bald guy was showing off his strength, shouting, "Hey, nobody's got nothing on me." He sneered. "Go home and drink your mom's milk, or better yet, buy some colored milk." The two looked at him, sharing the same thought. What a bald jerk. Kali said. His looks and actions matched too well. While Sullivan let out a long sigh, among the crowd, she called out, "Hey, bald guy. You sound just like a kid begging for milk." Kali panicked. "What are you thinking?" But when he turned around, Sullivan was nowhere to be found. Where did she go? The bald guy, provoked, was furious. And when he turned to see who spoke, he only found Kali standing there. He sneered. "Hey, you little punk, get over here." The onlookers were cursing in shock as they saw Kali take a step forward. Thinking, did his leg just break? The bald guy was fuming. "Hey, only fighters are allowed here. So scram." Kali coldly held up his participation card in front of him. "I am a fighter too." The bald guy was livid, feeling humiliated. "You are a cripple and want to fight professionally. Come up here, and I will show you some respect." Kali stepped into the arena, cracking his neck to warm up. Sullivan had retreated to the back to watch, biting her lip, thinking, is he really the famous demon slayer? Is this guy named Kali? I am sorry for running off and leaving you behind, but if you truly are the demon slayer, you should be fine. She sat among the audience, arms crossed, casually speaking without noticing the astonished expressions of those around her. As long as he wins, that is all that matters. But even she could not hide her shock at the scene unfolding before her. She jumped to her feet in the ring. Kali stood unscathed while the old man was sprawled out on the floor, making the atmosphere electric. His body trembled in pain. Eyes wide open in disbelief, he was defeated by someone with a lame leg. Kali tightened his fists, looking down and asking, "You want another round?" Sullivan grinned with delight, saying, "I guess that win was not just a fluke. I have never seen a punch like that before." You took a sip from your water bottle and casually replied, "He just got careless. That is all." But Sullivan disagreed. "Praising you, making your opponent drop their guard is a skill in itself. You did great." Sullivan led the way, suggesting, "I think we should come back here tomorrow afternoon." Then she silently watched as Kali finished his drink and wiped his mouth. You felt a golden aura surrounding him. Guessing, looking at his vibe, he does not seem like an ordinary slave. Sullivan smirked, now understanding why that noblewoman had feelings for him. As night fell, the crescent moon hung in the sky, and Kali lay on his bed, moonlight streaming through the window. He thought about today's match. His opponent was an easy target because he blindly trusted his physique and strength. Kali had many worries in his heart. The new Whistly style felt tricky, and he was slow if he showed any weakness. He would be in trouble. The next day at the tournament arena, in front of the information board, there was a lottery box, and people were calling out, "Hey everyone! The fighters are about to clash." Each fighter entered the ring, drenched in sweat, with fierce energy radiating from their eyes. Azalea wrinkled her nose, saying, "This is disgusting." Seeing her discomfort, Kali reminded her, "You could have just stayed back. Why come here and make it harder for yourself?" Unable to bear the awful smell, Azalea said, "I am out of here." The lottery box turned out to be for drawing matchups. "All right. Let us see who fights whom." Kali drew number 4, and Sullivan immediately said, "Number 4. Ah. That means you are up against number 3. You looked at the paper in your hand, puzzled. Why does the organizing committee do it this way? Isn't it easier to just pair up whoever you want to fight? Sullivan was taken aback by your naivety. You really do not know anything, do you? This is not your usual tournament, she explained further. Because you have to fight every day, including the semifinals and women's matches. You need to win 5 consecutive fights. So what if you face a strong opponent right off the bat? Kali realized the issue. That would put me at a disadvantage due to fatigue and accumulated injuries. She nodded approvingly, and Sullivan asked, "Now you see why they do the draw like this. Right, it is to prevent any manipulation of the matchups. Plus, there is money flowing in and out of these fights, and the prizes are huge." Kali tapped his right hand against his left, grasping her explanation. So it is like fighting for cash. After the matchups were drawn, it was time to start. The referee shouted, "Fighters number 1 and 2. Please step up to the ring." Both sides stared each other down. "Sparks flying," Sullivan commented. "They are really sizing each other up." "Next," he announced. "Now, please welcome fighters number 3 and 4. A guy with a neat side part and a number 3 haircut, dressed in a classy way. Looks like a real scholar." Sullivan strokes his chin, thinking he resembles a hardcore pro gamer. The referee calls out, "Number 3, Karina, and number 4, Kali, face each other." The two comply with the referee's command, and Karina speaks first. "Nice to meet you, Kali. Let us have a great match." They shake hands, and from the sidelines, people start commenting on this matchup. "We have got one bookworm and one loser, so it is like they are both easy targets." After that, Karina walks away, and Sullivan watches his back, speculating, he must come from a wealthy family, just here to test his fighting skills. Kali looks at his hand and thinks, so that is why she called him a pro gamer. He recalls the handshake, it felt so smooth, not rough at all. Sullivan licks his lips, flexes his fingers, and thinks, he looks like he will be an easy match. Just beat him down all day long. But these rules are such a hassle. Kali replies casually. A little while later, in a narrow alley, Sullivan pulls out a big bag of money. "You guys, do you believe in a woman like me?" All the members of Sullivan's mercenary group are gathered here, and they all chime in. "Why are you suddenly pulling out a bag full of cash? Do you want to split the pay right now?" "Well, that works too," Sullivan says. "All right then. So you know this is half a year's worth of your salary, right?" The guy with the bangs replies. "Of course, we trust you. That is why we left the salary calculations to you." Sullivan nods. Right. She holds the bag of money up and declares, "I am going to bet all this on Kali for this tournament." This shocking news leaves the team members in disbelief. "Are you crazy?" Sullivan is confused as to why everyone is so upset. "I'm not crazy. What is wrong?" One person chimes in. "Look at his legs. And you are betting on him." Sullivan retorts, "Have any of you ever followed my advice and lost money?" The crowd mumbles. "And we have not sacrificed anything in the last 2 years either." Then she breaks into a confident, radiant smile. "Well, if you do not trust me now, then fine." The two respond in unison. "Because we know when you will succeed or fail." Sullivan wipes the smile off her face, leaving only a serious, cold expression. "It is just my gut telling me to do this. Now is the perfect time." The other two fall silent. Then one raises a hand to break the tension. Hands shoot up in agreement. "If it were not for our captain, I would not have survived in this mercenary business." Right. Money can always be earned back. Finally, the two who had opposed earlier raise their hands in agreement. "Fine. I won't argue anymore." Sullivan, feeling triumphant, thinks, "Got it right this time." Then waves everyone off. "All right. Let us wrap it up and head back to camp." Behind the alley, Azalea has overheard their entire conversation, realizing they are playing a very interesting game. Time flies, and it is now the first round of the 32-match tournament. With the arena set up in the center of the stadium, surrounded by packed rows of spectators. As soon as they enter, number 1 and number 2 start trading blows like crazy. Kali has changed into a new outfit, now just in shorts. And he looks through the window at the first match. Silently assessing. The skill level here is higher than I imagined. You can see the vicious technique number 2 unleashes after blocking the opponent's view. Number 2 throws a punch straight at a 90-degree angle to number 1's face, brutally attacking right into the blind spot. Kali strokes his chin, recognizing this as a basic technique in modern boxing. But he wonders if it is really not common around here. This guy must have a ton of experience to pull that off. In the ring, number 2 paused. Seeing number 1 crumple to the ground, he clutches his left side. Hearing the referee declare the winner, contestant number 2. The crowd that bet on number 2 erupts with cheers. Yep. Number 2. Wipe them out. Meanwhile, the supporters of number 1 hurl curses in frustration. Hey. You idiot. Do you know how much I bet on you? Kali looks up, taking in the commotion. Wow. It is. Someone calls out. Number 4. Kali. It is your turn. The iron gate of the ring lifts, and Kali steps out slowly. He hops forward, one step at a time, and the crowd goes wild. The two fighters stand opposite each other, with the referee in between. The audience buzzes with whispers. Seeing Kali's approach, he is hopping around. And with a body like that, how's he supposed to win? Will he even survive? As Kali pulls up the rubber bands to step into the ring, he hears Karina's voice. Don't listen to the crowd's reaction. He clenches his fist, declaring boldly, I won't underestimate you just because you have got a weak leg. Kali stands across from him, staring seriously, just like Sullivan said. If he really is a noble, I might get into trouble if I hit him too hard. He takes a boxing stance, exhaling deeply, calculating just hit him enough to win without going overboard. I am coming in, Karina calls out, and suddenly his figure darts left and right, out of nowhere. A punch flies right at Kali's face. He is caught off guard and takes it squarely. Feeling the sting, Karina unleashes a flurry of punches, leaving Kali no time to defend himself. Instinctively, he raises both hands in front of him, forming a guard first. I need to defend. Karina pivots his right ankle, throwing a punch from the right straight at Kali's face. Kali feels the pain ignite his fury. I won't let you win. You won't get what you want. Instantly, he counters with a right hook, but Karina dodges it, retreating to maintain distance. What a terrifying punch. Kali's lips curl into a smirk as he watches Karina shift side to side. Is this the Wesley style? He is surprised Kali knows about it. You know, I went to learn from the Wesley formula. Kali chuckles, thinking, this is my original style, so I know it inside out. Then he tightens his fist, realizing that all this time, you have been taking advantage of your opponent's carelessness. I am serious about this. He throws a left punch, but Karina easily sidesteps it. Next, he ducks to punch Kali in the ribs, but Kali stands firm against the blow, leaving Karina stunned. Kali recalls watching Tor's fight before, and now he is sure the Wesley style lacks perfect footwork. Karina's right foot anchors him down, the force from the ground not fully transferring into the punch. The power from above is abruptly cut off, and a weak punch is a huge problem. Karina's left hand was too weak to deliver a strong punch, so his muscles could not transfer much power to his opponent. Kali shrugged off the blow with his shoulder, taking a few steps back and taunting, that ain't gonna do anything to me. Now it was time for Kali to strike back. He slammed his injured right foot down, pushing his opponent against the wall. Despite the pain, he was fueled by sheer determination. Charging forward, the power from his foot transferred to his opponent's head, leaving a long mark on the ground. He thought to himself, one hit is all I need to take him down. Karina was caught off guard as Kali charged at him relentlessly. He took a full punch from Kali right to his left rib. Spyron winced in pain, his face turning pale, and he spat out saliva. In a panic, he looked down at his own left foot, which was stuck in place. His left foot could not move normally anymore, so he dragged himself along. Seeing that Karina had not fallen from that last punch, Kali felt a surge of anger, thinking, damn it, I should have trained my lower abs more. Then he stomped hard on Karina's uninjured right foot, catching him off guard. Karina cursed. What the hell are you doing? Before he could finish his sentence, he got hit with an uppercut to the jaw. This match had a clear winner. Kali emerged victorious, while the other fighters watched the whole battle unfold from outside. These guys were secretly intimidated by Kali's strength. He managed to defeat an opponent using Weasley-style fighting. That was impressive. In the break room, while Kali was wrapping his hands, the door burst open, and someone called out, Kali, how dare you do that? It was none other than Karina, the guy who just got his ass kicked. He glared at Kali with pure rage. You shameless bastard. The other two fighters in the room turned to look at him with curiosity. One annoyed guy sneered at Karina. How dare you talk to a fighter like that? You spoiled brat of those nobles. He then pointed and warned. This is a fighting arena. Not a place for you to complain about someone stepping on your foot. Karina was sweating in fear as he listened to the guy's words. Here. That kind of stuff is just normal. You got that?
Good.
That made Kali remember the times he was bullied. Thinking. Yeah. I have been through way worse. Like getting my hands grabbed and sand thrown in my face. Kali glanced at them. Thinking that without enough experience, he would think that was cheating. He used to think the same way back then. Then he patted Karina on the shoulder and said, "Hey." Whispering. "Follow me. I will teach you some cool stuff." Once they were outside, Karina faced Kali skeptically. "What? You want to fight again here?" Then he added with a smirk, "If we were free to fight on the street, you would have been dead long ago." Which made Karina pound his chest angrily. "I am a fighter from the Wisley family. They recognized my talent. You get that?" Hearing that, Kali rolled his eyes. "Well, I have got plenty of skills too." After that, Karina looked dumbfounded as Kali said, "The problem is you are learning the wrong way." Confused, he asked, "Learning the wrong way? How?" Kali recalled his fighting style and pointed out, "Just because you move your feet fast does not mean it is good movement." Then, picturing Karina gasping and furrowing his brow, he realized that would make him the first to get knocked out. Kali demonstrated for Karina by getting into position and starting to teach him, emphasizing that he needed to move in a way that made his punches more precise, using the strength from his legs to power his fists, which was not quite right yet. On the other side, Karina also spread his legs wide and threw punches following Kali's guidance. After finishing the drills, he turned to ask, "Like this?" Kali nodded, saying, "Just keep practicing that move." He then analyzed, "It is really tough to hit them hard if you only use upper body strength." Hearing this, Karina grabbed Kali's hand tightly, cheerfully expressing, "You are a good bro, Kali." Then he stared blankly as Kali corrected him. "My name is Cap," with a sigh. Kali reiterated, "Nah, Kali. It is," leaving Karina puzzled. "Kali." After that, he waved goodbye, saying, "Whether you are Kali or whatever, just keep fighting, because you beat me. So you are the winner." Walking a bit, Karina turned his head, thinking, "Kali. Where have I heard that name before?" 2 days later, outside the arena, Azala stood quietly next to Salavan, listening to him tell Kali that it looked like he would face easy opponents until the 8th round. At that moment, Kali stepped out, his body covered in injuries, limping, and shaking his head dismissively. "It is not that easy," with a worried look in his eyes. He sighed, relieved that everyone had exhausted themselves from previous fights, making it easier for him. Seeing this, Azalea thought sadly, "He is hurt again." Nearby, 2 guys came out spitting and grumbling. "Damn. If it were not for that kid at the booth, he would be lucky." Hearing their words, Salavan waved his hand to reassure Kali. "Don't pay attention to what they say. They are just mad because they lost money on bets." Kali casually replied, "I do not care." Back in the arena, Kali told himself, all he needed to do was observe his next opponent. In the stands, the audience was excited, cheering, "Crush him, Zurika. They have bet everything on you." Then, on the field, the sturdy figure of Zurika appeared with loud cheers. Fighter Zurika, sitting in the stands. Salavan informed, he was a slave from the Western Desert region, and he is quite famous for crushing opponents mercilessly. With a hint of concern in her eyes, she continued, "A fighter as famous as him could probably become a free citizen and escape slavery. Just look at his strength and popularity. It is clear he can draw a crowd like this." Hearing this, Azalea turned curiously. If he could be free, why does not he give up being a fighter? Looking at Jurika's excited expression, Salavan explained, he simply enjoys the thrill of torturing others through his fights. At that moment, Zurika raised his arms wide and said,
"Hey, kid."
Then shouted, "You there, hit me again." His opponent, equally bruised, swung his fist, cursing, "You crazy man," and put all his strength into a punch aimed at Zurika's face. Although blood was dripping from his mouth, Zurika still smiled and said, "You are something else." Then he responded with an uppercut. Feeling sentimental, but I do not feel any pain at all. The two then took turns throwing their powerful punches at each other. A moment later, Zurika's opponent bent over, gasping, thinking, "This is strange. I am sure I hit him really hard." And there was Zurika, strutting forward with a presence that sent chills down spines. Yet it did not faze him one bit. Across from him, Zurika's tongue flicked out, licking the blood from his mouth as he eyed his opponent like a predator. Seeing this, the opponent thought in fear, "Is this guy some kind of immortal warrior?" Then, he stood up, raising his shaky hand to say, "I surrender." Before the words even left his lips, Zurika landed a punch straight into his palm and then smashed it right into his face. Zurika went berserk, pummeling his opponent, while the referee shouted in panic. Did not he just say he was surrendering? Only then did Zureka respond. Oh come on. Then, with a bright smile, he turned and said, sorry. I did not hear you clearly. In the end, his opponent had to be carried out on a stretcher, while the referee took Zureka's hand and declared, the winner is number 8. Zureka, oh my. Sullivan leaned forward from behind Kali, asking, what do you think about your next opponent? Do you think you can take him? Caught off guard, Kali paled a bit and covered his mouth. Thinking, watching him fight, I think he is a tough opponent. But, this made Azalea raise an eyebrow. But Kali, resting his chin on his hand, did not respond immediately as he pondered. Then, he casually said, never mind. Which made Sullivan sit back in his chair, hands behind his head. Puzzled. What is that about? Come on. Spill it. Meanwhile, Kali was replaying the attacks from the previous match in his mind. Analyzing. This guy does not have many skills. His physical abilities are decent. But I do not feel anything special about him, unlike that Oxford guy back then. However, then Kali imagined that demonic red aura. Thinking, there is a dangerous vibe radiating from him that is really intense. The next day, in round 4, the stands were packed with people cheering for the fight. Everyone excitedly shouting, Zureka. Zureka. Take him down. In stark contrast to that energy, Azalea and Sullivan were sitting in complete silence. Azalea glanced at the crowd. Feeling emotional, everyone was rooting for Zureka. He already had the advantage. Sullivan reassured her. Do not worry, miss. Kali is not the type to get discouraged by this atmosphere. Yet deep down, she was sweating. Cheering silently. You have to win this, Kali. I am counting on you. Inside the fighters' waiting room, Kali could clearly hear the cheers outside and thought, looks like he has a lot of fans. Then he rubbed his wrist. Eyes steady. Calculating. Instead of just throwing punches, he decided to target the weak spots. Suddenly someone shouted, it is the semifinals everyone's been waiting for. The announcer stood beside the two fighters, microphone in hand. Announcing. Zureka versus Kali. Facing his opponent, he heard him ask, where's the hotshot? Zureka grinned, mocking. How unfair. Why do they want me to fight you? Then he laughed maniacally for no apparent reason, leaving Kali confused. Suddenly, Zureka excitedly lunged at him, and Kali quickly tilted his head to the side to dodge his attack. Seeing that he escaped, Zureka pouted and commented, not bad. Meanwhile, Kali clenched his fists, furious. Thinking, this guy. The referee has not even called for the start, and he is already attacking. At that moment, the referee raised his hand to call a foul. Zureka warned, if you keep doing that, I will think you are cheating. Hearing this, he casually replied, yeah, and secretly chuckled. Nonsense. As long as the audience does not see it, that is what matters. Suddenly, a loud bell rang. Then, Kali took his stance. Ready. Thinking, a ruthless guy like him. And as he watched Zureka wind up his punch to attack, he silently confirmed, I will definitely strike first. Just as expected, Zureka lunges at Kali without warning, but he ducks just in time to avoid it. Seizing the opportunity, he lands a punch right in Zureka's ribs, causing him to spit up blood. That punch was fueled by all of Kali's strength, making Zureka's body cave in. After the hit, Kali thought to himself, that is game over. Meanwhile, Zureka collapses to the floor of the ring, blood pouring from his mouth. The audience gasps in disbelief. Thinking, is this how boxers fight? I can't believe he is losing to a kid. How embarrassing. Kali thinks as he exhales. I put everything I had into that punch. There is no way he is getting back up. The referee looks down at the trembling Zureka and asks, are you dead? Suddenly, Zureka opens his eyes wide in shock. Zureka sits up and asks, who's dead? He catches Kali off guard. Wiping the blood from his mouth, he grins and says, nice job. You got me for a moment there. Your punch was not bad. But why do you look so scared? Over here, Kali is sweating and grinding his teeth. Panicking to himself, there is no way he can be up after that punch. He raises his hand, getting ready to throw down again. Zureka, you better dodge this time, or it is lights out. Hearing this, Zureka sits up, laughing maniacally. Nonsense. Your punch felt like a tickle. Then he starts bouncing around like a kangaroo in front of Kali, who silently observes. Noting that he is still moving just as he did before and watching where he punched Zureka in the stomach earlier. He thinks, if I keep hitting him there, he might just collapse. Kali is sweating. Worried. He does not want to kill anyone with this punch. After calculating, Kali swings his fist, telling himself to hold back the power. He throws a punch at the air, thinking he will create an opening to trick him. Instantly, Zurika darts in to strike the opening Kali just created, predicting his move before punching. However, Kali takes a heavy hit to the shoulder and cries out in pain, eyes wide in disbelief. Zurika follows up with a hook aimed at Kali's head, but he bends down to evade it just in time, seeing that Kali has backed away. Zurika sighs. Feeling regretful, he laughs devilishly and adds, "If I hit you this time, you are done for." At the same time, Kali, clutching his shoulder, reflects on Zurika's moves. Realizing this is why all his previous opponents failed, he is stronger than I thought. Suddenly, Kali calls out, "Zurika," causing him to pause. Standing in the center of the ring, Kali darkly states, "I have ditched the thought of holding back my punches," his eyes filled with determination. Kali smirks, "I will make sure you remember this." Hearing that, Zurika laughs with delight, throwing a punch forward in response. Scared, well, I will do the same." Out of nowhere, Kali's leg suddenly hurts again at this moment. Yet, he quickly ducks to avoid Zurika's sharp punch. After that, Kali grits his teeth, sweating as he channels all his energy into a counterattack. He strikes hard at Zurika's ribs. He clearly hears Zurika's ribs crack and shatter, and he clenches his teeth in acceptance of the pain. But then, his eyes widen as Zurika's eerie laughter fills the air. Zurika looks down at the small Kali in front of him and says, "That is hilarious." Then he swings his arm and lands a solid hit right on Kali's face. Caught off guard by a surprise attack, Kali furrowed his brows, thinking, "There is no way I did not get under his skin." Meanwhile, Zurika delivered another punch, sending Kali flying. He raised his right hand to block the blow, while secretly assessing the situation. This guy made it deep into the tournament, not just because he is fit. On the other side, Zurika was throwing wild punches at Kali, and he thought, "I have to stop him." Suddenly, he unleashed a powerful punch, declaring, "I am invincible." Kali felt the impact shake his entire body as he staggered backward. He stomped his foot firmly on the ground to steady himself. Then he countered, landing a hit right in Zurika's stomach. With this punch, Kali aimed for his old wound. Once again, Zurika spat blood. Then he defiantly spit in Kali's face, making him flinch. Before Kali could even blink, Zurika swung his fist at him while he was still squinting. He threw a hook that made Kali's head snap back, sending him crashing down. Kali soared backward and slammed onto the ground. The crowd cheered, chanting, "That is right, Zurika. Crush him." On the other side, Azali anxiously bit her nails. This caught Sullivan's attention. She turned to try to calm him down. "You seem really worried, Miss. Kali's not going down easily." Inside, her heart was screaming with tears welling up. "Damn it, Kali. Please win. I am counting on you." Down in the ring, Kali lay motionless. He recalled Zurika's familiar punch from their previous match, realizing that just as he thought, he was taking down his opponents by targeting the chin like before. Kali wiped the blood from one eye, lamenting silently, "Good thing I turned my head to dodge that one. That was a close call." Suddenly, he jolted, realizing he does not look hurt at all. On the other end, Zurika raised his arms and threw his head back, laughing maniacally. "I am blessed. I have been granted an immortal body," he shouted with excitement. "I am different from you. You just have a pathetic body." Hearing this, Kali sat up to retort, "That is not a blessing, Zurika." He stood up, rubbed his eyes, and continued, "Your body has taken so much damage. It is too late for you to realize that." But Zurika, with a nonchalant look, replied, "Did not you hear what I said? I have been granted an immortal body." Yet Kali firmly replied, "There is no such thing as an immortal body." Then, with a fierce glare, he declared, "I will prove it to you by killing you." Once again, Kali got into position. Thinking he had discarded all his planned strategies, he crouched down on his injured leg, determined, "I will take him down with a brutal blow." Kali was sweating, biting his lip to endure the pain, thinking, "Just hold on a little longer." On the other side, Zurika screamed, "It won't work." At the same time, Kali landed a powerful punch to his back. Zurika looked down in disbelief, lifting his left hand, questioning what just happened. Then he recalled Kali's real left-handed attack, thinking, "He broke my arm." The attack was so quick that even the audience did not notice. Then Zurika swung his left arm in retaliation, but Kali ducked just in time to avoid it. At that moment, the pain in his injured leg shot through him, and Kali silently urged himself on. Just one more blow. He was drenched in sweat, veins bulging on his forehead and neck, his eyes glinting with a fierce determination to give it his all and take him down. He then focused his strength into his right hand, delivering a punch to Zurika's ribs that felt like a wrecking ball. His fist sunk deep into the flesh. Zurika spat blood, sweat cascading down his body like rain. After the hit, Kali quickly stumbled back, gasping for breath. Meanwhile, Zurika sneered, taunting him, "Is that your weak spot? He jeered, pointing at his own face. At the same time, as Zurika stepped forward, cheers erupted. Zurika, you are the best. Show us your spirit. On this side. Callie glared ahead with eyes sharp as a hawk just as Zurika closed the distance. Callie planted his foot firmly on the ground. Zurika, grinning widely, seemed frozen in place. Laughing maniacally, raising suspicion from the referee nearby. Suddenly, Callie raised his left hand and gave Zurika a light shove, blinking in surprise. Zurika fell hard to the ground. Zurika was still grinning, but his eyes had lost focus. 7 years ago, in the western desert, there were some cacti full of thorns, below ground in a mine. 15-year-old Zurika was working with an axe when he looked up, startled, as rocks began to fall. Suddenly, a large round boulder tumbled down, and someone shouted, "Watch out! The rocks are falling." At that moment, a terrifying crash echoed, blood and guts everywhere. A gaunt figure lay on the ground in a pool of blood, and people screamed in horror. "Someone's over there." Zurika was crushed by the rock. However, Zurika recalled that 3 days later, he opened his eyes, feeling as though he had been blessed by the gods. After that incident, Zurika transformed into a fighter, stronger than anyone else. Zurika, pumped with excitement, gritted his teeth, his body feeling no pain. He had decided to crush the slave who tormented him and left the western desert behind. In a peaceful little town by the river, Zurika recounted how he ended up here. In Kojin. Now, as a fighter, Zurika was brimming with confidence. He was the strongest. He was invincible. Zurika roared triumphantly. "I have received the blessing of the gods." On the other side, his opponent Kali was right in front of him. Suddenly, Zurika's heart felt like it shattered through protective glass. Then he lay flat on the ground, his body bruised and scarred, thinking to himself, "This is it." His striking eyes completely lost their focus. But Zurika still insisted he was invincible. Moments later, the referee approached and checked Zurika's pulse at his wrist. Then he stood up and shouted, "Zurika is unable to continue. The winner is the opponent." Along with the referee's announcement, Kali raised his right hand, gasping for air. His entire body was soaked with sweat from the pain in his leg. But he gritted his teeth and endured. Finally, the crowd erupted in cheers. "Kali, Kali." On the other side, Sullivan jumped up in shock. "Miss Kali," and with a glance full of joy, Kali won. On one side, tears streamed down Azalea's thigh, along with her voice. "I am so happy." She wiped her happy tears away, saying, "I am really so glad." Meanwhile, Sullivan, unsure of what to do, scratched his nose and turned away, pretending he did not see. At the same time, inside the waiting room, the other fighters were cheering. And the best of them all, Kali, Karina, wide-eyed and in shock, could not help but exclaim, "Kali." Then, stunned and stammering, the one who annihilated the enemies, Kali. The next day, Kali entered the dorm, still bandaged up, looking puzzled. What on earth is going on? Now everyone knows who Kali is. They stood on the ground floor looking up, murmuring, "There is Kali. The Annihilator. Is your leg okay?" Hearing this, Kali felt a shiver of uncertainty. The Annihilator. Sullivan leaned against the railing with one hand, casually picking his teeth as he explained, "Now, you have become the most famous boxer. Everyone knows Kali is the Annihilator because the audience watching the match at Kojin were the same people who saw him at the Whistly Harvest Festival." After that, Sullivan turned to leave, humming, "Go have breakfast? I will be meeting a doctor I know very well." Kali's fight with Zurika had attracted a lot of attention, and as a result, rumors about him being the Annihilator began to spread. In a dark alley of the town, a random contestant in the boxing tournament leaned against the wall, scoffing. The Annihilator. What a ridiculous name. He closed his eyes, grinding his teeth in disdain. Seriously, how could a loser like him ever beat an Annihilator? You fools. Two lackeys argued. Did you not see him crush Zurika? Then they started throwing their opinions around. We can ignore him, bro. You know you can beat Zurika either. Suddenly startled, he snapped back. Then how do you think you can take down the guy who defeated Zurika? He jabbed a sharp weapon at the guy. Cursing him out, he glared, bloodshot eyes piercing through his teeth. You think you can take me on? Ah. The guy was sweating bullets. Stuttering. After that, he ordered, "Get a few capable guys over here for me. If we want to win, we need a perfect plan." The Korean laughed. "Just chop off his leg." Meanwhile, in another place, the old fake doctor with a white beard said the exact same thing. This left Kali in shock. "Chop off what?" The old man turned and explained. "The bone is jutting out. It is digging into the flesh. It is just the knee. So you can wrap it up." Then he picked up a big knife and said, "It will feel like an ant bite. Just do it already." Sullivan rolled his eyes. Why does this old man keep insisting on chopping legs? Kali was furious. I have to participate in the boxing tournament tomorrow. Hearing this, the old man raised an eyebrow. You are a boxer, so you are the one who is supposed to fight and kill others. And now you dare to ignore my suggestion. Sullivan leaned down next to Kali. Boasting. Don't you know who this is? He is the rising star in the boxing scene lately. Have you heard of Kali? The Annihilator. This made him embarrassed, covering his face and shouting, while Sullivan snickered. Then he looked at the doctor. Rap, I will go get treated somewhere else. Just give me some meds to hold me over, the old man advised him. But just chopping it off would be much easier. Nevertheless, the old man handed Kali a paper bag. Warning, this medicine is pretty strong, so only use it once a day. Before leaving, Sullivan waved goodbye. All right, I am out of here. Old man, chop, the old man called back. Causing her to look puzzled, he pointed at Kali, who had stepped outside, adding, his leg. I am serious about chopping it off, not just joking, and looking at his surgical tools. He says, the one affected, the one shot by arrows. We know many surgical methods for a few people. Then he asks Sullivan, and she wonders who could heal his leg. Then she replied, Sir, do you know about the god of the empire? Hearing this, the old man stroked his beard and said, if it is a god, I have heard of him. His name is John Johnham. After that, he stopped singing and wondered, what was that? It left Sullivan extremely puzzled. Did he lose his memory? The next day, at the final match, Kali sat in the game room looking down at his bruised leg and happily thought, my leg is getting better. Outside, two guards looked in and chatted. Guard duty is easier now. There is only one person in the room, so we do not have to worry about them fighting anymore. And they urged each other, let us go eat. Suddenly, a dog barked, startling Kali, who turned to look. Sullivan walked in with a gray husky, and upon seeing it, he shouted, Rovo. The dog ran over and nuzzled Kali's leg, making him happy. It has been a while since I have seen you. Seeing this, Sullivan was suspicious. I still can't believe it is a real wolf. Why is it so well behaved around you? Suddenly, outside, two people approached Kali's room. They walked in, exclaiming, it is really the brain killer. I told you he would be here. Causing Kali and Sullivan to turn their heads in attention. The two fans, eyes wide in excitement, said, I am a fan of yours. Your final battle was amazing. Can we shake hands? On one side, Rovo suddenly displayed a strange reaction upon hearing their assurance. Just a handshake. Then it lowered its body, growling in a hostile manner. Seeing this, Sullivan seemed to be on alert. She pushed one person away with one hand while raising the other to shield herself, and Kali stepped back. At that moment, the man in the hat slashed Sullivan's hand, making Kali worryingly shout, Sullivan. But she quickly lifted her knee and kicked the man in the stomach, sending him reeling. As he fell to the ground, he yelled for the remaining guy. Finish him. Attack them. The brown-haired man took the opportunity while Sullivan was distracted handling his buddy, heading straight for Kali. Thinking, there is no time to hesitate now. Then Kali swung his fist, sweating and determined. I have to dodge that knife. Suddenly, Rovo jumped up to attack the brown-haired man. Instantly, the guy swung his knife wildly, cursing, you damn dog. Seeing the dog land in front of him, baring its teeth, the brown-haired guy was too scared to make a move. After that, the two ran off swearing. Finish him. At this moment, Kali finally had time to ask Sullivan, are you okay? She rubbed her bloodied hand and replied, it is just a cut on my finger. Then she grimaced. Definitely just an accident. That bastard must have planned all this. I really did not know this would happen. It is my fault. Suddenly, they heard Rovo whimper and turned to look in confusion. It was lying on the ground, panting, and Sullivan shouted, Rovo. Then the two worriedly approached to check, and Sullivan clarified, it just got worn out. Her face paled as she turned to remind him, Kali, just focus on your match. I have invested all my money in you, plus the money from others and my retirement savings too. Hearing that, Kali silently wrapped the bandage around his hand and replied, I understand, and with a determined grip, I will come back. After a while, the arena is packed, and the crowd roars with excitement as two fighters make their way to the ring. I have never seen someone so shocked. He is sweating bullets out of fear. Over here, Kali steps into the ring with an intimidating aura. I grit my teeth, thinking, how the hell does that guy have no injuries? At the same time, Kali notices my expression and silently critiques me with a chilling gaze and fierce intent. I think, this must be your trick. As the referee shouts to start, both of us move into a stance, cautiously probing each other. Wait a second. I realize, looking at Kali's small stature. I think, he is more agile than I expected, and with my hurt leg, I am not at my best. Should I try to attack him? With that thought, I throw a punch at Kali's face. Convinced his defense is weak, I can strike him. I think happily. It is working. I can actually hit him. Then I swing my right fist toward Kali's face, but this time, he effortlessly blocks it with his left hand, leaving me stunned. Even his right arm is trembling in pain. While Kali's eyes widen like a wild beast, staring right at me, he retaliates with a left hook, gritting his teeth and channeling his strength. But Kali stops my punch again. Furious, I continue to throw punches, desperate to land one. Once again, my punch has no effect on Kali. Now I am beyond furious and ready to try again, but Kali quickly strikes my wrist, making it feel like it is about to snap. I am drenched in sweat, scared, and exclaiming, "What the hell?" At that moment, Kali delivers a devastating punch right to my gut, leaving me dazed and questioning life as he taunts. What is wrong? Why do not you spit it out? Simultaneously, he digs his fist deeper into my stomach, causing tears and snot to flow. As he pulls his hand back, my teeth go flying everywhere. In agony, my face contorts as I scream, holding my mouth, while Kali leans closer, his eyes glinting with malice, saying, "You are not eating meat again after this." My teeth soar through the air, splattered with blood, and I keep getting hit. Spitting blood. Finally, terrified, I back away, raising my hand in surrender. Mumbling, I give, but Kali is not done. He delivers another blow to my arm, leaving me stunned and terrified. Tears stream down my face as I realize my raised hand in surrender is being twisted by Kali's relentless punches. Meanwhile, he is in a frenzy, veins bulging from his face. Next, Kali launches a left uppercut that makes my head snap back, and I cough up more blood. His fist keeps flying, this time landing a gut punch that makes me double over, saliva dribbling down. The audience is stunned, eyes wide in shock, and at the same time, I collapse to the ground. The referee watches me hit the floor like a sack of potatoes and stutters. The winner is over here. Kali stands like a statue, looking down with a furious glare as the referee and the crowd chant his name, Kali. Meanwhile, he grimaces in pain as his bruised leg throbs. You look down, sweating like crazy. Damn. The day after the tournament's closing ceremony, the guy with the bowl cut grins and grabs Kali's hand, celebrating your win, Kali. Then he happily invites, "Whenever you get a chance to drop by Kujin, I will treat you like royalty." Kali feels a bit flattered but shyly responds, "Yeah." Over there, the referee hands a bag to Azalea, saying, "This guy is really strong. Here's your prize money." She holds the heavy bag of money in her hands, saying nothing. Her eyes are welling up with emotion. Kali notices this gesture. That evening, in a room filled with cheers. "Great job, Kali." Sullivan's teammates applaud and welcome him, saying, "Thanks to you, we are getting rich. You deserve all the respect." Then one guy, tears streaming down his face, clenches his fists, reminiscing about when Jurika knocked him out. "I am wondering if I should go back to Aegis territory and do some heavy lifting with an axe or something." Hearing that, Kali can only nod and chuckle. Suddenly, the door swings open, startling Sullivan's teammates who turn to look. A man with a crooked smile speaks up. "Long time no see." Leona leads the soldiers in and says, when Lady Azalea from Aegis territory sees him, Sullivan's teammates are visibly uncomfortable. On this side, Kali and Sullivan give him unfriendly looks. Only Azalea politely steps forward, saying, "Yep. It has been a while, Captain." She calmly adds, "I have been waiting for this day." After a while, they sit down to chat. And I did not expect him to win the tournament and take the prize money. Lena sits across from Azalea's group, reflecting, "I did not think that lowlife was actually a boxer. He is even the one who wiped out the Ox is impressive." But Azalea does not waste time and hands over a bag of money, saying, "Here's the 10,000 as promised. Our business ends here." But Liana's burst out laughing, flipping the script. "Miss Azalea, are you really going to wrap this up so easily?" Then he adds, "Honestly, I did not think I would just be getting 10,000 from you." Leaving Kali and Sullivan's crew shocked, Leonis thinks of Jurika and says, "I have put a lot on Jurika, and I am not happy to see Kali win like this." Kali fumed upon hearing him question, "Why did not you tell me you were the Ox Slayer beforehand? That is ridiculous." Meanwhile, Azalea's sharp gaze seems to pierce through the situation, and then she gestures towards Sullivan, signaling him. At the same time, another bag of money is placed on the table. Shocking Leonis, Azalea casually states, 20,000, leaving Kali and the soldier behind him speechless. On the other side, Leonis is sweating in disbelief, staring at the bag of money with his jaw dropped. At the same moment, Sullivan recalls being stunned earlier, asking, "Miss, do you want to bet everything you have got?" Azalea, arms crossed at the door, replies, "You did the same. So why can—" Hearing this, Sullivan sweats and says, "I get it now." Then she cheerfully leans in with curiosity. "But did not you just oppose that, Miss?" Aren't you worried he will lose because of that injured leg? Azalea quickly turns her head. Denying it, that is nonsense, with a determined gaze. She confidently asserts, Callie won't lose. This attitude leaves Sullivan astonished. Then she tilts her head. Puzzled. So why did you oppose? Under the twilight? Azalea replied. Of course. Callie will win. She recalled the image of him bandaged and unconscious on the bed. Even if it meant breaking his legs to ensure that outcome. Right now, Sullivan glanced at the noble Azalea. Thinking, when you found out we were betting, you must have placed your own wager too, because this lady is truly formidable. Just then, Azalea turned to Lynette and asked, what is next? She looked at him with indifferent eyes. Still not enough. Captain, Lynette sweatily replied. Way too much. Miss Azalea. Then he picked up a few gold coins and said, so I will take this. This left her utterly amazed. Asking, is that all? Just then, Lynette waved his hand, signaling the soldier behind him. Lena. Moments later, the door opened, and a man walked in. Greeting. It is great to see you again, Callie. Seeing him, Callie's eyes widened in shock. Exclaiming, and looking at the person who once fought against him. Spiring, Karina smiled and asked warmly, have you learned to take care of yourself yet? Then she told Lynette, let us overlook this for now. Captain. He then thought about the flag carrying the G emblem. Scolding himself. How could the captain of Kojin's guard do this when this news reached him? Lynette raised an eyebrow, anxiously listening to Karina's questioning. You know what is going to happen, do not you? Seeing this, Sullivan chuckled, saying, you really are a noble, which made Karina shyly scratch his head and reply, did I let that slip? Then he happily turned to Callie, casting a spell. I was curious why you only got hurt in the leg when fighting Oxford, and I also used a fake name like you. Then politely reintroducing himself, my real name is Karina, and my uncle is currently the elder of Kojin. Hearing this, Sullivan's teammates whispered among themselves. He said, Karina, is not that one of the 3 families that founded Kojin? Exactly. On the other side, Lynette stood up to leave, saying, I will be off now, you take care. But as he reached the door, he waved his hand, adding, and Callie, next time I will bet on you. Then you will hear me curse. Get lost. Moments later in the room, Karina thought to himself, so that is what happened with the Joseph family. The Joseph family is really a joke. I will ask you to send someone to assist Agassi. He then added, however, the Joseph family can sell their assets at any price. Honestly, I can't interfere in this matter. Hearing this, Azalea nodded thoughtfully. That is enough. Thank you for your care. Meanwhile, Callie stood outside with his arms crossed, thinking about the chain that could pull the shield with the cracked IG emblem, whispering his calculations. If we get help from the higher-ups of Kojin, Lady Joseph won't be able to do anything. Suddenly, Karina opened the door and stepped out, calling, Callie. Startling him, Callie cautiously stepped back and asked, why are you calling me? This action made Karina break out in an involuntary sweat. You can talk normally with me. Then the two leaned against the railing, chatting, and Karina praised, I watched your entire match. A true fighter is really different. Hearing this, Callie happily replied, I won't fight you anymore, Captain. Then Karina's next words made him go pale, sweat pouring down. Actually, I was planning to buy you from Miss Azalea, but she refused, and then Callie skeptically asked, you have a taste for that sort of thing? Immediately, he waved his hands in denial. I meant to buy you and then set you free. I think it would be a waste if you were not free. Hearing that, Callie let out a sigh of relief and replied, I do not think things are that bad right now. Then Callie opened up. I know it is dangerous, like walking on a razor's edge. With a knowing look, he said, but it is also an important part of my life. Meanwhile, Karina asked, so you think fighting is more important to you than freedom? Callie, with a determined expression, looked away and said, I would rather die than never fight again. Time slipped by, and one day, the group set off, with double the guards for mercenary, creating a lot of envy. We have gained a lot since entering the empire. A guy reported to Azalea. We will soon arrive in Macedon, the capital of the empire. Hearing this, Azalea mumbled sadly. We will get there soon. Macedon, the capital of the empire, with identical houses built close together, surrounded by tall city walls. Sullivan shielded his eyes from the sun and remarked, all the roads are paved with stones. While Callie thought to himself, it looks cramped. Suddenly, he heard a shout. It is the royal army. Make way. Then came the heavy footsteps on the road. The soldiers clad in golden armor, bearing the royal insignia, marched past Callie's group. Sullivan remarked in awe, the royal army is truly impressive. Curious, Callie asked, have you seen the royal army before? She recalled the time she wielded a sword to protect Azalea in the woods and said, did not I tell you? I encountered robbers before I was hired by the lady. And Sullivan thought of the strong man with the sword, recounting how the prince and the royal army had taken down the bandits back then. Then, looking at Callie, who was deep in thought, she added, maybe it is thanks to the Lord that I met the prince back then and survived. Hearing this, Callie thought about the prince, and after a while, at the foot of the city wall, a guard announced, "It is, you all can pass through." As they rode past a guard, Azalea said, "Take this letter to Prince Iskander." Then she turned around and instructed, "Callie, come to my room after you are done." While Sullivan's teammates were carrying the belongings, Callie slipped into a narrow path. He then entered the room where Azalea was discussing matters with the soldiers. Seeing Callie, she set down her stack of papers and said, "Everyone, please step outside for a moment." Sitting in a chair across from Azalea, Callie reminded her, "You should take a break, miss." She replied, "I will rest later, so it is fine." Suddenly, Azalea spoke up, "Callie, Prince Iskander will be here soon." Hearing that, he asked curiously, "So he is the one you know?" Azalea crossed her arms and nodded. "Yep. You want to heal your leg? Right. That is why I am here." Then she carefully said. Azalea let her hair cover her facial expression and requested, "From now on, no matter what Iskander does." Seeing that, Callie widened his eyes in shock as she continued, "No matter what he says." Finally, Azalea looked at him with fierce eyes, radiating a determined chill. "No matter what he does to me, you must remain still." After a moment of silence with no response from Callie, Azalea's face darkened as she reminded him, "And no matter what happens to me, you must stay calm." Callie thought to himself. He had been so wrapped up in his treatment he almost forgot. He murmured, "It is just because someone met the prince." Suddenly, Callie jumped up. "What does that even mean?" "It is inappropriate for a lowly slave to receive treatment from the royal family." He furrowed his brow and exclaimed loudly, "Miss, that is impossible without a price." Just then, a knock from outside caught the attention of both of them. Azalea immediately stood up to fix her appearance and said, "It seems like Prince Iskander has arrived." Seeing this, Callie reached out to poke her shoulder. "Hold on a second, miss." Azalea shot him a cold look and exclaimed, "Gross." But he would not let go and insisted, "What is the point of being here now?" She quickly swatted his hand away. "Isn't he boxing the only thing in your life?" Azalea then walked away, saying, "Just stick to that." At that moment, it seemed Callie realized something. His expression turning pale, Azalea stepped out to greet Iskander. Having not seen the prince in a long time, he smiled slightly and replied, "I rushed here as soon as I heard you were here." Iskander placed his hand over his heart, saying, "Even if our meeting is brief, I have never forgotten you." Not for a moment. Azalea looked at the person in front of her, while Callie furrowed his brow, thinking, Arthur is the third prince of the empire. His demeanor resembles that of a warrior or fighter more than royalty. Noticing Callie's gaze, Iskander turned to him and asked, "Are you itching for a fight?" "That is quite strange." His expression looked rather displeased. Yet he tried to hold himself back, reminding himself to stay calm and not do anything foolish. Sensing the tension in the air, Azalea quickly stepped forward to introduce. "This is the slave I mentioned earlier. This is Callie." Iskander exclaimed with a smile. "You are that fighter. Right. You are quite famous. I have heard about you in the kingdom." He then turned and commanded, "Listen up. Prepare an excellent feast for me, and lead the guests to my mansion first." However, Iskandar's next words sent Callie's mood plummeting. "I can't let someone who will become my woman stay in a filthy place like this." With that, he climbed into the carriage heading into Iskandar's mansion, while Callie remained in shock, contemplating the future. On the vibrant path of withered blossoms, Callie's mind echoed with a haunting question. "Do you want to be my girlfriend?" Sullivan spoke up. "So this was what you and the prince had agreed upon last time," Azalea replied calmly. "The prince kindly said he fell in love with me at first sight." Sullivan clicked his tongue. "The beloved daughter of the royal family is becoming the prince's concubine. That is quite something. Do you know about the Aegis family?" She sadly gazed out the window. "I do not know. Everything here is pretty complicated right now. I was going to tell you after everything was wrapped up." While everyone was chatting, Callie tightened his fists. Blaming himself, he hung his head, grinding his teeth, thinking it was because of his legs that things had turned out this way. At that moment, Sullivan noticed Callie, sulking in the corner, looking downcast. On the other side, the assistant chimed in. "The prince has several matters to discuss about the kingdom's situation. Does he really need to take a woman like that as his concubine?" Iskander replied nonchalantly, "Let my brothers handle those political discussions. As for her," remembering that beautiful face, he confidently declared, "I was struck by love at first sight. Her confident attitude and resilience in adversity. It is all truly beautiful." At this point, Iskandar's gaze suddenly turned cold. But I am not really fond of that fighter Kali. Even though it was our first meeting, there was something in his eyes that irritated me. Then he turned back to ask. Anyway, a promise is a promise. Where is Lord Sinsa? She kept her head down and softly replied. He paused for a moment before continuing. He went to the office in the west with the crown prince. And what about the Sander family? Has that been settled? The scene shifted to a banquet table filled with delicious roasted chicken. People bustling in and out, looking extravagant and noble. At this moment, Kali donned a pristine white outfit. Sullivan clicked his tongue and remarked, Kali, now that you have cleaned up and changed clothes, I see you look quite dashing. She stroked her chin and nodded. It is nice to be treated differently from the kingdom's slaves. The value of a warrior is truly appreciated here. But his gaze was focused solely on Azalea sitting next to Iskandar. Kali clenched his fists, thinking, even if she is not the right match for me. Sensing something unusual, Sullivan tightened her grip on his shoulder, warning him. What are you planning to do? She reminded him blandly. Relax those eyes. That young lady has chosen her own path. And it is you who ignored the opportunities and signals she offered. Sullivan shrugged. I have been observing closely for almost 2 months now. So there is no way I would not know that. Kali sighed in regret. But now, it does not really matter. The HS territory will thrive as everything has turned around. Meanwhile, Iskandar, sitting up top, was slightly tipsy. He exhaled and said, I just remembered something. Iskandar casually remarked. Did not you say that Kali is a professional fighter? Upon hearing this, Azalea turned around in surprise and replied. Yep. But right now, he is nursing an injury to one leg. Just as he finished speaking, Iskandar raised his voice. Hey, slave, why do not you liven up this party? Kali coldly stared at him. What does that mean? Your Highness. Iskandar gestured to the knight behind him. I may not be a fighter, but my subordinate knows a thing or two about the art of combat. How about a match here with my underling? Azalea anxiously rushed to intervene. Your Highness. Kali is injured. He is not fit to fight right now. But he quickly brushed her off. His left side is not hurt. Right. If you are worried, then I will arrange a match without any restrictions. Azalea knew there was no changing his mind. So she turned to Kali with a confused look. But all she got in response was a firm shake of his head. At that moment, the crowd buzzed with excitement as they saw the Golden Knight stepping onto the arena. It was about to get intense. Even if it is just a match, losing to a fighter would completely strip a knight of their dignity and honor. They were all shouting, show your skills. Fighter. Under the weight of that pressure, Kali just hung his head in thought. His frustration growing by the second, he chuckled to himself, thinking about how he could not pull Azalea like she expected. At that moment, all the cuts and bruises on Kali's body flashed before everyone's eyes. And he realized that all he could do now was. He clenched his fists tightly and raised his determined gaze forward. Then, Kali stood face to face with the Golden Knight, who seemed to emanate an aura of power. Looking at those scars, he had to furrow his brow in caution. The kid looked too young, but he seemed really skilled. Just before the match began, the Golden Knight calmly reminded him that if he passed out or backed down, he would lose. Seeing that Kali had no objections, he simply said, let us begin. Watching Kali tense up in a combat stance, he thought carefully. The kid was ready. He calculated that if he provoked him, the kid would definitely attack. With both of them set, Iskandar raised his hand and set his glass down, signaling that the match had begun. As soon as the glass shattered, the knight launched a right hook at Kali, but he quickly ducked and countered immediately, although he managed to block the blow. When he looked at his injured arm, he could not help but be astonished. The distance was close, yet the hit was so powerful. Then, Kali began to unleash a flurry of kicks to push the Golden Knight back. Within a month of him retracting his hands, the knight swiftly threw a punch. Kali's face turned pale with anger, and he clenched his jaw tightly before swinging his arm. He dodged to the side and landed a punch right in the knight's ribs. The blow struck hard, causing the knight to wince in pain and stagger back. The knight's face turned pale as he fell to the ground, clutching his ribs. Seeing this, the crowd erupted in excitement. The warrior Noli had claimed victory, just as expected from a seasoned fighter. Meanwhile, Kali wiped the sweat from his brow, thinking all he had to do was prove his strength. In stark contrast to the noisy atmosphere below, Iskandar was furrowing his brow in dissatisfaction. The Golden Knight, standing nearby, looked on with concern. Normally, he would be congratulating him. But today, Iskandar was visibly frustrated. Feeling bored, he still did not get the sense that this kid was capable of defeating him. Then he glanced sideways, thinking she must have something to do with this. He saw Azalea breathing a sigh of relief, and his doubts intensified. Something about this was related to him. With that thought, Iskandar cheerfully exclaimed, that is all for today, folks. Thanks for joining us. He hugged Azalea's shoulders tightly as he said, see you at the next ceremony. It will be more fun. Under his intense gaze, Azalea could only muster a painfully forced smile. That night, in the hallway outside Azalea's room, a pair of unsteady feet approached. Iskandar, tipsy and wobbling against the wall, mumbled, "I feel like my woman really does not like me when I am angry." He frowned unhappily and knocked hard on her door, saying, "I need to talk to Azalea." Hearing the noise, Azalea quickly whispered from inside, "Who's it?" He replied, "Me." Iskandar. As soon as she heard his voice, she slowly opened the door. Seeing him standing there, Azalea raised an eyebrow and asked softly, "Have you been drinking?" Iskandar chuckled and answered, "Just like you." He continued, "I want to tell you some things that I could not say at the party." Azalea did not want to hear any more and lowered her head in thought. In this situation, however, there was nothing I could do. I did not want to be with the prince until Kali left the empire. At this moment, the two of them stepped into the room. Iskandar suggested, "Let us have a drink first." Azalea reluctantly accepted. "Okay." Under the dim moonlight, she gently asked, "Prince, what about the healer?" Looking at her beautiful face, he blushed and stammered, "The healer is an amazing person. Not just in medicine but in many other ways too." Iskandar started rambling. "He is a friend of my father, and he is also my brother's mentor and protector. Crown Prince Philip," he kept talking. "Even though he is older, he always loves to invent new things." Azalea laughed along. "He really seems like a wonderful person." Then she suddenly lowered her gaze and mumbled, "If he is that amazing." His next words made Iskandar feel pleased. "He can easily heal broken legs." He frowned darkly. "Not again." Iskandar almost demanded, "Are you worried about your slave warrior?" "Caliso." Azalea quickly turned her face away, trying to avoid. "It is not like that." Iskandar suddenly stood up, startling her. "That bothers me." Then, in front of Azalea's alarmed eyes, he suddenly rushed to slam against the wall behind her. Azalea saw a large dent in the wall and turned pale. Realizing he had frightened her, he quickly apologized. I lost control." Then Iskandar paused to cough a few times. After that, he gently lifted Azalea's chin and softly reassured her. "You do not have to be afraid." Iskandar leaned in closer. "I won't let you think of Kali ever again. The only person you should think about is me." Faced with that madness, Azalea's eyes went wide with fear. Just that day, at that moment, Iskandar looked like a monster in front of her, and Azalea fearfully wondered. For the rest of my life, she helplessly shut her eyes and cried, secretly calling out his name, Kali, in the dim room. Her voice trembled as she cried out, "Please, save me." Then Azalea yelled, "Kali." In that instant, from the main door of the room, a figure burst in like a gust of wind. Kali appeared instantly, quickly slamming a chair down onto Iskandar's head. As he swung it, he yelled in rage, "Get away from her, you bastard." Just a few minutes earlier, Kali was on his way back to his room when he bumped into Iskandar. Damn it. Seeing the drunken prince, he cursed under his breath. Why did I have to run into the third prince? But as he followed the direction Iskandar was going, Kali suddenly stopped dead in his tracks, staring at the door that had just swung open, and his heart sank. Azalea's room. Kali's face darkened as he clenched his jaw and observed everything. Inside Kali's heart, everything was a chaotic mess. He reminisced about the beautiful times they shared together. With a heavy heart, Kali turned away, thinking it was not his problem. But just then, a muffled sound echoed, drawing him in. This noise instantly caught his attention. Did I just hear that right? No sooner had he thought that, than Azalea's blood-curdling scream pierced the air. Without a second thought, he dashed into the room like a whirlwind. As soon as he stepped inside, he found Iskandar forcing himself on Azalea. In a fit of rage, Kali grabbed a chair and swung it at him. He roared furiously, "Get your hands off her, you bastard." The impact left Iskandar stunned, his eyes wide and mouth agape. While Azalea watched in horror as chaos unfolded, he collapsed on the floor, clutching his aching head. And Kali, after delivering that blow, fell right after. Gripping his bloodied head, Iskandar cursed angrily. "Damn it. What the hell are you doing?" Before he could finish, Kali sprang up, seizing a sharp chair leg and charging at him. Then, he landed another punch right in Iskandar's face. Kali shouted, "How dare you threaten her?" Iskandar, with a bruised face, roared back, "What do you mean by that? This is ridiculous." Mid-sentence, he suddenly realized something and whipped his head around to see Azalea sneaking up from behind. The answer hit him like a freight train, sending his anger skyrocketing, and he clenched his jaw, trying to rein it in. Iskandar yanked the wooden stake out of his thigh, growling, "I do not care anymore." Kali froze at the sight, thinking, his thigh. As he tossed the wood aside, he muttered, "That hurt." Then Iskandar declared loudly, "Now I feel alive again, a bug like you." But before he could finish, a punch like lightning struck him. The punch seemed to drain every ounce of his strength, sending Iskandar crashing to the ground. Despite the blood and chaos, he kept his eyes wide open, watching Kali's every move. Spotting an opening, Iskandar quickly got back up and delivered a gut punch. The blow sent Kali flying into the wall, and he grimaced, thinking, this guy is really strong. Seeing Kali still on his feet, Iskandar huffed. I get why you are acting like this. But, he charged at him, roaring, but now I declare this woman is mine. On the opposite side, Kali was already sprinting towards him, thinking, I have acted impulsively. Let us wrap this up quickly. He furrowed his brow, planning to target his jaw, ready to build momentum from his run. Just as Kali predicted, Iskandar took a thunderous punch from him. He stumbled backward. But in that exact moment, Iskandar suddenly reached out and grabbed Kali's arm. He growled, you should follow my rules, slave. Realizing what was about to happen, Kali's face turned pale. Oh no. At that moment, Iskandar twisted his arm behind his back, locking it up. Then, he bit down hard on Kali's wrist, twisting it painfully. The agony shot through to his bones, forcing Kali to bite his lip and throw a punch backward. But Iskandar stubbornly kept twisting his arm, with the pain crushing him. Kali thought, if this goes on, my arm will snap. Just then, a loud noise rang out, and Iskandar loosened his grip, making Kali turn around in confusion. At that moment, Iskandar was clutching the back of his head, staring intently at Azalea behind him. Turned out she had grabbed a candlestick and swung it at him. Hearing the commotion, the Golden Knights rushed in, shouting, what is going on? Seeing his soldiers arrive, Iskandar's gaze turned colder than ever. He adjusted his clothes and said, you have ruined my mood. At this point, the Golden Knights had tightly surrounded Kali. They shouted menacingly, surrender, slave. A few hours later, in another room, a deep, furious voice boomed. What the hell is this mess? A deep, resonant voice calls out, Iskandar. That voice belongs to the Crown Prince Philippos. Fear swells inside Iskandar as he stutters to himself. Who would have guessed this guy would show up right now? After a moment, he gathers his courage and stammers. Haha. That is because of him. Brother, Philippos, with a hint of hesitation, barks. Should I do something to make you spill the beans? Suddenly, he pulls out a stick, menacing and broad, and says, speak the truth before I ask the lady beside you. Iskandar, or do you want me to beat you to death like when we were kids? Iskandar stammers, panicking. Yeah. Brother. It is just that. Instantly, Azalea August, standing quietly beside him, feels a surge of anxiety. Thinking, this is so unexpected. Thoughts of rescue swirl in her mind. But what about treating Kali's wounds? Even though he was a bit drunk yesterday and caused a scene, I thought you would turn it to your advantage to control me. But you told everything to the Crown Prince instead. She sadly bows her head, continuing to think, even a slave like Kali seriously injuring a prince is a major offense. Her heart races, and more thoughts flood her mind. Death is unavoidable. After hearing Iskandar's tale, Philippos, in exasperation, rubs his forehead and curses. You are such an idiot. A merciless strike comes down from above, accompanied by Philippos' authoritative voice. Not teaching you a lesson is clearly not an option. The first strike comes down, and Iskandar tries to justify himself. But brother. Whoa, wait. But Philippos' anger seems endless. He raises his voice. Shut up. I do not have a pathetic little brother like you. Philippos can't contain his raging anger, hurling insults like a storm. Why did you barge into a girl's room while drunk? You think she is not scared. You think she will feel okay about it. Each of his words hits Iskandar like a crushing blow. His words keep echoing. Do you even have a brain? Iskandar cries out in pain. Philippos steps out the door and calls back, his tone cold yet commanding. Philippos, the seventh, will represent the great emperor, who is exploring the northern regions, to hold a small trial. He glances at Iskandar with piercing eyes and commands. Bring Kali, the captive warrior, here. Shortly after, Kali appears in the hall for judgment. He looks at the person in front of him and speaks. You are the warrior Kali. Kali responds calmly and softly. Philippos sighs, his voice dripping with annoyance. You are weaker than I thought. Pathetic, is not. Iskandar. Iskandar, standing beside him, can he hold back and retorts. Brother, that fighter is not some useless punk, and he beat me up badly. Hearing this, Philippos' fury erupts, and he shouts, shut your mouth. Iskandar, how dare you halt the healer's treatment to do as you please? Philippos clenches his fists, his voice intensifying. And you even dared to barge into a woman's room at midnight and harass her. How can you keep embarrassing our royal dignity like this? Philippos pulled out a commitment letter and said that Azalea August from the Duchy of Sassoy had previously made a pact with Iskander. He walked up to Azalea, his gaze void of pity, his voice cold as ice, stating that she had committed the gravest of offenses in this matter. Without a moment's hesitation, he slapped her hard across the face. The gentle facet of Kali was gone, replaced by a fierce anger directed at Philippos. Azalea touched her reddened cheeks, lowering her head and murmuring, "It is all my fault." "Your Highness." Philippos lightly twisted his wrist, his expression still icy, replying without an ounce of mercy. The offense against the royal family and the attack on Iskandar was severe, and the issue was that she was the one who caused all this trouble. She knew the reckless nature of that fool Iskandar. Philippos glanced at Kali, waving his hand dismissively, his voice dripped with mockery. "How do you expect to fight Iskandar with that leg of yours? You are truly a brave fool." Kali remained silent, staring at him without a word. Philippos continued. The fighter Kali acted hastily on instinct. Even though Iskandar was in the wrong, he stepped closer to Kali, his tone turning frigid. "Even if Azalea rejected Iskandar for some reason, that is their issue. In this case, you are the criminal who attacked Iskandar. If you want to act like a warrior to the end, you must also take responsibility for your actions." With that, Philippos drew his sword, the sharp steel glinting like a clear warning. Azalea gasped, shouting, "Kali!" The blade was pressed against Kali's neck, and Philippos asked, "Do you have anything left to deny?" Kali took his time to respond. The sword was just inches from his throat. He lowered his head and firmly stated, "I have no regrets about what I have done." Philippos remained silent, his serious gaze fixed on Kali, as if he wanted to see if the boy would truly stand by his convictions. Suddenly, he sliced through the ropes binding Kali's hands with a swift motion. Philippos praised, "Good, Kali. You have protected Miss Azalea August to the end." He turned to Iskandar and added, "That is what a man should do." Iskandar wore a smug expression. Grinning widely, Philippos declared loudly, "Philippos of the Imperial House. Announce according to the strict laws of the Empire." With that, the sharp sword in his hand was plunged straight into the ground. His voice boomed with authority. "The victor will stand till the end, and the fallen will be deemed the defeated." Iskandar and Kali listened intently to Philippos, his words echoing in their ears. The one Iskandar desired was Miss Azalea August, and Kali was her guardian warrior. His serious gaze turned to both of them as he declared, "A match will determine the victor." He announced loudly that the battle would be held 1 week from now. Soon after, a voice rang out in the hall. "I have heard about Philippos, that he is a cold-blooded man. But this is a bit surprising, is not?" Kali chimed in behind. Yeah. The most surprising part is that he made such a decision." Sullivan replied, "To be honest, that night I felt a bit uncomfortable, so I went outside and missed it." Suddenly, she turned around to look at Kali and asked curiously, "Wait, you did not actually do what I said yesterday, did you? If I were you, I would have knocked that third prince out and made a run for it with the lady." Her face was filled with confusion as she said, "I can't believe you actually did that." But Kali calmly replied, "Yeah, I totally did." Just then, a voice rang out from behind. "You are the fighter who took down the prince." The golden armored soldiers were approaching, looking at Kali with excitement. One of them spoke up. "Nice job. Good. You have got guts?" Another soldier chimed in enthusiastically. "Next time, take it easy on Iskandar." Kali thought to himself, "What is with this atmosphere? Why are they calling that prince a loser?" One of the soldiers told Kali to follow them. "Come on." Still confused about what was happening, Kali asked, "What is going on?" One of them replied, "The divine healer wants to see you." Kali's face went pale upon hearing this. He recalled previous events and thought, "Finally, the destination of this long journey. I am about to meet the divine healer." His expression became serious and contemplative. He felt a flicker of hope and secretly rejoiced at the possibility of healing his leg. At the healer's residence, Kali was led there by the golden armored soldiers. A voice from inside called out, "Who's it?" The soldier replied, "Divine healer. I have brought Kali to you." The voice from within said, "Come in." Kali stood there in a daze at the door, feeling overwhelmed as everything was happening too fast for him to process. Inside was John Brady Clark, who asked as Kali entered, "Philip. Oh wait. You are the troublemaker Philip mentioned, are not you?" He continued in a low voice. "And you are the one who is going to fight Iskandar." After a moment of silence, John approached Kali, gently examined the injury on his leg, and made a conclusion. "There is a bone fragment lodged here, which is putting pressure on the nerves and muscles." Kali instinctively winced, his eyes showing pain. But he said nothing. He silently accepted the healer's verdict, thinking, "This is going to hurt like hell when I walk. How am I supposed to endure this?" John asked Kali, "When did you get hurt?" Kali replied, "Last autumn." John rubbed his chin, his gaze lost in thought. Seeing John's contemplative look, Kali's heart sank with fear. He thought, could it be that it is too late for healing? He voiced his concern. Divine healer, is it too late to treat my legs? John answered nonchalantly. I am just surprised at how it has managed to stay in such good shape for so long. He continued, I will treat you with a temporary method, since I heard you will be fighting Iskandar in a few days. His answer made Kali feel relieved, a spark of hope flickering in his eyes. John took off his glasses and added, everyone calls me a miracle worker. But I really do not like that. If you could, just call me by my name. He introduced himself. My name is John. I am American. The revelation hit Kali like a shockwave, and he mumbled, an American. Then, he fell out of his chair, staring at John in disbelief. Sweat began to bead on his forehead. He repeated John's introduction. American. Your name is John. Seeing Kali's distressed expression, John ordered the armored soldiers. Everyone, step back. As they left, the room fell silent. John sighed softly. I have been searching for you for a long time, but could not find you. Now we meet again like this. What a twist of fate. Kali was still reeling, his mind swirling with questions. He hesitated and asked, you really were born on Earth? Right. Not here. Hearing his question, John replied, my real name is John Bradley Clark. I came here about 40 years ago. Kali recounted everything, and they ended up talking for hours, losing track of time. He remembered when John was a young lieutenant in the Army and continued. John was a lieutenant in the U.S. Army and served in the Korean War of 1950. He stated that he was a distinguished military doctor, responsible for surgeries. Kali continued, his voice filled with reflection. He assisted the Emperor with his exceptional knowledge and skills, becoming a legend. He added, he was very curious about my journey from Earth to here years ago. John set his pen down and said, 40 years here is like 60 years there. Right. That is a 20-year difference. I have compared myself to other cases. Kali wondered. In other cases, he had once thoroughly explained to him that history has talked about people like us. After dying and coming back to life, they become like a different person, naturally excelling in some area. John paused for a moment before continuing, saying that before he started training in boxing, he had intense feelings about it. Right. Meanwhile, I was good with words. The thing that brought us here, perhaps. Kali listened intently, his serious demeanor showing an intense desire. Fear of death fading away. John suddenly changed his tone, no longer discussing these matters. He ordered, all right. This is not the time for that. Roll up your sleeves. Kali exclaimed in shock. Are you going to operate on me now? He calmly replied. It is. We just need to remove that piece of debris stuck in there. He slowly began the surgery on him and said, this will significantly reduce the pain. He gently reassured him. Just bear with it a little. It will be over soon. Kali could not help but think. Right. They still have not developed gaming technology here. The pain overwhelmed him. A cry of agony escaped his lips. John quickly interjected. Oh no. You must be in a lot of pain. I was a bit flustered. Inside, he was screaming. Just hurry up and do it. Oh my. A small piece of debris was extracted by John, who said, it really lodged deep in there. His hands moved with professional precision. Not long after, the wound was stitched up, and Kali felt the difference in his legs. Thinking, the foreign object in my leg has disappeared. He felt a sense of relief and told himself, that pain I have endured all this time. John noticed Kali's cheerful expression and smiled. His voice slowed down again as he said, as the dot, I want to advise you to postpone that match. But, he pulled out a tube of ointment and continued, I am in a position where I have to help Philip get stronger. So I hope you understand. This is for the wound. Kali took the ointment and smiled, replying, you do not have to worry about the match. He left happily, admired by the golden armored soldiers. One of them ran up to John, asking, Master Healer, do you know Kali? He smiled and replied, we are from the same hometown. Just as he stepped out into the hall, a voice called out from behind, Kali. Philip approached with a serious tone, saying, I want to talk for a bit. Can you spare me some time? Kali thought silently. Even though his tone did not sound like a command, he did not have the right to refuse. Philip continued, there are many eyes around, so please follow me. He led him into a room and spoke. I have heard the healer has been conversing with you lately. Kali quickly replied, he is treating me. Philip lowered his head and continued, without the divine healer, I would not be able to sit here right now. I might have even died before birth. Philip's gaze sharpened as he expressed his gratitude. He is my lifesaver. My father. My mentor. We have worked together for 30 years, but I do not know anything about him. His knowledge and healing methods are a mystery to me. Others might not care, but I can't help but wonder. Philip said something that left Kali speechless. I heard the divine healer is from your hometown, Philip continued. However, the divine healer has not left the empire in the last 20 years. And besides, they are only 20 years old now, he asked in a low voice. So who exactly are you, Callie? His gaze turned sharp and cold as he said, to be more precise. What is your true identity? A few nights ago, John's face was filled with questioning thoughts. He could not help but ask Callie. Why did not Philip kill you? Callie's face was sweating from the tension. Trying to act indifferent as he replied, I do not know. To be honest, I only hit him because I disliked his way of talking. John calmly sat down with Callie at the desk and gently recounted the tale of that Philip guy. He can help this civilization thrive. He is a product of my own creation. Philip is not a noble by inheritance but by ability. He is aiming for a democratic republic. If Philip becomes emperor, the empire will plunge into bloodshed. In a nation where power and status are always revered, there is no guarantee that a hero off the battlefield would make a great emperor. In those words, John was subtly hinting at the third prince. At that moment, John pointed his finger to continue the story he was telling, which is why Philip wants everyone to jump into the fire for their worship of status and power. Hearing this suddenly reminded Callie of his time with Philip. He was unexpectedly pointed at and accused of daring to challenge the central authority. This left Callie startled and tense. He tried to calm himself, reminding that Philip might not actually harm him. Callie took a deep breath, steadying herself as she faced the agitated person before her, and confidently declared, I am just a fighter. Philip seemed dissatisfied with her answer, irritation creeping into his voice as he speculated. I am sure there is something hidden behind that, but then he relented, closing his eyes in frustration and choosing to let it go. I won't push you for answers anymore, Callie. Keep today's events a secret from the healer. I still want to be a good student of his. But whenever you are ready to share the truth, come see me. Callie sincerely placed her hand over her heart and replied, honestly, I do not know anything at all. I will come to you if I discover something. Upon hearing this, Philip could not help but smirk, letting out a light, mocking laugh as he remarked, you really are something. He extended his hand toward Callie, offering her a red notebook, saying, this is a gift for you. Callie blinked in surprise, asking, what is this for? Philip patiently explained, this is a book that teaches the combat techniques of the Empire's armored warriors. Iskander is a master in armored combat. Confused, Callie questioned him, you want Prince Iskander to lose, do not you? Prince Philip darkened his gaze and replied, to put it more accurately, it is the opposite. Iskander is my proudest younger brother. If he wins, I will be thrilled for my brother's victory. But if you win, you will owe me. Callie thought to herself. Either way, I am doomed. Philip noticed something peculiar in her eyes, smirking lightly as he asked, isn't this book supposed to help you? After a while, Callie sat alone in her room, poring over the book Philip had given her. She sighed deeply, filled with exhaustion and thought, Philip is definitely scarier than I expected. Suddenly, something strange caught her attention, and she exclaimed in surprise, this book, it is all about combat techniques for different scenarios, especially a lot about ground fighting. If Iskander knows about these techniques, I will be in serious trouble, she realized, feeling increasingly frustrated as she struggled to understand the meaning of the words. She muttered, until now, I have only been able to read my name and a few common words. Some of these characters look a lot like Latin letters in English. Callie recalled Sullivan saying she could not read it either. Earlier, Sullivan had picked up this book and awkwardly exclaimed, sorry, but these characters probably can only be read by the person who wrote them, or the nobles. I do not understand either. Callie sighed sadly. She guessed that John probably could not read it either. At that moment, Sullivan suggested an idea to Callie, asking if she could try. Callie questioned, well, Sullivan replied, it has been a few days since she saw you. Right. She is probably blaming herself for that. With that, Sullivan excitedly closed the book and asked Callie, if she agrees to help you, will you go see her? Callie frowned, visibly grappling with a huge dilemma. Reluctantly, he made his way to Mrs. Zalius' room, knocking on the door while mentally justifying himself. I am only here for the book. From inside, a voice called out, who's it? He replied, it is. Take it slow, please. Mrs. Zali appeared, her face flushed with embarrassment as she nervously asked, Callie, what is going on? Taking a quick glance, Azalia gasped, Callie, your leg. Callie chuckled softly, cutting her off. It is not fully healed yet. I am just managing it temporarily before the match. Hearing this, Azalia pressed her palm against her chest and asked, is that? Her eyes lit up as she said, I am happy for you, Callie. Feeling shy, scratched his nose and fell silent. He then held out the book in front of Azalia like a bridge, saying, I hope you can read this. It is the fighting technique Prince Iskander will use. She wondered. Did Prince Philip give this to you? Why was he so nice to you that day? Looking at the thick book, Azali hesitated and said, You want to read all of this? Callie pointed at it, pleading for her help. Honestly, I only understand the pictures. So please pick out the important points and tell me. Azalea pondered for a moment and asked Callie, You are not mad at me? Are you? Callie looked a bit sad and replied, Everyone makes mistakes. You do not have to feel that way. He thought to himself, I have made mistakes too. I have not lived proudly. They both dived into the old book, and Callie pointed to a squiggly line, asking Azalea, What does that mean? She answered, This is how they start a fight when someone keeps their distance. It is a bit dirty. The dirty tactic Azalea referred to is to spit in the opponent's eyes, making them feel disgusted and cover their face. Callie rested his chin on his hand. Reasoning. If I fight Prince Iskander, I can use this method. Because he is a man of honor. The book described the next move. Crouch down and quickly rush to embrace the opponent and defeat them, Azalea remarked. If you are running fast and get attacked by the opponent, that would be really dangerous. You can't use this method in crowded battlefields or areas with limited visibility. The book mentioned that they continued to explore it together without stopping. At first, Callie just wanted to learn a few important parts. But the more he learned, the more he wanted to absorb everything in there. He noticed Azalea rubbing her temples. Looking tired, Callie decisively exclaimed, That is enough. If you know too much, you will overthink it when it is time for the real fight. Azalea worriedly asked, Do you think you can win? You are a fighter. But this battle is not like the others. Callie confidently patted himself on the back, then boldly declared, Did you forget, knowing the name of the one who wipes out the competition is not just a coincidence. On the outside, he seemed confident. But inside, he felt like he could burst from embarrassment. Hearing this, Azalea smiled softly, reassured. Well then, that is good. Callie quickly said his goodbyes. Azalea watched his silhouette fade away, her thoughts racing. If he loses, she will have to marry Iskander. At that moment, he truly could not hold back his emotions. Thinking, So it is me and Callie. Please. The look in the young man's eyes felt strangely romantic. The two candles at that moment flickered out. Callie embraced the girl before him, and then used an enzyme-exchanging method to gift her an intense feeling of love. Salaban glanced at Callie, a mischievous smile playing on her lips, as if she was pondering something devious. Under her gaze for so long, Callie felt his face flush and awkwardly asked Salaban why she was grinning like that. Salaban hesitated for a moment. Then her expression turned peculiar. With a teasing smirk, she remarked, You just got back to your room this morning. What is up with that, Callie? Hearing her hit the nail on the head, Callie jumped, stammering an explanation. I just wanted some alone time before the competition. His mind was a tangled mess, thoughts clashing as he fumed over why she had to see him like that. Shortly after, the two of them stood before the Grand Palace gates, where Callie was gearing up for battle. As he stepped inside, Salaban stood behind, hands on her hips, confidently cheering him on. You better win, Callie. Callie's strong physique was highlighted by a flash of light as he confidently clenched his fists and turned to wave goodbye to Salaban. His opponent was the third prince, the younger brother of Prince Philip, and the stands were packed with thousands of eager spectators. The guards on duty were decked out in meticulously crafted armor, exuding seriousness. Prince Philip sat high on his throne, his very breath radiating the royal essence of his lineage. Meanwhile, the soldiers surrounding the arena shouted loudly to pressure Callie, proclaiming, The third prince of the empire, Iskander, the heir of the war god, will crush this nobody. Just then, a sharply featured face appeared, murmuring to himself, This is quite the spectacle. Seeing his arrival, the soldiers all raised their swords in support of Iskander. This third prince was brimming with confidence from his noble bloodline as he strode forward. Iskander chuckled, clearly relishing the moment. What a perfect day to take down some random dude. Meanwhile, Callie slowly lifted his head. He steeled himself, unafraid, ready to step into the fray amidst the roars of the crowd. Prince Philip raised his fist high, announcing, Listen up. The winner will be the one who stands the longest. Anyone who can't get up is considered defeated. The victor will also embody the war god. With the match overseen by Emperor Alexandros, in the stands, Iskander slowly rolled up his white shirt to reveal a massive scar, reminding both himself and his opponent of the stakes at play. This is no longer just a fight for Azalea. I have no choice but to defeat you, Callie. Don't go down too easily now. Callie watched as Iskander approached like a fierce tiger stalking its prey, reminding himself that this was a fight, not a boxing match. Iskander was a tough opponent, but he vowed, I will win at all costs. Just because you have strength does not mean you have everything. The two of them stood in the center of a circle of warriors, the air thick with tension. Height. The first punch was thrown. Kali launched the battle with a fierce opening, landing a punch on Iskander's face that made it look like his features were caving in. Iskander struck hard, felt blood trickle from his nose, but he still managed to grin and say, "Looks like you are pretty stable on your feet. No wonder they call you the miracle worker." Height. Iskander retaliated with a punch aimed at Kali. You nimbly dodged to the right, the punch whizzing past so fast it sent your golden hair flying. It is hard to imagine what it would feel like to take that hit. Another punch came flying your way, but Kali remained calm, expertly evading each blow like a seasoned fighter. Iskander, feeling the pressure as he kept getting hit, was on edge, his thoughts racing, feeling like he was just floating in the air. Another punch from Iskander missed Kali completely, but then you suddenly froze in place. Kali watched Iskander falter, but he stood there, motionless, his mind swirling with doubts. This was a perfect chance to strike, so why was he hesitating? A fleeting image of Azalea crossed his mind, and he thought to himself, am I afraid of losing something important? In that moment, Kali was suddenly snapped back to reality while he was still lost in his thoughts. Iskander unleashed a devastating blow that sent Kali flying 80 meters, scattering the warriors around him. Seeing Kali get knocked away and disappear beneath the crowd, Iskander went wild, shouting, "Get up, you idiot. Fight back." In his mind, he kept analyzing. His reflexes were solid, and the moment he saw Kali move, he jumped right in. Kali struggled to stand, rubbing his head to clear his senses. He fought to get up, despite a long gash on his leg, telling himself that now was not the time to think about anything else. He needed to focus on the fight. No backing down now. It was like he was fueled by 200% effort as he charged back toward his opponent. His foot stomped down firmly as he took off running. Kali grit his teeth, ready to unleash a powerful strike. Iskander, slightly flustered, let out a mocking laugh. But soon enough, that smile faded, his face turning as dark as a pot bottom as Kali's punch closed in. One of Kali's feet slammed down hard, launching his ultimate move that caught Iskander off guard, forcing him to instinctively raise his hands to shield his face. In the next instant, he was sent flying backward. He screamed in pain. This is the strike of a true warrior. Iskander reached out desperately toward Kali, who was now in front of him. But after taking a few hits, Kali was much wiser. He dodged with agility and knew that if Iskander caught him, the game was over. No matter how hard he hit him, if Iskander got a chance to counter, it would be lights out. He could not give him another opportunity. No time to waste. Another punch from Kali swung wildly, quickly connecting with Iskander's face. Right after that, Iskander was hit with a flurry of punches like a storm to the face. Meanwhile, Prince Philip, sitting on his throne, watched the whole thing unfold and commented that boxing is not the perfect fighting skill. If all you know is to punch and punch, it is hard to achieve results. To win, you need to use strategy and outsmart your opponent. Suddenly, Philip had a thought. What if Kali was just pretending? Kali glanced at Iskander, who was overwhelmed but still trying to muster the strength to fight back, and asked him pointedly, "Aren't you doing everything you can to win?" His face was contorted with tension, and he shouted, "Right, Iskander." Speaking of the harsh rules in the royal family, all imperial princes must undergo rigorous training that feels like torture, molded to become warriors. Even though they have royal blood, those with weak bodies or minds want to be recognized. Members of the royal family, including the emperor, must always stand at the front lines in battle alongside the imperial soldiers. The royal family is their loyalty target, but also their comrades in arms. Iskander is a natural-born warrior. When he faces a strong opponent, instead of being afraid, he feels excited and eager to defeat them. The scene shifts back to the arena where the battle between Kali and the third Prince Iskander unfolds. At this moment, the third Prince Iskander was being overwhelmed by Kali, struggling to defend himself. He used his large hands to counter the relentless strikes, and in his mind, he saw Kali acting wildly and wondered, is he just like me? Kali, injured and cautious, stepped back while thinking to himself, this jerk. I thought he would charge in right away. But no. He is calmly waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Realizing Iskander's strategy, Kali came up with a clever plan. He would bait him into attacking. Kali started to play the weak card, feigning weakness. After seeing Kali limp and falter, Iskander rushed in, just as expected. He quickly fell into the trap, charging forward like a lightning bolt, while Kali could not help but shout, "Seems like your leg is not fully healed yet." His brother Philip, watching from above, scrutinized his younger brother's overconfidence and thought, "You fell for the trap. You idiot." Iskander mistakenly believed he had the upper hand and charged forward, unaware that danger was closing in on him. Even though Kali set the trap, he was feeling the pressure himself. He had to be careful and prepare for his next move. because he knew that in this precarious situation, if he mistimed his strike, the tables would turn, and he would be the one taking hits. Kali unleashed a powerful strike, throwing a punch that landed perfectly on Iskander's cheek, causing significant damage. It was a perfectly timed hit that left Iskander with no chance to retaliate, forcing him to take the blow head-on. Iskander, in pain, gritted his teeth and roared like a wild beast. His gaze was terrifying, and for a moment, it glowed a deep red with fury. Iskander harnessed this rage to showcase the power of a noble, charging at Kali like a raging bull. Caught off guard by that overwhelming force, Kali was quickly knocked down, lying flat on the ground. In disbelief, Iskander did not even flinch after taking that punch. Clearly, it was a perfectly timed hit from Kali, yet he seemed more fired up than ever, with fierce determination. Iskander pounced, pinning Kali to the ground, giving him no chance to fight back. The soldiers watching felt a pang of sympathy as they saw Kali take that beating, and all they could do was awkwardly chuckle. Another punch seemed poised to bring Kali down for good. In the heat of battle, Prince Iskander suddenly found himself lost in thought, mumbling, "When did I even make him fall?" Then, as if his brain cooled down, he shrugged it off and continued to pound Kali mercilessly. Amidst all those punches, Kali was getting battered but still had a sliver of his mind left to ponder. This brain really is overworked. Maybe it is because he has been trained like he has been tortured. Iskander could execute techniques instinctively, leaving his opponent helpless before utterly destroying him. Realizing he needed to escape, Kali desperately crawled away. But there was no hiding from the sun. This scene quickly caught Iskander's eye. With a swift move, he grabbed Kali's weak hand, trying to escape, and Kali's irritation was plain to see. Iskander was relentless, determined to overpower him by keeping him pinned. Their grip was so firm that both their arms were bulging with veins, sweat dripping down lightly. Kali gritted his teeth and let out a grunt, summoning every ounce of strength to break free from this monstrous opponent. Iskander, in a frenzied shout, warned him, "I will snap your arm." Ouch! Kali winced at the pain, his vision going blurry. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Maybe he spotted something. Seeing the red stain on the fabric, Kali realized it was Iskander's previous wound. Seizing the opportunity, Kali clawed at the wet, red fabric with raw ferocity. Iskander was caught off guard and screamed in pain, releasing his grip on Kali. The moment he let go, Kali seized the chance to deliver a solid punch to Iskander. Both of them stepped back, exhausted, with the gap in strength and status on the battlefield narrowing. Rubbing his arm that Iskander had yanked earlier, Kali muttered to himself, wondering if his muscles were strained. Iskander's face was pale with pain, but he was still trying to stand up once more. Yet, that injury now seemed to betray its owner. Kali watched Iskander struggle and ask, "You finally understand how I feel?" Wiping his forehead, trying to shake off the fatigue, Iskander replied, "Well, you stubborn little punk. You are holding up well." Philip, sitting above, chimed into his brother, clearly enjoying this match. "You really like this fight, do not you, Iskander?" Then Philip turned back to address the others, making it clear that even a royal could be embarrassed. "Kali, your potential matches the courage you have shown." The sound of footsteps echoed alongside heavy, labored breathing. Azali anxiously tugged at her dress, her deep, troubled eyes fixated on the fierce battle unfolding between the two fighters. Philip did not seem pleased with her late entrance and reminded her, "You are late." Azalea sighed, knowing she was in the wrong, and lowered her voice to reply, "I." Suddenly, her gaze was drawn to something, and her eyes widened. Kali, despite looking utterly exhausted, stood ready in a fighting stance, determined to face the challenge. Azalea whispered his name, "Kali." Distracted, Philip chimed in, curious about this young lady's plight. Azalea sighed, "I heard Kali is a slave to your family." She replied to him with a tone that dripped with disdain. "That is right." Philip proposed a deal, suggesting, "If it is money you want, name your price. Just sell Kali to me. I think Kali would have a better life working for me. He is too big to be locked up in your tiny cage." Prince Philip's words made Azalea's mood darken. Her expression clouding over. Annoyed, she shot back, "I hope that is just a joke, Your Highness, and I know Kali cares about me. But there is something you might not understand. My relationship with Kali is not just that of a master and a slave." Philip's expression morphed into disbelief as he questioned, "Are you really going to marry him? I thought you were going to marry Iskander." Hearing such nonsense made her furious, and she retorted, "I will do anything Kali wants. Whether it is setting him free, fighting, or even marrying him, I will do whatever it takes for Kali." The scene shifted to the arena, where Iskander clashed with Kali in a fierce duel. Dust swirled around them, and though Iskander was exhausted, he stood tall, mustering his strength to exchange a few words with Kali. All right. I admit you are stronger than I thought, he reminded himself, pride surging within him. As he knew that victory was a priceless reward at that moment, Iskander seemed to lose control, grinding his teeth as he focused on defeating his opponent. Every manic move he made was clearly observed by Kali, who stood opposite him. This also reminded him to strategize quietly. Right now, he could only use his right hand to strike. He hesitated, wondering if he should attack with his teeth. His legs were reaching their limits. And the more he thought about it, the more ambitious he became about winning. If he could defeat Iskander in this situation, it would be nothing short of amazing. After a moment of deep contemplation, Kali declared loudly, I will defeat you here and rise to the top. He moved swiftly, revealing a secret to Iskander as he approached. There is something I can take pride in. I have lived under the name Pukkangti for nearly 30 years. And with the years I have spent as Kali, I will pour all that experience into this fight. My life depends on it. In a matter of seconds. Both of them lunged at each other like hungry tigers. Ready for battle, Iskander charged forward, swinging his leg for a powerful kick aimed at Kali. But Kali, fearless, retaliated with a fierce kick of his own. The impact struck right at Iskander's thigh wound, causing him excruciating pain. And all he could do was grit his teeth and endure the agony. Kali's grip tightened, and without hesitation, he continued to strike Iskander in the stomach. After taking 2 hits, Iskander gritted his teeth against the pain and retaliated without mercy. Sensing danger closing in, Kali quickly dove behind Iskander to gain a better position. Iskander watched as Kali spun around like a whirlwind, unable to contain his frustration as he muttered curses under his breath about that pesky brat. In that moment, Kali realized that if he could land a hit on Iskander's jaw, he could end this fight. Finding a new opening, Kali seized the opportunity and threw a precise punch aimed right at Iskander. Just then, something blocked Kali's punch, and he exclaimed, What the hell? It turned out that Iskander had used his hard head to deflect the blow from hitting his weak jaw. Following that, Iskander charged forward like a bull, refusing to back down as their heads collided. Kali was taken by surprise, feeling a sharp pain throb through his skull. Dazed and on the brink of passing out, Kali could hear Iskander's boastful voice ringing in his ears. I am the legacy of the war god, the greatest man in this empire. Iskander. He said this while casually tossing Kali aside. Kali's body was flung far away, crashing hard into the ground. Exhausted, he muttered to himself. Great. He just tossed me like a rag doll. But just as he was about to give up, a tall shadow appeared before him. The owner of that shadow was Azalea, looking down at him with an expression filled with concern. Seeing Azalea's worried face made Kali uneasy. He said, Please do not look at me like that. Just bring me the victory. As always. Kali forced a faint smile and slowly tried to get back on his feet, focusing on his opponent Iskander, who was braced for another round. Both of them took a moment to reset and prepare. It seemed they were both in a ready-to-fight state now. Iskander smirked and asked, Hey Kali, do you know why I have not gone down yet? Kali tapped his head and replied, Because your head is just a decorative item, and today you are using it to block my punches. Right. Iskander ruffled his hair and continued, You are wrong because I am the legacy of the war god. That is why I will never lose. There is holy blood flowing through my veins. Kali smirked, revealing his white teeth and said, But today, I will. The goddess of luck is with me. As he spotted Azali's red dress fluttering in the wind alongside Junjun, Kali concentrated harder than before, trying to remember what Azalea had once told him about the techniques in Philip Dux's book. Back then, Azalea had read that this was how to start a battle when the opponent was at a distance. Spitting water at the opponent's face would make them flinch and cover their face. The more he thought about it, the more ridiculous and naive Kali felt. He was wrong. Iskander would do anything to win because he believes that victory is his pride. Kali took the initiative to attack first, while Iskander stood there, caught off guard. Completely unprepared, Kali seized the moment and landed a perfect punch right on Iskander's jaw. Iskander, caught off guard, stammered, What the? Kali grinned triumphantly, cutting him off. I have heard the goddess whispering. It can't be? Iskander shouted in desperation. Then he collapsed to the ground, exhausted, while Kali also knelt down in fatigue. Philip observed the battle from above, solemnly bowing his head and saying, I bear witness to your victory. As the crown prince of the empire, I am very proud of you. Great warrior. At this moment, Azalea's heart felt shattered, tears of joy streaming down her face as she celebrated Kali's victory. Philip shouted again, The people of the empire must recognize the bravery of the war god who achieved this. Kali looked up, but Philip quickly left. Kali recalled Philip's words. If you are the victor, you have the right to do as you wish. The steady voice of the middle-aged man echoed in Kali's hospital room. It seemed he was only injured in his leg despite the fierce battle with Iskander. It felt like he would be unconscious for a month. But surprisingly, he was awake after just 3 days. Kali curiously asked, What about Iskander? John laughed and replied. He was often sick as a child, so he always got the best nutrition. That is why his injuries are more severe than yours. But he can still run around. Kali asked again. How long until my leg heals? John stroked his beard. Guessing. Kali's muscles are quite firm. They have a good elasticity. That must be why he has incredible recovery abilities and strength, but this time, he is severely injured. If we factor in the rehab period, it will take about a year. Kali exclaimed in shock. What? That is way too long. John replied irritably. What? Do you want me to chop it off and give you a prosthetic leg? Kali sighed sadly. He continued. Well, that is fast enough. What are you sighing about? As he was preparing to leave, he turned back and reassured. I repeat, it is completely stable. You do not need to worry. Alone in the recovery room, he sighed and mumbled. This situation is... Before he could finish, the door was suddenly slammed open by Iskander, his robust body bursting in with a bang. He was fuming. Cursing angrily. Kali. You bastard. Kali's collar was quickly grabbed, and he took a few more insults. You stole my fighting manual, did not you? If not, how could you know that technique? Kali responded softly. Well, did not Prince Philip tell you? At this moment, Prince Philip also entered Kali's room. Iskander, on the verge of losing it, encountered his brother, and immediately declared he had to settle the score with him today. Philip asked Iskander casually. The last match was not bad. Why do not you rest in your room for a while instead of coming here? Iskander shouted angrily. What brother? Why did you lend him my manual? Philip calmly explained to his brother. It would not be fair for a master to face a fighter. If you fought under conditions that were entirely favorable to you, would you feel proud hearing his brother defend Kali? Iskander snapped. What are you talking about? Philip ignored him, clapping and smiling at Kali. Congratulations on your victory, Kali. I never thought you could win. The healer mentioned it would take quite a while for your leg to heal, about a year. Right, Kali replied sadly. I still hope for a quicker recovery. Deep down, he wondered what Philip's intentions were this time. Philip's face hardened with a serious expression as he continued. Of course. But the issue is the identity and nationality of the person. Foreigners like the one in Azalea can't stay in the Empire for more than 3 months. In reality, it is not a strictly enforced law between the Empire and other kingdoms. But in the royal court, it is different. It is about the safety of the royal family. Apart from those representing diplomatic missions, any other foreigner staying long-term is illegal. Iskander interrupted him. But it seems there are many foreign guests in the palace. A statement that made Philip's dark expression sharpen into a piercing gaze. Kali anxiously asked, Is there any other way? Inside, he cursed himself for being such an arrogant noble. Philip replied, But there is still one way. Kali was taken aback, sweating as he exclaimed, You mean I have to become a free person? Philip explained that foreigners staying here are all experts in their fields, holding important positions, which is why they can stay long-term. If you already have such good skills, why not make you a martial arts trainer? But right now, you are a slave, so I can't give you any position. Therefore, first, you must be freed. Kali probed. Do you think she would give up the slave she has invested so much in? Philip countered. Why could not she? Isn't he just her slave? Are you sure Azalea will offer you more valuable things than freedom? Or will she just leave you limping for life? Kali felt a bit shaken by these words. Bowing his head deep in thought, Philip continued. If you are having trouble speaking to her, I can help. Kali quickly refused the offer, saying, I need to tell her that myself. Philip gradually stood up, preparing to leave, his mind now filled with a different thought about Kali. Kali was an outstanding contender capable of going head-to-head with Iskander. He smirked with satisfaction. So he is capable enough to be a professional assassin or a bodyguard. Seeing the person he longed for return after so long, Azalea's eyes lit up as she called out his name. Kali. Kali looked at the two people behind him, a question mark popping up in his mind. They were giggling mischievously, nudging each other and saying, We do not know anything. Let us go somewhere else. Kali regarded them suspiciously. What was with their smiles? He hesitated, then replied, The doctor told me to limit my movement. But it should be fine. After saying that, he hesitated, unsure how to talk to Azalea. He recalled that day, with his face flushed, covering his mouth as he thought about how brave she had been to do that. Noticing his unusual demeanor, Mrs. Azalea asked, Why do you seem so shy? Kali hesitantly replied, Your face is red too. You know. Azalea blushed like a ripe tomato, covering her face as she responded, Oh really? How embarrassing. At this moment, Kali began to share his feelings with her, saying it took a whole year for my foot to fully heal. Azalea's expression changed slightly as she replied, So you can't come back to me then? Kali continued. Prince Philip said that only when I become a free person can he proceed with the treatment. Foreigners wanting to stay here long-term need some kind of position. But if I am a slave, there is no way they will give me any position. After hearing this, Azalea lowered her face, her eyes turning deep with resignation as she replied. All right. I will prepare the paperwork, Kali reassured her. Don't worry. Once I am better, I will head back. First, I will claim the championship at the kingdom level. Then I will move on to the empire. Azalea, hearing his naive words, stifled a giggle and explained. The boxing tournament is only held in the kingdoms. You silly, Kali shyly responded. Well, that just gives me more reason to return there. Azalea gently expressed her understanding. It is okay if you do not go back to Agast. After all, Prince Philip will give you a lot more than I can. Kali quickly brushed that thought away, flatly denying. Prince Philip can't give me what I really want. Whether it is in the British Empire or any kingdom. To me, there is no difference between a slave and a free person. I have always been able to do whatever I want. I am definitely going back. Azalea let out a relieved sigh, chuckling as she said, Congratulations on your freedom. Kali turned around, wearing a gentle smile, saying it is nothing really. A few days later at the royal palace, holding a paper stamped in red, Kali thought for a moment. Even though he was free, he did not feel particularly joyful because to him, that did not really matter. All your teammates are here. Salaban exclaimed. Even though it has been a short time, I am really glad to have been friends with you, Kali. They shook hands and exchanged a few final words, thanking her for teaching him so much. He promised to cherish it. Salaban, she replied. I am about to retire and open a shop in Coral, so if you get a chance, stop by. At that moment, a voice called out to Kali from afar. Are you planning to meet me one last time? Your leg hurts, but your face still looks like the wind. Azalea smiled, ruffling his hair, saying, I want to praise you, but now you are no longer my slave. Take care. Do not let yourself fall into the hands of thieves like before. Kali sighed, feeling utterly unconvinced. Kali called out into the distance. Robo. A black dog quickly ran over. Barking once, Kali affectionately patted him and said, I am really going to miss you, buddy. Azalea, hearing this, asked in confusion. But you could leave Robo here with you. But Kali refused. If he stays with me, there won't be anyone to take care of Robo. There are plenty of people in Agast. So take him back there. Turning to face Robo, Kali carefully instructed his dog. Make sure to protect the young lady like when I am not around. Okay. You are smart enough to understand. Right. After saying those final words, everyone prepared to leave. Azalea shouted back. Well, I am heading out, Kali. Little did anyone know that goodbye turned out to be a long wait, and the stay at the royal palace extended longer than expected. So Kali spent 2 years in the empire, and there were no records of him stored in the empire. And the moment Kali left the empire was when Philip was crowned emperor, 2 years ago. After the power expedition, the former emperor lost his power and had to step down. Philip, the grand prince, ascended to the throne as emperor, eliminating all opposing forces, even his own family. Out of a total of 7 princes, 4 had to lose their lives. Among them was the second Prince Orestes, who was unhappy with the non-interference treaty, scheming to rebel within the royal family. It is known that due to his grudge against the Northern Expedition Army, he was killed by the barbarians. But in reality, that was carried out by Kali under the orders given by Philip. After the flashback, someone asked, Are you doing well? Kali skeptically questioned this person. Are you trying to trap me again? At first, he clearly said it would be 1 year, and I was foolish enough to believe him. That guy did not hesitate to respond that it was 2 years ago, and I was just too naive. Hearing this, I firmly stated that I was way too tired of being fooled now. Philip Post lamented, What a pity. Would not it be great if the person next to us always stayed? His words sent chills down Kali's spine, making him think, what the heck is he talking about? He would better figure out a woman and get married. However, he casually declared, I won't get married, because the next emperor who inherits my position won't be from the royal family, but rather someone with exceptional military skills and intelligence. Whether noble or common, it does not matter. No matter what he said, Kali turned his back and walked away, not forgetting to leave a parting shot. Fine. Go ahead and create a republic or whatever. Before letting him go, he called him back to hand him something. Wait. Take this. In Philip Post's hand was a badge, and he explained its purpose, saying it is proof that you represent the emperor. Only officials executing the royal orders are allowed to carry it. A little later, somewhere else, a voice asked, Aren't you training the royal family in martial arts? John read the medical report while wondering why he wanted to return while on a mission for Philip, especially since his leg just healed yesterday. Kali honestly replied, Yesterday's experience was terrifying. If it happens again, I would rather skip the surgery. Speaking of which, He suddenly recalled that horrific surgery. He mentioned that the anesthesia in this era could damage the brain. I thought I was going to die from the pain because I had surgery without anesthesia. Then suddenly, he brought up Philip's curiosity about my background. John shook his head, thinking now is not the time. If I say, he might be seriously shocked. His words made me question. Isn't he that going to be funny? A little later at the training ground, 3 of Kali's disciples were waiting for him, and one of them spoke up. Coach Kali, you are late. Looking at his 3 disciples, he felt a little emotional. They were his disciples and also directly under Philip's command, the Dark Guard team. They are all ruthless. When we work together, we bond pretty well. What a pity. Just then, one disciple pulled out a sword and said, this is a farewell gift. Looking at the sword, Kali said, you know I am not good with swords. Right. It seems quite expensive, knowing he definitely would not accept it. All 3 disciples tried to convince him that it was 3 months' worth of their salaries. Seeing their heartfelt gesture, he reluctantly accepted and promised, when I have a child, I will pass it down to them as a family heirloom. Just as he was really leaving, Philip personally called out to him. Goodbye, Kali. John also came to say farewell. Take care. The 3 disciples teared up as they bid farewell to their teacher Kali, saying, take care. At that moment, Kali suddenly remembered another person and murmured, Iskander. He is probably too busy with his conquests to see me off. Without hesitating another moment, he slung his backpack over his shoulder and cheerfully declared, let us hit the road. Some time later, in the city below to the west, Aachen. This place was known. Aachen seemed to be famous for its jewelry. Thinking about the thousands of different gemstone jewelry pieces, Kali felt a bit overwhelmed and wondered, what kind of jewelry does Azalea like? He hurried to ask a local for tips on where to find the good stuff. Excuse me. Could you tell me where the best jewelry store in Aachen is? The person he asked confidently asserted. Well, in Aachen, any store sells the highest quality stuff. However, what he wanted to ask was not quite that. So he clarified. No, sir. I mean something unique. His words made the local realize and exclaim. Then he quietly directed Kali. You should check out the auction house. In reality, the stuff at the stores and the market was just second or third rate, and the way this guy talked made Kali confused. Thinking, why is he saying something different now? Following his advice, Kali actually made his way to the auction house. However, just as he was about to enter, a guard at the door loudly stopped him. Wait, this place is not just open to anyone. While the guard was berating him, Kali boldly pulled out a bag of money, saying he needed at least 2,000 yen. And look at him now. He opened the bag and asked nonchalantly, is this enough? Looking at the cash inside, the gatekeeper quickly changed his tune. Okay, you can go in. Moments later, inside the auction room, an auctioneer loudly welcomed his customers, thanking them for their patience. He started introducing the first item. This is a ruby crafted by Lord Hudson. He praised the ruby in his hand. As you can see, this is the most highly regarded gem with an incredibly beautiful bright red color. Instantly, the customers below began calling out sky-high bids to own the ruby. 5,000, 10,000, 15,000, 20,000, 25,000. As soon as the price shot up, the auctioneer called out loudly, 25,000. We have 25,000. Is there a higher bid? Immediately, Kali raised the stakes even further. 30,000 yen. His bid made the auctioneer exclaim. 30,000. We have a 30,000 bid. The highest at this moment. Meanwhile, the other nobles were furious, cursing him for not being able to raise their bids. Does this guy smell funny? Check if he really has that money. Just then, a higher bid was called out. 33,000. As soon as they saw who made the bid, the nobles started whispering. That is Count Okama. Is not he the richest noble in the kingdom? Now, the auctioneer once again announced the highest bid without realizing that Okama and Kali were glaring at each other from below. 33,000. We have a bid of 33,000. Just as the auctioneer was about to finalize the ruby, he asked if anyone was willing to bid higher. If not, he would conclude the auction. Then Kali continued to raise the bid. 40,000. Knowing full well that this was his limit, that was all he had. Not willing to back down, Bakima countered with a higher bid. 45,000 gelds, leaving Kali stunned. To further provoke him, the count turned and said, sorry. I guess you were planning to buy it as a gift for your wife. But you better find something else quickly. Of course. That snarky remark really drove Kali up the wall. As the auction went on, Kali walked away in frustration, cursing under his breath. Damn it. I thought that piece would be perfect for Azalea. The reason he was so determined to get that ruby was because none of the other stones were as stunning. Even though Kali was preoccupied with thoughts of buying fruit, he noticed someone stealthily tailing him. At first, he thought it might be a thief, but judging by their attire, they seemed more like nobles. Observing their group, he saw they were quite numerous. Yet instead of feeling scared, he felt a rush of excitement. It had been a long time since he would had a chance to throw down. After walking for a bit, one of them stepped forward and loudly accused Kali. "There you are. Where did you stash that money?" His words made Kali quickly realize what was going on, and he asked, "You mean this money?" The deceitful guy immediately confessed, and even tried to pin the blame on Kali. "That is right. Based on your behavior, it seems you have taken that money. We are going to get it back and return it to the rightful owner." His statement left Kali questioning. Did he follow me all the way from the auction house? As he assessed his opponents, he noticed 4 tall guys and 1 useless punk, tired of being harassed by these fools. Kali tossed his backpack to the ground and sighed. Nobles running around the streets, shaking people down like gangsters. Now I see why Philip is reforming things. After that, he got into a fighting stance and challenged the group. "Let us see what you got." The guy did not waste any time and shouted orders to his lackeys. "You idiots. Get ready." Just as the fight began, Kali knocked one of them out cold with a punch. What is more, his punch was so powerful that it sent the guy flying. Then, in a calm voice, he added, "I forgot to mention, since you guys are pretty beefy, I can control my strength very well." His face radiated a fierce warning, making it clear they should watch out for themselves. The scene unfolded with a bunch of unconscious lackeys sprawled on the ground. This made the guy sweat bullets, muttering to himself, "These worthless fools." Just then, Kali casually appeared behind him, causing him to jump in shock. Immediately, he planned to use his identity to intimidate Kali. But before he could, Kali interrupted. "Wait. Do you know who I am? I am the man here." Regardless of his status, Kali kicked him hard and taunted. "Who do you think you are? Just a punk born with a silver spoon." After taking 2 hits from Kali, the guy finally realized he was in trouble and begged, "Please, do not spare me." But Kali was not interested in beating him anymore. He simply asked, "You are from the kingdom, right?" Surprised by the question, he exclaimed, "How did you know?" To which Kali replied nonchalantly, "Just looking at your behavior gave it away." Suddenly, Kali grabbed his collar and shouted, "Now tell me, what do you know about the Duke of the Demon Clan?" The guy wasted no time and started detailing the Duke's household, mentioning that the Duke was simply wealthy, unlike his late father, who was a treasury official of the kingdom. He had no ambitions or talents. He was a classic example of the saying, "No one stays rich for 3 generations, and no one stays poor for 3. Now, he was off traveling to escape boredom. Of course, Kali was not going to let him ramble on and urged, "Get to the point. Is there anything else?" Shaken by Kali's grip, he quickly replied, "There is more." At that moment, he revealed, like other nobles in the kingdom, he is really into fighting, which made Kali genuinely pleased. Now that is more like it. Meanwhile, at the residence in Aiken, a fancy house echoed with complaints. "I would spent way more on this trip than I thought." Count Bokma glared at the ruby he won from West Kali, feeling a bit peeved, muttering about the outrageous price he paid just to claim victory. Thanks to that damn little mercenary. He stared at the gem, pondering what to do with it now that he had it. Just then, a commotion outside broke the silence. "Wait. Do you even know where you are?" A strange voice replied. "I need to speak with Count Bokma." The noise annoyed Bokma, who flung the door open and shouted, "What is all this racket about?" But as soon as he saw Kali, he recognized him. "It is the guy I met at the auction." Seeing that Bokma still remembered him, Kali cheerfully suggested, "You remember me, right? Can we chat for a bit?" However, Bokma brushed off his offer, saying, "I do not have time for that," until Kali hit him with the crucial question. "Count, you like boxing, do not you?" A moment later, Bokma invited Kali inside, stating, "I thought you were just a mercenary. Did not know you were a fighter. Are you here for revenge over that auction?" But Kali insisted, "No loss is a loss." Yet, he added, "Honestly, I really want that ruby. There is a girl who would look perfect with it." Upon hearing this, Bokma realized Kali wanted to buy it back and firmly replied, "Get it? But did not you only have 40,000 guilds? If I sell it now, I will be asking for 50,000 guilds. How are you going to buy it?" At this point, Kali raised his fists and declared, "I will use my fists instead of 50,000 guilds." He also threw in a series of favorable conditions for Bokma. For every fight he wins, the Count would pay him 1,000 guilds. He made such demands because, while a bit audacious, it was not an unfounded deal. He was offering terms to a noble of the kingdom. From what Kali understood, for nobles craving strength, boxing was the only way to fulfill that hunger. The reason boxing became popular among the aristocracy was that they lived in such comfort behind the empire's sturdy shield, that they craved more thrills and decadence. From all this, Kali deduced they were sheltered and wanted to indulge in every thrill without having to work. Bakma was just that kind of guy. After hearing Kali's conditions, Bakma seemed intrigued and asked, "Killing time this way is not bad. What is your name?" Kali smiled proudly and replied, "Kali. My name is Cap." Fast forward 2 days later. A large crowd gathered at a grand arena. An aristocrat turned to Bakma and said, "An English-style match sponsored by the Count." "I can't wait to see this," Bakma humbly replied. "It is nothing. Just a little entertainment to beat the boredom." The noble then glanced down at the fighters, sizing them up, but the fighters were no pushovers. Hearing this, Bakma thought to himself, "I have gathered the strongest warriors in Aachen." Then he sighed, saying, "Even if they lose, they are still allowed to come back." Now, Kali had entered the ring. Feeling pumped, it had been so long since he last fought. He then used his sharp eyes to assess his opponent. "You have some thoughts about this black warrior. He may not be Kiro, but he has got a long reach and a well-built physique. Judging by the scars, it looks like he has got quite a bit of experience under his belt. The time has come." And the big guy shouts, "Let the games begin." Without wasting a second, Kali charges in and throws a punch at the black warrior. But he dodges it effortlessly. However, that punch makes him wary. This blonde punk is quick. Not only is he paying attention to your speed, but he is also eyeing something else, your eyes. Right now, he is starting to feel a bit intimidated, like he has got a knife to his throat. It is infuriating. After taking a flurry of hits from Kali, it is now the black warrior's turn to strike. He throws a punch, but you dodge it with ease. Watching his punches, you analyze his reach and start brainstorming your counterattack. You quickly step forward, thinking he won't come in any closer. Suddenly, you dash towards the black warrior, catching him off guard, but he regains his composure fast and swings a punch right in front of Kali. That one almost connects with your face. But lucky for you, you dodge just in time. While using both hands to defend, you quickly ponder why you thought his long limbs would keep him at a distance. He wants to win with power after all. Right now, the black warrior is ready to throw a deceptive punch your way. Realizing what he is about to do, you quickly bend down and think, "Well, this will be easy." Without hesitation, you deliver a punch right to his ribs. Your punch lands hard, causing him to spit out water. In the stands, Count Bagma and the noble next to him are both left speechless by the sight. Now, the black warrior realizes something. He needs to keep his distance. Understanding what is going through his mind, Kali rushes in and crushes his plans, saying there is no chance left for him. Following that statement, you pull off a sneaky hit to his side, and it genuinely makes him buckle over in pain. The victory right now clearly belongs to Kali. After that match, you shout, "Long live Count Bafkima." Instantly, the nobles in the stands burst into excitement, cheering loudly. Bikima, too, stands up joyfully and exclaims, "You did it." His expression is filled with pure delight. This makes Kali smugly wonder, "Are you satisfied, Pakin?" After that match, Bikima celebrates with Kali and cheerfully says, "You see, everyone is totally amazed." Kali humbly replies, "I am glad you feel satisfied." In a tipsy state, Bikima asks you, "I really want you to be my exclusive fighter. But you are heading home now, right? Where's your hometown?" You smile and reply, "After spending time as a boxing coach in the Empire, I have to head back home." You also mention the matter of the ruby. "You will give me the ruby as promised, right?" He flashes a bright smile and assures you, "Of course. We will set off tomorrow, so get some rest now." After a night of heavy drinking, Count Bokima sprawls out on the couch, sound asleep. As Kali stepped out of the room and glanced back, he could not help but feel a bit surprised. The guy seemed nice enough, even if he was not the sharpest tool in the shed. Just as he was about to head back to his room, a voice called out, reminding him, "Your room is over there." The one calling out was none other than the captain of the guards, and his intense stare left Kali puzzled. Why was the captain looking at him like that? Even though he was curious about the captain's attitude, he forced a goofy smile and joke, "Just a little mix-up. Right, no need to be so serious." But the captain turned his back and walked away without a word. Kali felt a little embarrassed by his actions. The captain had totally made him blush. The next morning, everything went according to plan. The following day, Count Bakma left the camp to participate in the next boxing match. The journey stretched on until the sun began to set. While they were traveling, the captain dismounted and ordered, "Stop." He reported to Bakma that today they would set up camp here. Kali was taken aback, looking around in disbelief, and thought to himself, "Here." Suddenly, he spoke up, suggesting to the captain, "Hey, can we find a brighter spot?" The reason for his request was simple. This place was surrounded by trees, and not even a sliver of moonlight could break through. Just as he was about to say more, the captain's expression turned furious, making it clear he was not having it. "I do not care," he snapped, turning to leave, believing that whether they moved or not, it would still just be a forest. Better to continue tomorrow, knowing he could not convince this guy. Kali sighed and muttered, "Yeah. Right." Then he found a random tree to sit by, still mumbling to himself, questioning why the captain had suddenly become so irritable. His tone was just so aggressive. Even though he was curious about the captain's attitude toward him, Kali did not dwell on it too much, deciding it was best to get some sleep. His slumber stretched on into the night. Just as he was drifting off, he heard a voice. Be careful. The voice echoed in his ears. Be careful. Just one person, jolting him awake as he wondered, what the heck are they talking about? At that moment, he heard a shout. Ah! What is going on? Instantly, he recognized the voice. It was Count Bakma. Suddenly, a figure appeared behind him, and the person said, "You are a real pain. Ah! I have no beef with you." He raised his sword, intent on killing him, adding, "It is just your bad luck." Realizing the danger he was in, Kali quickly grabbed a nearby leg of a table and swung it up, startling the would-be assailant, who yelped. Seizing the moment while the guy was off guard, Kali landed a punch right in his face. The guy took the hit and collapsed, knocked out cold. Kali could not help but grit his teeth, muttering, "I really do not get it." It turned out the attacker was none other than a guard from Count Bakma's entourage. At the same time, Bakma, sword in hand, was trembling with fear, trying to muster a loud voice to question, "Why do you want to kill me?" Then, as if remembering something, he hurriedly pulled out a ruby and shouted, "Is it because of this? Whatever you want, I will give it to you. The leader of these rebels is the captain of the guards." He looked at the count and bluntly yelled, "Hey, you clueless noble." He smirked with disdain and revealed the mastermind behind this assassination plot. "All right then. Let me give you the reason as a parting gift. Your grandson here is old enough to inherit your wealth, since you have no kids of your own." This shocking truth made the ghostly count gasp. "What? A child I raised like my own son? How could he?" Ignoring the count's shock, the captain of the guard declared, "That gem will be mine." In such a dire situation, the count was helpless, questioning why he had to die at the hands of someone he had trusted all along. Just then, a stone flew out of nowhere, hitting the captain in the face, making him cry out in pain. From a distance, someone dragged the body of a guard closer while warning, "If anyone dares to take that gem, you won't get away with it." Kali confidently asserted, "I called dibs first." He quickly assessed the situation. The armed soldiers were too much for him to handle unarmed. Wasting no time, he pulled out his iron gloves and put them on. As he drew his sword, he could not help but exclaim, "This could come in handy." Deep down, he realized, however, that he was not exactly confident in using a sword. Seeing Kali gearing up for a showdown, the captain bellowed, "That fighter, take him down." Instantly, a fierce sword fight erupted between him and a guard. While parrying the guard's sword, he spotted an opening and swiftly delivered a punch right to the guy's face. That hit knocked out a few of his teeth and shattered his jaw. After that, he shouted, "Do you want to live or what?" "Count Ghost." The count responded loudly, "Yep, yep." Of course. But in his heart, he thought, "I wish you would not." Before he could finish his thought, Kali yelled while picking up some stones, "What are you still doing there?" He threw the stones forward and shouted, "Run over to me. Quick." Of course. The count was too scared and stammered, "I can't." Seeing him so cowardly, Kali began to think, if he can't make it over here, I might just have to leave him behind. The reason for his decision was simply the overwhelming numbers. He could not deal with them all. Still, he gave the count one last chance, shouting, "If you want to live, run now." He glanced at the count, who was pale with fear, frozen in place, and urged him, "You need to escape on your own." The life of Count Ghost was like a smooth, straight road, never a bump or obstacle in sight. He lived a life of luxury, enjoying everything that his ancestors left behind. He had never had to work hard for anything in his life. Because he had lived such a life, Kali's urging pierced his heart. In that moment, the count decided to follow Kali. He bravely swung his sword wildly and ran towards him. Seeing this, the captain quickly shouted, "You idiots! Do not just stand there. Catch him." Just as the count was about to reach Kali, the captain was right behind him, raising his sword. "Take him down and cut off one of his arms." This moment sent chills down Kali's spine as he thought, his right hand. Then he shouted, "Count Bob." The sword clattered to the ground just as Bakma clutched his wounded spot, howling in pain as he stumbled forward. Finally, he reached Kali and shouted, "Help! Help me, Kali." Without hesitation, Kali caught him and said, "Damn it, hang in there. Let us." He pushed himself to sprint as fast as he could. If not, Bakma was a goner. If they were too late, he would bleed out and die. They had to hurry. Seeing them bolt, the captain of the guards barked orders to the archers. "Don't let them escape. Shoot them down. Arrows shot towards them. Kali spotted one headed his way and softly said to Bok Ma, "Let me put you down for a sec." Just as an arrow was about to hit his eye, he swiftly raised his hand and snapped it in two. Another arrow zipped past his arm. But he shattered that one too. This left the archer so stunned he missed entirely. After dodging those arrows, Kali was drenched in sweat, completely worn out. Realizing he could not take Kali down with arrows, the captain fumed. "Oh, come on. Do not just stand there. Chase after them now." Watching Kali haul Bok Ma away, he shouted, "Go after them." Fast forward 3 days later. In the western desert, two figures trudged through the sand. Kali, gritting his teeth, muttered, "Damn it. Just one night and the terrain has changed already. The reason Bok Ma and I are here is that we entered the desert to escape those pursuers. My initial plan was to head into the kingdom in the desert. But, man, this desert is more magical than I thought." After a while, Bok Ma, exhausted, leaned against a rock and lamented. This was a mistake, holding a ruby in hand. He muttered, "I should have brought some jewelry with me." Watching him drag his feet, Kali urged, "If you have got any strength left, just get up and move." Just then, a noise made him turn around. A group of horsemen, weapons in hand, made him realize it was a tribe from the desert. Seeing danger closing in, he quickly told Bok Ma, "They are coming right at us. Bok Ma, we need to get to the other side, fast." Just as he was about to move, the sight behind him made him shout, "Kali, look out. Behind you." At that moment, the desert tribe was advancing towards them, speaking in a strange language. Soon after, they had them cornered, leaving Kali fuming. "We are completely surrounded." Moments later, the two were captured and taken to the tribe. But instead of torture, they were treated to food and drink. One of the tribesmen stood up and said something, and from his gestures, Kali guessed he wanted them to eat. Meanwhile, Bok Ma thought, "Are they fattening us up to eat us? I have heard rumors that desert tribes eat people." Of course, Kali did not care if they were cannibals or not. He grabbed a chicken leg and chomped down, saying, "All right, let us eat first and worry about that later." Just then, Bok Ma saw something and exclaimed, "Ah, what is that?" He looked in the direction of the Lord and spoke up. "It is a wooden statue, but the craftsmanship seems a bit off." Now, the tribe's representative suddenly mentioned a name. And hearing that, Kali questioned if he misheard. "So it is Gan." The tribe's representative casually threw out another name. After a while, Kali finally started to piece things together, looking at the wooden statues around and making a guess. Even though he did not know what it was, it seemed they revered something called Gan, and it was everywhere. Days passed, and staring at a platter of food in front of him, he felt fed up and asked, "More to eat?" Just then, he heard Bok let out a long sigh of despair. "How did I end up in this situation?" Knowing the Lord was upset about losing a hand, he quickly reassured, "Many people live without both hands, so there is no need to worry." Still, the Lord sadly replied, "Not everyone is as strong as you." But Kali just smiled and offered an example. "Nobody's born strong. Even emperors can die in their mother's womb." Then he gently continued, "Whether you are an emperor or a slave, everyone is born with two hands clenched tight." Although he tried to comfort Bok Ma with his words, she still cried pitifully, "But you still have your left arm, right?" In this touching moment, suddenly the tribe people stormed in, startling Bok Ma as she shouted, What is going on?" Without further ado, the tribe forcefully pushed them out, making Bok Ma quickly realize the situation. "They really want to eat us." Just as Kali yelled out, he immediately got hit on the head with a stick. "Don't touch me." Seeing him knocked out cold, Bok Ma worriedly called out, "Kali." Moments later, the two were taken by the tribe to an unknown location. Looking at the cave before them, Bok Ma panicked and wondered, "Where are they taking us?" After tying them to a post, the tribe members gathered at the cave entrance and shouted in unison, "Sacrifice." Once the ritual was complete, they left, abandoning the two right there. Furious, Bok Ma immediately shouted, "Hey, what are you doing to us?" Suddenly, a sound echoed from within the cave, making the Lord's face go pale with fear. Then he called out, "Kali, wake up." No matter how loudly he shouted, Kali remained unconscious, with strange noises coming from inside that cave. After calling for a while and seeing him unresponsive, the Lord felt helpless at that moment. He gritted his teeth and braced himself, thinking, "It is just me now." At this moment, there was a determined look in his eyes. The sun began to rise in the desert, and Kali slowly woke up, sounding confused. Where? Seeing he was awake, Bok Ma said, "You are awake, Kali." He still looked around in a daze and asked, "Bok Ma, what happened to us?" The Lord quickly explained the situation. "While you were out cold, the natives brought us here and tied us up. There seems to be a monster in that cave." His words made Kali jump. exclaiming, "A monster. What kind of monster?" Noticing he still had not grasped the situation, the Lord reminded him, "Didn't you hear? It has been staring at us all night." Hearing this, Callie quickly realized what monster the Lord was talking about. It was the monkey the tribe had mentioned. And they were the sacrifices. At that moment, Bakma had a question. Why have not we been eaten yet? Asioli immediately thought. Maybe it does not want to eat, but wants to play instead. Suddenly, he was startled by something he saw and called out, "Biki Ma. What is up with your mouth? You have got a few teeth missing, and it is bleeding." He panicked and asked, "What happened to your mouth?" While he was answering, Siali noticed that the cause of his broken teeth was the rope. For the first time in his life, he felt like he had purpose. He realized that Bikama had used his own teeth to free him all night, and now he was urging Siale to run away. "If you set me free, it will pay attention and come out here. So you need to get going." Maikima insisted firmly, "You can't die here." At that moment, Siale finally expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Lon," before he mustered his strength and snapped the loose rope binding his hands. Just then, something emerged from the cave. It was the beast that the tribe revered, a massive gorilla. As soon as Bihma saw Siale had escaped, he shouted, "Seesaw, hurry up and run." However, Siale ignored his warning and wrapped the rope around his arm, asking, "What are you talking about?" He seemed ready to fight the beast and dismissively said, "It is just a gorilla." Bioma was shocked that Siale wanted to fight the gorilla and urgently advised him, "Get out of here. You are not strong enough." Yet, Siale brushed off his words, thinking, "Come on. This thing is probably just like that idiot over there." Facing a beast that was twice his size, he calmed himself, saying, "Exactly. It is just a gorilla. Other than being bigger and having longer fangs, it is nothing to be scared of." At that moment, it let out a terrifying roar at him. Of course, he was not afraid and shouted back, "Shut up, you overgrown ape." It seemed to understand he was insulting it and swung a punch. But Siali managed to dodge it, after being knocked back by the punch. He assessed the gorilla and realized its arms were much longer than he expected. Once he had that thought, he quickly pushed his hands down to the ground to steady himself. This time, Siali launched a punch right at the gorilla's face, landing a solid hit on its nose. Not stopping there, he leaped up high with a prepared fist and slammed it down onto its face. However, if it were a regular person, that punch would have shattered their face. But this was a fully grown gorilla, so the outcome was different. "I put all my strength into that punch, and it only made it bleed from the nose," Siali thought, now infuriating the gorilla, which grabbed his leg and started to drag him away. It lifted him high and tossed him like a rag doll. He fell into a pile of white bones inside the cave. And suddenly, he felt a sharp pain from a bone piercing into him. Checking himself, he realized, "Oh no, I have been stabbed by a bone." In such a dangerous situation, he stood up and decided to ignore the bone sticking into his side. Pulling it out now would just make him bleed. Asiele was now holding two sharp bones in his hands and shouted a challenge. "Come on, if you are tough, come at me, you coward." With every step he took forward, the gorilla stepped back. Seeing this, he felt a bit impressed. It realized he was holding two bones and was too scared to charge at him. Smart move, but flattery aside, he wasted no time and charged in to fight. He knew if he prolonged this, it would only put him at a disadvantage. He was not backing down either, growling and clenching his fist. He threw a powerful punch at you, but you quickly ducked to avoid it. Instantly, you raised the bone you had in your hand and jabbed it fiercely into the side of the beast. But its skin was so thick that the bone could not penetrate deeply, no matter how hard you tried. At that moment, you dropped the remaining bone and used both hands to push the one that was lodged in the beast deeper, causing it to roar in pain. And just like that, it retaliated with a vicious slap to your face. That slap nearly sent you tumbling down, blood spilling from your mouth. But you were not going down that easy. Your fists were tightening up. Out of nowhere, you pulled out another bone and stabbed it into the beast's belly. Back to the count. Witnessing such a fierce battle left him speechless. His jaw dropped as he quietly muttered, "What the hell?" He stuttered in disbelief. "What?" as he watched the beast roar in fury. Then he glanced at you, who also let out a shout, and he wondered to himself, "What made you so strong?" At that moment, you gritted your teeth and slammed your back with force into the gorilla's belly, causing it to groan in agony. After that, you unleashed a flurry of punches to its chest. Suddenly, the gorilla clenched its fists and raised them high for a counterattack. A massive black hand, muscles rippling, slammed down onto the ground, creating a huge shockwave with splashes of water and debris flying everywhere. You quickly slid forward to dodge the blow. In the next instant, one hand tightened into a fist while the other and your feet braced against the ground to maintain balance. Suddenly, you tore the rope from your arm and charged forward with determination. Seeing you rush in, the gorilla threw a punch, But you leaped up high, wrapping the rope around its arm. At that moment, you jumped back and yanked hard on the rope. You gritted your teeth, muscles straining as you pulled with all your might. His eyes bulged, showing a mix of anger and resolve as he tightened the rope without any hesitation. The gorilla struggled to breathe, its face turning red and frothing at the mouth. Callie's face twisted in pain as the gorilla slammed itself into the wall, while you were still trying to pull the rope. Meanwhile, Namek looked on in fear, his expression hollow, blood trickling from his mouth. Just then, the gorilla started thrashing wildly against the cave walls, forcing Kali to let go. It summoned all its strength, veins bulging, and with a fierce growl, it snapped the rope. Seeing the rope about to snap filled you with panic, and you glanced behind you. One hand let go of the rope to grab something sharp that had lodged into your side. You clenched your teeth, sweat pouring down like rain. Then, with a pained gasp, you pulled out the sharp object, blood following closely behind. With a fierce thrust, you stabbed the sharp object directly into the gorilla's face. Its blood sprayed out, a horrifying sight. And then it closed its eyes, breathing its last. The gorilla lay sprawled on the ground, looking utterly defeated. One object stuck in its eye, the other in its belly. At that moment, he let out a sigh of relief. Yet his eyes were still filled with determination as he slowly walked out of the cave. Reaching the cave entrance, he painfully leaned on his hands, and someone called out from ahead, "Callie." Looking at him, the Count asked with concern, "Are you all right?" He replied, "Do I look okay to you? I will untie you, so just sit tight." Right then, Callie rescued him, and the overwhelming joy on his face was evident as he said, "I can't believe you made it back after defeating that monster." Callie suddenly fainted in a kneeling position. He must have exhausted all his strength fighting that gorilla. Seeing this, the Count panicked and shouted, "Callie, Callie, wake up." He then lifted him over his shoulder and headed outside. Suddenly, he froze, sensing something ahead. A group of people stood in front of them, and he thought to himself, could they be the assassins following us? Or is it the desert tribe? Wait, who goes around assassinating in a whole group like that? Above them was the capital of the empire, Macedon. He guessed it was the army. He quickly decided to hide. Whatever happens, I need to get out of here immediately. Just as he was about to move, a voice called out, "Stop right there." A flag bearer shouted, "We are the Western Conquest Army of the Empire. Reveal your identity." Old man, he hesitated and said, "I am the Count of Bakma, Jensen Ma." The two soldiers looked at him and laughed. What is wrong with him? He is even missing an arm. Suddenly, a voice shouted, "Hey, who gave you the right to laugh? That is just rude." Then that person rode over, asking, "Count Jensen Bakma, I heard there is a beast worshipped by the barbarians around here. Have you seen it?" He introduced himself. "I am the leader of the Western Conquest Army of the Iskandar Empire." At this moment, Count Bakma hesitated as he said, that as he jumped off his horse, looking confused. Then Iskandar turned to Kali. Seeing him unconscious on the ground, he scrunched his nose in curiosity and asked, "Hey, Kali, what is he doing here?" A moment later, a voice from inside a tent shouted, "That bastard Kali. So he is the one who took down that monster first." He slammed his fist into his thigh, his face darkening as he grit his teeth. "It should have been me. I was supposed to defeat the god of those barbarians." Count Bod, next to stammered in fear, "Do you know Kali?" He looked at Kali, who had just been treated, and replied, "Of course." At that moment, his expression was quite ugly. Iskandar's lips curled up as he glared at him. Then he kicked the bed where Kali was lying. "Damn it." Seeing him lash out, the military doctor turned pale and exclaimed, "Sir, he is still being treated." Iskandar spoke up. "Just a hole in the stomach won't kill him." Because he knew that this lunatic was already a monster himself. He shouted, "Kali, wait. Hurry up. You bastard." In Kali's eyes, a blurry figure kept talking. "Hurry up, Kali." Suddenly, he punched him hard in the face, and Iskandar screamed in pain. Then he kicked him out of the spacious tent. "That damn bastard. I will take care of you with all my heart." The Countess was shocked, looking at a man in a brown coat with wide, terrified eyes. He exclaimed, "I just treated him." At this point, Kali fully regained consciousness. He said, "Iskandar, why are you here?" Turns out I was not mistaken. Iskandar crossed his arms, angrily scolding, "I told you I would conquer the Western Desert. And I did not hear a word about you leaving the Empire, and you did not even say a single goodbye to me." And then he dissatisfiedly looked away and said, "Why should I say goodbye to a muscle-bound guy like you?" The Countess was terrified, her face darkening as she hesitated. "You must be tired of living. How can you talk like that to a Grand Duke?" The next morning, Kali looked brighter. Seeming to be recovering, he said to the Countess, "Let us set off as soon as the wound heals." But he remained silent. Seeing this, He asked. What is wrong, Countess? He touched his lost right arm and replied. Honestly, I fear going back there. Bringing the child I love and raised like my own back to try to take my life. The Countess's eyes were filled with determination. He continued. But still, I want to know what my child wants to say to me. I want to hear everything directly. He agreed, saying, that is right. I need to see that little brat's face stealing my food firsthand. That night, a person was sound asleep, and a blonde was trying to climb on top. The sleeping one was Beacon, the Countess's grandson. Suddenly, someone spoke up. Hey. Little brat. Beacon opened his eyes and gasped. Ah. Startled awake, he exclaimed. What the hell is this? Callie stood, silently watching Beacon. Then he calmly said, You ungrateful bastard. You just tried to kill your uncle, and you can still sleep so soundly. Beacon quickly yelled. But a hand grabbed him. Who the hell? Callie covered his mouth and said, Do you know it took me a whole month to get here? The other hand grabbed Beacon's head, making him tear up in fear. Callie menacingly said, So let us wrap this up quickly. Shall we? Hearing the loud noise, both soldiers exclaimed, What is going on? Who are you? Beacon turned his head, sweating as he told Callie. Hey. Look back. You are surrounded. So he smugly said, It is not too late to let me go. You need money. Right. Just tell me. How much do you want? Callie frowned and replied. A moment later, Callie was holding Beacon by the neck with one hand and tugging at his hair with the other, walking toward the gate, saying, Open the gate. And he hurriedly shouted, Do not open it. Callie fell silent and asked, Do you prefer your left hand or your right? He looked at his own thick arm. Like, what? Without waiting for Beacon to respond, he decided to take action. Okay. So it is the right hand then. Beacon screamed in pain, tears and snot pouring down his face. Then Callie threatened the two soldiers. If you do not open the gate, you will lose his other arm too. Beacon hurriedly ordered, Open the gate. Quick, open the gate. The gate slowly began to creak open, and a dark shadow appeared from behind. Beacon's face turned pale, sweat pouring down like a river. The shadow of the Baron appeared, imposing, wielding two swords. He exclaimed, Uncle. The Baron commanded. Everyone, lower your weapons now. Anyone who dares to touch my friend will be executed. Just as he said that, the guards were stunned. Is that really the Baron? Who would be thought he could say such things? I thought he was just a coward. Feeling the pressure, Beacon quickly interjected. Do not listen to him. I am the Baron now. The Baron, furious, retorted. Give me back my food. Rage reached its peak. The villain glared. How dare you attempt to assassinate me? Even steal my title of Baron? At that moment, the Baron threw down his sword and boldly declared, Now, in front of everyone, I announce. Jensen the Baron. Challenge began the Baron. And the winner will become the true Baron. He thought of his hand and screamed. I have lost one hand already. How can I possibly compete? But then he froze. Looking ahead, my hand is now. He noticed the Baron was in the same boat. He too had lost his right hand. Then the Baron spoke. I have lost my right hand too. So it is fair now. Right. At that moment, Beacon gritted his teeth and glared at him. And right after, he raised his sword with a wicked grin. Remembering that the Baron was quite the coward, the Baron closed his eyes, overwhelmed with disappointment. So you really want to kill me? Nephew. Then he opened his eyes, a fierce determination radiating around him. Ready to fight, he stood frozen, goosebumps all over. What? Beacon's face turned pale, unable to believe it. You are not afraid of dying anymore. Then he knelt down and raised his sword. Stammering. Uncle. Tears and snot streaming down his face. His pupils dilated. His whole body trembling. I was wrong. Please spare me. At that moment, the Baron turned to the guards. Guards. Lock this criminal up in the dungeon. Both soldiers responded in unison. The rebellion of Beacon ended in less than 2 months. Now Beacon was locked up in the dungeon, and the Baron had regained his position. The red-haired traitor who harmed his comrades also faced justice and was executed. One morning in the capital, a few days later, the Baron walked alongside, asking, That name sounds familiar. You are the one who killed my beloved. Right. Callie rode his horse, filled with righteous fury. Damn it. What a shameful name. Suddenly, a voice piped up. I almost forgot. He held up a necklace with a sparkling red gem and said, I made it a bit rushed, but is not half bad. I hope you like it. He took the necklace, smiling. Do not regret saying I did not pay enough for this fight later, the Baron replied. You have paid enough already. At that moment, he spurred his horse forward, the Baron's farewell echoing behind him. Goodbye, Callie. In another place, a red-haired girl is standing by the window, gazing outside. This is the Agass's mansion. He appears slowly, greeting her with a not-so-pleasant smile. Long time no see. Aga sighs. You are still as handsome as ever. Zidro, the leader of a merchant guild, chimes in a moment later. They both sit down at the table to talk. He casually leans back and starts. I have done my homework on you before coming to this mansion. Then, he lightly scratches his ear, looking as relaxed as if he were at home. He continues. The farmers are in trouble, and the public sentiment is not great. Your situation here is not looking too good either. At this moment, Azali imagines his greed, thinking to herself, Zidro comes from humble beginnings but has transformed himself into a powerful merchant. She furrows her brow in thought and then speaks up. He is infamous for putting others in dire straits. I am really curious why you came here. Zidro then flashes a not-so-pleasant smile, his eyes glinting with satisfaction, and says, I think it is time to collect the 30,000 villagers you borrowed last winter. He continues. I planned to wait until autumn, but I did not think I would have enough money to wait that long. She closes her eyes and repeats his words. 30,000 villagers. At this point, he stretches his smile wider and digs deeper, adding, with interest, it is 35,000 villagers. Actually, it is 40,000. But I have given you a discount. After hearing this, her face darkens as she glares at Zidro, contemplating that he is joking about 5,000 villagers in just 6 months. She recalls the past, when Gardolf Augustin lay exhausted on the bed, 2 years ago. After Azali returned from her trading trip, Gardolf had been bedridden, gravely ill, unable to recover due to his drinking habits. Her gaze then was a mix of bewilderment and fear, compounded by her lack of financial management skills. He had died, leaving behind a mountain of debt. After that, Azalia scrambled everywhere for solutions, even exhausting the money from her trading trip and gathering funds from elsewhere. Yet, the debt remained unrelieved, and the money she borrowed from other merchants and families was still unpaid. Back to reality, she softly speaks. Jethro, right now I do not have the means to pay you back. Please wait until autumn. Before she can finish, he interrupts. Then you can sell me the fighters from your training center. With a strained expression, she responds, I can't do that, and thinks to herself, even if we sold all the boxers, it still would not cover the debt, and if we sold them off, it would strip Augustia of its only source of income. At this moment, Jethro's expression turns furious, grinding his teeth. You have no money and do not even want to sell your boxers. What are you trying to do? He continues, interrupting each sentence. For the good of others, Jethro emphasized every word. Should not she repay everything and resolve this moral dilemma? She bowed her head, grinding her teeth in silence. Suddenly, someone opened the door, and Azalia, furious, declared, We are having an important conversation here. No one is allowed to enter. The other person's footsteps were casual as they walked and spoke. I was waiting outside at first, but when I heard what was happening out there, I could not hold back any longer, or should I say, the death note. Her eyes widened in shock at the last 3 words from the newcomer. Lord Baron. Azalia sighed slightly at the sight of her, calling out, Callie. Zidro turned back with an irritated frown and silently judged him. I am in the middle of something important with your master. He looks like a useless punching bag. Holding a bag of coins, he asked her, How much does that guy owe you? She replied, Please step outside, Callie. This is not your business. Without waiting for her answer, he continued, 35,000 gold. Do you have that much? Or is this your first time hearing such a big number? Callie presented the bag of coins and said, Don't worry. Then he slammed the bag right into Zidro's face in frustration, the force knocking him back as Callie said, That is 40,000 gold. And then he added, Consider the extra 5,000 as a medical fee. At that moment, Zidro lay on the ground, watching coins fall, thinking, that is. His eyes lit up at the thought of a pile of gold, 40,000 gold. In an instant, he quickly grabbed the coins on the floor, but then he froze. He clutched the money tightly, saying, I will make good use of this money. Thank you. At the same time, the faces of Kali and Azalia paled as they heard him say that. What kind of nonsense is this? Then she turned serious and asked. The debt issue is settled, right? Upon receiving the money, Zidro's attitude changed rapidly. He bowed his head politely and replied, Of course, miss, please forgive my earlier rudeness. Then he handed her a piece of paper and said, Here's your receipt. After reading it, she calmly folded the receipt and said, I have checked it. Right, Zidro. Before he walked away, he wondered, Hey, Callie, why do I feel like I have heard that name before? Then the boy winked back at him. Because that is the name of the champion of the upcoming tournament. Don't he forget it? Zidro scoffed, rolling his eyes. I am sure you will win that bragging contest. A moment later, Azalia poured hot tea into a cup and softly said, I promise I will pay you that money back. Callie lifted his teacup to refuse. No need. I should not have accepted it in the first place at this point. She calmly told him. Honestly, I thought you would not come back here, Callie. He questioned back, slightly teasing. Have I ever broken a promise to you, miss? Azalea tucked her hair behind her ear, radiating a stunning charm along with a smile as she softly replied. Never. Witnessing that moment, Callie felt like he was hit by a wave of intoxication. His eyes widened, unable to look away for even a second. Just a moment later, he cleared his throat, pulling himself out of her beauty, and said, Now you are a lady. She raised her teacup and spoke. Not long after returning from the merchant trip, my father passed away. Azalea imagined a lot of chains binding her as she stood by the hospital bed of the man. Gardolf August. And she spoke up instead of being sad. I felt a sense of confusion with the reality before me. I had to busy myself paying off my father's enormous debts. Shifting away from that heavy topic, she asked about him. How have you been these past 2 years? He replied. I just started working under Philippos. Then she asked again. Did you come back here because of a promise? Callie picked up his teacup and smiled. Because there is nothing there that I need. At this moment, Azalea looked into her tea, thinking, yeah, I know you do not crave anything, not even money or fame, but she hesitated. However, here, you won't be able to gain anything. Suddenly, she asked, Are you still good at boxing? After pausing for a few seconds. He replied, I think I am not too bad. She casually opened her mouth. Then, leave aghast. You are free. Callie's pupils shrank, emotions swirling inside him. He gripped his hands tightly, causing a small part of the teacup to break, and asked back, What do you mean, miss? His whole demeanor turned gloomy as he faced Azalea's blunt words. Literally, as the owner of Aghast, I won't allow you to stay here anymore. He lost control and yelled, If that is the case, why are you still telling me this? Not waiting for him to finish, she cut him off. I do not want you to come back. The moment she firmly asserted that, Callie felt rooted to the spot. His hands clenched tight. Every vein in his body stood out as he struggled to contain his emotions and asked, Miss, do you have another man now? She replied, Not like that. But you kept asking. So it is a day I do not want to get involved with a lowly slave. Suddenly, she closed her eyes tightly. That is right. The atmosphere around was dark and suffocating. Azalea spat out harsh words. That is right. I am the one responsible for Aghast. I can't commit to a future with someone who has nothing. Callie bit her lip, thinking, if that is the case, why did you say that 2 years ago? She closed her eyes and replied, 2 years ago I was still too young. But now I have grown up. With no more words to say, Callie turned and walked away, leaving one last line. After all, you are still allowed to rest here as long as you want. But then she added, you can meet your old friends again. The door slammed shut, and at that moment, Azalea did not dare to speak. Only whispering, Callie. She plopped down, hugging her knees and burying her face in regret. You should not have to stay cooped up in this family anymore. Moments later, the bar, a voice rang out. Damn it. Callie's face was flushed from the alcohol, gripping the bracelet tightly, watching the crowd hurl insults. Damn it. Suddenly, someone from behind chimed in. Is not that the self-proclaimed champion of the upcoming boxing tournament? The guy in the hat laughed mockingly. Oh, it is the old man from earlier. Callie. Drunk. Slurred. I have got no patience left. Get lost before I knock you out. The bartender nervously asked back. You do not have any money. Zitro sneered. The aghast kid got into some trouble. How pathetic. He stepped closer to Callie, smirking. I have heard a lot about you. The brain crusher. Callie, unable to stand his annoying tone. You swung your hand, sending him crashing to the ground and shouted. I said good. Then Zitro's goons jumped up, some drawing swords, others slamming their fists on the table. What do you think you are doing? Zitro's face darkened like a burnt pot. He was furious. Just after the second round of insults, he forced a smile as if nothing had happened. Then he turned to the bartender. Looks like I might be bothering you a bit too much. Bartender. I will cover the cost of your drink. You silently stared at him, thinking, I am not a pushover. I should keep my emotions in check. At this point, Callie spoke. Sorry. I should not have taken my anger out on you. He brushed off his shoulders and said, Every fighter has a fiery temper like yours. Though he seemed calm on the surface, deep down he thought, this is the era of boxing champions. He meticulously listed each of your moments. First off, the brain crusher. Callie. Next up, the one who defeated Doraemon's brain crusher. Your fierce punches aimed at the opponent. The victorious fighter with a wounded leg. A long list of your achievements unfolded. Then he confidently thought, I bet a lot of people want to watch that long hidden match from 2 years ago. Zitro's mind was filled with thoughts of money. In other words, I could make a fortune. At this point, Callie asked loudly, Can I ask you a few questions? Your name? He carefully replied, Zitro, leader of the Zetro Trade Guild. Suddenly, you slapped your cheeks to regain focus and said, Zitro, please tell me what happened to Namtefe Agest over the past 2 years. He answered, ever since Azalia Agest took over as the head of the Namtek family, all ties with other clans have been completely severed. The situation for the Namteki Harris is even worse as she faces pressure from the Joseph family. Zitro continues. The only way to stabilize the shaky Namteki Agest household under the current Harris is to marry someone from a prestigious family who can be traced back to her. He wraps it up by saying that it all stems from the death of Nems. Namtek. Callie ponders his words deeply. Then Zitro adds, because the Harris has not participated in any public gatherings and has continuously rejected marriage proposals. All the eligible young suitors have turned their backs on her. He confusingly asks, has not the Joseph family pressured and threatened her? The Agest estate is slowly crumbling. He continues, the Joseph family has lost interest in Agest. Now, Agest can avoid facing financial decline and a significant drop in political status. Soon after, Azalia is overwhelmed by debts that nearly knock her off her feet. Agest has debts exceeding 300,000 DP, tangled up with high-interest loans. These debts are complicated. They can be resolved with just money. After hearing what he said, Callie's eyes well up with sympathy. He had no idea she was enduring so much hardship. Zitro takes a sip of beer and agrees. Yeah, it is all because of Mems. Namt's actions towards Agest. The clever Harris must hide away from society. At this moment, he stands up suddenly and exclaims, I have heard enough. Zitro replies, I will stick around for a while. If you need to withdraw, just let me know. As Callie leaves the tavern, he ponders. So if she is lying about not wanting to be with me because of her status as a slave, then why would she reject all those marriage proposals? Then he thinks of her image. Azalia. Callie strokes his chin. Wondering, what is she hiding? At that moment, at a house during the gentle breeze of sunset, both of Kali's friends rush excitedly towards him. It seems like it has been ages since he last came back, and both of them are thrilled to see him. He shifts his gaze elsewhere, spotting Nixa not far away, who is overjoyed to see him again. Kali excitedly waves to Nixa, who walks over with a cane and says, your leg is better now. Then he sighs softly and adds, now that I am older and with my leg, I can leap around like I used to. I am envious of you. At this moment, Kali silently observes, the once muscular arms have now shrunk. He quietly thinks to himself, my coach? And even his hair has changed. He has lost a lot of weight, and it has all turned gray now. Now he recalls every little moment he spent with him, and a somber look crosses his face. He treated me so well since I got here. Suddenly, he asks, Coach, where are Kicho and Tors? Nixa replies, Kicho is in his room, while Tors is not here. Where did he go? He remembers Tors' passionate demeanor. Tors will soon gain his freedom. After winning 67 matches, he has almost paid off all his debts. Callie is astonished by the number of wins and asks, so will he leave Augustus after this? Nixa guesses, I do not know, but he is loyal. So I think he might stay. Suddenly, a thin arm with a pretty big tattoo waved at him. Callie, where have you been wandering off to lately? Seeing the tall, lean figure of his opponent, he thought to himself and waved back it has been a while since they last met. Then he suddenly snapped back to reality and stammered, Kicho. Noticing one of his eyes covered by a black bandage, he hesitantly asked, what happened to your eye? Kicho scratched his head and smiled, replying, I lost one eye, but my opponent lost way more. He pondered about his friend, wondering when exactly Kicho had gone blind in one eye. But for an outboxer like Kicho to be one-eyed, that is a game changer. He imagined Kicho fighting his opponents, struggling to maintain distance to land those long-range punches he was known for. Even though one of Kicho's eyes could not see, the fierce determination radiating from him was still ablaze. Kali worried that losing one eye would put Kicho at a serious disadvantage. After a long silence, he finally let it go and playfully punched Kicho on the back, complimenting him. You are looking more like a man now. Kicho shot back with a grin. Even back then, I was already manly. At that moment, Kali's eyes reflected deep contemplation. Then he smiled softly and asked, Kicho, I heard you are taking care of Rovo. Where is he? Kicho replied, he is in the western part of the Dawa forest. At that moment, he recalled the times he cried and screamed. Rovo had grown so much that he could not resist his instincts and had gone into the woods to live. Rovo, do not go in there. Thinking about his tears, he felt them welling up again. He should be turned back to look at me one last time before leaving, he said, disbelief creeping into his voice. Really? Still as emotional as ever. Then he said, wait, can I ask one more thing? Is the lady going to the training center? Remembering his conversation with Jethro at the bar, he recalled the words he had said earlier, the day Namtek passed away. Kicho recalled Namtek lying in a hospital bed and spoke up. That was about a year ago. Right. I heard he passed away from a severe illness. He continued. I heard that because of his contagious illness. He did not meet anyone other than a few servants during that time. After chatting with the trainers and friends, Kali said goodbye to everyone. Although he wore a cheerful facade, inside, he was troubled by thoughts of Azalea. Thanks. I hope Rovo is still in the western forest. Is his illness the reason she can't even step out into society? A little while later, in the forest, Kali called out for Rovo as he walked through. He shouted loudly, Rovo! Suddenly, a sound erupted, and there was Rovo, happily bounding towards him. He wrapped his arms around him, and Kali excitedly called out his name again. Rovo! Rovo joyfully looked at Kali's face, and he laughed. Now there is no one here to tease you about being a chubby dog. Suddenly, Rovo paused, looking off in another direction. Kali turned to see what had caught his attention. Then Rovo started to walk slowly, and Kali asked curiously, Do you want me to follow you? His footsteps left imprints on the ground as they both headed towards a dark cave. Just then, a mini version of Rovo appeared, and a total of 3 shiny-eyed figures awaited eagerly. The little ones excitedly ran towards Rovo, and Kali thought in amazement. Baby wolves. At this point, Kali finally understood one thing. This was why you did not return to live at the training center anymore. Seeing Rovo's shy demeanor, he guessed it turns out he has a family to take care of. You wanted to show off to me about this, did not you? He looked at them with affectionate eyes and said, Maybe this will be the last time. Suddenly, something flashed through Kali's mind. Rovo looked away, confused. Kali panicked, realizing something no way. Without wasting a second, he sprinted off, cursing to himself. Damn it. How did I not realize this? After a bit, when he arrived, he was panting heavily. The guards firmly refused him, saying, Didn't I tell you no? It is way too late now. His voice rang out. Miss. Wait. Azalea. I need to talk to her. One guard angrily pointed at him, grinding out. No matter how close you are to the lady, you are still just a slave fighter. You need to watch your mouth. He retorted, clenching his fists and raising his voice. Without waiting another second, he punched one of the guards, who stared in shock and stammered, What the Kali? Without saying another word, he prepared to throw another punch. Moments later, a loud bang echoed from behind the door. Sweat poured down Kali's face like rain as he raced to the place. It had been half a year since she went out. Right now, his hand was bleeding, but he hardly noticed as worry for Azalea consumed him. He should have realized something was off in that story back then. He took long strides up the stairs. Kali burst through the door, shouting, Azalea. He froze, quietly staring ahead. Outside the window, a gentle breeze blew by, and the bed was filled with cute stuffed animals. Above, there was a nightlight. Azalea lowered her eyes and softly said, Kali, I know you are a wise man. Before him stood the sight of her cradling a baby in her arms. He was speechless, staring in awe. Slowly, he walked over to her, his hand reaching out in the warm golden light. Their hands gently intertwined, one big, one small. The atmosphere was cozy and full of emotion. Kali's eyes sparkled with happiness that day. The tiny baby, with golden hair and sparkling round eyes, held onto Kali's hand tightly. It was the day my world changed forever. Kali drowned in memories, recalling those moments with Azalea on that fateful night. A little hand grasped his finger tightly, and he exclaimed, and Kali looked at the baby tenderly, asking Azalea, Is it your child? Is it a boy or a girl? Azalea replied, It is a boy, and I named him after my grandfather Soren. Kali, feeling perplexed, asked her, Why did not you mention we had a child before? Azalea closed her eyes and explained, I did not want to tell you. I was afraid that knowing you had a child would make you change your mind and leave. Hearing such harsh words about himself, Kali shouted, What do you mean by that? Azalea questioned back, Will you accept him? Kali placed his hand over his heartfelt chest and said, What do you mean? After all, the boy is still your son. Azalea, now serious and resolute, said, Then give up your boxing career and become the head of this household. End the era of professional boxer Kali. Hearing such a surprising proposal, Kali stood there momentarily, unsure of what to say. He clenched his fists with a bitter resolve and replied, I do not know anything else anymore, so please do not make me give up boxing. Azalea, feeling a bit disappointed by his answer, sank into the chair and said, Then just leave in silence. I do not plan on telling our child that their father died in a boxing match. Kali, bewildered, replied, But I have always won until now. Azalea recalled the times Kali was so exhausted after brutal boxing matches that he lay bedridden, making her shout in frustration, I know. But you always push yourself to the brink of death. Looking at their tiny child in her arms, Azalea said with a heavy heart, If you die before he grows up, how do you expect me to explain that to him? Callie, can you promise me you won't die? Callie felt just as stuck. He understood that Azalea's words represented a massive responsibility weighing heavily on him. But what more could he possibly say? Callie helplessly put his hand to his face and said, I used to win almost every time. At that moment, Azalea's eyes reflected a deep sadness. And she made a proposal. If you give up boxing, you can become nobility by marrying me. Maybe he was the only one hesitating at such a proposal. Callie had put aside his dreams for the one he loved and returned to reality. His mind racing with thoughts because Azalea wanted him to continue chasing his dream as a boxer. She had hidden her pregnancy and also gave up her family inheritance. We have had a terrible year, drowning in debt, and the people are about to rise up. While lost in thought, his opponent Kicho charged in, snapping him back to reality with arrogant words. You still have time to think about other things. Without a hint of hesitation, Callie swung his fist in a lightning-fast punch, knocking Kicho out in an instant. Watching Kicho fall so easily, Callie felt a surge of confidence. Kicho indeed felt the distance between them had changed from before, but seeing Kicho come at him with such energy, Callie reminded himself to keep fighting. 1 hour earlier, a conversation was taking place nearby. Callie spoke. Kicho should stop fighting professionally. The silver-haired man replied. I know. After one of his eyes went blind. He has been winning against opponents in very dangerous situations. I had already asked him to retire or become a coach once before, but he refused, saying he wanted to fight a few more matches. At that moment, Callie regained his focus. Preparing for his next strike, dust swirled around as Callie raised his hand high, ready to unleash another thunderous punch. The punch quickly closed in, just half a hand's width from Kicho's head, and Kicho tensed, beads of sweat rolling down his face. Callie shouted, Kicho, just give up professional boxing for me. When Kicho heard that proposal, he clenched his jaw tightly but replied, What are you talking about? Back when your eyebrow got injured, you could still keep fighting. Right, Callie argued back. Our situations are not the same. Kicho replied, a bit frustrated. Yeah. I know. You are a boxing genius while I am just an average Joe. You are worried my pants will rip while trying to copy you. Callie questioned his opponent. Kicho, you have a reason that forces you to become a free man. Right. Callie remembered when Kicho told him about a special person, saying, I have known her for quite a while now. She is a female chef at the training camp. All we can do now is stargaze together at night. I really like her. She is genuinely a good girl who likes me. Even though I am just a slave, but a slave like me can to marry a free girl like her. So I need to become free as soon as possible. Hearing Kicho say this, Callie sympathized with his friend. So you are having issues with women too? Kicho was taken aback. Callie was startled too and awkwardly exclaimed. It is nothing. Callie suddenly pondered and asked, Kicho, what is more important to you than life itself? Kicho smiled brightly and replied, Her. I would rather risk everything than give her up. Hearing this, Callie could not help but chuckle with relief, thinking about his friend Kicho. He used to have no determination to become a boxer or to be strong. Right then, Kicho turned the question back to Callie. What about you? Callie replied, I want to prove something to them. Then suddenly, he got lost in thought. Wait. Thinking back, Kicho has always been there to help me, he slowly said. So you want to settle down with someone. The scene shifts to the Agassiz mansion, where Azalea is sitting alone in her office. Azalea sighed heavily. Then a noise from outside caught her attention, making Azalea look up. It turned out to be Callie. Who started the conversation? What is it? Callie. She then tiredly stood up, not too enthusiastic about this visit, saying, I am really busy right now. Suddenly, Callie exclaimed, I am going to become the man of the Agassiz house. His words made Azalea's eyes widen in shock. Gritting his teeth, Callie continued with courage. I am going to become one of those damn nobles. Boxer Callie. What I mean is, I am going to be the damn Duke of Agassiz. Azalea reflected quietly after hearing him say that, I do not like Callie, who is always strong and unpredictable. I do not want to hold him back from moving forward. That is why I hoped he would not come back. I used to wish he would keep being the boxer Caliker. The bright red hair of Azalea was now flying up into the air. She rushed to embrace Callie with love. Azalea's thoughts continued. I really like how he casts aside everything important to him to prove that he truly loves me. At that moment, Azalea cried once more. But perhaps this time, it was tears of happiness and love. Not long after, the news about the marriage of Callie and Azalea spread, not just within the clan's territory but throughout the entire kingdom. Some nobles and lords supported the union, but almost all of them, except for that turtle, were against it since a slave marrying a noble has never happened before. It is a challenge and a rebellion against the noble society. Meanwhile, in a certain room, a man named Zozia was eavesdropping on every detail, lost in his own thoughts. This man was Count Joseph. He stared at the paper in his hands and muttered, So Auguste is still alive. A few days later, the Boitors brought news to Callie. presenting a list of boxers who would participate in the upcoming boxing tournament. Callie inquired about the news, asking Tors when he would return. Tors replied that he would not be back in a week, and he probably would not be able to participate. Callie rubbed his temples in worry and said, "Without Kichoka, we are in trouble." Tors sighed and replied, "Honestly, I am not even thinking about winning this time. Besides, you can't make money from a friendly match." Callie countered, "I know that, but we still need to figure out a way to win. The famine is not over, and we can't do anything to fix it, so the people are about to revolt. Plus, many do not like the fact that I went from slave to lord." Suddenly, he slammed his hand down hard on the table and exclaimed, "This is the first task I have to accomplish as the man of Aegis. If we lose this time, we will lose the people's trust in us." Callie, filled with determination, roared, "This time, we must." He calculated in his mind, "We can't waste any time. The 3-year cycle of the tournament is already repeating." Meanwhile, on a distant road, a carriage was rolling steadily down the path. Inside the carriage, a man reflected on the tournament that would take place with Doraemon in 7 days, and he suddenly broke into a strange smile. Callie suddenly growled, "We must." He traced his finger down the list and instructed, "First, add Kyo to the list." Nixa closed his eyes and sighed before responding. You must find it tough dealing with his stubbornness. Callie's expression darkened as he slightly furrowed his brow, saying, "Currently, there is no fighter as strong as Kyo, and in this match, we will pay him the highest price." As soon as those words left his lips, Nixa was utterly astonished. He quickly interjected, "Lord Kali, I know you are close to Kyo, but right now, letting him go free is impossible. And our conditions are not that great." After finishing his sentence, he suddenly fell silent, raising a hand to his mouth as he contemplated something. After a moment, Nixa slowly spoke up, "If you make an appearance." Kali looked at him. Surprised, he gasped and asked, "What?" The coach suddenly raised his hand to scratch his head, and Geek stopped speaking. "But you have quit being a fighter." "Never mind." He looked down, letting out a sigh. Nixa thought to himself, having a noble participate in a boxing match is unprecedented. But as he stepped outside, the door behind him slowly closed. Looking at Kali through the crack in the door, Nixa silently thought, the fighter everyone wants to see the most is Kali. A while later, he tightly clutched the shimmering chain in his hand, mumbling to himself. Thinking back, he still had not given this to her. Kali, feeling down, rested his chin on his hand and thought, "Yeah, if I handed it over now, she would probably just sell it for cash." In his mind, he pictured a bunch of mice tied together by their tails, struggling to break free but failing miserably. He spoke up. The bigger issue was that massive pile of debt. It was so overwhelming that I can't afford to be careless. Kali was still lost in thought, recalling the bustling street and thinking, we need a skilled treasurer. Then, he dressed to the nines and walked through the crowd, where people turned to look at him with curiosity, whispering to each other, he is the new August man. He glanced back and saw 2 men talking about him, one of them eyeing him with a smirk. That August guy is just a brute. The other quickly chimed in, if only Gadoon were still alive. Kali watched this scene, frowning internally, knowing he was more like Iskander than Philippos. He admitted he was indeed in the same league as that musclehead. The image of Iskander picking his nose and Philippos' exasperated face flashed in his mind, and he continued to think, politics just is not for me. But then an idea struck him. He thought to himself, but it is fine. If I am not skilled enough, I just need to find someone like Philippos. Those thoughts led him to the tavern. Kali pushed the door open and saw a man sitting at the bar. He called out, so you are here. The leader of the Jethro Trading Company. He turned to look at him, digging in his ear and grinning widely. Oh hey there. What do you need? Kali stepped up behind Jethro, lowered his voice, saying, I need your help. But he just kept smiling, sitting back down at the bar, casually saying, I do not have any money, and I do not care if you are the August man or not. Besides, I can lend you money because I am broke right now. Jethro said this. Then Sachbalo prepared to stand up and leave, saying his farewells. Well then, I will take my leave. But before he could finish, a blinding light suddenly appeared next to them, knocking everything off the table. Kali's face darkened. He spoke with a dangerous tone. Stop right there. Jethro Trading Company. I am not done talking. His hand clenched tightly on the table, now stained with watermarks. He gritted his teeth, sweat pouring down his face, thinking, damn it. What is wrong with him? He looks terrifying. Right after that, Jethro changed his attitude, rubbing his hands together and smiling. Well then, let us continue our conversation. Shall we? We can discuss business some more. He returned to his usual demeanor and asked, Jethro, do you want to work under my egg? He suddenly went silent, wearing a confused expression as he looked at him. A moment later, in the dining room, Azalea looked puzzled and asked Kali, "Why Jethro?" He raised a rib to his mouth, eating heartily, and calmly replied, "We need a treasurer. You have very little knowledge of economics, and as a baron, it will be tough for you to manage it all the time," she said. "But I do not like Jethro," he quickly responded. "Neither do I. But he can do all the dirty work." Just as he was about to take another bite, Azalea smacked the rib out of his hand, scolding him. "Do not eat with your hands," Kali continued. "We need to know how to read the situation and take action," he thought to himself. "After all, there is no place for integrity in politics. Back when I worked for Philippos, the lengths he went to achieve his goals were downright filthy. You remember those scenes from before?" Thinking to yourself, he did not even hesitate to assassinate some dangerous guy. Kali brought the meaning to his lips, his eyes gazing far away, still filled with thoughts, hating that whole situation. "So as soon as the deadline passed, I left the empire, but right now, I need to do the same." Azalea sighed, bowed her head and replied, "I understand. I will leave everything to you." At the same time, she thought, usually, people do not hand over all the power in the family to their son-in-law. She continued to whisper in her heart, unless that person is exceptional in intelligence, physique, or looks. Azalea's eyes drooped. She reflected, but to call it power is a mistake. Right now, it is just a mountain of debt. Time passed in a flash, and the image of a happy family with Kali flashed before her eyes. Little Soren climbed high, his family laughing joyfully. Azalea watched the father and son smile and thought, in the following days, I just observed Kali working hard for the territory. She remembered how he debated vigorously with that Zitro guy and whispered, "Yep. Kali always strives with all his might, ever since he was a fighting slave." One day, Nixa walked through the land of the territory. Then suddenly, Kali's eyes widened, looking in one direction. Azalea thought to herself, but what is different is that he saw images of others training for the match. They kept pushing themselves, sweat pouring down without stopping. Kali stared at that scene, his face emotionless. Azalea softly whispered, "He is not as happy as he used to be anymore." 4 days later, Kali finished his shower and draped a towel over his shoulder. He stepped outside, a few droplets of water still clinging to him. Thinking, for the past 3 years, I have only lived for boxing. He looked at himself in the mirror, reflecting the image of North Kangti, continuing to think, but after becoming a baron, I stopped both boxing and daily workouts. He touched the mirror, as if wanting to reach out to his past self, wondering why he ended up in this world. The glass had fogged up. He wiped it away. Kali's face reappeared, showing no joy. He questioned himself again. What is my purpose? As a large carriage stopped in front of the mansion, the door opened. Kali and Azalea both bowed their heads, and he respectfully said, "Welcome, Count Doraemon." A powerful footstep echoed on the floor. Beads of sweat dotted Doraemon's forehead, and he thought to himself, damn it. The sky above him darkened, and he was shocked to think, he really has become a baron now. So on the surface, he tried to force a smile and said, "Well, the famous fighter of the past has now become a baron. Congratulations." He stepped forward to shake his hand and asked, "It has been a while, has not it?" "Count Doraemon, 3 years ago, we met when I was still a slave." The smile on his face suddenly froze, but he still forced himself to say, "It is just a matter of time before you climb up here on your own merits." In his mind, he was feeling incredibly uncomfortable, thinking, I can't believe I am shaking hands with a former slave. Sang through the glass into the room. Kali calmly said, "I personally selected the fighters for this tournament, even if they are not as strong as Oxford." He looked up and continued, "But they are still very talented." Azalea looked at him helplessly, while that Count Doraemon in front of them was gritting his teeth, his hands shaking like crazy. He thought about the scene of Oxford, his face buried in tears, saying, "I do not want to fight anymore." Gritting his teeth, he continued, since that moment, he had lost all fighting spirit. His psyche was shattered. You suddenly asked, "Are you still going to hold the tournament as planned in 3 days? By then, the arena will be ready." Doraemon silently stroked his chin. "Looking at you." He stared intently at your body, thinking, with that physique, he could still fight actively. Cold sweat started to bead on his forehead. Doraemon clasped his hands together, giving you a dangerous look and said, "Just to be sure, you will participate, right?" You turned your gaze to Azalea, who was looking away to avoid your eyes. Then you lowered your head and replied, "I am done with boxing." Upon hearing this, Doraemon grinned, giving you a thumbs up, saying, "Oh really? Nobles should not fight with slaves." He quickly calculated in his mind, with Kali and Tor's absent, apart from that Mantis Mukio, all that is left are just a bunch of shrimp. Doraemon flashed a cunning smile, revealing his bright white teeth. He stroked his long beard, thinking, what a relief. I can easily wipe them out. Time quickly flew by to the day of the competition. Two teams stood opposite each other in the arena, while the others had taken their seats with eager anticipation. From this side, a voice rang out, "Get the bread." A crowd quickly rushed towards the structure. Zitro shouted while holding a tray of bread. "Hey, line up nicely." A bald man glanced over. "Don't make me lose my patience." Right next to him, a mother and child quickly divided the bread they held. The mother took a tiny piece, giving the rest to her child. At this moment, Zitro was seething with anger, clenching his fist as he spat each word. "The bread I bought. My money. All gone." He glared. "Money to me is like a faded shirt." Then he turned to Callie, gritting his teeth, asking, "You will really pay me back? Right?" Callie, still half awake, raised an eyebrow in response. "I am not the kind of person who would scam someone as crafty as you." Zetro continued grinding his teeth. "Fine. I will take that as a compliment." He then pointed an angry finger at you, exclaiming, "And about what you said regarding getting acquainted with Count Matt. You would better be honest." Callie turned away, letting out a sigh full of frustration, while Zetro wore a very unpleasant expression behind him. Time swiftly passed to the moment of the match. August versus Doraemon. A friendly bout. The spectators in the stands were munching on bread. One person said mid-bite, "That guy must have a lot of money. Look at how much bread he is giving us." The blue-haired and gray-haired duo were chatting while eating. "So Kali is just like the lords. I thought he would be different since he used to be a slave warrior. But now he is a noble. Probably does not care about us anymore." In the preparation area, Kiro watched Shram's back as he stepped onto the arena, saying, "Make sure to do well, Shram." He rotated his wrist in response. "Yeah." On the three high seats, Kali waved to those below, with Azali and Noble Doraemon beside him. You raised your arm high and shouted, "Let us get started." The fighters from both sides quickly got into their attack stances. Everyone above cheered. "Fight, Shram. Crush them." Kali furrows his brow, thinking, "I need something to calm everyone down before the harvest season. I have to win this fight." Just then, Shram raises his fist straight toward his opponent. The old fighter dashes in quickly, but the other guy is not backing down, swiftly blocking the punch. Then he retaliates, throwing a punch back at Shram. Kali watches this scene with wide eyes, thinking to himself, just as I suspected, even though it is still clumsy. These fights are pretty similar to boxing now. This place has changed since I was in the Empire, has not it? He recalls previous matches and notes how the technical aspects are evolving, like direct punches and wrist techniques. Kali's hand grips the edge of his seat tightly. He thinks, maybe everything is developing faster because I am here. Below, the fighter from Team Doraemon lands a solid punch to Shram's face, making his head snap back. Shram lets out a cry from the impact, red syrup spewing from his mouth, his expression showing some shock at his opponent. The fans from Team Doraemon quickly cheer. "That is right. Smash him to bits." A bald guy points down and yells, "Break him into pieces." Right after that, he launches a flurry of attacks at Shram, leaving him with no choice but to block with his hands. Then, in a split second, Shram grabs his arm. He yanks hard, throwing his opponent off balance. And the guy gasps, "What?" A powerful punch lands squarely on his face, sending him flying. That night, he feels dazed, his face pale, thinking, he is quicker than I thought. His punches are so fast that the audience barely notices. As he is deep in thought, his eyes suddenly widen in surprise once again. Turns out Shram is attacking again, this time with a relentless barrage of punches, moving at blinding speed, forcing him to desperately try to defend. His teammates inside excitedly shout, "Yeah, that is it. Keep hitting him." Even Kijo is left speechless, but Kali is drenched in sweat, anxiously thinking, Shram. That jerk. He is too aggressive and nimble. He predicts that once he finishes attacking, he will tire out and then get hit. Down in the stands, Shram continues his relentless assault, but beads of sweat are forming on his face. He gasps for breath, thinking, damn it. My lungs. The head of Team Doraemon quickly assesses the situation, smirking inwardly, "You dumb idiot. Your chances are gone now." Then he immediately counters, putting all his strength into a punch aimed at Shram, sending him reeling. Shram's eyes are bloodshot, but he refuses to back down, preparing to strike back. However, his opponent easily dodges the attack, taunting him, "You think I would get hit by that?" Then he raises his hand, launching an upward attack that sends Shram's shirt flying, punching while mocking, "Is that a punch?" Shram's eyes have turned hollow, sweat pouring down his face, spitting out blood that splatters everywhere. Shram's entire body crashes against the ropes. His opponent does not let up, continuously pummeling him while laughing gleefully. One of Shram's knees buckles to the ground. In the stands, Azalea can't bear to watch this horrific scene and turns away, frowning at the ring. Even though his opponent has no strength left to fight, he still keeps attacking. Does he really want to crush our guy? The man of Team Doraemon. Below the ring, SRAM lay defeated, completely out of fight. The crowd above watched his fallen body, shouting in disbelief, how could he lose like this? Come on. This is truly a disgrace for Agassiz. The fighter from Doraemon laughed heartily. Sorry, but my little guys can be a bit too aggressive sometimes, Callie replied with a serious face. Well, it is a battle after all. The old fighter chuckled back. You really are something, are not you? So determined. Looking at the scene under the ring, he frowned, realizing the skill gap was simply too huge. Callie reminisced about the times he and SRAM had sparred, and thought to himself, except for Cairo, everyone else seemed pretty clumsy. As for SRAM, he was bold, but he was quickly taken away on a stretcher. And watching this, Callie could only sigh, thinking to himself, I know a few weeks is not enough to prepare. A fighter witnessing SRAM getting beaten to a pulp trembled in fear. Cairo looked outside, cursing. Damn it. He is starting to get scared. Just then, in the second match, the fighter from Doraemon continued to showcase his skills, and Callie's fighter widened his eyes in terror, ultimately getting knocked far away. The crowd above immediately started jeering. Wait. You losers. Your fighter is a famous one, and you are losing like this. The spectators on this side were furious, shouting, if you can win, then just leave. Get out of here. The fighter from Doraemon casually lifted his cup and said, I have won 2 matches already. I must be the champion this time. Is Cairo your last fighter? Callie replied with a dark expression. Yeah. While Azala glanced over at him, worry etched on her face. Suddenly, her eyes widened in shock. Tinged with a hint of fear, she saw Callie blazing with anger, gripping the armrest of his chair tightly, his eyes brimming with danger. Azali gently placed her hand on his and urged, calm down, Callie. Meanwhile, Doraemon was still oblivious, raising his cup to his lips and saying, Cairo is off the horse. He used to be quite the contender, but I do not think he can take on my fighter. A pair of slow steps approached, and he continued. This time, the fighter stepping up is one of my best. He is the best among my fighters. I have trained him for years. A massive figure with a battle-hardened face appeared, and Doraemon proudly declared, Charon. On this side, Cairo quickly stepped up to the ring, while the crowd above cheered. Cairo, we are counting on you. Take that bastard Doraemon down. Callie sat in his chair, feeling despondent, thinking, I have lost already. But with the crowd's vibe like this, I absolutely have to win this time. A bead of sweat trickled down his face as he silently said, Cairo. The appearance of that fighter starkly contrasted with Cairo, yet his gaze remained resolute, staring straight ahead. He carried all of Kali's hopes on his shoulders. In Cairo's memory, he recalled Kali teaching the other two, demonstrating boxing moves and saying, there is no reason to be afraid or back down from the enemy. Your punches hurt them just as much as theirs hurt you. So stand firm against their blows. The fighter responded nervously. Yep. We understand. Kali then looked at SRAM and said, and SRAM, you have both the resolve and the skill. You trust me. Right. Fight with a cool head and do not lose your composure in battle. SRAM turned away, gritting his teeth, responding, got it, and felt sympathy. Meanwhile, Cairo had seen it all. He raised his fist, looking at it, and thought, Callie, I do not want to be as strong as you. Cairo directed his fist toward Callie, thinking to himself, I just want to be free from this life of fighting and live a normal life like everyone else. He continued to think. To make that happen, in reality, Cairo was standing in a defensive stance, ready to attack, his eyes fixed on his opponent. With hundreds of people cheering fervently behind him, he reminded himself, as if speaking to Callie, I need to win. The cheers from the audience echoed in the air. Everyone was buzzing with excitement. Callie stared intently at the ring, whispering, Cairo. Both fighters were ready. Cairo looked at his opponent and thought, it is going to be tough to gauge the distance with just one eye. He gritted his teeth and thrust his fist forward, determined to tell himself, I have to do everything I can. Charon, while blocking the attack with his hand, sneered, a professional boxer closing one eye. What a joke. Just then, Cairo noticed Charon's left leg starting to move. Callie, watching from the sidelines, bit his lip, thinking, if you let him get too close, it is like digging your own grave. Dodge it. And then Cairo actually stepped back quickly to keep his distance. However, Charon quickly closed the gap, catching Cairo off guard as he gritted his teeth and exclaimed, What? Cairo raised his fist and thought, just as I predicted. He is trying to corner me. Charon's gaze turned icy. He stepped back. Immediately, both of Cairo's attacks were easily dodged by him. Cairo's eyes widened in shock, sweat starting to bead on his face, thinking in disbelief. No way. Callie gritted his teeth and whispered, he can read your movements. Charon charged in while defending, saying, how ridiculous. Only people like that oxer are worth my challenge. Cairo, furious, replied with a clenched fist. I am more than enough for you. He quickly dodged the attack. Cairo could not even touch him. Cairo thought, throwing punches to test the distance is pointless, even if I try to keep my distance. He will catch up quickly. So what I need to do is, he stared at Charon, analyzing, his body shifting slightly to the side. Then, Cairo gritted his teeth and charged straight at Charon, thinking, damn it, damn it, damn it. A punch swung straight at his face. Their bodies colliding as he tried to fight back. Callie nearly jumped out of his seat, thinking, Cairo, if you choose to go toe-to-toe with him, you are definitely going to lose. Callie gritted his teeth, thinking, if his other eye is still fine. Charon blocked the attack with one hand, while the other swung forward, smiling, asking, should I take out the other eye too? Cairo fell silent, trying to defend while also attacking him. Then he quickly retreated, trying to keep his distance, but Charon's hand quickly landed a punch to his stomach. His fist swung up again. This time, he punched straight to Cairo's face, sending him flying. Callie's face darkened. His lips pressed tightly together in despair. Cairo's eye patch fell to the ground with a thud, and Charon smirked, ready to throw another punch. The eye patch dropped, and Charon's voice echoed, the Oxford Slayer. I have heard that name so much it is driving me insane. For nearly 2 years now. He stood tall, gripping Cairo's arm that lay on the ground. Continuing, I plan to defeat him and snatch his fame if we ever face off. Charon glanced at Kali and asked, so now that you have become a noble, you are not stepping into the ring anymore. Right, what a disappointment. Oxford Slayer. He scoffed. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his side, letting out a yelp as a large bruise formed there. He recalled the time Cairo had punched him in the gut, and wondered if it was from that brawl. Despite the sweat beading on Cairo's forehead, he still managed to force a smile. Charon twisted Cairo's finger back and snapped, you arrogant jerk. Cairo let out a scream that could be heard miles away. The crowd in the stands erupted. How could you let us see such a pathetic fight? The voice reverberated across the arena. Now that you are a noble, you do not want to lift a finger. Forget it. Doraemon smirked, while a distressed Cairo clutched his hand, being carried away, and Kali tightened his fists against the seat, remembering that morning when he looked in the mirror at his past self. He thought, how did I end up in this world? He questioned himself. What is my purpose here? He recalled the image of a North Kangkov covered in wounds. He remembered Kali raising his arm high in the sky after a hard-fought victory. His eyes squeezed shut, brows furrowed. He thought of a small hand gripping his finger, whispering, Soren. Kali's hand gripped the armrest so tightly it made a noise that startled Doraemon, who jumped back. Azalea called out, Kali, her eyes wide with surprise. Azalea. Kali's face was backlit, a halo forming behind him, as he told her, I never thought I could be a good father. Suddenly, he stood up, and Azalea rushed to stop him. Kali, wait. But he ignored her, turning to the person next to him. Doraemon. Kali looked at him and asked, how about one more match? The question made Doraemon's face go pale. He gasped. What? Without a moment's hesitation, he threw off his jacket and leaped down, just as Doraemon shouted, wait, wait. Agassi. With a single jump, he landed on the ground, leaving everyone in shock. The sight of him standing boldly in the arena sent the audience into a frenzy. Agassi has stepped in. Is he actually going to fight the Oxford Slayer? Charon leaned heavily, casting a skeptical glance. Can you believe someone is showing up under the guise of nobility? He smirked. What is with the sudden appearance? Agassi. Kali did not respond, just faced him with a serious expression. Rest up, and then we will fight. Charon arched his back, replying, no need. Then, he suddenly lunged forward, and Kali quickly got into a ready stance. As he closed in, Kali struck out. But unfortunately, Charon dodged. He thought, I will take him down before he even gets warmed up. Then, he swung his fist into Kali's gut, causing him to stagger back, still maintaining his stance. His face an unreadable mask. He smiled as he often did, realizing that the notorious title was just a facade. The Oxford Slayer was nothing special after all. But then, in response to his astonished gaze, Kali rushed in and asked, so you only fight with your mouth? You kept hammering down punches so fast that Charon could not even react. He stumbled backward, trying to regain his footing. Kali's strike had left his arm trembling and weak, and he thought in disbelief, what kind of strength is this? Suddenly, Kali said, let me give you a piece of advice. Right before Charon's eyes, you became incredibly fierce, veins popping in your arms, your body ablaze as you continued. I absolutely hate being called the Oxford Slayer. So watch what you say when you mention me. Charon instantly swung back at Kali. You raised both hands to defend. Thinking quickly, damn, he is He might be one of the quickest opponents I have ever faced. Kali's legs retreated. And you thought to yourself, but it's not like I can't dodge him in the next strike. You truly dodged to the side just in time, making Charon's punch land in midair. He let out a frustrated shout, not one to back down. He kept attacking your face. But you avoided every blow. Charon gritted his teeth, thinking, what the hell? Another punch came crashing down. But this time Kali had slipped behind him, leaving him irritated and wondering, how the hell did he dodge my punch? Without hesitation, Kali retaliated with a direct hit to the side of Charon's face, making his head snap to the side with a painful cry. Charon stared at the wound on his face in disbelief, thinking, and he countered like this. He swung straight at Kali once more but still could not touch him. Charon paused. Feeling uneasy, he looked into Kali's eyes, which sparked with intensity, and thought, what a game. His arm shot out with lightning speed, swiping across your face and leaving you stunned. You touched the wound on your forehead, where a long gash had formed. Kali thought to himself, I need to do something. One of your eyes was starting to blur, and before you was a deep crimson haze. You thought, it looks like the blood wanted to stop flowing. Right after that, you took a stance, quietly calculating, in that case, I will lure him in. Charon, seeing you like this, was taken aback and asked, defending. He bit his lip, charging in while thinking, what is he planning? Is he really giving up? A punch came crashing down on your face, sending you tumbling backward. The crowd watching from above was furious, yelling, what the hell? Dude, take him down. You were so confident, and now you are acting all timid. Kali clenched his teeth, his muscular arm preparing to strike back, thinking in response to their taunts. Shut up. Your eyes glinted dangerously as you launched a powerful punch at Charon, simultaneously shouting in your mind, I just want to fight. Charon's face betrayed his horror as he let out a garbled yell. He screamed in rage, words flying out of his mouth like a storm. Soon after, a barrage of punches came hurtling toward Kali. You also aimed your fist at him. Teeth gritted as you thought, but I want to throw away everything I have fought for up until now. Your powerful punch landed squarely on Charon's face, knocking him off balance as he fell backward. Charon, refusing to back down once again, launched a relentless assault on Kali. History repeated itself, as he felt the full force of a punch from him, pain so intense that he let out a yelp and cursed under his breath. Damn it. He stared intently at Kali, wondering, did not I strike harder this time? The proud figure of Kali stood before Charon, making him shudder in fear. How is he still standing? Charon gazed at Kali's bleeding face and thought to himself, I have fought someone who did not know what pain was. He recalled his bouts with Jurika and realized he had become an opponent who would not fall no matter how hard I hit. The broad grin of Jurika flashed in his mind, causing Charon to shiver internally. He is the scariest opponent. Kali gritted his teeth, thinking, just pretend it does not hurt. Act like I am still fine. He charged straight at Charon, making him freeze in fear, screaming in his mind, it is all just a trick. The blow landed, sending Charon crashing backward, and the crowd suddenly fell silent. Moments later, cheers erupted around him. Yep. Push him back. Crush Doramani. Charon wanted to retaliate, but Kali followed up with a powerful Shizo punch. He cried out in pain, remembering when Kijo had attacked his ribs, thinking, where did that hit me? Kali shouted, right on that guy's jaw, then punched him square in the chin. Kali's strong arm surged up, contorting Charon's face into a distorted mess. Charon hit the ground hard, marking the end of his once glorious reign. Kali moved in and grabbed his arm, lifting him up, just like he had done with Kijo. His grip tightened as he said to him, this is for Kijo. Thinking to himself, I am definitely going to make him remember this. Then, he stood tall and shouted, the male Doraemon. He continued, the other two fighters do not look too bad either, causing those two to jump in shock. You have no clue what it is like to be a noble now. He yelled from his seat. Enough. This pointless fight is over, Kali firmly replied. Oh man, I am tired too. He turned his gaze toward the two fighters and taunted, if not, when will you ever get a shot at a lifetime title? The two instantly broke into excited smiles. The two began bickering in front of Kali's satisfied face. I fought first, so I should go first. Stop talking nonsense. Just get lost. Kali smiled and waved them off, saying, enough with the excuses. Both of you get up. That way, we will be on equal footing. Right. Hearing this, they both jumped up simultaneously, their faces still beaming with smiles. Kali's eyes turned icy as he thought, sorry guys. But he looked at Azalea's face filled with fear, then closed his eyes and thought, right now, I cannot speak about my life without mentioning boxing. Then he opened his eyes wide, filled with electric determination, telling himself, indeed, Leaving boxing behind is an impossible promise. Watching two people rushing toward him, Callie thought. My blood has already frozen and stopped flowing. I have two opponents, but they are nowhere near Charon's level. One of them grinned fearlessly, waiting for Spate to land a punch on him, but Callie quickly ducked, causing his opponent's strike to land on empty air. He retaliated with a punch right to the guy's face. After taking care of this guy, the other one charged in. Looking at the crowd above, he thought, what everyone really needs right now is not bread or anything like that. Callie closed it, facing him head-on, his arm pulled back, ready to strike. This guy did not have time to react. He could only watch in horror as he braced for the hit. A powerful punch landed, squashing his face, blood and spit flying everywhere. Callie thought to himself, what they need is— He raised his arm in victory. As the crowd around him chanted his name, Callie continued to think. The faith and hope that he would lead them to a better future. He shouted loudly, just like everyone else. I am starving too. Dorman's body turned pale as a ghost. Callie went on. I have faced down the stench of the nobles before. He stood tall and declared. But I have made it this far with my own fists. And the future will be the same. Azalea listened intently, her fists clenched in excitement as Callie spoke. I have never lost a match. He stood there, loud and proud, saying, if you find it hard to believe what I am saying. Callie lowered his hand, extending his fist confidently. Then believe in this fist of mine. Time seemed to fly by as the light of the sun streamed into the place. Inside the break room, Callie sat back, catching his breath. Suddenly, Kiro's voice rang out, making him look up. Callie, so it is fight day? He casually asked back. You knew about that? Kiro looked up at him, smiling in response. With everyone cheering like that, it is hard not to hear. Right. Callie softly closed his eyes, saying, damn it, I promised I would not box again. Kiro shook his head, saying, for me, boxing is a way of life. Callie stared wide-eyed at him, and suddenly the atmosphere became harmonious. He asked, you are pretty perceptive. Kiro gave him a deadpan look and replied, how could I not know? He lightly touched his neck and continued, well, in this state, I will have to postpone becoming a free man for a while. Callie suddenly interrupted him. After this fight, you will be free. Kiro, he incredulously said, do not joke around. I am not that rich. Callie held up two fingers and said, of course. As long as you become a boxing instructor for 2 years. He closed his eyes and continued. And after you are free, you can settle down and start a family. With your experience, you will definitely manage it. Before Callie could finish, a shadow rushed in. Kiro burst into tears, hugging him tightly and shouting, thank you. Thank you so much, Callie. I mean August. This excitement startled Callie, and he quickly said, wait. Calm down. But he clung to Callie even tighter, making the wounds on him throb painfully. Gritting his teeth, Callie cried out, it hurts. You jerk. As the lights from the mansion flickered in the night, on the table lay a bowl of water and some bandages, and Callie's voice softly broke the silence. Azalea. He scratched his nose and looked at Azalea, nervously asking, are you mad because I did not keep my promise? She closed her eyes, slightly furrowing her brow as she replied, forget it. I know you would not be able to keep your promise. His face stiffened, grinding his teeth as he thought, so she really is angry. He lowered his head and said, Azalea, you and the baby mean the world to me, but I have to keep boxing. Callie's eyes grew sad, his voice dropping lower. I can't spend the rest of my life feeling empty. Azalea sat on his lap, asking, what if you end up dying in the ring? She leaned closer, her sad eyes looking into his as she continued, what if Soren asks where his dad is? Callie frowned and replied, I am not sure about that, but I can just smile and say I stopped boxing for you and your mom. It sounds pathetic, he continued to explain. At the very least, I have to become the champion of the empire and say I stopped because there is nowhere higher to reach. That way, I can keep my dignity as a father. Don't you think? These words made Azalea sigh in frustration. She smiled, hugging Callie, and asked, why do I even like a crazy guy like you? He wrapped his arms around her and said, I will do my best to survive. Azalea nestled into his embrace, tears brimming in her eyes as she whispered, please, do not. The two leaned against each other on the couch, knowing back in his life had come to an end. The only connection he had to life before he died was boxing. If he failed as a fighter, it felt like he would really die. A few days later in the month of Chuck, carriages stopped in front of the mansion. Torres and the instructors had returned after finishing their match. As they left, many changes had taken place in the territory of Nam-Tuk Agers. Surprisingly, the biggest change was that Kali had become Nam-Tuk Agers. Torres stood at the door, knocking and thinking, damn. How am I supposed to appear respectful now? He muttered to himself. Wait, it is not like I am going to die. I just need to treat him with respect. The door creaked open slightly, and Kali's voice called from inside. Come in. Torres stood there, silent, unsure of what to say. He widened his eyes at him, thinking, Torres, your body is huge. Kali looked at Torres's impressive physique and muttered, but still keeping it balanced. Suddenly, he spoke up. Hey, Kali. You could feel the surprise in the air as Kali waited silently. Torres' expression darkened as he continued. You were with the lady since that trade expedition 2 years ago, Kali quietly replied. Yeah, that is right. Then, out of the blue, he swung his arm and punched Kali. Knocking him back, Kali felt his nose bleed, inwardly exclaiming, ouch. That hurt. And thought. Looking back, Kali recalled when Kiro told him, Kali, listen up. Actually he murmured. Kiro said he liked Azalea. Anger surged through him as he ripped open his shirt, revealing his wounds, and shouted, hey, I'm a man now, and I am injured too. Don't you see all these bandages? Torres snapped, turning away. Shut up. To me, you are still just Kali. Then he suddenly pulled up a chair and continued. Damn it. I knew something was off in the air ever since that trade mission 2 years ago. He smirked and added, well, that is all in the past now. You exhaled, cracking a smile. Kali stood up, pushed the paper towards Torres, and said, congratulations on becoming a free man. Torres, you are the first fighter from Agassi to gain freedom in nearly 5 years. We are finally free. Torres sat at the tea table, apologizing for making you bleed from the nose, saying that seeing your miserable face after such a long time got him fired up. You casually lifted your teacup, pretending to be aristocratic, and replied, maybe it is because I am a noble now, so my face does not sweat anymore. He raised his arm and said, noble, I heard you recently charged into the arena in a fit of rage. Why would I see you as any kind of noble? Your eyes widened in disbelief, thinking, he is not even angry. In fact, he does not talk to strangers at all anymore. Kali set his teacup down and said, well, you can feel free to throw shade at me all you want. The truth is, I am the one who should bow my head to you. A fighter is not obligated to sign a contract with the training camp they were previously linked to. Remembering his terrifying feats over the years, you thought to yourself, Torres, August's former champion, has become one of the most famous fighters in the empire. He sat there calmly sipping tea while Kali continued in his thoughts. But he is a loyal man. Suddenly, Torres slammed his teacup down on the table. He asked, Kali, now that you are a noble, will you still continue to fight? You looked at him and replied, if I were to give up just because my status changed, I would be done that when I broke my leg. Torres said seriously. Then I won TB linking up with August. Kali silently fixed his gaze on him. Torres crossed his arms over his chest and said, do not give me that mocking look. I initially planned to stay with August. You changed your tone, casually asking, is it my fault? Is it because I married Azalea? That statement got Torres fired up. He slammed his hand down on the table and yelled, of course, I like. But do you think I would leave just because of some petty romance? Then he leaned back in his chair and continued, I had planned to give up boxing once I got my freedom. I have worked hard to gain wealth and honor. Torres recalled the times Kali risked his life in the arena and said, but I changed my mind after I met you. Kali's eyes widened in surprise, and he continued, for me, boxing has become something more important than just a means to an end. Torres raised his fist and smiled, declaring, I think it would be amazing to defeat someone like you with these hands. Kali smiled lightly, cracking his knuckles, and asked, want to see who is going to get defeated? Torres suddenly stood up, grabbed the paper from the table, and said, either way, I will be participating in the Kingdom tournament with another training camp. There can be more than one participant from the same camp. And Kali looked up and thought, so that is why he is not linking up with August anymore. Torres stood up, looked at you, and said, and Kali, I still consider you my friend. He recalled the times in the ring and said, even when fighting Oxford, I desperately hoped you would not die. I genuinely cheered for you. Torres's voice dropped, but as we walked down the same path, and only one could enter that narrow threshold, his gaze became resolute as he declared, I won't let you give up on this. Kali smiled back. Same here. Goodbye, Torres. Just a few days later, the carriage rolled out of the mansion, and Namri Doraemon had left August. Torres was part of Nam Tevar Doraemon's team, sitting in the carriage with a determined look, dubbed the wild boar of August. Earlier, inside the tower of Namtaki Doraemon, an excited voice rang out, this is amazing. The old man, the head of Doraemon, enthusiastically said, the wild boar of August. Torres, so you want to join us? I bet those trainees at the training center have been bugging you. Torres frowned impatiently and said, I do not care. The Doraemon training center is just the closest place. He then shot a cold glance at the old man and slowly added, besides, things are different from the last time we met. Namtag Doraemon seemed to hit a nerve as he clenched his fists, saying, don't bring that up again. His expression showed he was still bitter about his shiny bald head. But quickly, he switched to a sinister grin, thinking, how can this be true? A professional boxer that everyone dreams of owning had come right to his doorstep. He silently vowed not to miss this opportunity. Back in the present, in his carriage, old Nam Doraemon said excitedly, all right, I agree. At that moment, both were sitting across from each other in the carriage. He looked at Torres and continued, my territory is just beyond that hill. Do you want to see those fighters from slave backgrounds? Torres had been sitting with his arms crossed, deep in thought, seemingly troubled by something. Then suddenly, he loudly suggested, I want to meet Oxford. His words shocked Namte Doraemon to the point of disbelief, but after a moment's thought, he agreed. I understand. And the carriage continued rolling forward. Time passed, and they finally reached the territory of Doraemon. Torres looked surprised, his eyes wide open at the sight before him. Each piece of him was neatly stacked, and the one carrying them was none other than Oxford. His eyes were completely white, resembling a lifeless doll. Even Torres noticed something was off and asked, has he lost his mind? Namtag Doraemon replied with a cold tone, he still can't participate in any matches. He has completely lost his fighting spirit. Upon hearing this, Torres could not help but think. It had been a long time since he last saw him, and he felt a bit curious. As he thought, he could not help but recall Oxford's past image. Old Joseph Doraemon next to him started to grumble, leaning on his cane. Yergo. I was worried about how to deal with him. The nearby small-time workers were also terrified by Oxford's massive figure. No one could believe he used to be a wild beast trapped by chains. Just like Joseph Doraemon said, he refused to participate in any matches, only eating and wasting money. And when he went off the rails, no one could handle him. But now he is different, and Joseph realizes it too. He watches Oxford set down the old crates and says, he has improved a lot lately, even helping us out. With that, he and Torres walk over to check on Oxford, asking, how's the work going? Oxford, as soon as he sees the two, he awkwardly nods and replies, it is. Even Doraemon seems a bit hesitant in front of his size, not quite able to respond naturally. All right. Just remember to watch your surroundings while working. Do not squash anyone like last time. Torres, either intentionally or not, leans on his hand and says, Kali is really something. He managed to take down a monster like him. Hearing that, Joseph's face pales in fear as he glances over. The fear in his voice is palpable as he exclaims, do not say that, Torres. That name. Just as he feared, the moment Oxford hears that name, his expression darkens. Enunciating slowly, Kali, without missing a beat. He tilts his head back and starts howling in a savage manner. Catching Torres off guard, only Doraemon seems unfazed, rolling his eyes and muttering, we are doomed. Oxford loses control even more, flailing his arms and smashing a nearby tree. He keeps howling and punches down every piece of wood and tree around him. He then turns and bolts toward the forest, causing the other guys to panic and yell, Oxford is out of control, run. Along with a chorus of frantic shouting. Even Oxford is losing it, howling loudly throughout the woods. Throughout this chaos, Torres is left confused, wondering what he could have possibly done wrong, and asks, what exactly just happened? Doraemon, standing helplessly by, sighs. It is still stuck in his mind. He recalls the time when he lost to Kali 3 years ago, a moment when Kali dominated him, unleashing a flurry of kicks that turned into a painful memory for Oxford. Joseph Doraemon and Torres watch from a distance as Oxford curls up, cradling his head in pain. He continues, anytime someone mentions Kali or a professional boxer, he reacts like this. Behind that terrifying demeanor, Oxford is crying, clutching his head in agony and letting out horrendous sounds. Hearing this, Torres clenches his fists, as if he is contemplating something. When he finally opens his palm, it is dripping with sweat. Torres thinks to himself, so he does not just crush bodies. He can shatter the spirit of a monster like that, referring to Oxford, who is sobbing and trembling all over. Suddenly, a mysterious smile creeps up on Torres' lips as he thinks, Kali, just as I suspected, I have to face you. Torres thinks, firmly punching his palm, showing his determination. As time passes, everything around is bathed in the golden hue of ripe rice. The harvest season arrives after the battle signal between August and Doraemon. August is struggling tremendously to survive the winter, but like the treasurer Zetro at the bar, we can buy rice from various places to meet the community's needs. Right now, Kali is standing by the window, glancing back at Zetro, who is intensely scribbling down notes, his whole demeanor radiating pure frustration. probably because of the overwhelming workload. Still, the demands from August keep piling up, and Kali and Azalea's wedding day is fast approaching. However, when Zitro hears this, he can't help but erupt, shouting that it does not matter right now. The August matter is more pressing. He is seething with anger, raising his voice. Do you even know how much you owe me? Kali awkwardly clears his throat and sheepishly replies, But I will reach out to the count soon. Then he shifts to a worried tone. First, let us feed the people. What do you think is more important? The people or money? But Zitro cuts in. The August matter. He puts on a dangerous expression and grits his teeth, saying, in this world, nothing is more important than money. As he speaks, Zitro's eyes widen even more. This is a world where people will sell their children or even kill their parents just for a few bucks. The August matter also comes from a background of slavery. You must understand that money can buy people too. Kali can't help but feel a chill run down his spine at Zitro's intimidating demeanor. Finally, Zitro concludes with a firm statement. The only thing I believe in is money, but because of everything, he simply turns away and states, for now, I will handle the wedding expenses. Kali can't help but feel a mix of relief and gratitude, saying, thank you, Treasurer Zitro. But recalling Zitro's earlier look, he thinks to himself, he is definitely a man who gets things done. But if I can pay him back, he will strip this mansion bare. If it gets too bad, I could still ask Philippos for help. But who knows what that schemer would charge me? Just thinking about his calculating eyes sends shivers down my spine. That is how this empire keeps me under control. Suddenly, another voice snaps Kali back to reality with a finger snap. Kali, are you listening to me? It is none other than Azalea, who has just presented him with an outfit while saying, don't worry too much. Try this on for the wedding. As soon as she sees Kali trying it on, Azalea turns to grab some other outfits and instructs, you need to dress nicely. There will be many noble guests attending. Kali, hearing this, can't help but wonder. Well, it is just the wedding of a baron in the area. Azalea reminds him. But you are still my partner, Kali. This is to test how they treat a baron from humble beginnings. As she turns to look at him in the outfit she picked, she can't help but clap her hands in delight. You look great in that. Let us go with that, Kali thinks to himself, feeling flattered yet overwhelmed. Thinking, I am too busy. I can't focus. The wedding date is set, and invitations have already been sent out to many nobles in the empire. On the wedding day, the nobles arrive one after another at the August estate. Each with their own agenda, they continuously discuss Kali. He is amazing. I have seen him fight before. Another chimes in. A fighter. Lady Joseph really dislikes him. Hearing this, the other replies dismissively. Well, we will just have to see what kind of person he is. At this moment, Azalea, though the bride, is at the door welcoming each guest. Welcome, Lord Vam. Miss Yulina. She only dared to show her exhaustion and sigh once they started to leave, thinking to herself, there are way more people here than I expected. I am completely worn out. Suddenly, a white carriage pulled up, catching Azalea's attention. The moment she saw the carriage, one name jumped into her mind: Joseph. Just thinking about him made Azalea's fists clench in anger. She never invited him. From the carriage, a pair of legs slowly descended, accompanied by a smooth voice saying, it has been a while, my lady. Azalea. After hearing his words, Azalea's expression turned cold as she replied, Warren Joseph? And they exchanged unfriendly glares, with a frosty face and an impatient tone. Azalea said, I do not remember sending you an invitation. She looked at the man in front of her, annoyance dripping from her voice as she asked, what brings you here? Warren Joseph? He simply smiled lightly in response and casually said, we are quite close, are not we? Azalea, losing all patience, turned to leave with a sigh. Before walking away, she could not help but add, I hope you have a pleasant time here. But deep down, she thought, if only I could kick Warren out right now. The gossip would be terrible. Warren Joseph appeared friendly on the outside, but inside, he was filled with scheming thoughts. That woman insulted me with that female slave, and now they are getting married. How could I not show up? He could not help but wear a dangerously sly smile. Soon at the party, Warren Joseph became the center of attention, surrounded by nobles trying to win him over. The only figure standing off to the side, arms crossed, could not help but scornfully remark, what a pathetic bunch of fools. They were bowing down to a fool who had once been beaten to a pulp for trying to misbehave with a lady. That person was none other than Lavin Corinna, who could not help but sneer. Doesn't he feel ashamed in front of his daughter after doing that? Suddenly, a noble father and son approached Lavin to strike up a conversation. The father said, Lavin, how fortunate to find you here today. This is, he gestured to his shy daughter. But Lavin Corinna showed them no courtesy, turning his back to walk away. Excuse me. Despite their attempts to hold him back, Wait, meanwhile. In another room, sounds of arguing filled the air. Just bear with it a bit. You can handle it. A voice shot back. That is different. This collar is too tight. But their discussion was quickly interrupted by a knock on the door. The one knocking was none other than loving Karina, who quickly pushed the door open to greet Callie. Although Callie was struggling with a pile of formal wear, he turned to greet him back. Swearin'. Oh, Lavin. You came from Karina. Right. Callie quickly extended his hand for a handshake, saying, You are here. Lavin responded warmly. It has been a while, has not it? I assumed you would not be a slave anymore. But I did not expect you to become a noble. However, Lavin Karina's expression quickly darkened. As if he had something on his mind, he swiftly said, Callie. Have you heard that the nobility has been talking about you lately? Callie joked half-heartedly. No wonder my ears have been itching non-stop. Lavin quickly filled him in, sharing some good words, but mostly negative ones. Joseph has contributed a lot to laying the groundwork for central politics, so he has got plenty of factions. Lavin recalled this and continued. Recently Joseph's daughter has become a princess. And now the Joseph family has royal backing, who knows? They might turn their eyes towards you. After hearing this, Callie seemed unfazed, almost the opposite, and thought, I guess I need to be careful now. Lavin sighed helplessly at Callie's carefree attitude. With that, Lavin turned to Long to say goodbye. I have taken up too much of the groom's time. Lavin left the room, thinking to himself that boxing is currently a very popular form of entertainment. Compared to the golden age of gladiators, step by step, Callie has risen from a slave to a nobleman. Pausing for a moment in front of the temple, he thought lightly. Having influence to sway public opinion means he does not have to worry too much. Finally, it was time for the ceremony, and the priest began reciting the vows before the goddess of love, asking if the groom would care for the bride forever. Callie hesitated a bit before answering. I swear. His mind was racing, unable to believe he was getting married. But he quickly snapped back to reality when he looked at the bride in front of him, Azalea, who was wearing a stunning wedding dress, her cheeks flushing. Seeing this, Callie let out a deep sigh, then broke into a happy smile. The priest then spread his hands, revealing 2 strands of their hair. I will send a part of both of your souls to the goddess, he said, tossing the strands into the flames. Finally, the priest announced loudly, now the souls of both have become one. And Callie seized the moment to look at Azalea with loving eyes. The party officially began, with food laid out on the tables and soft music creating a lively atmosphere. Other nobles began to approach them. Congratulations. And Mess. August. One person chimed in, adding sweetly, You have got a beautiful wife. I bet there are many heartbroken guys out there. Suddenly, a sarcastic voice rang out. Congratulations. August. And it was none other than Warren Joseph. His presence startled both Callie and Azalea, making them feel a bit on edge. It seemed like this guy approached them with not so friendly intentions, laughing mockingly as he said, To throw such a lavish wedding, you must have a lot of money. The nobles were left speechless by his blatant rudeness. Callie placed a hand on his wife's shoulder to reassure her, then shot a furious look at Warren Joseph, saying, I did not know you cared so much about August's finances. Warren Joseph, not one to back down, replied, Well, I have my reasons, making the nobles feel the tension and quietly step aside. Suddenly, Warren Joseph thrust a stack of papers toward Callie, declaring fiercely, This is the agreement. August owes our family. He stood right in the center of the party, bluntly announcing, I know crashing a party is rude, but I really had to do this. Warren Joseph, feeling emboldened, wickedly laughed. Give me 100,000 Judy. August. The atmosphere in the room instantly soared. Even the musicians struggled to play naturally, while the nobles in the back were just as shocked. Azalea, standing next to Callie, shot him a death glare, silently cursing Warren Joseph 100 times. That damn jerk. Just then, the main door swung open. A voice unexpectedly called out, Is the party over? The voice startled Warren Joseph. Azalea was equally taken aback, but Callie calmly smiled to himself. The person entering was none other than Jensen Bokma. His arrival left all the nobles astounded. They quickly recognized his identity and gasped in surprise. It is Countess Bokma. Someone exclaimed, unable to hold back. Did she really lose an arm? They were buzzing with curiosity about her connection to August. Count Bokma shot a glance at the nosy nobles, clearly irritated, but then, he quickly greeted Callie with a smile, saying, Hey, Callie, this is your wedding, right? I thought I was crashing a funeral. Callie smoothly replied, Welcome. Countess Bokma, as both of them conveniently ignored Warren Joseph standing nearby. However, Countess Balma quickly turned her gaze to him and said, "From the Joseph family." "Right." Warren Joseph promptly bowed respectfully and replied,
"Yep.
"My name is Warren Joseph." "Countess."
"Yep."
Deep down, he was trembling at her presence. Thinking, "Countess Bokma, why is the richest person in the empire here?" Warren Joseph could not help but recall the glorious past of Countess Bokma after she lost her arm. Countess Bokma had actively engaged in trading with her remaining assets. She could easily attract powerful allies if she stepped into politics. Interrupting his thoughts, she asked, "What are you holding?" "Warren, that does not look like wedding gifts." Warren Joseph, intimidated, stammered, "I am trying to collect money from the Augustin family." Hearing this, Countess Bokma scoffed. Collecting money at a wedding, a place meant for celebration. Is the Joseph family really that broke and unethical? Humiliated in front of everyone, Warren Joseph could not contain his anger. Raising his voice, "I need to get this money back immediately. I ask that you watch your words." Realizing he dared to speak back, Countess Bokma narrowed her eyes sharply and said, "So the Joseph family is blinded by greed. How much?" Warren Joseph, slightly trembling under her gaze, stubbornly replied, 100,000 jun. As soon as he finished, Countess Bokma fell into deep thought, stroking her chin. Seeing this, Warren Joseph felt a mix of joy and anxiety as he tightly clutched the debt note in his hand. Thinking, right. Countess Bokma, I doubt you would easily part with such a hefty sum. But suddenly, Countess Bokma turned around and snapped her fingers at the bodyguard, causing Warren Joseph to jump slightly, confused by the sudden gesture. With that, the two bodyguards following Lord Bokma rushed in, hauling a massive chest and dropping it to the ground, leaving Warren Joseph utterly stunned. The Countess then turned to the main character and said, "Callie, since you went through the trouble of sending me a letter, I figured you might need some cash urgently." As the contents inside slowly became visible, the shock on Warren's face deepened. Inside was an astonishing fortune, and Lord Balma casually declared, "There is 500,000 jun in here." The surrounding nobles gasped in awe, their jaws dropping as one exclaimed, "Oh my, is that all cash?" Another chimed in, "The wealth of the Bokma family is truly terrifying." Even Warren Joseph could not believe his eyes, thinking to himself, "No way." Only Kali seemed to know what was coming and helplessly thought, "Seriously? I only asked to borrow 100,000 jun." Even Azalea, standing beside him, was taken aback and confused. Seeing Warren Joseph seemingly intimidated by this wealth, Kali turned to Han and said, "Warren, it is getting late. Let us talk tomorrow." Warren jumped, startled and unable to respond. Throughout it all, Kali maintained an air of calm, even bowing politely and saying, "I will prepare the money to pay you back." Meanwhile, Warren Joseph was so shocked he could only stare wide-eyed, thinking, "I can't believe he is an ally of August." His hands tightened around the debt note, crumpling it significantly as his mind repeated one thought, "No way." In the end, Warren was left so embarrassed he could not even form a complete sentence. While Azalea smirked at him before leaving with Callie, left behind, Warren felt humiliated, trudging away under the disdainful gazes of the nobles, managing to stutter out, "Okay, Callie." Victorious, smiled as he watched Warren's retreating figure, feeling as though everything had been perfectly orchestrated by him from the start. Then Callie moved toward Lord Bokma and called out, "Countess Bokma." When she turned to look back, he whispered, "Not for real. Right. 500,000. In response to his concern, Countess Bokma confidently said, "If it is you, it is no problem at all." She then turned to Azalea and greeted her warmly. "You must be Miss August. It is a pleasure to meet you." Azalea was taken aback by how well connected her husband was and proudly remarked, "How did you two meet? You should be told me sooner." "You did great." Kali awkwardly scratched his head and replied, "It is a long story." Unable to contain herself, she turned to Countess Bokma and asked, "So how did you meet Kali?" She was a bit surprised by this question. After thinking for a moment, Countess Bokma burst out laughing and said, "Kali, did not you tell her? That is your story. You should share it with her." But before he could, the Countess quickly began reminiscing and recounting the story. "Where should I start?" Suddenly, Countess Bokma exclaimed, "That is the truth." At this point, she had already consumed quite a bit of wine, which fueled her excitement as she recounted her story with Kali to the gathered nobles. "I broke the ropes." Then Kali charged in to handle the monsters, and the nobles could not believe their eyes, asking, "What do you mean by monsters?" Only Kali stood helplessly watching him from behind. He could not help but remember what had happened before, thinking to himself, "Of course, no one believes it. Even though I saw that monkey turn into a genie with my own eyes. I still can't believe it. Seeing that everyone seemed skeptical of her words, Lady Bokma became even more eager to share. My wounds were so severe that I thought I would not make it. Just then, Istan. Right when he was about to reveal all the secrets, Kali quickly panicked and covered Lady Bokma's mouth, saying, "That is a huge mistake. My lady." At that moment, he suddenly remembered he was close to breaking a taboo. I should not mention the Empire. Kali anxiously glanced at the nobles eagerly listening in front of him, thinking, just being friendly with Lady Bokma has attracted so many nobles. Coming to the Empire would only make things worse. Kali understood the power of the Empire, and if he really wanted to succeed, he would have to tap into it. He silently vowed, "I will stick to the path of a warrior. Kali is just a guy who boxes." Suddenly, he remembered something and exclaimed, "Right." Kali approached his wife, calling out to Azalea, who was standing by the window admiring the view, and she turned to look back. Azalea looked at the necklace in Kali's hand, intrigued, as he brought it close to her face, saying, "I have been wanting to give this to you for a long time, but never had the chance." Azalea accepted the necklace, her face lighting up as she exclaimed, "It is so beautiful." Kali awkwardly scratched his head and said, "It is a ruby crafted by Azalea's master artisan. His name is Kylo." Or something like that. Azalea could not help but laugh at his cluelessness and replied, "It is right. He really is the most famous artisan in Azalea." As she touched the necklace around her neck, Azalea said, "I sold all my jewelry except for my mother's keepsake." Then, happily, she added, "Thank you, Kali." As they both stood admiring the scenery outside the window. The next day, at their castle, Warren had left August after a night of heavy drinking. Warren Joseph was sitting in the carriage, his face struggling to suppress the anger he felt yesterday. From inside the carriage, his curses echoed. "Damn it, you filthy dog, you dirty slave." The coachman could only helplessly mutter, "Here we go again." It was not clear if Kali heard his insults aimed at him, but he stood there watching until the carriage drove away. He could not help but feel relieved, thinking, "I won't have to worry about Joseph for a while." Suddenly, a voice came from behind him. "Did you sleep well last night?" It was none other than Zidro, who suddenly kneeled and respectfully said, "Master August," making Kali jump and respond, "Come on, cut it out, Zidro." But suddenly, he shouted loudly, "No way." He yelled so much that saliva flew everywhere. "Zidro, pledge my loyalty to Lord August." Kali understood why he was acting like this and bluntly said, "Your loyalty is aimed at 400,000 gold. Right." Then Kali casually walked away, not forgetting to add, "Anyway, as promised, I will give you that amount." Zidro seemed to need just that. His gaze was now only focused on the money, and his hands clenched tightly. Zidro carefully calculated the accounts to survive the winter. Aside from that huge sum of 400,000 gold, they had only paid off part of the debt. August was surrounded by mountains and barren land, relying mostly on the boxing academy for income rather than serfs and estates. Currently, most of the main fighters had left the academy, so without repaying that 400,000 gold, we would not be able to bear the burden. Zidro had the idea of making drinks from wild fruit while strolling through the mountains. He was so excited that he could not help but jump for joy. "We are going to make it." That was the story of a future where the House of August would thrive. In the cozy room filled with warmth from the fireplace, Kali kept poking Soren's sleeping cheek. He could not help but chuckle, saying, "You always look impressive." Just then, Azalea's son suddenly approached him, calling out, "Kali." She handed her husband a piece of paper and said, "This is a letter from the kingdom." Kali could not help but be surprised as he took it. The kingdom. What is going on? Then he read aloud the content of the letter, celebrating the prince's wedding and the 17th naming ceremony, announcing that a boxing tournament would be held. Just reading this, Kali fell into deep thought, leaving Azalea beside him feeling confused. She stepped closer and took his hand, hesitating as she said, "I want you to rest for another year or two." But, pausing for a moment, she continued, "You are going, are not you, to that tournament?" Just looking into Kali's eyes, Azalea could easily guess his intentions. Kali gently replied, "Yeah." And with determination, he said, "I will go when spring arrives." From that moment on, Kali and his fellow academy students threw themselves into training. Even under the heavy snowfall, their synchronized chants echoed through the air, fueled by burning passion. They sprinted barefoot in the freezing weather. Kiro, one of the lead runners, rushed to urge them on, saying, "Come on. Do not you want to go faster?" But quickly remembering Kali was there, he panicked and turned to say, "I did not mean you, sir." "Excuse me. Bear on." Kali could not help but feel exasperated at Kiro's reaction and reminded him, "I told you to just act normal." All the while, someone silently watched them train from behind. It was none other than Nixa, who smiled in satisfaction as he watched them train. Then came another part of the training, where tree trunks became marked with various dents. To the students' astonishment, Kali relentlessly punched the trunk in front of him with his bare hands. Kiro, standing off to the side, could not help but shout in worry. Kali, what are we going to do if it gets smashed to bits? We do not have enough gear for that. Hearing this, Kali quickly panicked and stopped, saying, sorry. Kiro sighed heavily and rubbed his forehead. Suddenly Nixa approached him from behind and asked, how's the training going, Kiro? He turned back, scratching his head awkwardly and said, well, I did not expect teaching to be this hard. Nixa sighed and replied, if it were not hard, it would not be work. He could not help but exclaim, the year's almost over. So much has happened this year. Nixa seemed to still be in disbelief, constantly exclaiming, that kid who used to stumble around has now become a noble. The most unreliable one has turned into a trainer. Kiro next to him could not help but question himself. Are you talking about me? Then Nixa looked at Kali, who was furiously training, and exclaimed, but looking into the determination in his eyes, he could not help but feel reassured, glad to see Kali full of life again. Both Nixa and Kiro were happy for Kali. During winter, Kali had toned his body and regained his sharp reflexes, diving headfirst into his training. As a result, his body was now packed with muscles. As spring approached, Kali had completed his training. His physique sharpened like the blade of a sword. Finally, spring arrived, and cheerful little birds perched on the trees, chirping merrily. Just as Kali was about to mount his horse, another voice chimed in. Are you sure you do not need a bodyguard? That was his wife's concern. Kali gently replied, it is, I will go alone. Azalea watched her husband jump onto his horse, thinking, I do not understand why you keep making me worry until the last minute. But before he rode off, Azalea called out, Kali. She smiled gently and said, you know without me saying it. Right. Kali responded with a faint smile of his own. He said nothing, just clenched his fists and turned to her, showing his determination to win. Then, without hesitation, Kali spurred his horse and dashed away. He and his horse galloped toward the boxing competition. Kali's eyes were filled with fierce determination, as if this journey promised a lot of new things ahead. 2 days after leaving August, Kali was still pushing his warhorse toward the competition site. Suddenly, a loud voice called out, catching his attention. Help! Kali looked over, confused. On the other side, a gang of thugs was holding a man captive, and one of them, a burly guy, shouted excitedly, today's a real catch. Another one has come to play. The thugs began to roar like beasts, demanding money. Hand over all your belongings, and we might let you go. But just a glance was enough for Kali to read their intentions. His face turned anxious, with torn clothes and makeshift weapons. They looked like escaped serfs struggling with financial hardships. One of the thugs, growing impatient, pointed at him and threatened, you think we are joking? If you do not want to die, hand over everything. Kali was no pushover. He drew his sword angrily and shot back. Or what? The sight of Kali's sword instantly terrified the thugs. They reassured each other. Don't be scared. He is all alone. But Kali was not joking around. He jumped down from his horse, sword in hand. With a firm grip on his sword, he hurled it straight down into the ground at their feet. One thug was so shocked by his action that he froze in place. Yet, he still managed to mumble, what are you doing? Kali did not waste time talking. He landed a direct punch that sent blood spurting from the thuggist's nose, making his buddies furious. Damn it. Kill him. They all charged at him. But Kali was not someone to mess with. His eyes radiated danger. He easily dodged a swing from one thug and countered with an uppercut. A hefty thug tried to attack him with a shovel, but Kali sidestepped effortlessly and kicked him square in the face. One thug, pale with fear yet still gripping a dingba, charged at Kali. But he was quick to grab the sword sticking out of his back and blocked the dingba with it. Kali's gaze was filled with rage. He swung his fist toward him. A punch to the jaw made the thug spit out blood. After taking care of the thugs, he stood relaxed, hands on his hips, exhaling a deep breath. He then turned to the hostage still kneeling on the ground and asked, are you okay? The man seemed to recognize him and joyfully asked, aren't you the famous Kali Augustu? Kali, puzzled, replied, have we met before? The man immediately introduced himself, saying, you clearly do not remember me. I am Beacon Bokma. At the mention of that name, Kali felt a wave of confusion wash over him. Beacon, and suddenly, he remembered and exclaimed, my nephew wants to kill the noble Bokma. And when Beacon heard this, Kali remembered and replied joyfully, exactly. But quickly, Kali drew his sword to his neck with fierce intent and asked, what are you scum doing here? Beacon Bokma was clearly scared and stammered, of course not. My lord, under my uncle's orders, I came to meet you. Then he glanced at the letter in his nearby bag, saying, I was on my way to August to deliver this letter when I ran into some bandits. But you saved me. The content of the letter read, To my dear friend, Callie. I will get straight to the point. Do you remember my nephew, who was close to Bakma? The one you locked up from summer until winter. But gradually I realized I could not keep doing that to my nephew anymore. So I gave the kid a second chance. Just treat the kid like a servant and make him work hard. If he is too useless, you can just kill him. And Callie read this and could not help but feel furious. A servant? Damn. What a heavy burden. The letter continued. But if the kid can behave, send him back to me. After reading this line, Callie looked at the fool in front of him and thought to himself, I would rather do it myself than send that servant. But the letter was not done yet. Postscript. If you send the kid back, remember to return 500,000 June too. After reading this line, Callie finally understood his lord's cunning and silently cursed. Damn old man. He then sighed, thinking, at least I should send someone worth 500,000 June. Then Callie said to Beacon Bakma, since the Baron requested it, I will keep an eye on you for a while. Beacon. But Callie did not forget to warn him. If you dare to overstep, I will break all your limbs and toss you aside. So Beacon Bak, hearing this, excitedly said loudly, Yep. My lord, but can you tie me up until nightfall? Both of them gathered around a fire roasting meat in the middle of the forest. In fact, it was all Beacon Bakma's doing. From starting the fire to cooking the food, as Callie ate the skewered meat he made, he thought to himself, he is more polite and useful than I expected. And he is a good cook too. However, what Callie said was different from what he thought. Unbelievable that he could be this cruel. Beacon, hearing this, shyly scratched his head and said, that is why my uncle does not suspect me of stabbing him in the back. Callie, hearing this, suddenly got angry and pointed at him. What is there to be proud of, you little punk? You even dared to ask for his hand. Beacon Mama criticized. Calmly replied, that is why I asked my uncle to chop off one of my hands. But he did not do it. And that made me regret it. Callie seemed to sense his intentions and eased up, simply saying, when faced with death, people change. Beacon had completed his service to Callie perfectly. He even thoughtfully prepared a bed of leaves and excitedly said, I have set up a place for you to sleep on the way to the capital. Dragos. Callie taught Beacon boxing little by little. Just when they had become closer, the gates of the capital Dragos appeared before them. The gate soldiers quickly confirmed their identities as they passed through. Beacon Bakma and Callie August had been verified. Callie gazed at the majestic sight before him and said, so this is the royal estate. Hearing this, Beacon turned to ask, is this your first time in Dragos? Callie replied, yeah. These buildings are truly magnificent. Beacon Bakma then introduced, this street is called the Wings of Dung. Most nobles live around here. Then he suggested, first, let us head to the mansion where my predecessor used to reside. Callie, excited, looked at him and said, a mansion? Ah, you are really something. Beacon. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a tomato came flying through the air. It landed smack on Beacon Bakma's head, causing Callie beside him to jump in surprise. A bunch of stuck-up nobles looked at them with disdain, saying, Beacon Mama, how dare you show your face around here again? One of them shouted angrily, you wicked, shameless rat. They kept hurling insults at Beacon, telling him to get lost. But he just sat there silently with a stiff expression. Callie could not help but think that Beacon was in deep trouble because of his past cruel actions. He had no right to fight back. Suddenly, Callie had a bold idea and jumped off his horse, catching the spoiled nobles by surprise. The onlookers started whispering, is not that Callie August? Another chimed in, it is definitely him. Ignoring them, Callie walked up and threw a tomato at Beacon. Surprisingly, the nobles did not back down. One of them even challenged him, asking, what is your deal? Callie replied, I can't just stand by and watch my friend get treated like this. The noble, unafraid, continued, so you are the famous Callie August. Let me tell you exactly what that wicked Beacon Bakma has done. He kept rambling on, saying it was an insult to let a rat like him walk this path. But Callie just stood there, silent. After a moment, he spoke up, saying, the crimes Beacon Bakma committed have been forgiven by Duke Jensen Bakma, and now Bakma is serving me under the Duke's orders. Beacon Bakma was taken aback to see Callie defending him. He kept telling the nobles, if you want to question Beacon's crimes, then come talk to me, as he confidently patted his chest. His words left the nobles seemingly tongue-tied, unable to retort. Realizing they could not win, they turned to leave but not without throwing in a parting shot. If you are involved with Beacon, you won't find any welcome here. Throughout it all, Beacon Bakma remained silent, enduring it all while sitting on his horse, A little later, the two stood before a grand mansion, and Beacon introduced, "This is my estate." Callie looked up at it, unable to hide his awe. "Impressive?" he admitted. At that moment, Beacon finally gathered the courage to speak up. "What is your deal? Anyway, you are bold." Callie replied, surprised by his words. Beacon then added, "If you are involved with me, you will just end up as an enemy of the other nobles like I am." Callie sighed and said, "I am not expecting any favors either. So we are in the same boat." Beacon could not help but shout back, "No way. There are tons of people who owe you. We are not the same." Tossing the bag off his shoulder to the ground, angrily, he declared, "Beacon, I did not come here to kiss up to those nobles. I came to claim the championship." His eyes burned with determination as he added, "I am not here to suck up to the aristocrats and treat you like dirt." After saying this, he could not help but reflect on his past. He used to be just a street punk. He would have been given a second chance to start over, and if Beacon truly wanted to change, only he could help him. Beacon was moved to tears by Kali's words. Sniffling as he exclaimed, "Get out of the way. Take Nam to the best room for me." The mansion staff quickly responded. The next morning at Beacon's mansion, Callie looked at the pile of letters on the table and asked, "What is all this?" Beacon, still groggy from sleep, replied, "Those are invitations to parties and galas." Callie picked one up to read and said, "I do not recognize any of these names." Beacon replied, "Didn't I tell you? A lot of people are interested in that date." He yawned and added, "Besides, if you decline, it will be seen as an insult." Hearing this, Callie got angry and said, "Damn it. I just want to participate in the tournament. These clueless nobles are such a hassle." Beacon suggested, "But we still have a whole month before the qualifiers. You should consider going." Callie, feeling defeated, replied, "If I can't clone myself, how am I supposed to handle all this?" In response, Beacon proposed a solution. "Then just pick the most powerful family. You can use that as an excuse to decline the others." Callie agreed with his idea, saying, "All right. I will accept the invitation from the most powerful duke in the kingdom. I also got an invite from Duke Wesley." However, Beacon quickly countered, "The most influential family in the capital is only the Marquis family. The Irans. You also received their invitation." As he spoke, he handed Callie a letter, making him gasp in surprise. "The only Marquis?" "Really?" Beacon quickly explained. "The head is Anson Aran. He is the commander of the Royal Knights and crushed the rebellion of the fighters over 20 years ago." Beacon kept reminiscing and narrating. Even though he holds a noble title and does not really own a territory, he is from a warrior clan with absolute power. There are rumors that he can control the Royal Knights and uses them as his personal army. Hearing this, Callie could not help but draw a parallel using the Royal Knights like a personal army, just like how a general uses his Chafir as his personal servants. Then he turned to Beacon and asked, "Is there more about the house of Marquis Iran?" He hesitated for a moment, then suddenly got so excited he turned red and shouted, "The Marquis's daughter is super hot. If we go there, you will get to meet her." An explosion of shock erupted, and Callie turned away, saying, "I am married," yelling at him, as he completely ignored the smacked-up Beacon Chima lying on the ground, crying. Later that night, at the Aran estate, both of them were being led down the corridor by the Marquis' sole butler. Suddenly, Callie noticed something and exclaimed, "Wait a minute. Isn't this a royal design?" The old butler, delighted that someone recognized it, proudly introduced, "You have a keen eye.
Yep.
We hired an architect from the Empire." Saying that, the butler opened the door to a large room for them. Inside the room was a long dining table laid out with all sorts of delicious dishes. The Marquis was already seated right in the middle, arms wide open to welcome them, saying, "Welcome, young Master August. It is an honor that you accepted my invitation." Callie and Beacon bowed respectfully, greeting the Marquis. Marquis Iron replied, "Take a seat. Today, I have specially brought the royal chef here." And this statement immediately left Callie and Beacon speechless. Callie looked at the dangerous man in front of him and thought, inviting the royal chef to the estate, does that mean he does not need to flaunt to show off his power? After they both sat down, Marquis Iron could not help but glance at Beacon Chima, thinking, "I can't believe I let a filthy guy like him into my estate." Then he clicked his tongue, looking away in disgust, thinking, if he were not with young Master August, there is no way. After finishing the meal, Callie politely said, "That was delicious, my lord. I really enjoyed it." Hearing this, Marquis Iron replied happily, "Great. Let us chat a bit before we move on to the festivities. But there is something I want to ask you." And he clapped his hands to signal the servants. Callie honestly replied, "I think the nobles have a lot of questions when meeting me." Marquis Iron laughed and said, "Unlike them, I quite like you. The fact that you are a warrior and know how to wield power is a strong point. He was just reminded of a flock of geese when a black goose appeared, saying, because I come from a warrior clan, I face discrimination from other nobles, those who only inherit titles, but lack the ability to defend themselves and just know how to flatter other nobles. Ridiculous. Callie, hearing this, replied sincerely, I agree with you. They would just run away if war broke out. The Marquis of Iran was even more thrilled by your answer, saying, I am starting to really like you, especially if you are not married. You could marry my daughter. The stunned nearby noble could not help but think that you had truly won the Marquis's favor. Suddenly, the Marquis continued, by the way, what brings you to the royal capital? Baron. His eyes gleamed as he looked at Callie. Callie replied candidly, isn't the reason for a fighter like me coming to Dragos pretty clear? I want to win the tournament. Upon hearing this, the Marquis could not help but express his doubts, saying, I have never heard of a noble participating in a tournament, unless they send a representative to elevate their family status. Callie quickly explained, I used to be a boxer. For me, becoming a baron is just a result of that. Your straightforward answer left the nearby noble startled, and even the Marquis of Iron looked equally surprised. Then, suddenly, he threw his head back and laughed heartily. He explained while suppressing his laughter, if you speak so plainly, other nobles will take it as an insult. Lucky for you. You agreed to meet me first. The Marquis then stood up and said, a servant will take you to the banquet hall. I will introduce you to my family and my people. The Marquis of Iran, smiling to himself, thought, a noble born from an illegitimate background usually feels inferior about their starting point. But you are different. Despite your slave origins. I like that. A little later, in the grand banquet hall filled with nobles, all eyes were immediately drawn to this side, with some unable to contain themselves, exclaiming, oh my. They kept whispering as they saw Callie's arrival. It is Callie August. The Marquis must really favor him. Even Bigan was taken aback as he entered the hall. He leaned in to whisper to Callie, Baron. Most of them are officers from the Royal Knights. Bigan kept nudging Callie, reminding him. So the rumor that the Royal Knights are the Marquis's private army is true. Callie nodded in agreement. Suddenly, there was the sound of footsteps coming down the stairs. It was none other than Marquis Anson Iran and a beautiful young girl. Bigan quickly introduced her to Callie, saying, this is Nasa Iran, his eldest daughter. After looking at her, Callie could not help but think, she looks so frail. Does not her face seem a bit pale? Bigan explained, she has been sickly since childhood. Suddenly, Nasa shot them a cold glance, her unfriendly look sending chills down Callie's spine. The slight mix of violet in her eyes made him feel uneasy, and he thought, this unsettling feeling is making my complexion pale. Nasa Iran proactively bowed and said, you must be the main character my father mentioned. Baron Callie. I'm Nasa Iran. Callie responded politely. I am Callie. Then, suddenly, she noticed the scar on his face and asked, I heard you were a boxer, but you have a scar on your nose caused by a sword. Callie replied casually. Life is full of ups and downs. She questioned further. Did you fight unarmed back then? Callie reminisced and said, well, I was in a tight spot. I could have lost my life. Nasa then praised him loudly. That is amazing. She suddenly turned to the nobles present in the banquet hall and exclaimed, everyone. This baron here fought an opponent with a sword unarmed. Does anyone want to hear a story? This action from her left Callie shocked and startled. The noble ladies, hearing this, eagerly rushed over to chat, asking if he was hurt, how, and if it was scary. Callie was definitely intimidated by their enthusiasm. He could not help but grit his teeth in anger, thinking, it only takes one word. Those noble brats started gossiping about Callie nonstop. That noble girl you saved the other day has now become his wife. How romantic. They kept daydreaming and sighing. One of them could not help but say to him, I want a love like that too. Even the shy ghost beside her could not help but think the same. So jealous. Only Callie was embarrassed, turning red and silently cursing. Damn it. Talking about the past is so embarrassing. Suddenly, a guy from the crowd of nobles stepped forward with a not-so-friendly tone. I have heard about you, noble sir. But there is something that is still unclear. Callie quickly looked at him. He remembered that guy, none other than the classic noble, who had thrown tomatoes at the shy ghost. His expression turned serious, and he wondered silently. He wants revenge. However, Callie politely replied, if you need clarification on anything, I will explain everything. The classic noble replied, just talking is not enough. The fact that you defeated a swordsman with your bare hands is hard to believe. Then he flashed a challenging smile, adding, I have spent my whole life wielding a sword and shield. That is quite a tall tale. Callie seemed to miss his implication and responded, but it is the truth. The classic noble pressed on, if that is the case, can you prove it? Of course. I will only use a practice sword. Finally, Callie understood his intentions and inwardly sighed. Running into this type everywhere. They never change. He then sighed and replied. All right. After that, Callie shifted to a confident stance, clenching his fists and saying, using my fists to explain will be faster than talking. Right. The classic noble was not backing down either. He had someone bring a sword and said, I have seen plenty of talkers, NASA. Worried, turned to Marquis Anson and asked, Father, should we stop them? But he was immediately silenced by a raised hand from Anson. Anson Aaron grinned with delight, replying, Actually, this is good. I need to see what kind of fighter he is. Seems like he has his own agenda too. The classic noble confidently pointed the wooden sword at Callie, declaring, even if it is just a wooden sword, if you make one tiny mistake, I will break your bones, noble Sir Augusta. But Callie had enough strength to confidently respond. I won't hold you responsible for my injuries. Do as you wish. Saying that, he stripped off his outer layer, and the noble lady's eyes lit up, their mouths watering as they exclaimed, Oh my God. But suddenly, they were shocked by the sight before them. Callie's muscular and scarred body had them gasping in awe. He looked like a wild bear in the midst of it all. The nobleman was starting to feel intimidated by his physique, but still bravely said, Let me know when you are ready, without wasting any time. Callie replied, Let us get started. Right in the middle of the banquet hall. They stood at the center while the other nobles gathered around, eager to watch. Anson Aran could not help but comment, Looks like everyone's here to see. Of course. Since he has only participated in a few official matches compared to his reputation, Callie was on guard, recalling his past experiences. To face a sword with bare hands, he needed a solid defense. His eyes were now filled with intensity. The nobleman quickly assessed the situation and swung his sword, sneering as he said, You are rushing things. But Callie easily dodged his strike, not one to back down. The nobleman prepared to swing his sword again, but Callie had a plan. He soared up faster than him and kicked him right in the shin, causing the nobleman to yelp in pain. Sniffling and crying out, he could not control himself and fell to the ground, cursing loudly. Why are you using your foot to attack? You coward. Callie was taken aback that he dared say that. He shot back. You think you are better off fighting an unarmed person with a sword? He did not forget to add. So you are saying it is only fair if I use my fists? Right. This line made the surrounding nobles burst into laughter, leaving the nobleman red-faced and wishing he could disappear. Lord Aaron, sipping his drink, thought to himself about Callie's calmness and confidence. He realized the kid had gained experience beyond just formal battles. Observing him, he mused that the noble August could stir the stagnant waters of the aristocracy. At this moment, the nobleman slowly propped himself up with his wooden sword. His face flushed with anger as he threatened, From now on, I will fight with all my strength. He quickly grabbed his sword. He swung his sword in a lightning-fast slash towards Callie, but Callie swiftly dodged, his eyes reflecting fierce determination. The nobleman began to strategize, aiming for a typical diagonal slash. But Callie stared him down. The nobleman kept thinking hard. Then I will stab straight at him. However, unexpectedly, Callie moved in a zigzag, easily avoiding his thrust. With newfound confidence, Callie landed a punch and declared, I have figured out your strategy. The nobleman was immediately taken down, and the onlooking nobles gasped in awe. That is impressive. Callie felt a bit shy, thinking, I thought I controlled my strength, but maybe that was a bit too much. The nobleman, unable to stand, willingly admitted, I concede. You are strong. Nobleman, Lord Aran excitedly exclaimed. Very impressive. Even NASA would be amazed at Kali's talent. Ada broke into a strange smile, repeatedly murmuring his name. Kali August. Ada looked at Kali with envy, admiring the man's fierce spirit. While below, Ogma proudly handed Kali his coat. After that incident, Kali frequently visited Loran, especially while in Thiwang. Suddenly, the astonished voice of the Lord rang out. You really do not know anything about swordsmanship, Kali. He replied honestly. I am not qualified to learn swordsmanship. The Lord sighed and said, No big deal. From now on, the fighting culture of the aristocracy will be boxing. No more swordplay. Kali was surprised to hear this and looked at him. Boxing. Lord Aran stood up and replied. You do not have to fear for your life in a duel. Unlike real boxers, you just need to earn respect, not risk your life. Then suddenly he turned away, walking and asking, Have you met the king yet? Kali quickly replied. Not yet. Hearing this, the Duke explained. The king is just a puppet. The land and power belong to the major lords, and the military strength is basically ours. He added. But the king is quite clever, since he can't hold power himself. He has dispersed it to maintain balance. The Duke of Aran silently pondered the political situation. But the real issue was his successor, the young and arrogant crown prince, essentially a cruel fool. The Duke recalled the smile of another nobleman and cursed silently. Heir to the throne. Hearing this, Callie gasped in horror. He will become a tyrant. Another voice chimed in. Honestly, I would prefer that prince to take the throne. But he is only 5 years old. The Duke of Aran imagined the outcome as he spoke. There will surely be a power struggle, civil war, a debate over bloodlines. We cannot let history repeat itself, whether through civil war or rebellion. It simply cannot happen. Then he turned to Callie, saying, You will soon receive an invitation from the princess. He did not forget to warn him. Please be careful of that idiot. You have no idea what that stubborn fool is capable of. Callie, on the other hand, confidently shook the drink in his hand, saying, My luck is still strong, but somehow I will find a way to survive. Seeing this confidence in him, the Duke of Aran chuckled awkwardly, saying, Though he is a noble, inside you feels like a mercenary living on the edge with death itself. How should I put this? I can smell death on you. Your words instantly triggered something in Callie's mind. He kept thinking. Death scent. And finally came to terms with himself. Yep. That is it. As he walked down the long corridor, he contemplated. He could not help but be surprised, remembering the strange feeling he had when he met Nasa Iran that day. But why did he feel that way about her? He recalled her smile and worriedly thought. Suddenly, a voice broke into his thoughts. Oh no. It was none other than Nasa. Her enchanting voice asked, Are you returning today? August. Callie felt a bit exasperated upon encountering her, but he still politely replied. Yep. Miss Nasa. Suddenly, she grabbed his arm and said, Why are you keeping your distance from me? She continuously used her flirtatious tone, saying, Just call me Nasa, which left Callie momentarily speechless. He kept frowning in discomfort, but could not find the words to express it, so they stood staring at each other for a long time, the surrounding atmosphere becoming increasingly intoxicating. Suddenly, Nasa grabbed Callie's arm and playfully said, Why are you avoiding me? She continued using her flirtatious tone, saying, Just call me Nasa, which left him a little stunned. Not wanting to give her any satisfaction, Callie bluntly refused. I can go now. Miss Nasa. His coldness made her unable to hide her disappointment. But quickly she turned cheerful and said, Of course. The qualifiers are about to happen. Right, Nasa excitedly said. I will come to cheer you on. And of course, I will bring a group of stunning beauties to support you. But Callie immediately rejected her, saying she could come. That was fine. But the other girls, well, that was not convenient at all. It seems like you are deliberately playing dumb and being so shameless. Well then, I will just bring along my dashing companions. Who would have thought you would have that kind of taste? With a wife already. And yet you are so carefree, it is honestly beyond me. Your words are really getting under Callie's skin, and his face darkens. He is clearly frustrated as he says, I do not know what kind of scheme you are up to, but I have already got a woman I am committed to for life. I really do not want to mess with you. Lady, he warns you, saying, I will let this slide this time. That warning definitely catches Nasa off guard. Feeling embarrassed, you shoot back. I am the one and only lady of the Elan family. Baron, don't act so disrespectful. But Callie is not having it either, cutting you off mid-sentence. The only reason I am not striking you down right now is not because you are a noble from Elan. He yells, his fierce gaze overpowering you. It is simply because I do not want to lay hands on a woman. He adds, causing Nasa to be visibly shaken by his demeanor. Before leaving, Callie drops one last bombshell. If there is nothing else, I will take my leave. And he slams the door behind him, leaving Nasa fuming. You keep saying, Donnie, treat me like that. Your whole body is shaking uncontrollably, letting out strange sounds as you vent. Finally, you burst out laughing, thoroughly enjoying yourself. That was amazing. That tough attitude and confidence are just... Your eyes and expressions are all about that wild, ecstatic vibe as you cheer and revel in the energy. Then Nasa calls out, Brian, and a figure in black emerges from the shadows, saying, The lady has summoned you. You smirk wickedly and reply, Let us go meet the one we need to see. The next day, at the training grounds of the Byokima mansion, a massive wooden log is suddenly thrown down with a thud. Beacon Kama stands by, utterly perplexed, asking, What on earth is this? Callie casually kicks the log on the ground and responds, What does it look like? It is a training tool for morning workouts. Pick it up. Beacon looks totally bewildered and exclaims, Callie shoots back, What do you mean? A little later, after struggling with that log, Beacon collapses on the ground, gasping for breath. He can't help but moan, I regret saying I wanted to learn boxing. Callie, seemingly oblivious to Beacon's desire to give up, pours more fuel on the fire. From now on, You will be training with this every day. Instantly, Beacon is taken aback and reacts dramatically. What? I am already dead tired from regular training. Callie responds in a low, calm tone. Good. What is that? Then he starts lecturing Beacon. In boxing, endurance is everything. Weapons can be sharpened at the forge. But endurance, that is something you can only build through hard work. But then, he compliments Beacon. Still, at this level, you are doing pretty well. Hearing this, Beacon feels a mix of joy and anxiety. Really? Is that true? But suddenly, Callie's expression darkens, as if he has lost focus on the conversation, remembering Nace's gaze and his own simmering anger. He worries. I am feeling a bit anxious because yesterday was way too intense. When I heard that shady guy mention the name Azalea, it got to me. But then I quickly shook it off, telling myself not to overthink it. It is exhausting. There is less than a week until the qualifiers. After all, Callie suddenly turned to say, Beacon, I am stepping out for a bit. Can you cover for me? Beacon, intrigued, asked, where are you heading? Callie shrugged it off. Just gonna grab some leather and ointment. A little later, on the bustling street, Callie was strolling and taking in the sights. Suddenly, something caught his eye, a mysterious little tent. He thought to himself, I feel like I have seen that tent somewhere before. Callie could not help but recall a previous encounter and mused. Oh right. I went to get my fortune read at Wasteju with Azalea. He then made up his mind. Well, a little peek won't hurt. And walked into the tent. Inside, to his surprise, was a beautiful young woman. She spoke up. I have been waiting for you. Warrior. Callie was taken aback by her calling him that and asked. Warrior, she calmly replied. I am just saying what my eyes see. If it makes anyone uncomfortable, I can call you something else. Callie agreed and took a seat, saying, all right then, this is a fortune-telling place. Right. Last time, an old lady read my fortune in a tent just like this. The girl responded. Yeah, that is right. But I usually do not do readings for just anyone. She added, maybe that old lady sensed something from you, just like I do. With that, she reached out to touch Callie's hand for a closer look, leaving him wondering, don't you need a crystal ball? She closed her eyes, tuning into the spiritual vibes around them. Then she began, you come from a very distant place. Much farther than I imagined. This is so accurate it has got Callie wide-eyed. Suddenly, she described bizarre things, a metal object flying in the sky, people inside boxes, vehicles moving without horses. I have never seen anything like this. Callie thought, shocked at how similar it was to what the old lady told him before. Callie started to piece it together, thinking, maybe these are the supernatural nomads she spoke of. She slowly released her hand from his. Callie rubbed his chain, thinking, but that can't be right. I am a supernatural being too. Supernatural abilities are not that odd since I live in a different world. The girl continued, you have an extraordinary spirit guide, which signifies a great destiny. Callie chuckled. The only thing that saved me from death, sighed, was my fists. Not some spirit guide, the girl replied. That is why you are a warrior. Your fate is to fight endlessly, overcoming every challenge and trial. Then, she suddenly got serious and asked, you are going to participate in the boxing tournament? Right. Callie was surprised and asked, you know about that too? The girl nodded. News travels fast around here, she added softly. Many will be waiting to ambush you on that day, so be careful. Callie felt a spark of worry at that. A moment later, as he walked away, he could not help but think back to what Beacon once said. He glanced at the tent while recalling Beacon's words. The capital Dragos is the most corrupt place in the kingdom. What she meant was, why would they buy a dozen weights? If I had known, I would not have bothered with that fortune-telling gig. A week later, the tournament qualifiers kicked off, and the crowd in the stands was wild, constantly cheering and shouting. The warriors were relentlessly trading blows, sending zero flying. Especially Tors. He even unleashed a fierce combo attack on his opponent, leaving them no time to react. Just as Tors took down one opponent, another tried to sneak up from behind. But how could he escape Tors' sharp eyes? He quickly turned around. Instantly, Tors delivered a brutal uppercut that sent his opponent crashing down in agony, leaving him sprawled on the ground, mouthful of zero. It was just the beginning, and Tors had already wiped out all his opponents. The host could not believe his eyes and hesitated before announcing the winner. After a brief pause, he shouted, Tors Dragos. Tors had skillfully secured a spot in the finals of the tournament, but that did not make him overly cocky. On the second day of the qualifiers, the arena buzzed once again with excited cheers. A solid foot stepped onto the arena floor, and it was none other than Khan. The crowd erupted in cheers. As Callie was about to compete, suddenly, two guys behind him started shoving each other angrily. Wait. Do not stand too close to me, You total jerk. Akali could not help but think helplessly. The match has not even started. And they are already arguing like crazy. From the stands, two figures silently watched Kali. None other than Nasa and her subordinate. Blight. Nasa smiled wickedly and said, "Finally, it is Kali August's turn to compete." Only her subordinate Blight looked down at him with a piercing gaze. Nasa hinted ominously, "That is our target this time." She ordered her subordinate, "Use your dark magic to drain his life force." Blight nodded respectfully. "Yep, miss." However, deep down, he chuckled to himself, thinking, how foolish. Who would actually believe in dark magic? He envisioned Nasa's pleading face as he smugly thought, "Whatever. I have nothing to lose." He felt dangerous as he thought, "As long as I get the money, that is all that matters. Once I am done, I will." Suddenly, Kali looked around and thought, seriously, there is no normal rope. He calculated the rules again. This qualifier was a free-for-all. 20 people would jump in and fight at once, and only the last 3 standing would move on. He glanced at his opponents and thought, I have heard that famous fighters often get ambushed and knocked out in matches like this. The drum signaling the start of the match sounded, and everyone immediately lunged in, throwing punches without a word. Kali excitedly shouted, "All right, let us get this started." But it seemed like no one noticed him at all. Kali stood there waiting for a chance to fight, watching everyone else brawl. Finally, unable to hold back his frustration, he shouted, "Wait, why is not anyone attacking me?" One guy in black saw you dancing and could not help but comment, "We are not crazy enough to hit a noble." Another scarred old man chimed in, "Who knows what'll happen next? Right?" Seriously clueless. Everyone just ignored Kali as he kept demanding attention. And not a single soul stepped up to throw a punch at him. He gritted his teeth and cursed. Damn it. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out, grabbing the attention of the fighters nearby. They looked over. Bewildered, out of nowhere, Kali flew in and punched each guy, shouting, "If you do not dare to come at me." One guy got lifted by his chin, and with full confidence, Kali declared, "Then let me come at you." Kali transformed into a different person, filled with rage as he charged and yelled, "Attack!" The scarred old man shouted in panic, "That bastard!" While the guy in black was just as rattled, saying, "If you just stood still, would not this have been an easy win?" But then, Kali landed a painful punch on the guy in black. He kept shouting at the scarred old man, "Don't be a coward and run away. Face me." The scarred old man yelled nervously, "You just said that. You plan to get revenge later." "Right," Kali replied helplessly. "Who cares about that pathetic game?" Then he boldly announced his price right in front of them. $10,000. Kali confidently declared, "I will reward $10,000 to whoever can beat me here." The crowd's eyes lit up at the mention of cash. $10,000. They immediately shifted their attitude, shoving each other aside. "Get back. That $10,000 is mine." The confident fighter swung his fist at Kali, continuously taunting, "Hope you do not regret this." "Tough guy," Kali replied just as confidently. "You are going down with one hit." Saying that, he threw a quick jab at the guy's face, causing him to lose his sight momentarily and scream. Seizing the opportunity, Kali delivered a straight punch to his chest, bringing him pain that felt like it went to the bone. That guy passed out instantly, and onlookers gasped in shock. "Whoa, what just happened?" The scarred man and another guy rushed forward, shouting, "You coward. How dare you call yourself a noble?" Yet, Kali easily dodged their punches, admitting, "Yeah, I play dirty. So what are you gonna do about it?" Another unlucky guy got spit in the face by Kali. He quickly tried to wipe it off, but ended up exposing himself, allowing Kali to land an easy punch that made him cry out in pain. Another hook from below sent him reeling. The other guy, furious, swung at Kali. "You jerk," but Kali dodged quickly, mocking him. "Is this how you fight in the Empire? Pay attention and learn." Then another reckless guy charged in, yelling and throwing punches. "All you do is brag." But Kali easily dodged again, laughing. "Oh really?" The spectators in the stands kept whispering about Kali down below. "He has gone mad. Totally lost it." But they all agreed on one thing. Kali was dominating. He could wipe out 2 opponents with just one punch. A guy with blue hair was sitting in the stands, excitedly talking away. It looked like he was not just making noise either, as the brown-haired guy next to him jumped in, saying the performance was absolutely amazing. On the battlefield, only one competitor was left standing, while the green-haired dude kept shaking nervously, prompting Kali to shout, "With this crowd, no one's gonna snag that $10,000. The green-haired guy seemed unable to hold himself back and rushed forward, his face turning pale. But just like that, Kali landed a punch right on his face. Instantly, the green-haired guy was knocked out, and his mouth kept spitting out zeros. The stands erupted with cheers, and even from the highest point, NASA was still observing with his subordinates. He turned to his companion and asked, "What do you think, Bly?" The guy replied, "I am feeling drained here. It is the first time I have ever seen someone like that." Bly leaned in, deep in thought. If he wanted the dark magic to work, he had to take out Kali August first. But seeing Kali's overwhelming power, he wisely realized that a direct confrontation was absolutely impossible. Finally, with a dangerously determined look, Bly calculated his options. It was time to resort to poison. Kali August was heading into the tournament finals, and he had no idea what awaited him next. The next day at the Iron Mansion, Anson Iron's voice rang with excitement. "I watched the qualifying match, and it was incredible." But suddenly, his expression turned serious. Catching Kali's attention, Kali asked, "What is wrong?" "Marquis Iron," Anson replied calmly. "I mentioned the prince to you before. Right. He saw your match." With a sigh, he continued, "He was very impressed with you and wants to meet." Anson Iron, looking a bit troubled, added, "Honestly, that is something I find quite concerning." Kali quickly responded, "It is all right. Whatever happens will happen." But the Marquis insisted, "I really did not want this. I tried to prevent it, but I could not. So you need to be careful." Kali nodded, a bit worried. That evening at the Royal Saho Palace, Kali and Beacon Biachi Mai knelt before the prince seated on the throne. Prince Korean Larry Geist excitedly said, "I watched your qualifying match, and your skills are just as impressive as what Lord Iron described." Kali maintained a respectful posture and replied, "I am truly honored to have your highness's attention." Suddenly, the prince kicked into the air, startling his subordinate, who exclaimed, "I was really thrilled when I saw you defeat those guys." That being said, I still think Iskandar has a much more impressive presence. The prince began to step down from the throne, saying, "As you know, this tournament is to celebrate my wedding." Kali responded, "Thank you." Then suddenly, Prince Korean unsheathed his sword, a dangerous look on his face, and declared, "I won't be happy if some nameless nobody wins this tournament." He swung his sword wildly at his subordinates and added, "One of you noble folks better win this tournament to bring me glory." Got it. Kali could not help but fall silent, pondering the fact that he seemed unaware of his roots as a slave. The servant Iron did not say anything either, but from what I could see, he was undeniably arrogant, which made Prince Korean smirk wickedly. He kept pointing his sword at his subordinates, making them tremble in fear, and this made Kali furrow his brow, realizing that his way of dealing with people was completely out of line. Suddenly, the prince raised his sword and called out, with a dark expression. He quickly turned to Kali and asked, "Why are not you answering me?" Kali bowed his head respectfully and replied, "I am truly honored that you value me, and I will do my utmost to please you." Hearing this, Prince Korean excitedly sheathed his sword and said, "Good." Then his gaze shifted to Beacon Bakma, and he asked, "And who is that next to you?" Kali cautiously answered, "That is my bodyguard, Beacon Mama." Upon hearing this, the prince suddenly stepped closer to them, saying as he approached, "That scoundrel." Right. With that, he angrily slapped Beacon across the face, causing him to wince in pain, and Kali was taken aback, never expecting him to do that. After the slap, the prince turned sharply and coldly remarked, "This is a place only for the noble. It is not for people like you. Get lost," he ordered. Beacon Bakma fell silent, but the anger in his eyes spoke volumes as he looked at Kali. Without hesitation, Kali stood up and said, "My lord, I have an appointment tonight, so I must take my leave." This action immediately displeased the prince, who grumbled, "What did you say? You dare to leave while we are in the middle of a meeting?" Kali quickly replied, "I have a meeting with Lady Irina." When Prince Graal heard this, he could not help but tremble in fear. He reluctantly waved his hand, signaling for them to leave. "Fine, you can go." But it was clear from Kali's expression that he was not letting this go easily. Before they left, the prince added, "Next time, do not bring that scoundrel with you," as he directly touched Kali's sore spot. Kali turned around to shoot him a glare, but before he could act, Beacon gently reminded him, "Calm down." Kali could not hold back and said, "But you should know about me." "Right," Prince Grull responded, confused. "What do you mean?" With confidence, Kali introduced himself. "I used to be a slave." His tone held a hint of challenge as he added, "I carry that filthy bloodline within me." Hearing this, Prince Grull's eyes widened in shock. In the end, he could only stand there in silence, letting Kali and the others walk away. It took a while for him to react, and he cursed under his breath, grinding his teeth in frustration. He yelled after Kali, "I do not want to see your face again, you scoundrel." Arriving at the mansion of Lady Iron, Kali could not help but vent his anger. "That jerk is just the worst." Anson, hearing him complain, could only respond helplessly, But he is our future. You know, the emperor is gravely ill and might not make it. He reminisced, saying, when I was training him, I tried to change that bad habit of his. But it is just in his nature. It is hard to change. Aang Anson let out a sigh. Realizing this was the reason why Prince Grill trembled at the mention of the Marquis iron, Kali could not help but remember loving Karina's words, especially since recently. Bai T. Joseph's daughter had become the prince's consort, with the royal family's backing. The Joseph clan could definitely stir up trouble for that guy. Kali felt a wave of anxiety wash over him, wondering why Bai T. Joseph, fully aware of the prince's tyrannical nature, still chose to marry his daughter off to him. The Marquis Iron explained, it is just a political marriage. That is how the family can rise to power. But I am different. I won't let Nasa get involved in any of that. He continually expressed his care for his daughter, insisting that she stay far away from the dangers of court politics. He just did not notice Kali's unusual expression, who simply responded with a flat, sure. As they were leaving, Kali turned to Beacon and said to get the horses ready. Beacon quickly replied, got it, and hurried off. In reality, it was Kali's way of wanting Beacon to give him some space. He coldly stated, I told you I do not want to see her again. Kali quickly spotted someone hiding behind a rock. Miss Nasa. Once discovered, she could not help but awkwardly reveal herself. Nasa approached, bowing her head. I was rude to you. I hope you can forgive me. Kali merely turned away, responding coldly, fine. Forget it. I am leaving. Suddenly, Nasa grabbed his sleeve. Wait. My lord. Her tone was urgent, quite different from before. Why are you being so cold? Can you give me a moment? Kali recalled the last time he lost his temper with her, and felt a headache coming on. The previous incident had spiraled out of his control. This time, he needed to handle it carefully. Nasa kept pleading. Just a little bit. Please. Then she pulled out something and extended it towards him, saying, please accept this gift. It turned out to be a good luck charm. Kali raised an eyebrow. What is this? Nasa explained. It is a protective talisman that will bring you luck in competitions. She began, awkwardly recalling. I have had poor health since I was a child. No matter what I did, I could not change this frail body. The only reason I am still here today is because of my faith. Hearing this, Kali replied coldly. So you really believe in that talisman? But then he quickly added, well, I am not superstitious. Nasa continued to persuade him. To you, it might mean nothing. To me, it carries immense significance. She grew increasingly earnest, pleading, please accept my apology. I won't bother you again. Kali felt intimidated by her attitude, but he thought helplessly, this is annoying. But I need to make her happy so she won't cling to me anymore. With that in mind, Kali took the old talisman and put it around his neck, asking without a hint of sincerity, there. Are you satisfied now? Nasa instantly changed her demeanor, smiling brightly. Of course. After that, she bowed to see him off. I am sorry for bothering you. Yet beneath her innocent facade, she secretly flashed a sinister smile, her face gleaming with deadly calculations. The next morning, at the Boma mansion, Beacon Bome's voice echoed everywhere. The Baron. The tournament bracket is out. Kali could not help but be surprised, asking, wait, there is already a list when the match is tomorrow. After reading the list, Kali was taken aback. His opponent was Garoza. This guy does not seem to have much of a reputation. Beacon then turned to the butler and asked, do you know this guy? The butler replied, he started as a mercenary and just switched to boxing. Beacon Boma raised an eyebrow. So he is just in it for the money. Kali, on the other hand, was already calculating his next move, saying, regardless, if he has made it this far, he must have some skills. Suddenly, Kali felt a sharp pang in his chest. He silently worried. What is wrong with me? Is something off? Kali quickly yanked the charm from around his neck, cursing. Damn it. I did not expect this. Beacon raised an eyebrow, asking, why are you wearing that necklace? It does not suit you at all. Kali replied honestly. Jonasar gave it to me, but I do not like it. Saying that, he tossed it aside, leaving Beacon Boma stunned. He shouted, then give it to me. Kali looked confused. You actually want that? Despite feeling weak, Kali stood up to greet everyone. Even though it took 2 people to keep him upright, he cleared his throat and began to recite his opening speech. But his voice was so quiet that the crowd below began to murmur. One guy commented, I can't hear a thing he is saying. And another added, the king really looks something. Kali below shared their thoughts, thinking, he probably does not have much time left. He is looking so frail. Suddenly, the king started coughing violently, prompting a staff member nearby to step up and say, the king's speech will conclude here. He continued, next, we have the arrival of, as he spoke, the footsteps of someone approached. The host announced grandly, His Royal Highness, Prince Korean, and the Princess Consort, who made this tournament possible. Korean stepped out. His face lit up with excitement. He quickly proclaimed, "I declare the tournament open." The fighters below immediately showed their respect, shouting, "Long live the prince." But Kali alone looked unimpressed. Suddenly, the host excitedly shouted, "Before we start the official matches, we will proceed with the execution of the victim." A heavy iron door opened below. Emaciated prisoners were released, their faces reflecting sheer terror. Soldiers shouted from behind, "Fighters, quickly return to your waiting rooms." Kali, confused, turned to a nearby soldier and asked, "Wait, what is this execution about?" The soldier explained, "His Royal Highness made a sudden decision yesterday. He wants to see blood to stir up the atmosphere. This place is really dangerous. You should hurry back to your waiting room," the soldier warned, causing Kali to jump. Meanwhile, another iron door swung open, releasing 3 hungry lions. The so-called criminals immediately panicked and Lahet turned to flee, with some even begging through tears, pleading for their lives. But those lions were nothing but beasts without a shred of humanity. They went straight for the kill. The sound of Lahet echoed everywhere. Blood splattered all around. Yet the nobles sitting above were filled with ecstatic joy, laughing and cheering on the chaos. Even Prince Kryn was just as thrilled by the horrifying screams below. The attendant Aran sitting next to him could not help but scowl, cursing under his breath. What a miserable soul. Kali, waiting in the wings, witnessed everything and could not help but curse silently. Here, killing was an everyday affair. And of course, they did not care one bit about the so-called morals of humanity. Yet he could not shake off the feeling that gnawed at him. Still, this was far too brutal. This place was filled with lunatics. In one corner of the stands, Bly cautiously turned to Nasa, asking if she had seen that male fighter wearing the talisman with her own eyes. "Right," I replied. "Yep. He put it on himself." Hearing that, Bly's face lit up with satisfaction. "Good. That is enough for me." The host quickly announced the next fighter, the male fighter Kali August, and the two immediately focused on the arena. Kali confidently strode out, but he was not wearing anything around his neck. Nasa could not help but exclaim. He took off the talisman. Could it be that only Bly knew it was not a talisman but a poison? Bly responded, "It is. Just wearing it once is enough," he thought to himself. The moment he put it on, a poison needle would stab him. And even if he felt pain or discomfort and tried to take it off, it would be too late. Bly smirked, thinking maliciously, without the antidote, he would suffer and die in a few days. Just like they were under a curse. Kali's opponent extended his hand for a handshake. "I have heard a lot about your reputation, Kali." He was Garrosh, a former mercenary, and he added, "No need for formalities." "Right." Kali shook his hand back, replying, "You are not really a boxer, are you?" The other guy sighed and said, "I am a mercenary. I do anything for money. What is the difference between punching and slashing?" Kali chuckled, saying, "Interesting. If you want to live, just surrender. Unless you want to live in a state of ruin." And then he got into position. Both of them immediately prepared to get into their stances. Kali quietly assessed his opponent, Garrosh, noticing his stance seemed a bit loose, but he quickly guessed what Garrosh was thinking and reassured himself. He must be hiding something. I can let my guard down. With that in mind, Kali kept jumping to test his opponent's reach. He advanced directly to strike first, but Garrosh quickly dodged. Garrosh excitedly exclaimed, "You are fast, truly a real boxer." Kali, equally intrigued, responded, "So you are not a real boxer then?" He quietly observed his opponent, thinking. Garrosh delivered his punches with remarkable speed and decisiveness. Although he was not used to boxing, he seemed quite proficient. The two moved, one attacking while the other evaded. The audience above could not help but shout impatiently, "What are you doing? Fight already." Garrosh directly said to him, "Kali, I have only been training in boxing for 2 months." He even could not resist boasting with a savage grin. "But I have been a mercenary for almost 20 years now." His words instantly left Kali stunned. 20 years later, you keep analyzing mercenaries and boxers. Both have one thing in common. Their careers are incredibly short-lived. Kali could not help but exclaim, "If someone survives for 20 years, they are either incredibly lucky or their skills are off the charts." And Garrosh clearly falls into the latter category. He grinned wickedly at you with both hands up. In terms of physical strength and boxing technique, Kali had the edge, and he kept throwing punches. But the one thing Garrosh excelled at was his rich fighting experience, allowing him to quickly dodge Kali's attacks. With years of experience, he could read his opponent's psychology and anticipate their moves. Overall, he was pretty smooth about it. And now Garrosh had thrown the first punch, aiming straight for Kali's face. But Kali swiftly dodged it, thinking to himself, "Dodge that one." However, he still took a straight punch right to the face, leaving him reeling in pain. Kali thought to himself, this guy knew I would dodge. So he threw a powerful feint. Kali kept analyzing his opponent's last move, finally unable to hold back his anger and stomped the ground hard. A powerful punch shot out from Kali, but once again, Garrosh dodged it just in time. He could not help but worry, thinking to himself, I am definitely dead after that one. He looked at Kali, who was going crazy, and could not help but think, maybe the title of Monster Slayer is not just for show. His hands were already shaking. Kali, having taken a painful hit, could not help but admire. This guy is pretty clever. It is the secret to Kali's victories over stronger opponents. Thanks to his boxing experience and superior situational judgment, he always stayed one step ahead. But this time, the opponent was a mercenary with 20 years on the battlefield, like a precious vase. For the first time, Kali lost his psychological edge. Kali continued to analyze in his head. His punch was still vivid in his mind. All he needed to do was dodge and counterattack. With that thought, he charged at his opponent. In his mind, Kali kept repeating, just one hit. But that thought was quickly picked up by Garrosh, who taunted, you really think one hit will be enough? Garrosh immediately launched a punch at him, but Kali nimbly dodged just in time, constantly reassuring himself, stay calm. But Garrosh switched hands and landed a straight punch right on Kali's other eye. In his head, he kept analyzing the opponent's attack, realizing that the recoil from shaking his head was what led to that punch. Kali went insane and threw a strong punch at Garrosh, but he still managed to dodge it, even retaliated with a punch. But Kali quickly blocked it with his hand, thinking to himself. Completely baffled, Kali recalled his opponent's punches, thinking, his punches do not follow a normal rhythm. Both his right and left hands came at him almost simultaneously. Kali could not help but look at Garrosh in front of him and silently wonder, what the hell is this guy? In the boxing world, there are two main fighting techniques, orthodox and southpaw. For most right-handed people, the orthodox technique means keeping the left foot forward. Southpaw, on the other hand, is for left-handed fighters who lead with their right. In a crowd of boxers, the majority are right-handed, so they are used to fighting against orthodox fighters like Kali. But when they face a lefty, things get tricky. Using your hands and feet to block punches can be a challenge, since the movements of the body are like reflections in a mirror. This makes footwork, defense, and counterattacking extremely difficult. The difference in fighting styles can make the match uneven, yet southpaws frequently find themselves facing countless right-handed opponents. While southpaws might have more experience than orthodox fighters, the real difference still lies in experience. But what if someone could seamlessly switch between orthodox and southpaw? Back in the match, Kali was throwing punches while counting 1, 2, 3, then 1, 2 again. Meanwhile, Garrosh ignored her whispers and kept on attacking relentlessly. And just like that, Kali took a clean hit to the face, blood splattering everywhere. She quickly steadied herself, her voice ringing with newfound confidence. Finally, I get it now. Kali raised her hands to defend. Her eyes locked on him as she whispered, he is ambidextrous, he is skilled with both hands. Garrosh quickly noticed her unusual expression and anxiously asked, what is with that look? Did she figure out he is a switch hitter? Suddenly, Garrosh smirked contemptuously and murmured, so what if you know? A trained fighter won't change their style overnight. Just then, Kali clenched her teeth and charged forward, but after just a few steps, she halted, leaving Garrosh utterly confused. Kali suddenly touched her head, deep in thought. With her reflexes, she could easily dodge Garrosh's punches. Her eyes ignited with determination, and she growled, lately, it seems I have only been facing weaklings, and it has made me cocky. Instead of getting angry, Garrosh was taken aback, thinking, what is going on? This feels completely different. He stared intently at her, telling himself, Kali is always on the move, but now she is standing still in a way that is just strange. He suddenly recalled the days when Kali first stepped into the ring. Back then, she was a fighter whose technique focused on dodging. Memories of Kali's early matches flashed in Garrosh's mind. And then she transitioned into a slugger like the other fighters here. Recently, Kali's fighting style has continued to evolve. Right now, she is pursuing a swarmer style, combining evasive maneuvers with powerful attacks to overwhelm her opponents. Perhaps this reckless swarmer style is purely a reflection of her fierce personality and the influence of Puck Kang T. At this moment, Kali suddenly spoke with a heavy tone. Garrosh, it is time to drop those clever tricks of yours. For you, the concept of a fighting style is meaningless. Garrosh, still looking down on him, asked, what? But only for a moment. Suddenly, Kali lunged forward, launching an attack. His overwhelming strength left Garrosh stunned, and he charged again. Right then, the man's fists became powerful, his legs firm and stable, anchoring him in place. Suddenly, Kali stopped, and Garrosh, filled with malice, paused as well. His movements halted. In the next moment, he realized Kali had him in a tight spot. His heart racing as he thought, this is it. Finally, Garros was hit with a powerful uppercut, causing him to scream in pain. Garros was gasping for air, desperately trying to stay calm as he muttered, he has become a completely different person. Inside, he was anxious, knowing that if he could not figure out this kid's fighting style, it would be his end. Garros was sweating bullets, staring intently at Kali, trying to guess whether he would keep advancing or maintain his distance like before. Before he could think it through, Kali suddenly charged at him, raising his fist high. A punch straight to Garros sent shockwaves through the audience. Aang Anson, watching from above, was clearly enjoying the match. Realizing that Kali had become much more cautious, he glanced over at the soldiers training outside the arena and thought to himself, keep your distance and move around. Feign an attack but do not circle that guy. Slowly wear down his defenses. Aang Anson watched the fight from above, thinking it seemed like Kali wanted to take him down decisively. On the ring, Garros was trembling in pain from his injured arm, panic setting in with standard punches. He could not defeat him, so he needed to keep his distance and wait for an opening, not giving Garros a moment to rest. Kali quickly charged in again. Garros gritted his teeth and muttered, come at me. You bastard. The punch struck his armor with incredible force, shattering it and causing him to let out a painful groan. Kali smirked and said, "Wait. Mercenary. Do you hear that amazing sound?" He yelled with excitement. That is the sound of bones breaking, and raised his fist to attack again. At that moment, Garros yelled, hold on. Wait. Raising his hands in surrender. I give up. His declaration of surrender drained all the enthusiasm from Kali. Seeing Kali's face, Garros clutched his arm. You said to surrender if I was about to die. If we keep fighting, I'm a goner. At the same time, the crowd erupted in angry shouts. What is going on? Are you kidding us? The audience shouted in frustration. Finish him off. Kill him. On the battlefield, Kali suddenly yanked Garros by the collar, pulling him in close. Hey mercenary. Do you feel the atmosphere right now? Ending it like this is not a smart choice. He glanced at Gryan's displeased face and said, look at the prince. He looks like he is about to deliver a death sentence. But Garros sighed and replied with a smile. I underestimated boxing. Kali said seriously. If you want to change this atmosphere, I have to beat you to a pulp. But today, there has already been too much bloodshed. I will just pop Garros's shoulder out of its socket, and he will scream like he is being skinned alive. Your proposal has Garros panicking, but with no other choice. He can only nod weakly. Kali quickly moves to dislocate Garros's shoulder, and he can't help but let out some high-pitched screams. The whole arena instantly buzzes with laughter again. After the match ends, Garros is laid on a stretcher and wheeled away. He glances over at Kali, silently vowing to remember this moment. He will repay this debt to the man known as Kali August. As the victor, Kali confidently raises his fist to the sky. In a secluded corner of the stands, NASA Iron watches Kali anxiously and asks, is it true that he has been cursed? Bright, playing so well it is almost unbelievable. Bright ponders the red mark on Kali's chest and quietly responds. That is what he was going to say. Looking at the wound, it is clear that the poison has seeped in deeply, probably due to his constitution. He slowly adds that this just shows how incredibly strong his vitality is. Bright thinks seriously. Maybe it is time to give him some medicine before he raises any suspicions. Painkillers might just buy us some time. Meanwhile, NASA Iron casts a cold, piercing gaze at Bright. Meanwhile, in the palace, Beacon breathes a sigh of relief looking at the pile of letters and flowers on the table. He turns to the steward and asks, have all the gifts sent to the gentleman arrived yet? The steward smiles and replies, everything is here. Young master. Suddenly, a letter falls, catching Beacon's attention. Upon closer inspection, he exclaims, this is from Uncle Joseph Doraemon. In another room, after receiving the invitation from Uncle Joseph, Kali rolls an egg on his face and asks, did Uncle Joseph invite me? Beacon explains that the letter simply congratulates him on passing the first round and wants to clear up any misunderstandings between them. Hearing this, Kali angrily crumples the letter in his hand. He reads the letter again, tosses it aside, and says sarcastically, clear up misunderstandings. That is rich. Beacon calmly replies, it seems he has heard that you have a good relationship with Marquis Iron. Beacon softly shares his theory. So he will approach you warmly as if nothing ever happened. He does not want to offend you. Marquis. After hearing this analysis, Kali falls into deep thought. Suddenly, Kali asks, Beacon, you will come with me? Right. His suggestion catches Beacon off guard, making him quickly protest. But Uncle Joseph does not seem to like me, Kali states boldly. If he is unhappy, he can just kick me out. Kali's cold gaze locks onto Beacon as he says seriously, even if he is the one trying to make peace, I won't just reconcile with him that easily. The next day, outside the Hoyan Street mansion, I arrive. and suddenly a carriage appears before the estate. The person in front of the carriage grumbles. Do I really have to come out to welcome him myself? That is Wheelerland Joseph, the second son, biting his lip and cursing under his breath. What a pathetic lowlife. At this moment, the person inside slowly walked up and said, I apologize for keeping you waiting so long. Wheelerland. Suddenly, Callie appeared, making Wheelerland jump in surprise. Callie, accompanied by Beacon, stepped in front of Wheelerland and said, Sorry for being late. I had some personal matters to attend to. Wheelerland awkwardly replied. Baron August. He frowned, thinking, this filthy, lowly name. Despite his disdain for Callie's status, he still had to respectfully invite Callie into the carriage, which had been prepared for 10 days. Yet, Callie raised his hand to decline, saying, I will go with my servant, Beacon. Upon hearing this, Wheelerland was shocked and asked, Beacon? That guy. Callie coldly looked at him and said, This kingdom is full of cruel, stupid people. There are still many scumbags out there who harm women, just walking around freely. These words completely enraged Wheelerland, and his face turned a deep shade of anger. Then, Callie confidently climbed into the carriage and slammed the door shut. Beacon glanced at Wheelerland's expression and said, Looks like you have pissed him off. Callie replied irritably, With people like him, that is actually being polite. He is driving me crazy. Just then, a sudden headache hit Callie, leaving him momentarily stunned. He clutched his head in pain and let out a loud groan. Beacon, worried, asked, Are you okay? Right now. Callie had no idea that poison was spreading through his body. He simply tiredly replied, I just have a bit of a headache. Beacon, concerned, said, I will have a doctor come check on you tomorrow. Callie raised his hand to refuse but then paused to think. Recently, the headaches had been getting worse. If this kept up, he would be completely exhausted. Callie quietly made a decision. He needed to be strong now, no room for weakness. He slowly walked down and muttered, Let us see what you want today. Count Joseph. As soon as he entered, Count Joseph cheerfully said, Thank you for coming, Baron August. And you too? Beacon. Callie smiled back and replied, It has been a while. Count Joseph, your hospitality is appreciated. All right, let us sit down, eat, and chat before the food gets cold. At the dining table, Callie's actions left Beacon so shocked he nearly dropped his jaw. Count Joseph and Wheelerland were equally taken aback. Meanwhile, Callie was enjoying his meal, continuously exclaiming, This is delicious. He secretly laughed to himself, wondering how long Count Joseph could endure his attitude. At that moment, Count Joseph's anger flared up. He silently cursed, What a jerk, acting like this in front of Marquis Iron Sound. Contrary to his father's bitter demeanor, Wheelerland slammed his hand on the table and shouted, Hey, show some decorum, Baron. Dining among nobility is not like this. This reprimand made Callie frown. He nonchalantly twisted the fork in his hand and coldly replied, My apologies. I am just a lowly being. After all, seeing Callie's displeasure, Count Joseph immediately scolded Wheelerland. How dare you speak to our esteemed guests like that? If you do not respect them, how can they respect us? Suddenly being scolded made Wheelerland feel wronged, saying, Why are you yelling at me? Count Joseph quickly calmed down and faced Callie, saying, Baron August, you know there have been many misunderstandings between us. Hearing this, Callie angrily asked, Misunderstandings? The noble spoke up, I thought we could shake hands and bury the hatchet. And if you ever need anything, just say the word and I will be there for you. But Callie replied a bit too casually, taking a sip of his drink and leaning back in his chair, saying, The lady also mentioned I should not accept gifts from others so easily. Count Joseph clenched his fists in anger, gritting his teeth as he said, What you just said shows you do not respect me, Baron Callie August. At that moment, Callie's cold voice rang out, You want me to forgive you? Suddenly, he hurled his drink against the floor, startling both Joseph and his son. Wheelerland stood up in fury, pointing at him and shouting, You bastard. Callie ignored the insult and slammed his fist down on the dining table, cracking it in half, causing Wheelerland to go pale with fear. Callie glared at Count Joseph, gritting his teeth and calling out, Hey Joseph? Did you think I would lose my life over a little trouble? He suddenly recalled the image of Azalea August and spoke out, All because I tried to help someone. Your son humiliated me. The image of that hammer coming down to pass judgment flooded back, and he could not hold back his rage. Shouting, I had to stand trial and was sentenced to death. Then the first life and death struggle with Trantin flashed in his mind, and Callie's rose, having to fight against those monsters. His eyes blazed with anger as he gritted his teeth and said, Do you have any idea how I have suffered since my mobility was reduced? Callie roared, How dare you talk about reconciliation with me? Do you really think that someone like you can just utter those words so casually? Callie tightened his fists, fury burning inside him. Do you think I am an idiot? Sensing things were spiraling out of control, the assistant nearby nervously handed him a glass of water and urged, "Sir, please calm down." Lady Joseph quickly interjected. Tranan, if we keep this hostile relationship going, it won't just be us but the entire August family that faces the consequences. In fear, she spoke up for reconciliation. We have reasons to hate each other, but we can't let our children be dragged into this feud and commit wrongful acts. If you truly do not want to mend this relationship, why do you insist on holding on to this grudge? Callie quickly took a sip of water and fell silent, refusing to answer. After finishing his drink, he let out a sigh. And Lady Joseph threatened, "At the very least, I am a respected noble in this kingdom, so you better give me a proper answer today." Callie bit his lip, thinking, I need to make peace. We can't keep this tense relationship between our families forever. His cold eyes looked up at Lady Joseph. But the things you have done, I can't just overlook. Callie turned to Wayrolin, saying, So then, I wonder, how about you return that leg of yours to me? Callie's serious demeanor, and the pressure radiating from him frightened Wayrolin to no end. Wayrolin panicked, looking left and right as if searching for an escape route. He pointed at himself in disbelief at what he just heard, realizing he was the chosen one. Wayrolin screamed in fear. Wayrolin's scream echoed throughout the room, as the person on the ground begged, Please do not do this, Dad. Don't do this. Callie August was desperate, but Lady Joseph coldly replied, Accept it. Wayrolin, you brought this on yourself. Lord Deng looked down at Han with icy eyes and warned, Think about your relationship with Hith Treke and your sister, who is now the crown princess. This is for the benefit of the family. Suddenly, Callie sat, tapping the hammer in his hand, saying, Looks like we have a deal. He raised the hammer high, and Wayrolin burst into tears, pleading, Please. But Callie ignored the pleas, bringing the hammer down with brutal force, causing Lady Joseph to go pale and quickly turn away. The hammer missed Wayrolin's leg, but it was enough to scare him so badly he wet his pants. Callie stood up and kicked him hard. He tightened his grip on the hammer and said, No matter what, I can't do this in front of my parents. This statement rattled Lady Joseph. Callie stared at her coldly and declared, From now on, we have nothing to do with each other. And I won't bring it up again. The pale-faced lord replied, Thank you, Baron. He bent down to face Wayrolin and warned, Wayrolin, do not ever show your face in front of me again. Callie coldly threatened, Next time, I might break your back. With that, he lightly slapped Han's face, making him terrified and tear up. After finishing, Callie quickly turned to leave, with Beacon rushing after him. Beacon said nervously, I thought you were going to go through with it. Callie replied nonchalantly, He is not worth my trouble. Seeing this, Beacon glanced at him and let out a sigh of relief. Callie laughed and asked, A kick should not be a big deal. Right. Beacon cheerfully replied, It is nothing serious. After that, Lady Joseph ordered her attendants to keep this matter under wraps and sent Callie home. The next day, rumors about the reconciliation between the August and Joseph families spread everywhere. Meanwhile, at the Aaron estate, on a bright moonlit night, Bryce stood in the room facing the person across from him, asking, How are you feeling? Nasa Iron leaned against the wall, smiling as he answered, Thanks to you. I am feeling much better. Just a little fuzzy. Hearing this, Bree fell silent for a moment before exclaiming, Thank goodness. But inside, he gritted his teeth, thinking, Of course. I gave her some powerful painkillers. Nasa Iron then coldly stated, The men I killed before did not respond well to the drugs. Maybe it is because this time it is a boxer. Bright quickly replied, Partly that, but also due to your strong will and resilient spirit. She realized, I see. Anyway, I am grateful for your constant help. Nasa Iron revealed a gentle smile, saying, Before meeting you, I was tormented by excruciating pain, but from now on, things will be different. Upon hearing this, Bry also bowed respectfully, saying, Thank you for trusting me. Inside, he calculated, it is probably time for him to pull back. Bry secretly smiled wickedly, thinking about the gold for that report. Both the man and she would die soon, and after this, he would get a massive payout. He wickedly thought to himself, This cheap drama is finally coming to an end. A few days later, at the Bokma mansion on Hoyne Street, Bry was yawning and calling out, Lord Baron, as he knocked on Callie's door, asking, Aren't we practicing this morning? We have not trained in days. But all he got in response was silence. Bree pushed the door open, calling out, Lord Baron. But the scene that greeted him left him in shock. Seeing Callie slumped on the floor nearly made Bry scream. Lord Baron. Callie's face is pale, showing sheer agony. Bry quickly called for a doctor, and after the examination, the doctor was left speechless. Finally, he looked at Callie's ghostly complexion and asked, "Do you have any injuries?" Callie replied breathlessly, "I am a—" The doctor picked up a box of medicine and said, "First, I will give you some painkillers and monitor your condition." Callie's heart sank at that. His face went even paler. Painkillers? Not here. Recalling 3 years ago, a doctor had handed Callie a packet of medication and warned, "This stuff is really strong. Only take 1 dose at a time." Callie picked up the packet and asked the old man with the white beard, "Strong means it can make you sleepy, right?" The old man calmly replied, "Sleepy is one thing, but if you start hallucinating, then it is a real problem." His somewhat indifferent attitude made Callie furious. Back in the present, Callie sighed softly and muttered, "This must be a similar kind of medicine. The medical knowledge of doctors in this world is worse than mine." Bry grumbled, "Tomorrow is round 2 already. This is just a hassle." Hearing this, Callie clenched his fists tight and resolutely said, "As long as I can still grip my fists, that is enough." The next day, round 2 of the tournament. The stands quickly filled with spectators. Callie sat in the contestant's chair, deep in thought. Saying it like it is, he slightly recalled the miraculous doctor and pondered, if it is a serious illness, even going to the Empire would be useless. The miraculous doctor is a surgeon, and it is too far from here to the Empire. Just then, an announcement blared, introducing Callie August. As the gates slowly opened, Callie thought to himself, the longer this fight drags on, the worse it will be. He resolved to himself, "I have to take down my opponent with the first blow." Blay, sitting in the stands, looked at Callie in astonishment, thinking, he is in that state and still wants to participate in round 2. He confidently whispered, "You want to be able to last much longer." Callie August. Now, in the arena, Z smiled at Callie and said, "It is an honor to meet the monster destroyer." He arrogantly proclaimed, "I am known as the master of the Wesley style. Today, you won't even touch me with a finger." Callie, annoyed, retorted, "You talk too much." Just then, the bell rang, signaling the official start of the match. As the fight began, Z quickly charged at Callie. He moved back and forth smoothly and swiftly as if he had practiced hundreds of times. Callie grumbled to himself, "Quick, ah." Z continued to move around, distracting Callie's vision. Suddenly, Callie aimed straight for him and lunged. Z easily dodged, scoffing, but with that slow punch. Before he could finish his sentence, a punch came crashing down right on his face. Callie recalled his fight with Garros and thought, "Why does it feel like I knew this would happen?" Callie delivered a blow that sent the guy flying, nonchalantly saying, "Quick does not mean much if you are just quick." Callie's voice echoed as she turned to leave. But with all that movement, it was only a matter of time before I figured it out. The match lasted just a few seconds. But suddenly, Callie changed her steps dramatically. The audience was still frozen, completely clueless about what just happened. Then, in a burst of disbelief, they erupted, unable to believe she took him down with just 1 strike. Bry sat in the crowd, mouth agape, utterly shocked. He whispered fearfully, "That is definitely a monster." Bry was so terrified that he instinctively bit his nails, anxiety gnawing at him. Participating in this match was already strange, and with him looking perfectly fine, he was bound to raise suspicions. Panic surged through him. What should he do? Meanwhile, NASA Iron beside him was groaning in pain, clutching his head. Bry quickly turned his attention, worry etched on his face. "What is wrong, miss?" he asked, noticing NASA Iron's pale complexion. She groaned, "I am feeling a bit dizzy." Bry rushed to reassure her. "It seems the curse has not taken effect yet." "Right." He thought hard about what to say next. "I will cast the curse right now. Please hang in there a bit longer," he said, his body trembling with pain. He whispered in panic, "I only have 1 chance left. Looks like I have to take action myself." That night, Callie lay collapsed on the hospital bed, with Beacon anxiously hovering nearby. Since the match ended, the situation for the young man had been getting worse and worse. Callie's face was pale, his breath ragged as if his throat was being squeezed shut. Beacon remembered how the doctors shook their heads in defeat. Feeling utterly helpless, even the best doctors were at a loss. Beacon was determined, saying, "I can't let him die like this. No matter what, I have to do something." He rushed to the door, calling out, "Sir Beacon," he announced gravely. "There is a girl outside who wants to see the young man." As Beacon stepped outside, Snorin slowly smiled, tossing her coat aside, and said, "I think I can help him." He quietly observed her from the outside, thinking, "Isn't she a Jigen? Why is not she acting like a regular nomad?" Beacon asked cautiously, "Where did you hear about this?" Snorin replied, "I did not just hear about it. I saw it with my own eyes. Someone is targeting him." Hearing this, Beacon excitedly asked, "Are you planning to use magic?" She subtly raised 3 fingers and warned, "If this continues, he won't last 3 days." Snorin, with her ocean blue eyes fixed on him, said, Please allow me to see him. Beacon felt a little uneasy under her intense gaze. He reluctantly agreed. All right. Come in. Snoren nodded. Thank you, sir. She stepped inside and softly introduced herself. My name is Snoren. Beacon was slightly taken aback as she walked straight into the mansion and asked, Wait, do you know where you are going? He hurriedly followed to direct her to the young man's room. But before he could finish, Snoren casually opened the door to Kali's room and walked in. Beacon panicked. Thinking, did she really use magic? How did she know where to go? What is happening now? Beacon immediately warned. If you dare to do anything. Suddenly, she pulled out a knife, and he gasped. What are you doing? Snoren approached Kali's bed with the knife and said, Calm down. To understand his condition better, I need to see his blood. Beacon was left dumbfounded. What the heck? But the moment he saw the blood flowing, Beacon froze in shock. Oh my god. He looked at the droplets evaporating and stammered in fear. Blood. Blood. Did it just touch the blade and then vaporize? Snoren quickly realized the issue and explained. This is a type of poison that people usually carry for self-defense. When attacked, they pretend to compromise and then use the poison to fight back. Hearing this, Beacon jumped in surprise and asked, Is it really real poison? Snoren looked at the body covered in wounds and said, There are so many wounds. I do not even know how the poison got in. It could also be ingested orally. You are worried and ask, Is there any way to treat it? Snoren touched the wounds and replied, I can neutralize the poison for him. But it is a bit late now. I am not sure if it will work. She turned to call Beacon. But you need to find me the ingredients right now. At this moment, Kali seemed to be sinking into a vast space and wondered aloud. Where He looked at his frail arm and said, My body has no strength left. His hazy eyes scanned the surroundings as a soft voice echoed. It feels like a dream. So unclear. Suddenly, the image of Beacon getting knocked down flashed before him. Kali recognized that familiar face immediately. It was the image of the Oat Zone soldiers becoming vivid right in front of him. Kali whispered to himself, Is this the place where I died? He thought skeptically. Have I gone back in time? Those images appeared clearly like scenes from a long-running show. Kali looked at the footage and murmured, These are the last images I saw before I died. Kali glanced at the image of the oil barrel sinking in the sea and said, Maybe it is all just a dream while I sink in the oil barrel. The image of Beacon in the past. He was so arrogant and overconfident in his own power. Despite being strong, his spirit was very weak. His whole body felt like it was sinking into a swamp. And now he could not do anything. Beacon accepted it, letting his body drift into the mire. Thinking, Let us just end my life here. Gradually, he was completely swallowed by that swamp. But suddenly, a hand reached down to pull him up. Beacon slowly opened his eyes to the sky outside. What is going on? The three people in front suddenly grinned menacingly and stepped closer. Beacon gasped and asked, Why are you hitting me? They charged at him violently. Boasting. Well, it is just beating you up. You foolish idiot. This scene seemed to be Kali's past. He trembled and spoke up. I did it because... Beacon silently wondered. Could this be Kali's memories? That bald guy angrily punched him and shouted, Being a classmate with you is truly a disgrace. Finally, after they beat him up to their heart's content, Kali was bleeding everywhere, collapsing to the ground. Beacon looked at them in horror and called out his name. Wake up, Kali. Hey Kali. Has that bastard died yet? I do not care whether that jerk is dead or not. He tiredly looked at this footage and said, It is really over. I hate this weak body. His eyes began to blur, and his face lost all vitality. After a while, it seemed that Beacon and Kali had merged into one, and they both resolved to say, I want to become stronger. Beacon, lying in the swamp, broke into a strange smile. Even the useless can be useful sometimes. He stretched out his hand from the mire and whispered. Finally, he understood what he had to do. Beacon fiercely grasped those cinematic moments. He would transform this body. He would become Kali. He rose from the muck, determined to become the strongest person in the world. Suddenly, the image of a small, weak Kali appeared before him. But Kali reflected on the long journey of his growth and said, There is still a long way to go. Back in Kali's room in the haunted mansion, he suddenly jolted awake. Kali, terrified, sat up abruptly, clutching his chest and gasping for breath. Snoren, sitting beside him, was stunned and asked, My lord warrior. Beacon also curiously called out, Nam Thuok. Suddenly, he rushed to embrace Kali. Kali furrowed his brow and asked, What is going on? Beacon joyfully exclaimed, Nam Thuok. He looked at Kali with delight and said, I thought you would never wake up. Kali, annoyed, snapped, Let go me. He glanced at Snoren and asked, What is happening? She replied, I will explain everything later, my lord warrior. Just then, Bryce suddenly appeared from a hidden corner. Snoren raised a bowl of medicine and said, You should drink this antidote first. when suddenly a hand appeared and pulled Snorin away. Bree shouted a warning. Don't you dare move. He pressed a knife against her throat and threatened. If you all so much as twitch, I will slice her throat right here. Furious, shot a cold glare at Kali and cursed. You worthless fighter. The bowl of antidote in Snorin's hand fell to the ground, spilling the precious liquid everywhere. Kali, eyes filled with regret, looked at the spilled antidote. He angrily questioned Bri. Who the hell are you? How did you get in this mansion with all these servants around? Bri raised his voice and nonchalantly replied. Relax. Outside the mansion, a strange scent spread everywhere. In no time, everyone collapsed completely. He arrogantly declared. They are all out cold now. Bri glanced at Snorin and muttered. These people should have been unconscious by now, he confidently thought. It must be because that divination witch is here. At that moment, Snorin suddenly looked serious and asked him. You are the one who poisoned the warrior. Right. You have hit the black heart. He was furious. How dare you? Suddenly, Snorin's body began to glow, as if she was using magic to scan the area. Moments later, Snorin spoke up. The royal mansion. Brown-black hair. Pale complexion, causing Blay to panic. Beacon quickly caught on with those hints. Is Nasser iron? Is not, as if striking Blake's black heart. He angrily tightened his grip on Snorin. Dare to say another word and I will rip you apart. At that moment, Kali suddenly spoke up. Now I get it. He staggered to his feet and said. Ever since I put on that necklace, my head has been pounding. Kali clutched his head, panting, and asked. Did NASA hire someone? Right. Blay, fuming, retorted. What does it matter what a dying man knows? Kali coldly shot back. What does it matter? I will beat you to a pulp and drag you to meet the one who hired you. Even though Blay felt a bit intimidated by Kali's fierce aura, he forced a laugh and said, You are poisoned and still talking tough. That is hilarious. But the scene in front of him left him speechless in shock. As the black mist enveloped Kali, Blay felt a chill run down his spine. He whispered in panic. Look at this fighter's face. It is a bit late. But he has been poisoned and is about to kick the bucket. His hands, clutching the knife, trembled uncontrollably. It was clear he had not taken the antidote. But the pressure radiating from Kali made Blay's heart race. How could someone on the brink of death exude such power? Kali's face was so twisted with rage that veins bulged, and he shot a cold, piercing glare at Blay. Suddenly, Kali barked an order. Now. Get moving. Blay jumped in shock, quickly turning to look behind him and stammered. I already gave them a little sedative, but when he turned back, there was no one there, just an empty void. At that moment, a fist came flying toward him out of nowhere. Blay could not brace himself in time and took a solid punch to the face. Blood splattering everywhere. It felt like his cheekbone shattered on impact. In agony, Blay collapsed, his grip on Snoring loosening. Standing there, Began was panting heavily, eyes locked on Blay, who lay crumpled on the ground. Kali, from behind, praised Began. Great job, he weakly added. I did learn a bit of boxing. But before he could finish, Kali's body suddenly crumpled to the ground. Begin gasped in shock. Sir. Moments later, Kali struggled through the pain to drink a bowl of antidote. After drinking, Kali looked at Snoring in confusion and asked, But why are you here? Called by name. Snoring replied respectfully, After my last visit, I checked another divination and saw your life path was cut short, so I came here. Kali coughed weakly before saying, Thanks to you, I survived. But why does he want to kill me? Snoring explained. For a moment, I saw something resembling dark magic and the shadow of a guy named NASA, who looked really weak. She glanced at Blight, who was tied up next to them, and said, This guy tricked her into thinking he would drain your life with magic. Clearly, this is not the first time he has done this. Hearing this, Begin gasped, asking loudly, So he has killed many people already? Kali interjected, Get the carriage ready. Be can. Kali raised his fist and declared, I will confront her directly. The next morning, as dawn broke over the Ireland estate, Anson was outside practicing his swordplay when he spotted Kali and asked, You want to see Nasa? Holding a wooden sword. He raised an eyebrow and said, A gentleman wanting to meet my daughter this early is quite strange. I am not a fan of this. Kali replied respectfully, Please allow me. Lord Marquis, he pulled out a pendant, saying seriously, You need to know about this. Seeing the pendant, Anson's eyes widened in recognition. This is, realizing what it was, he hurriedly led Kali and the others to Nasa's room. On the way, Anson suddenly called out, August. His eyes were bloodshot as he looked at Kali and asked, Are you willing to take responsibility for the accusation that my daughter used dark magic to kill someone? Kali, unafraid, replied, You can verify that yourself. Anson stood outside the room, asking the maid, Is NASA still not awake? The messy-haired guy fumbled and replied. The lady says she is tired and does not want to be disturbed. But Kali quickly stepped forward and said, Sorry. I need to go check on her. No sooner had he spoken than he kicked the door open and stepped into the room. The sight that greeted everyone inside was nothing short of shocking. The room was a complete mess, and Nasa was nowhere to be found. Kali asserted, She has run away. Seeing this, Anson furiously charged at Bly and punched him right in the face. Seething with rage, he grabbed Bly by the collar and demanded, You scumbag. Where's Nasa? Spit it out. Bly stammered, I do not know. Anson drew his sword, declaring, It is definitely your fault. You are the one who lured my daughter into this mess. He angrily held the sword to Bly's neck and said, I am trying to stay as calm as I can here. You better talk before I count to 3. But Bly remained silent, causing Anson to start counting. Just as he counted 2, Bly was so terrified that tears streamed down his face. The moment he said 3, Anson lunged forward with the sword. But suddenly, Kali called out, My lord. He turned around angrily and shouted, What now? Kali pointed to the corner and said, Please look at this. Upon seeing the object, he was so astonished that he stammered. This is... Kali looked at the cabinet emitting a dark aura and said, Exactly. He peered at the talismans and the disturbing items inside the cabinet and insisted, Miss Nasa has been enchanted by dark magic. The messy-haired guy handed the letters from the cabinet to Anson and said, The butler and I checked again. He awkwardly admitted, That blood writing is indeed from Miss Nasa. Anson, not believing it, turned to Kali and asked, Kali, is my daughter really using dark magic? Kali replied, More like she is being exploited by that scoundrel. He spoke seriously, but she personally ordered a murder. And I almost got poisoned. Anson suddenly remembered the necklace and asked, The poison? You mean it was in the necklace you gave me? Right. He sadly bowed his head and said, It was my late wife's keepsake, left for Nasa. His hands tightened around the letter, his voice rising with anger. Using the last keepsake for my mother as a murder tool, even if it was to survive, that is completely wrong. After a moment of contemplation, Anson looked up and said, I have a request. Baron August. Kali quickly nodded, understanding, and replied, I see what you mean. He solemnly vowed, To repay the kindness you have shown me, I will keep this dark magic issue confidential. Just then, a maid rushed into the room, exclaiming, Master, there has been a major incident. The scoundrel Blight has escaped. The 3 people in the room were shocked, and Anson shouted, What? He was furious, shouting, I told you all to keep a close watch. The servant stuttered in response. It is because he disguised himself as the lady's attendant. He seems very familiar with the layout of the mansion. The frightened servant reported. He escaped through the secret tunnel. I sent soldiers after him already. Anson, fuming, clutched his head and cursed. Damn it. He rushed over, grabbing the servant by the collar, threatening, This absolutely cannot get out. Search for him thoroughly. At that moment, after hearing that Bly had escaped, Kali's face darkened instantly. 2 days after Nasa and Bly vanished, Kali's body began to recover quickly. Snoren handed a bowl of water to Kali and instructed, You should drink this boiled water mixed with silver powder, twice a day. Kali took the bowl and asked, By the way, how long are you planning to stay in the mansion? Snoren replied, Your condition is much better now, but you need the antidote. She suggested, If you allow me, I would like to stay here a bit longer to monitor your health. Hearing this, Kali was momentarily taken aback, then nodded. All right. Let me prepare a room for you. Snoren glanced at Kali, deep in thought. Realizing that the warrior had almost fought off that poison by himself, she quietly recalled the things he had gone through, and could not help but admire him. Fighting an oxer, injuring his leg, and facing monsters. A normal person would have given up long ago. Snoren began to ponder carefully, is his resistance to the poison due to a great mission he carries? Or just sheer willpower? She suddenly remembered his muscular build and blushed, thinking, His strength. Kali, noticing her reddening face, curiously asked, What are you thinking about so intensely? Snoren quickly excused herself, smiling as she said, I will step outside for a bit. If you need anything, just call for me. In her heart, she was eagerly anticipating the warrior's next move. After Snoren left, Kali pondered deeply, thinking, if what that fortune teller said is true, then right now, Nasa is using a lot of painkillers. It is possible she is hallucinating. He quietly stood up and walked to the table, whispering. The servant said he would personally go look for him. But I can't just sit here. After meeting Snoren, Kali made his way to the Dragon Slums, a truly dismal place. Kali inquired with every resident there just to find Nasa and Bay. But no one seemed to know anything about them. Kali calculated carefully. Nasa is a well-known queen in the upper echelons. There is no way to find her in a neighborhood with so many nobles, and where news spreads too quickly. Suddenly, a little girl with green hair appeared, holding a bouquet, her clear voice calling out to customers. Buy flowers. Fresh flowers right here. Looking at the petite flower girl, Callie was reminded of Azalea and her little child. Surely the second one must have been born by now. He would meet it soon. The flower girl gasped as Callie pulled out a coin and approached her, exclaiming, "That is a lot of money. Are you buying all these flowers?" He replied, "Just one flower. Keep the change for yourself." The girl joyfully said, "Thank you so much, sir." Her calling him sir made Callie feel a bit awkward. He quickly took the flower and walked away, thinking to himself, "It is nothing. But, have I really become an uncle now? I'm only 4 years older than my cousin right now." A noise caught his attention. Callie quietly scanned the slum neighborhood and whispered, "Just a street away from Forget Street. But the divide between classes is painfully clear." Suddenly, the locals turned their terrified gazes towards one direction. Callie saw a group of people storming in with fierce energy. He curiously asked the fruit vendor on the street, "Who are they?" The vendor calmly replied, "Are you new here?" The fruit vendor looked at that aggressive crowd and said, "Those guys are here to collect protection money. It is called protection money." "But really, it is just extortion and robbery," Callie suggested. "Let us call the guards." The vendor sighed and replied, "They have already been bribed. So no one's coming here." The kind vendor warned him, "I just want you to be careful and not get involved with them. They are the kind that would kill you and dump you in the sewers." Hearing this, Callie glanced at them and whispered, "It is a bit annoying, but I do not have much time." Right now, the flower girl was innocently standing by, trying to sell her flowers right next to one of those thugs. "Buy some flowers, please." The thug angrily kicked the girl aside and shouted, "Get out of the way, kid." Witnessing this brutality, Callie felt his anger boil. Spotting a coin drop from the flower girl, one thug curiously walked over and asked, "How can you make this much money selling flowers?" He kicked the girl away again, gleefully picked up the coin, and said, "Stealing is not very smart. You know." The girl cried and pleaded, "Please give it back." They quickly turned their attention to the fruit vendor on the sidewalk. "Hey old man, looks like business is good today." One thug excitedly said, "It is time to pay up for protection." But just as he was about to step forward, he got hit with a punch from Callie. The thug was sent flying back. They stared at Callie, then shouted, "Who are you?" Callie, furious, raised his fist and declared, "I am the one who is going to make you pay." The black-haired thug was furious. "Is this punk joking?" Another thug arrogantly chimed in, "Do you even know who we are?" Callie looked at them like he was staring down the scum of that other world, gritting his teeth, and replied, "I know a bunch of lowlifes when I see them. Bullies who prey on the weak." The black-haired thug whispered to his buddy, "Wait a minute. Is not he the one the boss mentioned?" The two suddenly started whispering to each other nonstop. Why did that rich woman insist on capturing him? Anyway, that is him. Yeah. Blonde hair and a scar on his nose. Callie curiously looked at them. "What are you whispering about?" After they finished their huddle, the black-haired thug happily said, "Luck is on our side. Who would have thought he would walk right into our trap?" Callie quickly got into a fighting stance, smirking. "Not a bad sparring partner. Come at me." As soon as he finished speaking, they charged at him, and the black-haired thug laughed mockingly. What is sparring? But before he could enjoy himself for too long, Callie swiftly grabbed his head. He delivered a powerful knee strike straight to his face. The thug behind saw his buddy getting bloodied and stepped back, slightly scared. But Callie had no intention of letting them go. He jumped down right in front of that thug. Then came a powerful punch to his gut. Seeing both of his teammates slowly collapsing, the gang members fearfully exclaimed, "What is going on?" Callie, fuming and taunting, shouted, "What are you waiting for? Come here and fight me." Bry was out of breath from running, realizing the Marquis had spotted him. Money did not matter anymore. He needed to escape fast. A flash of purple light appeared behind him, and his eyes widened as he noticed someone was right behind him. He turned around after hearing his name. He recognized the girl following him. It was that NASA girl, standing under the damp sewer. Bry nervously asked, "What are you doing here?" NASA Iron faced him boldly and replied, "That night you said if you did not come back, I had to come find you." Bry's memory flickered. Realizing he indeed had said that, his mind raced, thinking, well, if I can kill the Baron. His lips pressed tightly together, eyes fixated on her beneath his hood. He thought, "I will kill you right here and then escape. By the way," he asked, "does that mean magic won't work?" Bray still nervously placed his hand on his chest, bowing his head to the Baron's daughter. "Yep. The Baron's power is way stronger than I expected. Strong enough to resist the curse. It is unbelievable." NASA Iron laughed at his explanations. Bray was bewildered, seeing her laugh maniacally. "Miss, you think you can fool me?" Her voice was dark and ominous. "Even now, you still dare to lie. You really think you can trick me? He slowly backed away. He hurriedly clarified. Well, what are you talking about? I do not understand. Her voice echoed in the underground tunnel. You just said you would place a curse on Callie August one more time. Nasa Iron's eyes began to spin. The dizziness was just a side effect of painkillers. I have been keeping an eye on Callie since then. The moment I saw that guy was still unharmed, I had my doubts. Curses can be that easily undone. Nasa Iron shrieked like a madwoman. You think I am that foolish? Her eyes narrowed, staring at him. The curse has no effect on Callie. Right. Bry was sweating bullets from fear. This is bad. She has lost it. His gaze shifted to the sharp stake on the ground. He slowly looked at her and asked, What do you want me to do now? Without waiting for Nasa Iron to respond, Bry immediately grabbed the sharp stake and rushed toward her. He raised the stake high, taunting, This is all your fault. You have got to take responsibility now. Nasa Iron did not flinch, knowing Bry would not even touch a hair on her head. Suddenly, he was slashed from behind. Bry turned in shock, seeing cold-blooded soldiers approaching. The guards panicking, Bry collapsed. And one of the guards reverently presented a sword to Nasa Iron. She accepted it. What a pity. Her eyes were as cold as a venomous snake, slowly fixing on Bry. I wanted to trust you until the very last moment. The death sentence was pronounced for Bry. He could not escape this fate. On the streets, beneath Callie's feet were the defeated foes he had gradually worn down. The singer's crew pointed at him, the others drawing their weapons. This guy was a real fighter. Callie felt annoyed, shedding his outer coat, planning to end this before they could arm themselves. You wrapped that jacket around your right arm, regretting that you did not have a full suit of armor. The orange-haired guy with the knife tells Callie to call the boss, and the others over. Two guys from the group with knives come up, ready to take him out. Callie steps back just in time to dodge a knife thrust from the right. You quickly evade the relentless attacks coming from both sides. The guy behind you is furious, cursing, Damn this punk. Callie is not one to get hurt easily. He spins around just in time to avoid the knife aimed at him. He grabs the attacker's arm and delivers a brutal elbow strike, making him drop the knife in pain. The excruciating pain brings tears to the thug's eyes as he screams in agony. Seizing the moment, Callie throws a powerful punch to his face. Seeing his buddies getting wrecked, the orange-haired guy hesitates, standing defensively as he watches Callie. Callie strides toward him, causing him to tremble with fear. Dante, do not come any closer. But Callie spots someone approaching. A group of muscular guys heading right toward him. Leading the pack is the biggest guy, with the green-haired boss appearing visibly furious. The orange-haired dude is relieved. The boss is here. As the green-haired leader cracks his knuckles ominously. Yeah. Callie thinks. Sensing the situation going south, he raises both hands to signal calm and steps back. There are too many of them. The orange-haired guy, now feeling secure, gets cocky. You are done for now. You loser. Not letting him bask in his confidence for too long, Callie immediately lands a painful punch. Then he quickly turns and starts running, shouting to grab the attention of the approaching crowd. This is getting crazy. The green-haired boss commands his minions. Chase him down. Kill him. The thugs with clubs and sharp weapons pursue Callie into a narrow alley. The green-haired boss grins, seeing his crew outnumber Callie, who stands alone. The sounds of fighting erupt continuously, but his smile fades as he notices his guys struggling to take down Callie, some even starting to back off in fear. One thug from the crew shouts, Damn it. Kill him. Don't fall back. Push forward and do not let him escape. They are getting cramped in the alley. One of you. Step up. You are the best. The black-haired thug takes a massive punch from Callie, landing squarely on his face, followed by Callie's relentless blows to his stomach. One by one, they step up, and Callie gives them all full stomachs of pain, leaving several thugs defeated at his feet. Callie is thrilled as his plan works perfectly. Luring them in, he scans the crowd, taking out each thug as they approach. In this narrow alley, not too many can fit, so only a few will make it through. Standing alone, he thinks, I will wait right here. Whoever comes in is going down. They all fit at once. Outside, the green-haired boss instructs his henchmen. Toss your weapons in here. Quick. How could this punk challenge Callie? He dodges every thrown knife, weaving left and right. He even catches a wooden stick and hurls it back, hitting one of the thugs in the crew. The green-haired boss, realizing the situation is getting out of hand, pulls out his knife, declaring, From now on, anyone who dares to back off will die by my hand. Hen shouted. Everyone rush in together. You fools. We can't let Hen escape. His followers saw their leader brandishing a knife from behind. They had no choice but to move forward. They charged towards Callie, and he did not back down from this attack. Damn it. Let us go all in. With a powerful leap, Callie tightened his fists and charged ahead. Callie slowly pulled the knife from his shoulder. Alone, he stepped out of the narrow alley, the ground littered with the bodies of defeated minions. He tossed the knife behind him and casually said, That hurt. The green-haired leader froze in fear at the sight of his fallen crew. While the townspeople were equally shocked, how could he take on the whole gang by himself? All the minions had been defeated. The green-haired leader stood frozen in place. Terrified. Everyone had gone down. Was this guy even human? He recalled his previous deal with NASA. What a nightmare. How could he possibly beat this guy? Instantly, he turned and ran, swinging his knife to scare off the townspeople behind him, shouting, "Get lost, you losers. Dawn to block my path." Callie, like a fierce beast, closed in on him. Where did he think he was running to? Without hesitation, Callie pinned him to the ground like a cop apprehending a criminal. His knee pressed hard on the blue-haired boss's shoulder, making him scream in pain. The townsfolk cheered as they saw the bully get what he deserved. Serves you right. I knew this day would come. Humiliated in public, he began threatening the innocent people around him, calling them idiots. Once that blonde guy leaves here, you will all pay for this. You think I will let this slide? The crowd looked tense, clearly intimidated by his threats. Furious, Callie landed several punches on him. Shut up already. Will you? He looked up at the fruit vendor, the same guy from earlier, and said, could you please call the guards over here? The fruit vendor scratched his head in confusion. Buddy, I told you. They have all been bribed. Callie shrugged it off, confident and smug. Trust me, if I order them, they will come running. Then, the guards escorted the blue-haired boss away. And he did not even realize he would messed with the wrong guy. You let me. I am? He kept shouting. I am? The guards shot back. Shut it. If you mess with nobility, we can help you. Callie watched him being taken away, thinking they would not dare come back out again. The fruit vendor was taken aback by Kallie's true identity. My lord, you are a noble. I really do not know how to thank you. A little girl tugged at Callie's sleeve, flashing him the brightest smile. Thank you so much, uncle. Callie playfully ruffled her hair. And the next day at the mansion, the two were having lunch together. The little girl asked curiously, where did you go last night, Baron? Callie chewed on his bread, puzzled. What is it? The little girl shared the latest gossip. Everyone's talking about how you took out the low-lie gang at the old rat district. That news is everywhere. Callie furrowed his brow and said calmly, I can't stand how they behave. It does not stop there. I even went looking for NASA and Bly, but I still could not find them. The little girl rummaged in her pocket. I was going to tell you about this too, but the sound of a gong interrupted their conversation. Callie looked up at the sound of the gong, confused. What is going on? The little girl seemed to know something was wrong. It seems the tournament will have to be postponed for a while. Callie gasped. What happened? He stared at her. That gong was a signal of death for the royal family. The king has passed away, in the palace. The white coffin of the king was placed in the center of the hall, surrounded by ministers and nobles coming to pay their respects. The two had changed into formal clothes to attend the mourning. A voice called out from behind, long time no see. Baron Callie. Callie bowed his head in greeting to Anganson, the count, and said, are you well, my lord? He sighed. I have not been able to sleep. I am looking for my daughter. Looking around the room, Han sighed, never expecting the emperor to pass away so soon. I thought he would live for at least another 6 months. And now that kid will ascend the throne, Anganson confided, while Kreen showed no signs of sadness. Even smiling brightly, it seemed like Hanine was thrilled about the upcoming coronation. Kreen announced to everyone that the tournament would be held alongside the coronation ceremony. If they added the royal emblem, it would probably make the event even more significant. Han glanced at Callie, wondering if a fair match, as he hoped for, could actually happen. Callie was not afraid of this at all. After all, in the arena, the winner gets to be king, and nothing else matters. Hearing this, Anganson felt relieved. Have you received the letter I sent? Seeing Callie lost in thought, Anganson angrily shouted at him. Don't tell me you still have not delivered the letter to Nam? The prince, panicking, quickly replied, I was just about to deliver it when the news about King Bang Ha came in. After reading the letter, Callie was stunned. Brized it. Anganson raised a hand to silence him. The body had been severely mutilated, but the clothes and belongings matched the description. Callie processed the information he was given. My subordinates found the body this morning in the underground sewer. The sewer. Callie recalled the moment when the fruit vendor warned him, saying it was to keep him from taking risks. These are ruthless killers who dumped the bodies in the sewer, as if nothing happened. Immediately, Callie ran off, ignoring the calls behind him. August. You seem to have figured something out. If my guess is right, in a dungeon, a voice pleaded desperately. Please, spare my life. The green-haired thug pressed himself against the wall in fear, astonished by the strength of his opponent, who turned out to be a noble. Just mentioning it made him bitter. He gritted his teeth and said, If I had known he was Kali August, I definitely would not have taken your money. This woman is none other than Nasa Iron. And I fiddled with my hair, looking down at the green-haired thug. You guys are so many, yet you can't even kill one person. Pathetic. I immediately put on a cold expression and said, anyone who intends to kill Kali August cannot be spared. Just like those guards outside. Those guards were mercilessly killed. And now there is no one left inside the dungeon. The royal guard, with a stone-cold face, wiped the blood off the swords. Meanwhile, the green-haired thug turned pale with fear of death. You are crazy. There is no way you are getting away with this. Nasa snapped her fingers, signaling the royal guards to take action. It is no big deal. The green-haired thug screamed in despair, but could not escape death. Blood splattered against the walls, painting a gruesome scene. The NASA team began cleaning up the scene. The guards reported that Kali had teamed up with the father and was hunting for me. Nasarang compiled the recent news, and the relationship between me and Bly had also been exposed. Ada recalled the first time he met Kali. Ever since encountering that person, Kali, everything had spiraled out of control. Ada's hands trembled violently. Even though time was running out, many were still willing to support him. Ada's gaze turned vicious. Even if I die, I will kill you. Kali August. Meanwhile, the person being mentioned, Kali, clueless, was riding towards the dungeon. Kali remembers when the blue-haired boss was escorted by the guards the other day. He overheard him muttering, how annoying. Taking that money was basically asking for a death wish. Those pathetic lackeys. Luckily, the reward just came knocking at our door. Kali blames himself, not thinking too much at the time. Those henchmen. Someone must have hired them to kill him. He lists out the potential suspects, and it all leads back to NASA. The one who could hold such a grudge against him. He bursts through the cell door, shocked by the horrifying scene in front of him. All the members of the DAT group have been executed, and the cell doors are flung wide open. Kali is shaken by this massacre. Where are the guards? He rushes to one of the DAT members who still has a flicker of life left, urging him to wake up, but he is fading fast. His last breath. Miss. The window. Pale. Kali pieces it together from that information, gritting his teeth in anger. NASA. His hand clenches into a fist. Furious. How low can she possibly sink? After that, the DAT incident was wrapped up. The soldiers were found accepting bribes. They had killed the DAT team to cover their tracks and escape. The townspeople only cared about their future, relieved that there were no more condo troublemakers around. So they were pretty upbeat. After all, they were just a bunch of vile condos. So it is all good. Cryan yelled at the soldiers. His father had just passed away. There is no time to dwell on this. The funeral for King Balaregis had concluded, and all related events were quickly forgotten. Kali and the attendant Iran continue searching for NASA, but they have not found anything yet. Snorin raises his hand. Volunteering. I will go find NASA myself. She looks at Kali, suggesting that using the information network from the nomadic community would be very beneficial. Kali warns her to be careful. The wooden stakes driven into the ground are a sign that they silenced the DAT group to cover up all evidence. Kali slams his hand down on the stake to make it stand upright. Someone must have helped her. How could NASA, with such a frail body, possibly kill so many people? His condition is extremely dire. He needs to find her before things get worse. A servant comes in to inform him. Baron, there is a guest here to see you. Curious. The guest is Tendakon, a murderous aura emanating from him, claiming to be his next opponent in the tournament. Kali and Beacon are completely taken aback upon seeing Tendokan, unable to believe their eyes. Kali is genuinely worried about this guy. Are there any steroids around here? But contrary to his battle-worn look and muscular build, this guy bows at a perfect 90 degrees to Kali. Hello, master. His face beams like a sunflower, no longer bearing the grim expression from earlier. My name is Beefidu, and I am honored to compete alongside you. Kali smirked. What are we? Family. The three of them entered the room to drink tea, while Beefdu sprawled out on the sofa. Kali quietly assessed him. Upon closer inspection, they were about the same height, but in terms of muscle, he was even more powerful than Iskandar and Oxford combined. Breaking the silence, he thanked the admiration. But why did the guy come to see him before the match started? Beefdu eagerly replied. You are the one who saved me. Kali was confused by his words saved you. Beefdu explained. So I often get teased by friends. The two listening could not believe it. How could a grown man still be teased? BC when he was younger, got beaten up. But ever since witnessing his teacher fight Oxford 4 years ago, his life took a turn. He saw Kali's resilience back then, the way his teacher never gave up. Now, he had changed so much, and he understood how he needed to live. He recounts that the next day, he defeated all 5 of the bullies who used to pick on him. Kali looks at him with concern. He has never been in a fight, and yet he took down all 5 just with sheer determination. Du is incredibly grateful to Kali, saying, I have become a fighter, and it is all thanks to you. But Kali humbly insists, It is all because of you. Don't thank me. Bidu joyfully slaps his thighs. You are so humble. It is amazing. He almost cries as he sees the sofa shaking violently. Stay still. That is my expensive sofa. He leans in close to Kali and whispers. This match might be a piece of cake for you. Right. He probably won't even break a sweat against someone he respects. Will he? Both of them are taken aback by Bidu's words. Because of that respect, I am going to give it my all to take down my teacher. His eyes are filled with determination. That is how I show my respect for my teacher. Kali feels challenged too. He smirks, charged with energy. This is going to be interesting. 3 days later, the arena is packed with people, all chanting the name of the new king. Crayon. The king of this season. Anshin stands beside him, watching Crayon take the throne. It has been a long time since they have had a ceremony like this. He rises and spreads his arms, declaring to the crowd. Listen up, before we begin. I have something to show you. My subjects, bring out the serious offenders. At the king's command, the iron gates are lifted, and Anshin is stunned by who walks out. The royal physician is escorted by 2 burly guards to the center of the arena. It is the physician and the servant who cared for the king before his untimely death. The physician kneels before Crayon, pleading for mercy, trembling as he admits his failings that led to the king's demise. I deserve 100,000 deaths. Then he bows his head earnestly. But the other servants are innocent. Please spare them. Crayon shows interest. You are admitting you deserve 100 deaths. The physician, unaware of the danger he is in, replies. Yep. Your Majesty. He begins counting. Let us. 214 in total. So I will grant you a favor and reduce it to just 86 deaths. His face twisted like a demon as he said. That means I only need 14 lives to pay for your sins. The physician is horrified by this madness. He is terrified, thinking, is this really happening? How can a king like him inherit the throne? Crayon orders his guards to shoot, quickly silencing the old man. Each arrow hits the physician's chest, and he drops dead on the spot. Crayon announces, the executioners will now take action. Eliminate all the rest. Meanwhile, Kali is ready to step into the arena. He glances over at the massacre unfolding beside him, thinking, this place, from NASA to Crayon, is filled with lunatics. How can we avoid calamity here? You close your eyes, trying to ignore the pool of blood next to you, not wanting to die just because of this crazy king. I have to push myself to the limit. Kali steadies himself, cracking his knuckles. All right, let us do this. Suddenly, the crowd erupts, chanting your name. Kali has really shown up. Beat them. August. Kali is taken aback by the unusual enthusiasm from the audience. The officials and the rich are cheering wildly for you. Something feels off about all this, does not it? Crayon furrows his brow in annoyance at the ruckus in the stands. What is going on here? And angrily asks why they are cheering so loudly, and the servant respectfully replies. Your Majesty, it seems the news about suppressing the army at the market has spread, boosting his reputation. Crayon pouts. I do not like this. Kali stands in the arena, surprised by the intense energy of the crowd. Bukdu has entered the arena. It looks like he has captured the hearts of the crowd. His muscles are bulging way more than Kali's. No doubt. He is my teacher's student. Kali feels intimidated seeing Bukdu's massive physique in the ring, making him appear significantly bigger. The two fist bump each other for encouragement. It is an honor to face you. I will do my best. Kali chuckles. It is okay to go easy on me. Bukdu seriously replies. That is not how you show respect to a teacher. Kali compliments. Looking good. They both take their positions opposite each other. With the referee in the middle, Bukdu gets serious. The thought of surpassing his teacher must feel exhilarating. Their gazes lock, filled with determination. Both with the same goal. I will. Bukdu throws the first punch, and Kali calmly blocks it with his left hand. Bukdu is shocked too fast. It is Kali's turn to counterattack. He is ready to throw a punch. But suddenly, he hesitates because he sees Bukdu's stance. This is the peekaboo defense. Peekaboo is a boxing style known for its hand defense, usually held in front of the face. Just like in the children's game of the same name, Bukdu's hands are firmly in front. Looking solid, Kali throws a flurry of punches, but can T believe it? There is no way to learn this, just from experience here. His strikes are easily defended against. Kali is filled with questions, wondering where he has seen this before. He steps back for a moment. Then, Kali smirks, feeling triumphant for spotting Bukdu's opening. He charges at him like a moth to a flame. Bukdu notices Kali's aggressive moves. A direct attack. Kali plants his foot firmly. The power surging from his foot to his arm is immense. He swings a punch upward. He strikes directly at Bukdu's chest, but his two arms block it. The impact sends a jolt through Bukdu's arms so powerful. His eyes blaze with intensity. He can let his teacher keep using this move. He maintains his peekaboo stance, rushing towards Kali, closing the distance. forcing him to stop. Kali knows what he is planning, so he is already prepared. He is definitely trying to close the gap, if that is the case. The eyes of both locked onto each other, igniting a spark. Kali anticipated BQ's attack, dodging to the left and landing a punch right on Bibu's face. The crowd erupted, rising to their feet. Bisu winced in pain, rubbing the corner of his mouth. Feeling the sting, Kali was ready to unleash another punch, targeting the other side of Bifu's face. He threw punches relentlessly, pushing BQ to the edge as he reached out in frustration. BQ managed to land a hit on Kali's ribs, seizing the moment of distraction. He threw a punch at Kali's other side. Kali was taken aback. Now BQ's face was slightly swollen, proclaiming, "This is just a technique." Kali frowned, clutching his side. Damn. It felt like his ribs were numb. Kali sighed, assessing Bua. Not only was he strong, but he also had some serious skills. You would not guess he was this sharp just by looking at him. It was BQ's turn to attack. He knew he could not let Kali rest. Sensing he was looking for a chance to recuperate, BQ swung wildly but missed because Kali had ducked just in time. Countering with an uppercut to BQ's stomach, blood flew from BQ's mouth, splattering onto Kali's face, obstructing his vision. Realizing he had the upper hand, BQ took the opportunity to strike. After all, the advantage was still with him. Just when it seemed Kali would take the hit, a fist suddenly appeared before BQ. What? Kali threw a punch straight at BQ's face. Even though he could not see anything, his feet shifted slightly due to the recoil. Seeing BQ still standing strong, Kali could not help but compliment him. Impressive? BQ. If you could withstand that punch, you must be in Pikobu defense mode. Otherwise, this match would have been over by now. Kali wiped the blood off his face. But just because he could not see clearly did not mean his opponent had vanished. He exhaled in frustration. This Pikabu defense was really annoying. BQ kept his hands up, clearly a well-trained fighter, sticking to his habit of defense. Kali asked, "Where did you learn that defense?" BQ did not hold back, revealing, "I lost to a boxer once and begged him to teach me." Kali immediately guessed who it was. Of course, it was Tor's, the only person he personally trained in this world. What a hassle. Shifting his feet, Kali prepared to break you through BQ's Pikabu defense. But it was not fully developed yet. Kali quickly slid to the side, lowering himself into a defensive stance. Shifting his weight onto his feet, he swayed back and forth, searching for an opening, causing BQ to hesitate. Thinking, to the left, BQ's gaze was laser-focused on the moving figure in front of him. Contemplating, wait, is this it? He noticed Kali shifting his entire body to one side. Kali's punch, fueled by all his strength, charged towards BQ's guarding hands, forcing him to brace himself tightly. Kali's other punch followed through, with the golden-haired fighter shouting, "Swinging weakly like that won't do you any good." The punch landed hard on BQ's right ribs. Kali, standing opposite him, after stunning his opponent with a powerful blow, smirked and whispered, "I have seen the effort and hard work you have put in. BQ, the person has worked hard to become stronger, not just relying on their innate physicality." Looking at the way his student has guarded himself with both hands in front, Kali quietly thinks, that is a solid defense. Remembering the times BQ attacked, he always held his stance firm, lowering himself to analyze his opponent while getting closer. The defensive posture is great for long-range attacks and side strikes. It makes perfect sense that he is trying to close the gap to engage. Then Kali envisions two fighters in a Pikabu stance, one wrapping his hands in cloth and the other wearing boxing gloves. He calmly analyzes that the slightly closed hand position creates an unstable defense on the sides, which could expose a weakness for the opponent to exploit. With that thought in mind, Kali swings his fist forward and says to his student, "That is good, but you have a lot of gaps to work on. BQ." He then delivers a powerful punch straight to BQ's face, making his head snap to the side. This attack causes BQ to squint his eye that got hit, his facial muscles contorting in pain. His white teeth instinctively clench together, and the strong young man BQ refuses to back down, swinging back with a punch that Kali skillfully dodges. Kali raises his right hand, saying, "Ducking back like that is good." Watching his sturdy student lean to the side to dodge, he thinks to himself, "But you won't be able to evade this straight punch." Kali's previously raised right hand powerfully swings at the back of BQ, who has just turned to defend. Yu winces in pain but retaliates. Despite this punch costing him a lot of energy, he still fails to hit Kali, as his teacher quickly lowers himself to avoid the side attack. Kali adds, "Nice counter. But with this backward dodge, that move is useless." A direct punch to Bu's stomach sinks in, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Right after that, BQ swings his left fist at Kali's side. His right hand follows up after the left misses. The crowd in the arena begins to buzz. They can't believe it. I have never seen a move like that before. A foot and a brown shoe slides sharply to the side. Callie's body twists and ducks, skillfully evading Bizu's relentless attacks. With such a flurry of punches, Bizu can barely think, gasping for breath. This is when Callie's eyes light up. He quickly throws a punch straight to Bizu's ribcage as he recognizes his opponent's vulnerability. This unexpected frontal strike immediately takes down the young Bizu. The tall, muscular guy, after collapsing to the ground, still stubbornly grabs hold of his opponent's ankle. Callie looks down at him and calmly observes. If you only focus on defense in a fight, that won't cut it. You need to find your opponent's weaknesses and counterattack if you want a shot at winning. And then, contrasting with the fierce demeanor of the victor, Callie smiles lightly and opens his arms, as if to say, you did well. Thank you. Looking at the figure blocking out the sunlight, Bizu seems to hesitate for a moment. In the next moment, the boy chuckled softly, shaking off all his troubles to respond with a simple, yep. The massive crowd fell silent for a heartbeat, and someone in the stands suddenly exclaimed, now, that is a match worth watching. Cheers erupted like a tidal wave. Those two are something else. The two fighters below clasped each other's hands tightly amid the enthusiastic roar of the crowd. Callie, battered yet cheerful, stood up with his axe in hand. Meanwhile, in the highest seats of the arena, the atmosphere was anything but joyful. Seated in the main chair was Cryan, who glared at the two figures in the arena, his face darkening in anger. He could not help but wonder why everyone was cheering for them instead of him. The concubine next to him, oblivious to his dark mood, excitedly commented, this is truly an incredible match. Cryan felt as if he had just been hit with a bomb and lost his cool, snapping at her. What a foolish thing to say. This is my celebration. How dare he steal my spotlight? The concubine, trembling, quickly replied, Your Majesty. Cryan's wild eyes scanned the two fighters soaking in the crowd's cheers, and he thought to himself, I won't let my people cheer for them while I fade into the background. He felt a surge of rage and barked an order at his servant. Kill him. The nearby servant stammered. What? My lord. Cryan roared uncontrollably. Kill the loser. The defeated must die. The servant hesitated, trying to interject, but they have both fought valiantly. Your Majesty. Cryan dismissed him with a fierce wave of his hand and a sharp retort. Get out of my sight. Cryan boldly stepped forward, raising both hands, making Callie, who was watching, feel confused. Cryan pointed his thumb downwards, a sneer on his lips as he commanded, Kill the loser for me. His audacious words left the crowd and soldiers dumbfounded, and Callie widened his eyes, questioning, Kill who? The soldiers held their breath, observing the crowd's reaction, and reminded Cryan, Your Majesty, it seems they do not want you to do that. Cryan maintained his stance and muttered to himself, I am the king. I can do whatever I want. Your lives rest in my hands. Below, Callie gritted his teeth, anger boiling within him as he thought, They are blaming me. And now I have to bear the brunt of their rage. Callie's student lowered his gaze and murmured, Finally, we have reached this moment. That single word interrupted the tension in the air. The fighter could not fall here, and Callie continued, his opponent growing anxious. Then he called out to the one above, Please. Your Majesty. Show mercy. He raised his thumb in a gesture of agreement and pressed on, Please be gracious and spare him. Cryan flinched, gritting his teeth, questioning, What did you say? He is just a slave, and he dares to speak to me like this. The madness returned, and Cryan urgently ordered his soldiers. Shoot him. Take him down now. Callie remained calm below, firmly thinking to himself, You can shoot. If you do, you will face the wrath of the people. Then Callie shouted to the crowd, saying that Bokdu fought with everything he had, proving himself to be an exceptional warrior. Bokdu will definitely grow stronger and return here to show everyone his progress. And the fighter's loud proclamation left the crowd in awe. Callie continued to talk about Bokdu with everyone, saying he would bring joy and excitement to them if they were to take his life. At that moment, the blonde fighter turned around. He looked directly at the emperor's seat and seemed to shout in his face, saying they would have to face the wrath of the war god. Cryan began to fume with anger. And suddenly, the crowd erupted in loud chants, urging him to spare Bokdu's life. The people were rallying, relentlessly shouting, Have mercy. Your Majesty, please spare him. Among the crowd stood Count Joseph, who heard the cheers echoing everywhere, and thought to himself in a panic about the current atmosphere. Memories of seeing a young Callie suddenly flashed in Count Joseph's mind, his expression serious as he confirmed it was just like 4 years ago. The silhouette of the hero floated in his thoughts about the past. Back to the Oxford incident, ignoring the jealous thoughts of the Count. The crowd, fueled by Callie's determination, continued to chant, Callie was right. They should spare Bokdu's life. The blonde fighter stood at the center of the cheers, his face serious as he faced the higher-ups in the crowd. He thought to himself, that was something he could do to stop them. Cryan, how will you respond to my actions? That challenging thought arose as the face of the cunning emperor twisted with rage. The people pushed forward, chanting, spare Bokdu's life, Your Majesty Cryan. At the same time, Kali's inner voice slowly echoed the thoughts of those who had lived their lives under oppression. His gaze shifted to Cryan, who was grimacing helplessly, now daring to stand up against the royal decree. That is something individuals can't do. But at the center of this resistance stood the blonde fighter, towering like a pillar for everyone. Leading them all was Kali, his face serious as if he were in a standoff. Cryan, annoyed, hissed coldly. He angrily snatched the crossbow from the soldier next to him and shouted, hand me that crossbow. I need to take down that fighter first. Cryan raised the crossbow, aiming straight at the two fighters below the stage. Kali showed no fear, standing in front of Bokdu with his brows tightly knitted, moving forward at a steady pace. Approaching was Marquis Iron, who grasped Cryan's bow arm and reminded him, Your Majesty, please calm down. Cryan was like a ticking time bomb, ready to explode at any moment, and he screamed at Iron, don't hold me back, I won't spare him. But just moments later, Cryan's eyes widened in fear. Facing the serious expression that silently warned the clueless king, Cryan's jaw dropped, frozen in place. Even though he was terrified, Cryan still tried to fight back, saying, I am the king. I can't let that slave defy my orders. In the small space where they stood, a heavy silence fell. Marquis Iron sighed and thought to himself, this scoundrel dares to call himself a king. Angan slowly spoke up to reprimand him. Cut it out right now. He leaned in close to Cryan and continued speaking. If this keeps up, the royal dignity will be completely lost. Do you really want to be humiliated over this? Cryan jerked back and shouted, how dare you say that to me? In response, Iron simply called out, Your Majesty. The Marquis placed his hand on the opponent's shoulder, a smirk playing on his lips as he said, I won't repeat myself. Just smile and show the grace of a wise ruler. Cryan bowed his head, gripping his bow and arrows tightly. Moments later, that whimsical king turned to address the crowd below with a cheerful tone. Rest assured, I was just testing your loyalty. This truly is a great match. The crowd erupted in cheers. Long live the king. You are so merciful. Even Kali, standing in the arena, breathed a sigh of relief and said, Thank you. Your Majesty. This facet of goodwill left both Cryan and Kali feeling a deep discomfort gnawing at their insides. Not wanting to look at that fighter any longer, Cryan turned and stormed off, clenching his fists and muttering, That bastard Kali, I will kill you. As he passed by Iron, he whispered, Just wait. Marquis Iron, I will have my revenge. Once that arrogant king was far enough away, Iron glanced at his hands and murmured, You were right, Kali. The blinding light from the stands illuminated the golden-haired fighter, and Iron lamented, In this arena, only the victor gets to wear the crown. In the waiting room, Cryan was practically in a panic. That was a reckless move. My lord. You could have been killed. Kali, on the other hand, remained unfazed, replying nonchalantly, I knew they would not dare harm me. If something happens, Marquis Iron will step in. The young man shouted in admonishment. That was far too risky. Kali fell silent, lost in his thoughts. Last time I fought Oxford, the audience was behind me. In a situation like this, the pressure from the crowd is immense, especially for a puppet king like him. He would not dare do anything. Over there, Beacon continued to jump. Maybe I should just bail on the tournament and head back home. Hearing this, Kali lost it and grabbed Beacon by the collar. I told you to be quiet while I think. Trust me. Got it. The Count's nephew was startled by the outburst but hesitated, asking, So your opponent is that puppet king? The fighter patted the other on the shoulder reassuringly. All right. Your job is to enhance security around this estate. He turned with determination. I will win this tournament and bring the title back to our family. I won't give up until I do. Beacon watched the back of the other and could not help but sigh. That guy is so determined. Maybe this time he really will make history. Meanwhile, in the royal palace, where the grand halls were shrouded in darkness, a glass of wine was smashed to the floor accompanied by a furious voice. That damn slave. Cryan fumed. Approaching angrily, that bastard Kali. A slender figure emerged from the shadows, gently asking, What is wrong? Your Majesty, why are you so angry? Cryan's face instantly lit up. He turned around and called out. Finally, you are here, Nasa. The girl in the black shirt smiled softly at that. Ada took off his hood and asked, What did you think of today's match? Nasa sat on the bed gently stroking Cryan's head resting on her lap. Ada slowly continued. So it was all because of that arrogant slave Callie. Ava's delicate hand lightly caressed the king's face as she added, "It seems my father has come out to defend that guy. Which has made you angry? Ever since the former king passed away, my father has changed." Korean immediately jumped on that bandwagon. "Just like I said, those nobles really do not see me as anything." NASA continued to reassure him. "That is exactly why I left the family. As of, I have no ties to them anymore." Korean sat up, gazing at his beloved with admiration and said, "Really? So even if you are no longer connected to those nobles, everything's cool," he then said. "All you need to do is stay by my side. I will handle everything for you. So you do not have to worry about a thing." Nasa replied with a gentle smile. "Thank you, my lord." Just for a moment when Kryan was not paying attention, Nasa smirked subtly and thought, "This foolish king is so easy to manipulate. Just a few sweet words and he believes me." Remembering the potion bottle still sitting on the table, she told herself, "Even though I have drugged him, it seems he is still not completely under my control." Then she began to make her request. "I have a favor to ask, my lord." The figure of the girl swayed gently in the hazy night. Nasa whispered into his ear, "Please send another secret letter to Duke Red Bowling." A few days later, Callie was frustrated while reading the letter in his hands, muttering, "Who the heck is Duke Red Bowling?" Just then, Bigorn chimed in to clarify. "He is one of the 5 noble families stationed with about 500 soldiers outside the Grand City." Callie stroked his chin in confusion. 500? He can't possibly be bringing an army here just for fun, right? He scratched his head, pondering. But the king's funeral has been over for a long time. Why have not they left yet? His cousin, the Marquis's nephew, chimed in. Clearly, they are taking this opportunity to scout around for something under that scoundrel Kryan. Hearing this, Callie lowered his head and mumbled, "This seems like something for Marquis Iran to handle." Bigorn did not quite agree. He replied, "But they sent a letter requesting to meet with you directly, even if it is secretly, without anyone else knowing." Suddenly, Bigorn leaned closer to inspect the thin letter in his hand and said, "However, this letter does not bear any seal related to Duke Red Bowling." Callie propped his chin up with one hand while the other moved the pen back and forth across the paper. Sighing, the current situation is really unstable. After scribbling a few characters on the paper, Callie thought to himself, most of the power in the kingdom belongs to Marquis Iran. Remembering that powerful man, he continued to muse. From what I can see, Marquis Iran may have a high status, but he has little territory. Yet, he absolutely controls all the military power in this capital. The dukes, on the other hand, have plenty of land. But because theirs is far from the capital, they can't react quickly to what is happening here. The current situation feels like a white pawn caught in a web of chains. Callie sketches symbols representing various factions. His thoughts continue to swirl, but looking closely, the Red Bowling faction uses the excuse of attending a funeral to keep 500 soldiers here for an entire month, which could spark a confrontation between Red Bowling and Iran. The blonde fighter suddenly widens his eyes, realizing that this could be the grand plan of the year. The power struggle resembles a game of chess, and Callie quietly affirms that he wants to eliminate the Marquis of Iran and turn the scumbag Kryan into his puppet. The situation shifts slightly. Right now, King Kryan seems like a trophy shielding the mastermind behind all this. The paper on the table now has 2 new symbols added. Callie analyzes. But what is intriguing is who is backing this plan. Remembering that he had previously attended events with Iran, his thoughts continue to churn. Overall, both Zed Bowling and Iran are desperately trying to rally forces to their side, and we might just be on their radar. Behind him are powerful, enormous forces, and in front lies a flimsy little analysis paper. Callie muses, reminding himself that every move he makes needs to be cautious. Moments later, he slams his fist on the table, scolding himself. I have gained a reputation among the nobility, so I must be significant to them. This political game is truly exhausting. Callie thinks to himself. The empire and its people have suffered too much already. Maybe Bihorn is right. I should return to my territory. But I am not the type to back down in the face of adversity. Moreover, even if I go back, the beautiful image of Azalea flashes in his mind. Callie's mood darkens as he continues to think. But I can guarantee that this political war won't spill over into the Agassiz territory. He speaks with a serious tone. I can let those nobles push me around. I need to take care of business. The atmosphere shifts. A warm candlelit glow flickers around the table, and a voice echoes, Thank you for coming, Lord Agassiz. The man then addresses Callie, who just arrived, saying, Honestly, I did not expect you to show up. An elderly man with silver hair sits with clasped hands. This is the Red Bowling formula, he says calmly. I thought you had joined the Marquis of Iran. Callie grips his sword tightly and replies, I just want to meet both sides to ensure fairness. In his mind, he counts the formula and 2 subordinates, A total of 3 people. Both subordinates armed. The red bowling figure speaks up. Since you are here, I assume you are ready to hear me out. As Kali pulls out a chair, he responds. But before we begin, I need to ask one thing. Thinking of soldiers lined up in neat rows, he asks, why did you bring soldiers to Kundal? A regular visit should not require such a large scale. To be honest, it feels like there is something suspicious going on. Red bowling stands calmly with his hands clasped, asking him back. Suspicious? Did the Marquis of Iron say anything about me? The image of a man with dark, brooding eyes appears. The red bowling figure continues. The Marquis of Iron does not have his own territory, but he has enough soldiers and loyal followers to build a powerful faction. Where does the money to sustain the army and those people come from? Anyone know? Everyone understands. But no one dares to say it out loud. It is the royal treasury. The old man at that moment took his hands off the table and shot a question back at Kali. He was doing everything he could to manipulate the royal family, holding on to his power. So you tell me, who is really the suspicious one? The blonde-headed kid replied. But the courtier has the heart to protect the kingdom. Kali lifted his chin and continued. At least he does not want to see the kingdom fall. He silently added in his mind. I have never thought of Iran as a clean person. Red bowling lowered his eyes, cutting off the other person's words. Of course. I do not want the kingdom to collapse. What I am aiming for is to end the unjust privileges he is abusing. Kali turned his face, silently rolling his eyes at the Duke, who was rambling on, sounding so noble. He continued questioning the Duke. But are you trying to seize power by relying on Kreen? You think dragging someone like me, someone the king dislikes, will matter? Red bowling shot back. Do you really think that Brad is important? The image of the fighter being passionately supported by the people emerged. The Duke explained. The noblesse status, his wide influence, and the admiration of the public. If they support me, everything will be much easier. The Duke smirked to himself. Even if I can overthrow Iran, if Kali August stands with Han, the people will definitely not look at me favorably. On the contrary, if Kali aligns with me, even with minor conflicts, I can still maintain my legitimacy. At this moment, he pointed straight at Kali and said, Kali August, decide, do you want to be my friend or my enemy? Kali realized that the conversation was coming to an end, stood up, and said, then I will choose to be your enemy. I would rather not be friends with you. I can feel the age difference between us is too stark. A soldier behind him heard this and angrily drew his sword. But Duke Red Bowling raised his hand to stop him. He glared and asked, are not you afraid of death? Kali calmly replied, as a fighter, I am used to facing death every day. Hearing this, Duke Red Bowling leaned on the table and said to the departing boy, today I will spare your life, but do not count on it again. You want to keep your head on your shoulders for long? Kali shot back fiercely. Which means I will return with the championship title in hand. Just before he lifted the curtain to go outside, Red Bowling called him back. I have one last question. Why did you choose to side with Marquis Iron instead of me? Kali tilted his head and replied, no matter who holds power, the kingdom runs like this. A flash from the past appeared in his mind with the words, I chose this because it was my decision. The next words from the fighter made the Duke widen his eyes in disbelief. I do not want to be friends with schemers and cold-blooded people like you. He stepped through the curtain to look inside and continued. I do not like mingling with those who never accept any loss. The Duke and his 2 subordinates were left in stunned silence. Red Bowling was furious. How dare you look down on me? In his mind, he calculated how to deal with him in front of so many people. But how to do it without anyone knowing I am behind it all. Then, he ordered an investigation into his past before he became a noble. And the subordinate could not help but wonder. But was not he just a boxer? Before he could get an answer, the soldier turned pale with fear. The Duke shot him a cold glance and reminded him, you are not allowed to oppose my orders. In contrast to the tension on the formal side, when Kali returned home, he rushed to greet him. My lord, you are back. I have been waiting all day. It is driving me crazy. Kali handed him his coat and said, all right. Thinking back to the panic as he was leaving earlier, Kali felt embarrassed and admitted, I have to confess, I was really scared they would chase after me. The nearby servant responded, feeling a bit awkward. How's the Red Bowling formula going? Kali slowly contemplated his thoughts. That old man is indeed cunning. I have no intention of siding with him. I stopped by Iron's mansion to report everything that happened today, and decided to sail with him. Although I can't fully trust the Marquis, at least he is straightforward and transparent. The nearby servant sighed in relief, thinking about how his lord could turn into a mere puppet. He said, you have made the right decision. Following the Red Bowling formula is like tying yourself to his hands. Kali suddenly fell silent after that statement. Not long after, he spoke up with a command. Get hot water ready for me. I want to take a bath now. The servant immediately replied. Yep. My lord. Lying in the warm bath, Kali muttered to himself. A puppet. 1 year ago in the western desert. In a tent set up in the desert, He had tried everything to control him. Yet he still managed to escape. It is impressive. Kali leaned on his bed and replied. Under the control of that sly one. How could anyone live long? Next to him was Iskander. Arms crossed. Letting out a breath. Saying. Lately. I can't guess what he is thinking. Suddenly, the third prince began speaking seriously. Now that we are away from the palace, I want to ask the question that has been on my mind. He turned to the person lying on the bed with icy eyes and asked. Are you the one who killed my brother? Orestes. Kali paid no mind to the threatening gaze. Recalling the painful man lying on the ground back then, he answered Iskandar. Who knows? The third prince crossed his arms, looking down as he analyzed. The older brother and the younger were enemies. They could never get along. The younger brother planned to incite civil war, aiming to invade the kingdom. To me, they are both brothers. Kali squinted one eye and replied. You do not care about who is gold. That is why you can treat them both fairly. Iskandar's face suddenly looked constipated, hesitating to speak, as if a civil war might actually break out. A bead of sweat dripped down his sharp face as he continued. I will have to choose a side between the two. Kali looked away to avoid Iskandar's gaze and said, Philippos is your brother. That is why he does not want to dirty his hands. He wants to maintain the image of a brother you can trust. Back in the present, Kali leaned against the tub with wandering thoughts. Philippos and those in court hailed him as a hero who stopped the civil war. What kind of hero? He was just a guilty murderer. Remembering the light golden eyes of the grand prince from the past, Kali told himself that he had no regrets about leaving. If you do not live your own life, then living again holds no meaning at all. With that thought, the young warrior decided to get up. It was time to head out. Outside the bathroom door, a series of loud, jarring noises startled Kali. The blonde warrior wondered silently. What the heck is that? The bathroom door was forcefully kicked open. Kali immediately ducked down into the bathtub, raising his arms to cover himself. The intruder was Beefy Doo, who burst in, yelling that the master was here. Recognizing who it was, Kali raised his hands defensively and exclaimed, Wait, what is going on? You want to confront me in this state? Bixdu opened his mouth wide to explain. That is not it. After the match ended, I did not get a chance to thank you. Master, please forgive my rudeness. Hearing the apology, Kali waved his hand dismissively, saying, That is enough. Thank you. But I really need to shower, so get out. BC Doo, realizing he was being shooed away, fell to the floor with a thud. Quickly adding, But I have not finished speaking. Your life-saving grace. I can't figure out how to repay you. I have been thinking day and night, and still can't come up with anything. His voice boomed. But all Kali could do was grimace in despair. The floor, behind, a bunch of maids were peeking in curiously. But he continued to shout. This life. It all belongs to you. Master. Kali replied blankly. Wait a second. Let me shower first. But Beefy Doo interrupted with a heartfelt declaration. I swear I will devote my life to you. Master. Kali helplessly responded again. All right. But let me shower first. Okay, now. With a clear answer, Kali lifted his hands to his face in defeat. Reluctantly agreeing. Fine. I will let one more fighter join the dojo. It is not a loss for now. Just stay as a guest. Hearing this, Beefy Doo beamed and looked up at him. The next moment, his sturdy body was kicked out of the bathroom with a shout. Now get out. Not done there. He peeked out to scold the maids standing nearby. Hey. Why are you all still staring? Get back to your duties. The group, faced with the angry warrior disturbed while showering, quickly scattered away with flushed faces. Feeling embarrassed, once the crowd was gone, Kali let out a long sigh. Fast forward to last week's fourth match. At a place called Quindine, the Bak Hall, Kali held his side and said, Hey. The wound from the competition still has not healed. He glanced over at Biafiyu training beside him and thought, still, my condition is better than those fighters. Honestly, a minor injury like this is a blessing. The young fighter, Baiqiu, was holding his hands up and continuously moving back and forth along the rope. After a while, Bixiu could not help but ask his master, Master, this method is really okay, right? It looks like you are about to fall. Kali, with his hands in his pockets, replied, It is just a matter of imbalance between the upper and lower parts of your body. Bixiu asked back in confusion. Imbalance. Kali explained. The weight of the upper and lower parts is not consistent. Kali continued to delve deeper into the imbalance, explaining that when the two parts of the body are not aligned, your center of gravity becomes unstable, which significantly reduces the power of your strikes. Bofiyu, taken aback, exclaimed, I never expected you to understand it so thoroughly. Teacher, in stark contrast to his usual demeanor, Kali retorted, How do I look in your eyes? Befuyu immediately shot back with a cheeky remark. Well, I thought you were the type to overpower your opponents with raw strength. Hearing this, Callie kicked him hard, straightening her leg. After the kick, Callie raised an eyebrow, clearly annoyed, and said, "What?" Without dwelling on that for too long, she switched topics and asked, "Buffy, when did you face off against Tors?" As he stood up with a clap, Bufu replied, "About a year ago. At Whiskey." "Right. Who has not heard of August Tors, wild boar at Whiskey?" Khaled let him reminisce for a moment before asking, "How did you lose?" A brief silence fell, and Bfu chuckled, scratching his head as he said, "I lost bet. With my reputation in tatters." Memories of that epic battle flashed through Bfu's mind. His voice echoed again as the memories shifted to the moment Tors stood tall after the fight, saying, "I tried to break through his defense, only to be caught off guard by that technique. Because of that, I got taken down right after. After that battle, I could not stop studying his defense." He continued, "But after the fight, I saw you executing that same defensive stance flawlessly. That is why I was so shocked." Callie pointed at her own face and said, "Of course. I taught Tors that defense." Bufu exploded with excitement. "Wait, I am not hearing things. Are you really Tors' master?" Callie waved his words away, correcting him. "Not exactly. We just graduated from the same fighter academy." Thinking back to that young fighter from years ago, Callie reflected. Back then, Tors had to fight constantly due to his family's financial struggles. In just 4 years, he racked up over 200 victories. At this point, Callie stroked his chin, lost in thought. I can't even guess his limits anymore. Just then, Snorin walked over to them, calling out, "So you are all here? Fighters." The moment she approached, Bfu froze like he would been hit by the spring sun. Callie did not pay much attention and turned to the girl, asking, "You are here? Got any news for us?" Snorin finally noticed the other person present aside from Callie. She smiled lightly and greeted, "Is this a stranger? Nice to meet you, sir." Getting a smile from the beauty, Bfu stammered, "Ivu, a loyal student of the teacher. Sorry, I am a bit hard to understand." Snorin did not say much more, turning to leave, adding, "Well, you train hard, and I will let you know when I am done." Callie answered from behind, "All right. Sounds good." Once the beauty was out of earshot, Bufu leaned in shyly to ask Callie, "Who was that earlier? Is she your girlfriend?" Callie shot him a look and warned, "Hey, do not get any ideas. I have a family. She is just one of the guests staying at the mansion." Bufu sighed in relief. "I see." His reaction made Callie glance at him knowingly, while the blonde fighter let out a long sigh. Once again, he thinks to himself, women are the Achilles heel of men. At the same time, in the royal palace's council hall, Kreen and the high-ranking officials gather around the long table to discuss matters. Iran raises his voice, questioning the one seated on the throne. "Your Majesty, what did you just say? You are planning to replace the guard detail with soldiers from Red Balling, right?" The annoying voice of the steward echoes, but Kreen turns his gaze elsewhere, while Red Bowling shoots him a mocking glance. Kreen glares without looking at Iran and responds somewhat evasively. Clearly aware that during the tournament, illegal activities tend to spike, the capital has become chaotic, leaving the guard detail understaffed and unable to maintain order. The defeated king finally glances at the still fuming steward and asks as if to remind him, "We can't use royal soldiers or regular military forces." Right. Iran, frustrated and unable to retort, can only see the internally, truly putting himself in the mouth of a snake. The steward's brow furrows, thinking to himself, not only has Red Balling been appointed as the finance minister, but now he is also planning to bring soldiers into the inner circle. A moment later, Iran shoots a glance at Red Balling and says, "Your Majesty, forgive me, but the soldiers from Red Balling are notoriously brutal. I do not believe they are suited for maintaining order." Red Balling immediately turns to Krint, expressing, "Don't worry. I assure you on my ancestral honor, my soldiers won't harm civilians or disrupt order." At this point, with no other reasons to counter, Iran starts to panic, thinking this is not good. If these two forces clash, it will lead to a civil war, and not only will the tournament be ruined, but the kingdom will be lost as well. I have not found NASA yet. I can't let that happen. Remembering the soldiers being wiped out one by one, Iran thinks, Akrin is slipping further from my control. The spies I planted in the palace are all gone. In the grand hall, filled with tension, he clenches his jaw and thinks, Kryn is acting so decisively. Could it be that, looking at those present, Iran speculates that some third force might be involved? At that moment, a shadowy figure appears at the entrance. NASA, with her black round scarf, surveys the situation inside and softly remarks, "You seem quite troubled." Your Excellency. A wicked look crosses her face as she continues to think. After all, I have no future left. So everyone must descend into hell with me. Meanwhile, in another place, Snorin's voice rings out. According to the investigation, it seems Naso and Aran are still here. Her trail has vanished in the palace. Her words leave Kali feeling a bit troubled. Thinking. The palace. There is no way I can get in there. Is she teaming up with someone? As she ponders this, light from outside slowly begins to shine on Kali. The door opens, and Kali steps outside, preparing for the fourth match of the tournament. He slaps his face and mutters to himself. What am I thinking? I can't get distracted by NASA. I have to stay focused. Kali and his opponent step into the center of the arena. He observes the man in front of him and concludes. This opponent is quite skilled. They fist bumped, and the other said, let us give it our all, killer of gods. Kali replied. You too. The gong sounded, signaling the start of the match. And Kali's opponent launched powerful punches straight at him. The blonde fighter furrowed his brow, quickly dodging the strike as a punch zoomed past him aimed directly at Kali. With a swift movement, he leaned to the side just in time, the air crackling with the force of that punch. Kali thought. Being one of the last 8, this guy's skills are certainly impressive. Focus. Kali. A right hook came at him, and he quickly stepped back to evade it. Without hesitation, he shot his arm out towards his opponent's face. The opponent got hit hard and blood spurted from his nose. The arena was alive with the sounds of fierce attacks. Kali wasted no time. He delivered a solid hook to the guy's gut. The impact hit him in the stomach, forcing the guy to clamp his mouth shut. But he could not hold it for long. He quickly doubled over and spewed out a mouthful. Suddenly, the rhythm of the fight halted. Kali stood ready and asked his opponent, are not you going to attack anymore? In his mind, he thought, with that relentless assault, this fight should be over. However, if he did not keep it intense, he feared he would be left with no way out for going against them. A bitter truth that could not be denied when 2 fighters step into the ring is that for a warrior, each battle is a life or death gamble. To win, one must risk the life of the opponent, and failure means tomorrow is not guaranteed. Looking down at the stern fighter below, it was undeniable that Kali's action, giving his opponent a chance, carried a defiant undertone. It was a showdown between Kali and that arrogant king. A warning to Kryn that the world is not in his control. The high-ranking official could not help but marvel, thinking to himself, this guy really dares to defy the king. Watching the boy being cheered on in the arena, he thought, not to mention the commoners and young nobles rallying behind him. At that moment, the official gritted his teeth in annoyance, thinking if he could not break him under pressure, he would have to eliminate him instead. He turned to his subordinate beside him and asked, you followed my orders, right? The subordinate bowed his head and replied, yep, sir. There won't be any issues. Hearing this, the subordinate waved his hands, issuing a silent command. Once this was over, make sure to eliminate him quietly. The official's expression turned cold as he emphasized, we must ensure that kid does not say a word. Down in the stands, Kali repeated his question to his opponent again, causing a bit of confusion. Why are not you attacking? What are you waiting for? The guy grunted, asking himself, is he really letting me go? Kali's opponent looked up at the lofty seats, thinking he did not want to die at the hands of those black-clad spectators and those nobles. But in a moment of inspiration, he decided, I will seize this chance to take him down. A memory surfaces. The rival smugly recalls the moment that Duke came to find him. If he could just take him down, that Duke would grant him everything he has been craving. He strides toward Kali again, thinking to himself, you only have yourself to blame for being too merciful. The punch slices through Kali's chest, a gash instantly appearing across his broken ribs. Kali glares furiously at his opponent, cursing in his mind, that damn cheater is playing dirty. Eyeing the needles pinched between the rival's fingers, Kali blinks in disbelief. Is that a hidden weapon? He turns to the referee, wondering silently why the audience far away is not saying anything. But the referee sees it and says nothing. The referee, caught in Kali's gaze, quickly looks away. Suspiciously, Kali thinks, he is letting that guy slide. At this moment, standing between these two on the battlefield, he can confidently say they seem to be in cahoots with the nobles. He is in deep trouble now. Kali glances toward the seating of that arrogant king, speculating, what is the deal with that red-balling Duke? Or is it that scumbag Kryn? The fight rages on, and another cut appears on Kali's arm. Not long after, a cut slices through his cheek, blood pouring out. Kali keeps backing away, while that dirty player presses in closer. The sound of the crowd growing louder. What the hell? A spectator in the high stands comments, Kali is racking up injuries now. And someone nearby chimes in, looks like he is getting cut by those opponent's wires. After dodging for a while, Kali stops and raises his hand to cover his face. When he lowers his hand, a fresh wound is revealed, bleeding profusely. Callie growls. That bastard. The nasty opponent continues to attack, thinking to himself, I have already dominated the guy who knocked out Oxford, now I can take down Han. He thinks, swinging his arm for a finishing blow. This time, while retreating to dodge the strike, Kelly accidentally stumbles toward the referee behind him. As he falls, the blonde fighter instinctively thrusts his hand back, breaking a rib of the referee, as the referee crumples to the ground. Callie rises, fixing a cold stare on his opponent, thinking to himself, one down. Caught in that gaze, the nasty guy gulps nervously. He thinks something feels off. Right after that, Callie darts forward, while the nasty opponent raises his hand to attack. Callie spins low, lowering his center of gravity to avoid it. He hears the punch land on the side of his opponent, causing him to gasp in pain. The guy instinctively drops the needle in his hand, clutching his ribs instead. Callie grips the rival's face tightly. He grinds his teeth and says to him, it is not over yet. Fear spreads through the rival, who cries out, I surrender. But before he can finish, he eats a punch right in the mouth. Callie maintains his stance, darkly stating, you know what is up, I gave you a chance. If you go down too fast, the king will have your head. His fist suddenly pulls back, taking blood and teeth from the nasty opponent. The rival stares wide-eyed in shock at this sudden turn of events. He begins to kneel, pleading desperately, please. Despite the guy's sobs, Kelly's hand still reaches out to grab his head. Your voice is like a messenger from hell, but too bad. You have truly disappointed me. My compassion has run out, Callie declared, raising his fist high. This was the decisive blow, and in that final moment, the golden-haired fighter stood tall, facing the kings and nobles seated high above. Right Pauling and his subordinates were visibly shaken by the outcome. Callie gritted his teeth, each word dripping with disdain for those scoundrels using such underhanded tactics. Right Pauling turned to confront his subordinate, demanding to know what was going on. His subordinate could only bow and say, Sir. Right Pauling clenched his jaw, thinking hard Han's opponent had bribed the referee, and yet Han could not take him down. The nobles started murmuring, and it was clear Callie was set to be the champion. But let us not forget about Torres. He is a fierce contender too. With 200 wins under his belt, that record might not mean much in the countryside. But as each match unfolded, it was clear many fighters fell to Callie, and right now, Torres was one of them, regardless of the odds. The competitors in the tournament were preparing rigorously for their battles. In another arena, a tall man with a mohawk stood at the edge, his eyes fixed on the ground. Facing him was Torres, adjusting his gloves with a serious expression. Torres raised his hands in a defensive stance, startling a spectator watching the match. Callie's eyes widened as he looked down, thinking about Torres' name. The match below kicked off, and Callie muttered to himself, he is using that solitary defensive technique again. The golden-haired fighter stroked his chin, lost in thought. About a year ago, Anna was still employing that solid defense. Perhaps he has recognized the weakness in that defense and switched to a different technique. Watching the two fighters charge at each other, Callie continued to ponder. There were no structured training methods here. Professional trainers would find it risky to abandon familiar fighting styles for something new. Torres' opponent, the Mohawk guy, swung his fists, combining it with his entire body's movement. Torres quickly leaned back, dodging with ease. After evading the punch, the Mohawk guy lunged forward, landing a straight jab to his opponent's face. The Mohawk guy got clocked in the jaw, two of his teeth flying out from the impact, not one to back down. He roared, charging forward again, unleashing a flurry of punches. In the stands, the crowd was cheering and getting hyped, shouting, what a block. The pig seems like he is about to win. But unlike everyone else, Callie watched the block in disbelief, asking himself, what the heck is going on? Callie felt utterly confused, questioning in his mind, what is Torres doing? He analyzed Torres' movements below, noting that this fresh fighting style appeared to be effective. Every move from his opponent was being countered, and the attacks against him seemed nearly ineffective. Observing the Mohawk guy as he began to strike, Callie told himself, he just needs to move a little forward to gain the upper hand. The attack from the punk did not just miss Torres. It opened the door for him to close in on his own weaknesses. Callie kept thinking that before the opponent even threw a punch, he could see it coming and dodge it. He silently observed as Torres jerked back to evade the strike. When the opponent got too close, he could just take a small step back, or twist his body side to side to stretch out the distance, causing the opponent to lose their breath. And sure enough, he dodged another blow with a swift turn. Callie was certain every attack from his opponent had been almost completely neutralized. He fought as if he knew every move the opponent was going to make. Just to prove Callie right, Torres' swift punch came flying in. A direct hit to the opponent's ribs left him speechless, and the punk crumpled to the ground. The referee stepped in, raising Torres' muscular arm high to announce the winner. Torres the pig. Callie nodded to himself, Thinking this was truly a match full of surprises, he spoke aloud. Tours the pig. You have shown me some interesting things in this fight. At the same time, the person below the ring shot a cold glare upward. Sang was dazzled as the gate lifted, letting the fighter with the muscular build step into the arena. As Tours walked in, he recalled the fights he had seen from Callie and told himself, I have been watching your matches for a while now. Callie, Tours continued to analyze. In the past, your strikes lean towards being sharp but super risky. But now, you have completely transformed. Your attacks are polished in every way from technique, stamina, to spirit. His strong legs pounded the ground of the arena, and Tours wondered, when did you change so much? It is truly a remarkable transformation that I still can't wrap my head around. I always ask myself. Tours stood leisurely amidst the swirling smoke. I can't change. He adjusted his gloves while standing in the thick dust, facing the silhouette of Callie in his mind. Tours could not help but think, if I were to face him, could I actually win? At that moment, he raised his hands into a defensive stance. But his thoughts were still racing. You were defeated before I even had the chance to do that. Callie, you truly are a fighter at the top of your game. His face was a mix of silence and madness as Tours thought, if I can beat you, I can show everyone that no one is stronger than me. I have to win. A few days later, at a fancy mansion, Callie grumbled, as a fighter, I won't accept any defeat. Bu scratched his head, doubtfully asking, are you sure? Teacher, is everything really okay? Callie slapped his chest and replied, if I say it's just, after being scolded like that. Bu could only scratch his head in silence. In the next moment, Callie shifted to a serious expression as Bu threw a quick cross, a flurry of punches, left then right, came at Callie, who dodged them like a pro, and in the final strike, Bu landed a punch straight to the face of the blonde fighter, making Callie wince and shout out in pain. After hitting him, the student did not look happy at all but instead panicked and asked, Teacher, are you okay? Callie sat on the ground, rubbing his head in frustration, realizing he could never match up to that guy Tours. Just thinking about that sharp-eyed young man made Callie spiral into doubt. A couple of hits he could take, but if he kept getting attacked like this, he knew that just staring back would not cut it. Tours had fought over 200 real battles to get where he is now. That is not something you can just train for in a day. He slowly pushed himself up, resting his hand on his thigh, speaking with an annoyed tone so annoying that dude can pull off techniques while I can't. At that moment, Yu slid in, his face all flushed, calling out, hey, teacher. This big, burly guy acted all shy like a schoolgirl asking Callie, how did you manage to snag such a wife? Callie suspiciously shot back, why are you asking about that all of a sudden? Without waiting for BQ to respond, Callie quickly answered for him. Well, I saved her a few times when she was in danger. The blonde-headed guy thought to himself as he said this, the stormy life of Azalea Gust. Bisivo listened to his master's words, resting his chin on his hand, pondering if saving someone in a crisis was key or not. Callie's voice suddenly broke through BFU's thoughts. If it is about Snorin, that is one thing. She is a Jigen after all. The student questioned back. Why not? Is being Jigen a problem? Callie raised his hand for emphasis and replied. It is not that, but Jigens are nomads. They do not stick around in one place. But look, she has not returned for days now. Bu sighed dramatically, saying, then I guess I will go nomad with her. Callie ruffled his hair and said, actually, last time I asked Snorin to read my fortune, she said I am stubborn and loyal. Totally spot on. Callie felt helpless at the sheer stupidity of this guy, but thought to himself, you do not even need to read fortunes. It is obvious. BQ, oblivious to Callie's exasperation, continued. And finally, the image of the sweet girl Snorin appeared in the mind of this love-struck kid. She had said, any lucky woman loved by a guy like you will surely be very happy. As Bixu concluded his daydream, tears were practically bursting out. She definitely had a thing for me. Callie could only facepalm and rub his head, silently retorting, that was just a casual comment. Just then, Began came running from afar, quickly calling out, my lord. Began handed Callie a thin letter and said, there is a new letter for you. You are invited to a party at the royal palace in 3 days. The blonde guy skeptically replied, what? No way Green would invite me. The baron's grandson, who had been eavesdropping, raised 4 fingers and said, sir, you have made it to the semifinals. This is a celebration banquet for the tournament. The baron has to attend. He also mentioned how he noticed the soldiers earlier. Plus, during the last trip, he saw the red bowling soldiers ready to clash with the Iranian troops at any moment. Callie grabbed the letter to check its contents. But first, he turned to remind the other two. After the banquet, stay inside for a while. Those nobles siding with red balling will definitely cause trouble when they see that guy. After speaking, He gazed at the stunning Manga frame behind the meeting wall, lost in thought. At Red Bowling's place, his subordinate handed over some papers while reporting. Kali Agassiz hails from the Agassiz training camp. After presenting the investigation documents, his subordinate continued to report. His father was Cabero, a champion boxer, but he passed away due to complications from an injury. And his mother was a serf, who died right after giving birth to Kali. He first caught attention during a life or death match against Oxford at Wishy. At this point, Red Bowling questioned. After the leg injury, he went to the Empire, then just vanished. The subordinate replied that his movements in the last 2 years are all tied to the Empire, and to investigate thoroughly would take a few months. Red Bowling clicked his tongue, thinking that would be a waste of time. Raised his hand to rest his head, pondering that this news brought no benefits. The best course of action is to let Kali fail in the ongoing tournament. Red Bowling interlaced his fingers, thinking about the Marquis who always opposes him, telling himself that in the worst-case scenario, it would take a lot of time to win the people over. But I will expel the Iron family. I will arrange my own army. Even the royal guards can be bought off. So there is nothing to worry about. He smugly thought. Kryn is on my side, so I can control his army anytime. 3 days later, in the royal banquet hall, the warm ambience filled with well-dressed people chatting together suddenly fell silent. In the distance, Tors had just been slapped in the face, and was now being relentlessly bullied by someone, daring to refuse my invitation. The one bullying him was a noblewoman, angrily pointing at Tors' face, saying, "Do you even know who I am? How dare you speak so arrogantly? My father is Bateki Duras, and my late father was." Her lengthy rant did not faze Tors at all. He just rolled his eyes, thinking, I really do not need to waste my time here buttering up nobles before the most important match of my life. Tors lowered his gaze, thinking about the imminent tournament. This might be the last match of his life. Moments later, he calmly addressed the noblewoman. So if hitting me makes you feel good, go ahead. This made her hesitate, asking, what did you just say? With that, she quickly grabbed a nearby small knife and threatened him, saying, a lowly person like you thinks anyone will care if you die here. A man with a patterned yellow sleeve appeared, grabbing the noblewoman's hand holding the weapon and exclaiming softly. Kali stepped in, lifting the noblewoman, causing her to drop the knife. His handsome face softened as he said, if he dies here, I will be the one in trouble. Madam. The noblewoman stammered. You are Agassiz's male fighter. After calming the noblewoman down, Tors joked with Kali. Looks like you have gained some fame. Man. I barely escaped trouble. Kali immediately shot back with a teasing tone. If you are grateful, just give up. Tors raised a finger in response. Wait. This is fun. Then, these two fierce fighters walked around the corner to chat. Kali started. Coach Nixa is still coaching. Even though he is a bit skinny, he is still really strong. He continued. You probably did not know. Kijo got married. Tors widened his eyes and asked. Wait, what? That guy Kijo? Kali chuckled as he recounted how clumsy Kijo has been since tying the knot. Now he is still a coach, but he is also helping his wife at a sake brewery. Looks like being a coach is not really his thing. Tors rolled his eyes and laughed at the old buddy. He used to hustle around as a fighter in the academy, and now he is back at it again. Suddenly, Tors' face turned a bit awkward as he hesitated and asked, what about Miss Azalea? Kali scratched his face and replied. Last winter, she was pregnant with their second child. Fingers crossed it is a girl this time. Boys are so boring. Tors, hearing this, responded with a look of disbelief. Dude, you are so not cut out to be a dad. Conversation like this, without any hierarchy, made Kali secretly smile to himself. Who knew that such casual chats could be this enjoyable? Ever since becoming a noble, I have felt like I have been wearing a mask. Glancing at the guy next to him, who was unconsciously smiling gently, Kali thought, maybe it is because he is one of the few real friends I have. Suddenly, a middle-aged man came running from a distance, waving his hand and calling out, Tors, there you are. The man was Namtek from Doraemon. The first thing he did upon reaching them was to grab Kali's hand and exclaim, long time no see. Namtek gestured to Kali, who replied, it has been a while, Namtek Doraemon. Then, Namtek turned to Tors and said, come on, Tors. There are a bunch of people who want to see you. The annoyed fighter shot back. If it is about smoozing with nobles, I'm out. Namtek, let us not waste any time, he quickly said, waving off the crowd. They are not just fans. They genuinely love your boxing. Anyway, it is worth stepping out for a bit. Kali thought, standing back and wondering who the real boss is here. Before Kali could say anything more, the crowd erupted, chanting, long live the king. Kryan stepped forward with his fiancée and declared, I appreciate all of you for being here. He shook his drink and spoke with reluctance. Today is a celebration for the warriors who made it to the semifinals. I hope you all enjoy this party and bring forth glorious battles. He raised his glass high and said in a disinterested tone, half of this glory I dedicate to the spirit of my father, King Brarn. The rest goes to my people and my fiancée, Marina Joseph. As soon as he finished, the people cheered, long live the king. But Kryan, feeling drained, walked away, thinking, lately, nothing tastes good, my stomach's a mess, and I miss NASA. Amidst the crowd, Callie stood alone, lost in thought. The semifinals are just a few days away. I will have to fight Tors. As I listened, Callie whispered to himself, you think I am the genius? Now, that is you. Tors' hand tightened into a fist, and Callie softly called out, Tors. The golden-haired fighter's eyes lit up with determination. Thinking, I will surpass you to become the strongest. After the banquet, Callie dedicated all his time to training, spending quiet mornings in the deserted forest. A trio made up of Callie, BC Du, and Began jogged together under the dawn light. After a few more steps, BK Du could not hold it anymore and collapsed, gasping for breath. He muttered, I thought my endurance was better than this. Seeing this, Callie stopped to grab a water bottle, reminding everyone lying on the ground, don't push yourselves too hard, take a break. Then, Callie turned to the last member of their trio and asked in surprise, Began, you are holding up well. After wiping off his sweat, Began replied, if I want to survive among these boxing monsters, I've got to push myself like this. Some of us are growing up. There are those planning strategies, like the noble lords, and others. In the grand arena, a chiseled face emerged under the sunlight, preparing for the ultimate showdown. The tall Tors, a boxing genius with light blonde hair, squared off against Callie, the fierce warriors of the two strongest contenders. As the semifinals of the tournament began, up in the stands, soldiers were distributing bread to the crowd, calling out, Bake, bake. This is a gift from the king and the red bowling family for all subjects. Watching the distribution unfold, one man thought to himself, red bowling seems to be spending quite a bit, and here I am, unable to contribute anything to the people. This thought belonged to Marquis Iron, who frowned, muttering, I can feel my influence in the noble circles slipping away, damn it. Green. The Marquis' eyes showed clear signs of worry as he reminded himself, if Callie wins, I need to find a way to keep him in the capital as long as possible. The image of the young baron being adored by countless people flashed in Iran's mind as he analyzed, in this game of nobles, no one can underestimate Callie's growing influence. After his victory, Callie would become a formidable barrier blocking red bowling's path. At this point, he started to feel the weight of his declaration that he would not return without finding NASA. Was that a stroke of luck or a curse? The arena was now fully prepared with the two main characters in place. From the stands, Began and Bokdu, the Count's anxious grandson, whispered, Baron. Below, Callie tilted his head, warming up, thinking, Tores is at the pinnacle of boxing. He had none of the refined techniques of modern boxing, and no extensive knowledge, just the ferocity of wild beasts in mind. Callie could not help but marvel, realizing he had reached this level using only the instincts of a wild beast. What a true natural talent. Yet, the blonde fighter lifted his chin, determined, but I won't let myself fall behind. The two fighters bumped fists before starting the match. Tores clenched his fist and declared resolutely, today, I will surpass you and become the champion. Hearing this, Callie simply widened his eyes. He was not angry. Instead, he chuckled and asked, you think I am the strongest? Tores quickly responded, I have watched all your matches in the tournament. In terms of technique, willpower, and stamina, you are the best on every front. Then he raised his hands in defense and continued, because of that, today I will defeat you. Faced with the challenge, Callie finally reveals the excited expression of a true warrior. A gust of black smoke sweeps through, signaling that an epic battle between two fighters is about to begin. The footsteps hit the ground with such speed that they leave no trace, as Tores charges forward with a fist ready to strike. A blazing punch heads straight for Callie's right side, but he is not one to back down. He counters with a straight punch of his own. The spectator above suddenly sits up, startled at the first phase of the match, where physicality and focus peak, no room for mistakes. Callie's punches come in rapid succession, but Tores skillfully dodges each one. The eyes of the blonde fighter suddenly shine with intensity as he locks onto Tores' movements. An opening reveals itself at the abdomen, and Callie braces to attack, thinking to himself, there is a gap. At the same moment, Tores notices every subtle change in Callie. He thinks to himself, that is the spot. Just before Callie's fist connects with his ribs, Tores' elbow comes crashing down to block it. The blonde fighter grits his teeth, thinking, so it is an active defense. In the next instant, Tores throws a powerful punch from the left, and Callie quickly raises both hands to shield his face. The clash of their opposing forces creates a thunderous impact, The sheer strength forces Kali to grit his teeth. Determined not to be knocked back, unable to hold his ground, Kali is forced to step back quickly. Thinking, there is no way he can keep up with my punch with normal eyesight. He guards his face and speculates. He must be relying on his instincts from my initial movements. Watching his opponent poised on the opposite side, Kali can't help but admire the incredible level of active defense being utilized here. Without missing a beat, Torres lunges forward. Thinking, I see you now, Kali. The young man's gaze hardens with determination. Thinking, I will be the one to defeat you. As he launches a series of punches towards Kali, Torres silently acknowledges. Though my technique is not on your level in boxing, but that is not all. Looking at his opponent, Torres thinks to himself. In the next moment, he rushes towards Kali's opening. Mentally noting, ever since I felt this, Kali's punch is closing in on Torres. But his thoughts do not halt. He has never considered that he could lose to anyone. Not even Kali. That punch from Kali narrowly grazes Torres's cheek. The moment feels electric, and Kali thinks to himself. I did not feel any impact. Recalling his opponent's previous movements, the blonde fighter realizes. When he was hit, he tilted his head to minimize the damage. His eyes widen, and his quick mind starts to analyze. The terrifying aspect of this defense is. Meanwhile, Kali and Torres's fists launch towards each other without hesitation. This attack aims directly at the opponent's sturdy ribcage, and Kali's thoughts echo. It leads to a devastating counterattack. The blonde fighter deftly keeps his fist aimed at his own ribcage. In an instant, Kali was pushed back a bit, and he thought to himself, thank goodness for my sharp eyesight and quick reflexes that helped me escape. Looking at the guy across from him, Kali reassured himself. Torres, you are really strong. His body was showing every vein, nearing the limit of his stamina. Kali thought. Lately, I have not been performing well and never believed I could lose. Memories of past matches flooded his mind, where he had faced disadvantages, forcing him to think hard. Pushing himself to become stronger with every second to win, Kali leaped towards his strongest opponent. Pondering. Only when faced with an insurmountable barrier do I summon all my strength to break it down. But under Torres's watchful eye, Kali quietly resolved. Even if I unleash the perfect punch, a solid defense will block it all. He quickly moved around, planning to create a graceful dance. Torres eyed his opponent suspiciously. Wondering why he had not thrown a punch yet, he struck hard at Kali's ribs. Thinking, what kind of scheme are you plotting? Kali hit hard. Kali immediately bit down to keep from spilling anything from his mouth. Thinking, I know that with my not-so-raw technique, I can't beat Torres. Yet, in the next moment, he affirmed to himself. But there is still a chance for an opening. As if to prove his point, Kali quickly punched straight into Torres's stomach. The powerful blow made him grimace, his teeth grinding. But he could not completely stop a bit of blood from spilling from Torres's throat. The fighter suppressed his pain and countered with a punch to Kali's side. At this moment, he began to resemble a wild boar, just like his alter ego. Another punch landed on the other side of Kali's face. What a fierce battle this is. Truly epic. Kali was getting hit, keeping his distance from his opponent before spitting out a mouthful of blood. Cursing, this Torres is messing up my rhythm. I can't land a single effective blow. After his outburst, the fighter raised both hands in a defensive stance. Thinking, this is bad. I need to get out of this situation fast. With the brightest smile he could muster, Torres roared, Kali, and charged forward with a clenched fist. As he approached Kali, that fist shot straight out. Kali, caught off guard, allowed Torres to break through his defenses. A quick stream of sweat ran down that handsome face. A punch landed directly in Kali's chest, exposing his vulnerability. The impact made Kali gasp, mouth open as if to scream immediately. Without wasting a second, Torres's fist came back around and aimed straight for Kali's jaw. This blow sent Kali sprawling backward. The blonde fighter spat out a mouthful of bright red blood. Kali's eyes immediately caught a glimmer of opportunity. His fist raised high. With a swift motion, he landed a punch that twisted his opponent's face. Torres was hit in the head so hard that he was momentarily dazed. He struggled to maintain his balance, thinking to himself, I can't believe he managed to strike from that position. I lost my focus for a moment. Torres charged forward with a brilliant idea. He had to take out that hand of his. I need to close the distance. Kali saw his opponent wanting to advance and quickly stepped back, thinking to himself, there is no way I can beat Torres in close combat. Now I get why they call him the wild boar. As Torres got closer to Kali, the blonde fighter immediately threw a feint punch, trying to maintain some space between them. But Torres's eyes widened. He quickly crouched down to dodge the blonde fighter's strike. Kali watched his opponent below, thinking, this guy shows some real guts, not afraid of getting hit. But then he thought to himself, but Torres, I know you are about to duck. And just as that thought crossed his mind, The blonde fighter's punch was on its way to the opponent below. A sudden, powerful punch caught Torres completely off guard. The impact made his entire face freeze for a brief moment. Both Torres and Kali fell flat on the ground, turning the arena into a chaotic cloud of dust. In the stands, Bigorn raised his hand to scratch his head, while his buddy next to him cluelessly asked, "What just happened?" Through the thick cloud of dust, the referee could faintly see two figures stubbornly charging at each other. He immediately ran over, shouting, "Fake, fake. Both of you step back." When he got close enough, the referee halted to give the two fighters some space after they just separated. The crowd in the stands erupted with cheers. Still conscious. "Come on. Bear on." Bigorn, sitting nearby, was also shocked, exclaiming, "I can't believe he pushed the master to this point." The cheers around suddenly caught Bigorn and Bigryu's attention. They both paused for a moment. The next second, the two men joined the crowd, shouting, "Do not lose this one. Bear on." Facing the crowd's enthusiastic support, Kali's thoughts were, "Haha, I might actually lose this." His body was trembling uncontrollably, and he silently counted the injuries on his own body. "My ribs are broken in 3 places, and my left wrist is strained from the fall." The blonde fighter gritted his teeth, and in a split second, he felt a rush of panic, thinking, "If I take another hit to the chin, I might not be able to eat meat again." He blinked to check on his opponent's condition at that moment, and confirmed, "But Torres is not looking any better either. I can hear his ribs cracking." Torres' eyes could only barely open a crack now. His vision was fading, and suddenly he let out a light chuckle. Then he sarcastically said, "You look pretty rough, do not you?" Kali, the fighter across from him, laughed back. "It is all good. I am still handsome." Torres spat out a mouthful of blood and replied, "At least that is something to smile about," before wiping away the blood and continuing the fight. Torres whispered to himself a few words: freedom, fame. I may be lacking in every way, but in boxing, victory will belong to me. That is my final honor. With that thought, he let out a long shout and swung his fist hard at his opponent. Kali's eyes sharpened in that moment, silently thinking, "Take this, Torres. That hook aimed right at your chin, there is no way you are dodging it." A hook came from the side, but Torres could not duck in time. He was focused solely on not getting knocked down in the heat of battle. Torres thought, "Being stubborn in boxing is not what I should do." A punch came out of nowhere as he thought that, but thanks to that, he managed to catch him. Spotting a weakness in Kali's defense, Torres immediately swung his fist, landing a solid hit to the side of Kali. The impact on his organs sent shockwaves through Kali, making him gasp loudly. He was knocked back, clutching his stomach where he was hit, coughing violently. His opponent, Torres, leaned against the wall in the ring, also struggling to catch his breath. The referee approached the one lying on the ground, asking if he could still stand. Kali's hand pushed against the ground as his whole body jolted in response. Torres held the person against the wall, his eyes pleading, "Please do not get up again, Kali." The blonde fighter clenched his jaw, watching as that battered body slowly began to rise in the vast arena. Seeing this, Torres approached cautiously and said, "You can get up now, right?" Kali gasped and replied with a smirk, "What do you want me to do?" "Apologize. That last hit was practically a death blow." Torres chuckled mockingly, looking at the guy who just spat blood, his lips trembling. Both fighters, bruised and battered, struggled to stay on their feet. A swift movement shot out, and both Torres and Kali charged at their opponent with incredible speed. At that moment, Kali could barely open one eye, but the other was wide open, shining brightly. A punch landed squarely on Kali's face, making him spit out a mouthful of blood. As he got hit, he could not help but think, "Damn it. Now my body can't keep up either." He dodged while trying to throw a punch, but in his mind, he was screaming. Every time his fist moved, he risked feeling the worst pain. Kali barely had time to strike before his head was hit hard, and deep down, he thought, "I might actually die." The crowd erupted in excitement. It was insane, more brutal than any deathmatch between fighters. Beacon, watching from the front, thought to himself, "The difference between a fighter's deathmatch and their bout is." As he watched the fists of the two collide, Beacon whispered silently, "They care more about winning than surviving." The fight had everyone in awe, and a voice echoed from the depths of Kali's consciousness. The primal value, existing even before weapons of destruction were invented, before stone and wooden tools. The image of Sang Kryan looked dumbfounded as that voice continued. Even in a civilized society, where physical superiority does not equate to status. Looking towards Boku and Beacon, who were intensely focused on the match, the men instinctively desired powerful bodies. At that moment, Kali took another punch, sending blood flying. The subconscious continued to speak, a principle without any reasonable justification, devoid of logic or ethics. not needing anyone's approval. Meanwhile, Tors could not escape being hit either. Drops of blood fell to the ground, and it was unclear whose they were. The blonde fighter took another blow right to the face, planting his feet firmly. Kali swung his arm once more. The voice in his subconscious delivered one final message. Strength is the essence of justice. Tors's strike came in fiercely, but this time, Kali retaliated with a punch straight to his face. Tors's punch slid past Kali, but he received a brutal hit in return. After unleashing their final strengths, these two beasts separated slightly to catch their breath. Tors suddenly threw an uppercut, then slammed his hand down. Both times, it was like a clumsy crab maneuver, forcing Kali to react. Hitting his teeth, the furious fighter lunged forward. His punch connected squarely with Tors's face, blood splattering everywhere. The fighter Tors finally collapsed to the ground. Tors, you can TC anymore. Can you? Kali stood tall, looking down at the boy lying on the ground, and asked him that question. Tors said nothing, just stared up at the distant sky. Kali instinctively turned away, saying, but the blonde fighter quickly cut him off. You are stronger than me. That is just how it is. No excuses. Tors smiled faintly, saying, I am glad you are the last one standing. The crowd erupted in cheers as the outcome of the match became clear in the semifinals of the National Boxing Tournament. Kali wins. His arm shot straight up in the air as a victor. The attendant Aaron watched the scene, his heart racing as he thought, this is not good. He is injured yet still won, standing in the stands. Looking down at the fighter, Aaron fell into deep contemplation. Even if he had not won, he would still be remembered by the public. But right now, victory was essential. After all, people only remember the winners. The attendant's face suddenly darkened. His fists clenched as he thought, this is a disaster. Right Pauling then spoke up, saying, those injuries won't heal before the finals. It would be better if he lost or just died. With that, he wore a wicked smile, thinking, that guy is definitely going down. During the tournament, Kali, face bruised and battered, looked at the slop he was served and said, is this what you call food? He sighed deeply. Next time, tell them to give me more. Beacon shook his head, replying, just tough it out. You threw away everything you ate yesterday. Beacon looked at the person sitting at the table and urged, you need to focus on recovering after that match. I thought you and Tors would be done for. Kali lowered his eyes, reflecting on his battered face. Tors really is the strongest fighter. Thinking of the fierce opponents he had faced, Kali silently affirmed, he is not like those mutated beasts, like the gorilla or the oxer, and he was not raised like Iskander. He is simply a fighter who reached the peak through his own fists. At this thought, Kali felt lighthearted, thinking, I took down Tors, so I do not even care about the championship anymore. I could die without regrets. With that thought, Kali chuckled lightly, remembering his wife. If Azalea knew I thought this way, she would kill me. Bai then chimed in with a stern reminder. You should also think about those responsible for cleaning up your mess. Your nephew stroked his hair and said, the doctor told you to stop daydreaming, but you will still participate, right, in the finals. Kali looked up at the young man, slightly surprised. Reflecting on the moments of fighting Tors, Kali calmly stated, I do not care about the championship. I am not doing this for myself but to prove that Tors is the strongest. His chiseled face showed determination as Kali confidently declared, no matter who my opponent is in the finals, I will finish it quickly 2 weeks after the semifinals. Finals are scheduled for next month. Every day leading up to the finals, the palace throws a party, ensuring the palace is always illuminated with lights in the darkness, and in one room. The night after the party, in the royal bedroom, the sound of labored breathing echoed. A hand rested on another's throat, and a crazed voice unmistakably declared, I am the king. And today's party was held because of me. Cryensiford has gone completely off the rails, and Hen keeps questioning everything. So why? Why is everyone talking about Kali? Why is everyone just searching for him? Then something happened. In the shadows, a man and a woman fell into a trap, and a week later, at that mansion, one person hurriedly shouted, Dude, we have got a huge problem. Kali had just had his ears chopped off and was interrogating the person who walked in. Could it get any worse? I thought I was going diff. Begans, standing nearby in shock, said, It is about the queen to be. Marina Joseph, the king Svianki. Kali, unfazed, asked back, Marina Joseph? What did Joseph do this time? Begans's next words cut through Kali's days like a hot knife through butter. The king killed Marina Joseph. The guy next to him jumped in. All the nobles who need to know already know. Right after the party, the king stopped by her room late at night. This whole thing was treated like a tragic accident in the official announcement. But there is a clear mark on her neck. Kali rubbed the back of his neck, thinking, even though our families are enemies, the reason for her death is pretty unclear. He began to voice his thoughts. That madman finally did it. But what about Baitihi Joseph? Begans looked down and recounted Ba Taika's miserable state. He was in shock. Of course. His youngest daughter just died. After all, the criticisms flew like arrows aimed at that lavish palace. As the two of them spoke up, one asking and one answering, amidst this turmoil, will the tournament continue? It will. And it will be even more extravagant, because they are treating this as an accident. They need something to distract the public. Callie suddenly paused and asked, have you seen Snorin? With everything that has happened, I am really worried. Begans thought for a moment and replied. She used to come once a week. But let me ask the servants. Callie then started to put his feet on the ground, muttering to himself, I am so I just need to breathe. He slowly let go of his thoughts, realizing his wounds had healed. But just one hit would break him again. He pulled his red hood over his head, pondering. Should he go back instead of making things harder on himself? As he walked down the street, a sharp voice caught Callie's attention. Someone boldly declared, Kryn is a tyrant. This left Callie stunned, and he muttered to himself. That voice, looking towards the person trying to grab the crowd's attention on the other side. Callie thought. Warren Joseph, he continued shouting. Warren Joseph, have received the body of my late sister, on behalf of our deceased father. Batioseph, the image of the corpse with fingerprints on its neck flashed in his mind. Warren addressed the crowd. The fingerprints on the girl's neck are unmistakably Kryn's. I can't accept that madman as our king. He is nothing but a sicko. Callie thought as he watched him from below. What a joke. He has done similar things before. His gaze turned icy as he reflected. But this time, it is his sister. No wonder he is furious. Warren continued. I can't let the one who killed my sister roam freely without punishment. Some in the crowd shouted in support. Yeah, he is a tyrant, killing innocent people. Suddenly, the spirit appeared, and they quickly shouted, What are you doing? The sharp blade was pointed at Warren's face, leaving him speechless and frozen in fear. The spirit asked in a low tone that felt like a threat, How dare you insult the royal family? Are you tired of living? A commoner from the crowd suddenly shouted, Stop spreading lies. From what I heard, she died from falling off the railing. Others chimed in, countering the anger. Come on. Warren Joseph? That is not how it went down. The crowd criticized further, saying, Aren't you the one who frequents brothels? This is ridiculous. Know your place. Warren was held tightly by the soldiers. Desperately trying to argue, Marina Joseph was killed unjustly. Please, listen to me. As he struggled, he accidentally looked up and locked eyes with Callie in the crowd. His face suddenly reflected sheer terror. In the next moment, Warren immediately bowed his head to the ground. Acting like he knew nothing, Callie stood there, watching him in silence. He let out a breath, thinking, I said I would break his back if we met again. But now, that is not possible. He thought of the springtime people from earlier and realized the Z-bowling soldiers and the troublemakers were rampant. But looking into the eyes of the surrounding townsfolk, Callie could easily confirm that the seeds of doubt about Green had already been sown. After Warren's outburst, rumor spread from the palace to both nobles and commoners in this opulent capital. The scrutinizing gazes followed the one seated on the golden throne, branding him with the title of a king gone mad. Everyone believed it. A month later, amidst the chaos of dragons, the finals took place. More than wanting to witness the battle, everyone gathered to catch a glimpse of Green, with the stands packed to the brim, sitting in the stands. Some nobles began to gossip. He killed his fiancée and is still hosting a tournament. Yeah. This was supposed to be a celebration of their engagement. The chatter became relentless. Did he really kill her with his own hands? My friend works as a guard at a noble's estate. He said it is true. The king really did it, which is why he publicly executed the prisoner. He is truly a bloodthirsty monster. Green's fists clenched tightly, his anger boiling over. What is going on here? Didn't I order more bread for the people? The servant bowed before him and replied, Yep. Your Majesty, it has been distributed. Green, with his gaunt face, demanded, Then why have not I heard anyone praising my name? Has someone already stolen the spotlight? He immediately shouted his orders. Bring me the one responsible for the food supply. I will execute them on the spot. Red Bowling, sitting nearby, thought to himself, my only mistake was not realizing how utterly unhinged Green could be. Suddenly, he hesitated, changing his mind. Forget it. Just start executing the prisoners. Red Bowling quietly observed him, thinking, I can't predict his next move. A loud command rang out, and a clawed foot stepped forward, releasing the lion. Green watched the lion emerge and asked, Is that it? The most ferocious lion. The servant stammered in response. Yep. Your Majesty, the servant added. It killed 2 others and was the only one to escape. As the lion stepped into the arena, the servant continued, It is the most brutal one. Your Majesty, another command rang out. Now, release the prisoners. Kali, inside the preparation area, looked outside and muttered. This idiot. He spoke with suspicion. Another public execution. Kali's eyes widened as he spotted someone among the prisoners. He could not help but grip the iron bar tightly and whispered. That person is, Kali called out loudly. Snorin. Before him stood a girl, covered in wounds. Slowly advancing. Her face looked dazed. Snorin, dressed as a priestess, had come to the palace disguised as a maid to find Nasa, who had vanished from the palace. But her disguise had led to her exposure. Standing in the arena, Snorin silently thought, is this the end of my wandering fate? She quietly sat down, spinning her hand in circles. Tracing a line in the dirt, a symbol of death appeared, and Snorin thought quietly. A skull. The sign of death is too clear. Tears streamed down her face as she lamented. This is the result of breaking my wandering vow, and interfering too much in the mortal realm. The lion slowly opened its mouth, its demeanor radiating savagery and bloodlust. The prisoners quickly scattered, screaming, Run. I do not want to die. As the lion charged, the prisoners beside Snorin panicked and fled. But she stood frozen in place. Snorin tightly shut her eyes, accepting her fate. When suddenly, a figure leaped from the stands. A large shadow blocked her from the lion. The figure stood defiantly against the beast, and Snorin hesitantly asked, Wait. Is that? Recognizing the person before her. Snorin gasped. Bakudu. Bakudu looked back and shouted loudly. Get back. Do not come any closer. The audience started murmuring. What is going on? Who is that? Bakudu. Is not he one of the competitors in the tournament? Kryan, sitting above, jumped in surprise and asked, What is happening? His subordinate next to him explained. It seems he recognizes one of the prisoners. Your Majesty. Kryan did not pay much attention as the lion began to approach the sheep in front of him, saying, Soon enough, they will all be sheep for the lion. Bakudu stood there, his heart racing, thinking, What am I doing? Facing a beast like this, he scolded himself, realizing that as soon as he saw Snorin, he acted without thinking at all. He clenched his trembling fists, asking himself, How can I possibly handle that thing barehanded? Just then, the lion lunged toward Bakudu. The young man dashed sideways to confront the lion. The forest lord took a leap and pounced hard toward Bakudu. A spray of blood shot out, red droplets dripping onto the ground where Bakudu stood. He clutched his shredded arm and thought, I can win this. The forest lord continued to charge at him, thinking of the girl he loved. Bakudu resolved. Somehow, I have to save Snorin. With that thought, he shouted loudly to gather his courage. The lion leaped to pounce on Bakudu, but he managed to dodge just in time. The young man quickly threw a powerful punch straight at the lion's head. It took the hit and spat out a torrent of blood instantly. The lion roared in fury. It quickly clamped down on Bakudu's arm, its teeth sinking deep into that massive limb. Bakudu yanked his arm forcefully out of the lion's mouth. Snorin, worried, shouted from behind, Sir Bakudu. But the other person held her back. Stepping closer, his muscular body trembled slightly. Bakudu's face went pale as he thought, There is no way I can take down that lion barehanded. Kali called out from inside. Bakudu. Snorin. And he thought, well, now everything is clear. He immediately speculated. Snorin as Naso intel. The reason she went missing for a while was because she was trapped in the underground palace. I wonder if she went to the underground to get NASA's news, or if she took that risk for me. Kali chimed in. And now, the lion. The iron bars that separated Kali from the arena were suddenly raised, causing everyone to murmur. What? A cage. The audience gasped when they saw someone inside. Watching the fighter step into the arena, everyone was in confusion. Kali's up. But the match has not even started yet. At this moment, Kali, the lion, Bakudu, Snorin, and the other prisoners stood silently looking at each other. Kali stepped out to face the forest lord. Kryan angrily shouted at Lahed. What is he doing? This was supposed to be an execution. Ride Bowling reassured him. Please remain calm. Your Majesty, but deep down, he thought, perfect. If he gets devoured by the lion, that'll solve so many of my problems. The knight Aaron, drenched in sweat, wondered, Kali, how could it be that a soldier rushed in from outside calling? My lord. He whispered, Sir August has a message. And the knight asked him back. A message. The dialogue between Kali and the other man began to be retold. The man was a soldier under Knight Aaron. Speaking to him like this, the image of the solemn fighter appeared, saying, we found her. If you want to protect your family's honor, you better take responsibility for the consequences. Knight Aaron was taken aback by what he heard. He rushed to lean on the shore. Looking down, thinking, are they using protection as a condition to exchange information about NASA's whereabouts? Iran thought to himself, if they really found NASA, then both politically and personally, Kali must be alive and free. The blonde fighter below raised his spear and shouted, look here, people of dragons. Kali aghast. Will use my strength to respond to your cheers. Open your eyes and witness a battle like no other. And no one will ever match this level in the future. Kali's words instantly fired up the crowd. At this moment, BKU looked at the lion that had turned its attention to Kali and called out, Master, that brave man is just warming up to stop this execution. Killing the lion alone is not enough. The spear in his hand unexpectedly snapped in two. Iran saw this scene and exclaimed, no way. The audience could not help but gasp. Unarmed, the spear was thrown to the ground. B's face went pale as he said, the master is risking his life. Behind him, Snorin was kneeling down to do another divination. She let the dust fall from her hands with a serious expression. Then suddenly, her eyes widened in surprise, looking at the symbol on the ground. She thought, fate has changed. The sun, shifting from imminent death to vibrant life. The girl was stunned, thinking that fate is something ordinary people can't perceive or change. It is inherently an ambiguous concept. But this warrior has seen through it and changed fate. Skilled hand grasped the film of life. Snoring could not help but think, a force so great it could alter the destinies of others. She continued to think as she gazed at that fierce fighter. This is not merely the ability to glimpse fate like those ordinary seers, but a true miracle. Remembering Kali's past, a frail little boy. Initially, Kali was destined to die, and die during training. Even after being revived, Kali's fate was threatened by countless deaths. That young boy looked at his own hands in astonishment. That burly fighter had faced countless dead ends. Kali died from a respiratory illness in the mines. Kali was torn to pieces by an oxer. Kali was executed in the Empire. Kali was swallowed whole by giant monkeys. And now, in the present, that brave fighter spoke to the roaring lion before him. Come on, beast. After all those predictions, he broke all those fates and stood tall in this arena. Kali braced himself, telling the beast, I am going to smash all your shiny golden fangs.